in his castle to use on his ex-vassals if he won. 21. How long such hatred and suspicion lasted is mirrored in the success of Eugene Leroy's Jacques le Croquant, published in the last year of the century. Jacques is the heir of an old revolutionary tradition. When, on the eve of the revolution of 1830, he wreaks revenge against his wicked local baron, he avenges not only his own wrongs but those heaped on his father and his kind. Under his leadership, his fellow peasants set the oppressor's castle on fire and, more important, assert their own right to the land, the same land that was sung by the Gascon poet Jasmin, from which alone could issue forth the bomb that would put an end to the plague of misery. 4 acres and a cow, if one may say so, were scarcely the inspiration for modern politics. And that is just the point. For all the way into the 1870s, fear of a restoration of the ancien regime and its servitudes hung in the back of many peasants' minds. In 1871 a Republican newspaper in Gers campaigned against the monarchists by arguing that they would re-establish tithes. In 1873 the commanding general at Bordeaux reported relief in the countryside when the Count of Chambord eliminated the possibility of a royal restoration, because right or wrong they believed tithes and forced labor were about to be re-established. That same year a sub-prefect in Lot remarked that the peasants would accept the monarchy if only they were persuaded that they need not fear tithes or feudal dues. 22. These were the sentiments that lay behind the curious jacquerie that ran through Dordogne and the Charentes in the late spring of 1868, and that appears to have begun when the Delest Ranges, an aristocratic family of Chevanceaux, put their coat of arms in a stained glass window of the local church. This persuaded villagers that noble privileges were on the point of being re-established. It was not long before alarming rumors began to circulate throughout the entire area to the effect that very soon the priests would be demanding every 13th year of corn and noblemen would be back sucking the peasants' blood. Official reports noted great disquiet in the region, made worse by the fact that the local population was ignorant, irreligious, and exclusively attached to its material interests. Ribérac was full of absurd stories. At Saint Paul de Lissonay an old woman asked the mayor if it was true that the Empress Eugénie had wed the Pope. Troubles broke out at Circou and spread to Saint Pierre du Palais nearby. Most of the troubles had to do with churches. At Saint Michel-le-Peu, near Barbezieux, some 20 peasants armed with sticks sought to remove clusters of flowers and grain from the church altar because, they said, these signified the coming re-establishment of tithes. Another church, near Cognac, was invaded by several hundred persons bent on removing a painting of Saint Joseph carrying a bunch of lilies and an axe, the which announced the return of feudalism. Priests were beaten up, insulted, threatened, all were accused of planning to re-establish feudal dues. 23. Only 2 years later these and similar hatreds found an outlet in the terrible murder of a local nobleman in the marketplace of Hautefeuille. Seized by the peasants, accused of Prussian sympathies, the lord of the manor was brutally beaten, dragged around, tortured, and finally, still breathing, thrown on a pyre to be burned alive. And Armengod has suggested that hatred for inaccessible foreign enemies was transferred to more accessible ones, who were regarded as traitors or the next thing to it. 24. That may be so. But would it not be simpler to recognize instead an old existing hatred to which moments of high tension offered an outlet and official hostilities a convenient label? This was why during the War of 187–71, as Philip Hamerton tells us, the Burgundian peasantry so readily believed that all priests were Prussian agents, and that all the monies they collected went to the German cause. Before bad motives are ascribed to a particular group, there must be a presupposition of their potential for evil. Where that potential was attributed to nobles or to priests, it was easy to hold them responsible for every sort of misdeed. The faint underhand rumors and slanderous imputations reported by the imperial prosecutor at Toulouse merely reflected what the peasants thought of those they blamed, and what they feared from them. 25. Historical memory and plain interest combined to make the peasants hate these groups more than foreign enemies. Nothing had happened yet to suggest that such priorities might be improper. A simpler, inner-looking world reacted to political events that came from the outside in terms that it understood, and that urban observers scorned as ignorant and petty. Would it lose liberties held uncertainly, regain liberties lost in forest rights or hunting, be made to pay more taxes, or be freed to pay none? At Dragonese, the initial reaction of the procession that celebrated the news of the Second Republic in 1848 was to sack first the toll offices, letting the Mistral blow their papers off, and then the chief tax agency, where the records were burned. At Avignon, the committee that proclaimed the advent of the Republic simultaneously abolished the tolls and the tax on wine. Elsewhere, peasants seized former commons and forests that had been lost, or ravaged new plantations that had encroached on their pasture lands. In Yonne and elsewhere, enthusiasm in February turned to disgust in March, when liberty turned out to mean additional taxes. In Lot, a police official maintained the troubles that broke out in June 1848 had only the vaguest relation to the Paris Rising. It was just that people were determined to seize the first opportunity to rid themselves of the tax collectors. If government was above all the collection of taxes, there was little reason for liking the Republic. Peasants and artisans acted logically in suspecting it, the more so since the principle of equality crudely understood had spread through the ignorant and credulous masses. 26. Memories of an earlier tradition tended to leveling, and there was little need of political propaganda to stir the embers of such tendencies. But they expressed themselves in the attempt to eat and drink at the expense of the rich and the pulling down of that most conspicuous sign of their wealth, the weather vane perched on their roof. Amid hunger, want, and political confusion, coupled with disunity at the top, traditional hostilities created fears, myths, hopes, and mobilizing images enough. Everyone recollected the lessons of the past. Nobles and townships feared their peasant foes. The peasants hated the bourgeois and thought to march on them. One hears a great deal about secret societies and the effect of their propaganda in small towns and in the countryside between 1849 and 1851. Certainly their organization seemed to have been effective enough to produce local insurrections in numerous areas after the December 2nd coup. But it is very doubtful that any countryman stirred to defend the Republic or the Constitution, or to oppose Louis Napoleon's coup. One is struck by the political ignorance of the peasants enrolled in such societies. They put me in a club, I always thought it was a benevolent society, said one, and though he may have been lying, like the good soldier Schweik, the evidence suggests this was frequently the case. There was certainly confusion on what both clubs and insurrections were about. In Ardèche, several rebels testified that they had been told the prefect awaited them in Privas to collect their votes. Even the prosecutor admitted that many insurgents did not know what they were doing. Some thought they fought to abolish taxes or to obtain work, some believed they were answering the president's appeal for help or his call on the people to march on country towns, many were simply pressured into going along with the crowd. This last often counted heavily, as for the peasant in Zola's Fortune de Rugen who, brought to trial for taking part in the insurrection, could only stammer, "I'm from Pojals." For him this was enough, and village solidarities or the prestige of a local notable or hatred of towns, of usurers, of the rich, sufficed to account for most of what took place. 21. The authorities accused the rebels of social revolution. That it was but in limited ways. We wanted to maintain the rights of the people, explained one prisoner from Bourg Saint-Andéol. What do you mean by people's rights? I do not know. We hear of calls for 5 hours of pillage, and if an incentive was needed, aren't you tired of being poor? Antoine Solis of Saint-Privat was taken in custody for declaring that he had sharpened his scythe to weed the houses of Saint-Aulay. The urban agitators tried to appeal to peasants by playing on their hatred of the towns. They promised that they would be razed or set on fire, or better still, that they were already in flames or had been burned down. And the revolutionary language harked back to sources of the traditional sort. In Ardèche they sang a couplet about the unclean blood soaking through their furrows, raising the chant, "Let us march on Privas and set the mortgage registry and the tax office on fire." At Thiers the password was Marat and revolution, the war cry death to the rich. The 2,000 countrymen marching on Agen roared Vive la guillotine. And at Narbonne Didi was selling well, Song of the Guillotine. At Carcassonne Leon W. Railier of Mou was heard to shout, We must play bowls with rich men's heads. At Seiches one leader of the crowd assured his listeners that the poor would not be happy until every monsieur and every priest had been cut in two. The imagery was unmistakably that of the revolution. I want to drink a pint of blood and carry off a head on my staff. I want a belt made out of their guts. I'll throw their liver to the dogs. Let blood run in the streets like water on a stormy day. But the mood was festive, for rebellion was a break in the everyday routine, a letting off of steam much like carnival. Tomorrow, shouted an agitator to a Limousin village crowd, tomorrow will be 50,000 at Limoges. It will be the finest festival we have ever had in our life. The woodcutters hesitate to join, they are promised chicken, turkey, champagne, and Bordeaux wine. It's not today, but tomorrow surely we'll celebrate Le Grand Carnival. The Peasants' Republic is here, tomorrow we'll have the harvest feast. Even in failure, when a courier arrived to warn that the cause was lost and the insurgents should disperse, the language remained consistent with the mood. It is too late to disperse now, came the response, for the wine is tapped, it must be drunk. 28. A revealing scene unfolded at Béziers, where the surrounding villages rose en masse and filled the town with armed and angry men by daybreak on December 4. A band of these, hunting for enemies, encountered a local lawyer and his father-in-law, both Republicans. The gentleman cried out, in 254 the agencies of change French, that they were Republicans and friends. The peasants cried out, in patois, let's get them / they killed one and severely wounded the other. For these rebels of the poorest and most ignorant portion of the people of Béziers, the foe was simply the bourgeois, and a French-speaking bourgeois at that. When we are told that in 1849 Republican politics penetrated areas and levels of society that had been unpoliticized up to that time, we have to ask just how new this could have been. Alternatives to traditional resignation were greeted with delight, but the forms of expressing rebellion were traditional farandoles, songs, threats, and the objects against which such rebelliousness was aimed were traditional too. As Philippe Vigier points out in masterly detail, the themes of the time were old themes warmed over, and the tensions that exploded after December 2 were familiar tensions: town against country, poor against rich and against usurers, people against notables, not workers against employers. The socialist infection that was spreading so deplorably fast among poor peasants in the Alps, and elsewhere no doubt, caught on because it had a familiar ring. It's frightening how they let themselves be caught with the snare of riches coming to them in their sleep, commented a Bonapartist agent. Why not, when this was a traditional theme of peasant tales and, anyway, only a miracle could bring the peasant riches. Surprising continuity of peasant reactions, comments Albert Sobol. Why should it be surprising, when so little had changed? 29. Seen in this perspective, the Second Empire was not an interlude of repression for a newly politicized peasant class, but a period of relative well-being, during which, with order and economic activity restored, the possibilities of urban or urban-led economic growth percolated into the countryside to give men satisfactions on their own terms. The people of his town, announced the mayor of Corgis, were pretty satisfied with the new constitution of 1852, the more so since their wines were selling reasonably well. So peasants often identified opponents of the empire with reactionary forces set on restoring old oppressions, rather than with those forces concerned to preserve or recapture some vague new liberties, and concrete evidence that things were going well for them made peasants identify the empire with prosperity. The peasants vote for the emperor not because they are unfree men, wrote Eugene Tenot in 1865, but because they are satisfied, and because they have their way of looking at things which is different from that of townspeople. There was no one like Napoleon Ill, the peasants said, for keeping up hog prices. S1 and the sole prefect of Brive reported the success of the big fair of 1853, the peasants return home with fervent cries of "Long live the Emperor!" Martin Naddod, grown old, appointed prefect of his native Eruz in 1870 by Gambetta, found that men no longer talked as they had in 1849, about bravery, selflessness, self-sacrifice. Their sights had shifted from abstract formulas they barely understood to concrete objects brought within their reach. Politics was about the way life was lived, and on the whole life was better lived, so talk was about how to produce more crops, and about the price of cattle. 32 Such attitudes have generally drawn pejorative comments even from sensitive and sympathetic observers. Paul Bois, discussing the elections of 1790 and 1791 IU Sarth, shows how the 1790 elections, involving departmental posts, drew a very high participation from the same peasants who the next year turned out in incredibly low numbers to vote for representatives to the Legislative Assembly. In 1790 local government and local interests were at stake. In 1791 the government of France was being decided. For the countrymen, ignorant and selfish, political deliberation was pretty much devoid of sense, national issues did not move them, only the sentiment of their interests. Indifferent to news of the king's flight to Varennes and his capture, fall, and execution, the peasants showed concern about grain shortages, the plundering or requisitioning of grain, rising bread prices, and the falling value of the assignat, and about troubles that involved local priests and churches. S3 Was this so strange, regrettable, wrong-headed? Questions of national interest must remain of little concern to those who do not see what they can mean to them. A lively interest in matters that do concern them, that can be seen to matter because they are close to home and that one can hope to do something about, seems eminently sensible. But setting such value judgments aside, if that can be done, it is true that indifference to questions of more than local interest reflects mental and practical isolation. Conditions that make the outer world unimportant also make one feel powerless to affect it. By the end of the Second Empire, greater material involvement would be translated into broader political scope. But only barely. The peasants were moving into the modern world, but the shift was ambivalent and inevitably uneasy. Politics continued to be personalized, and so were programs and policies. We are ill-placed in the 20th century to denounce the personalization of political issues as evidence of a primitive mentality. It may simply reflect a realistic understanding of how politics work. Yet the predominance of personalities over issues remains an indicator of an earlier stage of politics and of a time when the role of intercessors, leaders, and interpreters was more readily admitted than in the popular politics of today. This is in part because that role was objectively greater, and in part because mentalities had not adjusted to abstraction, which is the supreme characteristic of the modern world and mind. Personalized politics are the introductory stage of modern politics, and the elections of February 1871 very quickly turned into symbolic plebiscites, a battle between Thiers and Gambetta, heading their respective lists in many departments, embodying the major issue of peace versus continued war but also providing a personalization of the conflict. No wonder, in these terms, that Bonapartism endured as myth, as model, or as the mainspring of local supremacies. Policies, issues, governments were abstractions. Most people vote for a man, reported a police official in Gers in 1876, not necessarily against the government. No wonder that a Republican paper wrote bitterly in 1878 that peasants still thought Napoleon III responsible for the fine harvests of the imperial years, still felt they had to have as a leader a man who must be to some extent thaumaturge, healer and sorcerer in times of need. 34 When peasants in Charente said, "We need a man," and voted for Boulanger, they may have meant a strong man, but they also meant quite simply a recognizable and recognizably symbolic figure, the man on horseback, not necessarily an image of reaction, but something concrete too. The personalization of politics was particularly evident at the local level, where those national issues that did arise became rallying points for local factions, feuds, and interests. The rivalry of clans and partisans joined national politics to unrelated local issues and provided labels that can easily mislead. In Eastern Perigord, Scene of fierce rivalry between the two great river trading houses of Barb from Aurillac and Chamferial from Espontours. None could avoid taking sides with one or the other. You have to be for Barb or for Chamfer, went the popular saying, and national politics had little to do with it. It is not that national politics were totally irrelevant, but that, enlisted in the service of a local cause, they became part of local politics. Memories of 1793 or 1815 affected the orientation of a local clan, and socio-political interests expressed themselves by gravitating around a man or family. According to one analysis of the elections of 1869, the votes of different areas in Vendée tended not to divide along economic lines but rather to reflect local historical experiences. A conservative traveler writing about the monarchists of Carpentras in 1873 remarked that they hated not so much the Republic as the Republicans. In Upper Maurienne one belongs hereditarily to Reds or Whites, and many would find it difficult to explain their political beliefs. In Vivarais, too, one is Red or White. The Revolution redefined the struggles between Protestants and Catholics. Right and left would carry on their feuds. Interests, sympathy, experience involved one in the traditional factions but scarcely altered the factions themselves. One became white or red because one was a carter or because a relative had been ill-treated by the government, and perhaps also because of individual and family temperament. 35. National themes, adopted for local consumption, enabled one power group to oppose another that was often very similar in wealth and social standing. It is not that one doesn't seize every occasion to hide questions of personal interest behind the mask of politics. But everybody knew that this was what was being done. 36. Thus, 1848 found the little community of Martel divided from time immemorial into two camps, both led by honorable families, one camp standing for progress, the other necessarily for resistance to it. But as a judge commented when troubles broke out at Le Vigan, nearby, though the leaders of the two parties may have been involved in politics, in the ranks it's a choice of persons. And in 1853 the sub-prefect of Avellin spoke for more than his district when he wryly described all these internal struggles quite devoid of political coloring, turning within a narrow circle of personalities. 37. The rich mass of official reports harvested by the Second Empire and the Third Republic shows that politics continued to be local, and local politics continued to be personal. There are no political parties properly speaking, reported the sub-prefect of Mirecourt in 1869, there are only local parties. Like the Sarthe peasantry described by Paul Bois, the peasants in every region I surveyed, from Vosges to Brittany, remained indifferent to national politics, concerned with local issues and local personalities. The prefect of Vosges found reason for satisfaction in 1870, the temper of the countryside is excellent, political opinions are almost totally unknown. And from Agen, general politics leave the masses indifferent. Local notables exercised political influence not only because they wielded power, but because political issues mattered to them more than to the peasant, by his simple support. The peasant could thus at no pain oblige associates or superiors who seemed to care about such useless things. 3's physical and economic isolation, where they obtained, limited the alternatives or the access to them, and imposed a hierarchy of priorities. Strangers hawk strange ideas in strange language, often quite literally incomprehensible. 39. Work, crops, and land were what mattered, access to them, to cash, to help in need, and all these were tied to personal relations. So was the general welfare of the community, whose fate rested in the hands of a strictly limited few, a family or two. Personal pride and minimal means might assert independence, but this would be personal, too, with the general cause, vaguely articulated and vaguely understood, adopted to stress a personal stance, not an ideological commitment. Judicious regard for private and community interest made conformity with the concerns of notables hardly a sacrifice, and possibly quite profitable. Being courted by one's social superiors was a rare occasion that increased one's self-respect. but in any case selling one's vote or giving it to one's master was seen as the trade of an empty right for concrete advantage. All sides recognized this in contested elections, with the Republicans fully as eager to provide free drinks as their opponents, and drumming peasants' votes on their estates and those of their relatives. Interpretations must perforce remain tentative, but I am struck by the lack of comprehension in a remark like the one made by the commissaire of Peasants, who noted that the people don't try to understand the consequences of their votes, they vote for these gentlemen and that is all 40. Of course, they voted for the gentlemen. Who else would they vote for, and why shouldn't they, in light of what has been said above? But within these limits they also voted hoping, as voters do today, that they might achieve a tax cut, and though, like more modern voters, they were only too often disappointed, this was a reasonable basis for choosing where to cast a vote. So was the interest in personal protection, which could transcend ideological differences. So was the concern that representatives, whatever their opinions, should stand in well with the national administration, once this had been recognized as a potent source of largesse. This was what made the 2nd District of Riom reject Alexander Varon for the General Council in 1907, as the prefect explained, for while appreciating his advanced opinions, the electorate, essentially pro-government, did not want their representatives on bad terms with authority. 41 They knew what this could cost them, and though they did not mind electing a socialist, they wanted him to stay on friendly terms with the men in power. Apart from such considerations, national politics at the local level remained a travesty of local politics, just as before. Local rivalries and family quarrels divided the inhabitants. Political parties were essentially non-existent, the vast majority paid no heed to them, only local issues mattered, not political ones. The peasants were too busy with the potato harvest and with winnowing to notice the manifesto of the Comte de Paris widely circulated by the monarchists. Politics consisted of one man against another, there was no political spirit in these parts. Parties concerned themselves with politics only at election time. Utter indifference to political matters. Local affairs and local hatreds. In this district there were no political differences, just personal ones. Political ideas played only a small part, but everywhere there were many personal quarrels and animosities. Elections were built on the name of a man, not on the principles and ideas the man represented. There were no true parties, concluded Raymond Belhis in 1911, the typical peasant chooses his candidate according to family tradition or what he believes his immediate interest to be. 4z. I do not want to suggest by all this that such motives do not enter into politics today. Far from it. It is only that now they are weighed against other considerations, whereas at the time they were dominant. Personal bonds are fitting and necessary in aristocratic or oligarchic societies, where they provide working substitutes for the more complex institutions of societies built on a larger scale. The waning of personal allegiances in the politics of the French countryside was an effect of scale, of a growing number of participants, along with improved techniques of communication, of what we call modern politics. Yet there are certainly places where personal and local ties continue to be an important and even the most important political factor. Writing about a rural canton in Santerre between the wars, Jacques Bugnacourt has shown how personal and clan rivalries still ruled local politics there. On employé pour mieux insulter, uncertain vocabulaire, on établit un lien entre les tendances locales etc. ou on croit comprendre de tendances nationales. In the end, though, the election is only one episode of the rivalry of the clans, a convenient means of stressing old animosities. Asterisk. Maurice Agulhon has suggested that this adaptation of alien themes was important in the transition period, when rural populations little affected by the outside world could be swayed with ideological slogans that corresponded with local hatreds or aspirations, and that the interaction of these themes with local folklore was part of the acculturation process. 4's quite so. But it is well to remember that what Agulhon says about village society before 1848 holds good half a century later in many parts of France, where the acculturation was still very incomplete, and that the ploy was used for at least 100 years. By then, the village in Picardy that Bugnacourt has studied was fully integrated into the modern economy, so that the persistence of personal politics must mean something more. For old animosities to survive, they have to be remembered; for clans to endure, there has to be continuity. The less mobile the society, the greater the stability of its themes and of its categorizations. Though no rural society was ever fixed in its composition, the proportion of newcomers was always small enough to allow for assimilation and indoctrination in the local lore. Themes could persist, and so could families, in a way that urban politics, at least since the 19th century, did not need consider. The degree to which this affected political activity and language in the countryside can serve as one index of modernization. Another explanation of the persistence of personal politics comes from Henry Mendres, who sees rural society as founded on a confusion of roles. That is to say, every participant has less of functional than a total perception of every other. The postman is also a neighbor, a cousin, a creditor; the shopkeeper sells, but he also buys things himself, drinks with you, is a political ally, and so forth. 44 functions and institutions are incarnated in men, so that the church is the priest, the school is the teacher, the town hall is the mayor or his substitute. Social life is conceived as the interaction of individuals, and all events are attributed to some person's will. It follows that the operations of institutions, of abstract functions, trends, or forces, are not realities in the experience of villagers who have difficulty in understanding the workings of politics and economics beyond their immediate ken. This difficulty may diminish as acquaintance with the operation of unfamiliar institutions grows. But it will never disappear altogether. Point 1T has not done so in the urban mind. Once again, the difference is one of degree, but a watershed comes at the point where a peasant of the Mendres model admits, however grudgingly, that politics is an indirect way of dealing with matters of direct concern. One other tendency, still surviving though enfeebled, reflected the enduring archaism of politics. The prefect of Pyrenees Orientals put it very well when he explained the electoral situation in 1889. Not party labels, but regionalism determined the vote. Local rivalries will reawake as strong as in the past. It suffices to have one parish vote for Mr. B, for the rival parish to give its votes to A45. Again and again, since labels were masks for local politics and local sentiments, the roots of a candidate counted more than his political label. So that in several instances left-wing parishes were led to vote for a candidate of the right because he was their man, and right-wing areas to vote left because the candidate happened to be a local doctor, or just to spite the hated rival from up or down the hill. Here too the permanencies are suggestive. Age-old oppositions were simply redefined when the plains went left and the mountains remained obstinately right and Catholic. A pastoral economy surviving on the upper slopes would be re-wrecked in the clinging to old ways that were rapidly disintegrating below. The process would be hastened when, as in Maurienne, industrial development turned the peasants into proletarians and brought in immigrant workers from outside. 46. All this created hierarchies to rival old familiar ones, class divisions of a modern kind, and estrangement from traditional practices and loyalties. Tensions that opened the door to modern politics. But there was no consistent pattern. All one can say with certainty is that isolation and self-sufficiency made for political stability, or put another way, the refusal to entertain new ideas, and that they coincided with a political orientation toward personalities, rather than toward either right or left. T proximity to towns and their markets, on the other hand, with all the traipsing back and forth this implied, accelerated the tendency to movement and evolution. However small it was, the town had a few civil servants, shopkeepers, doctors, veterinarians, men of law, clubs or societies, perhaps a Masonic lodge, and a press put together in the cafe and published once or twice a week, all likely carriers of outside ideas. The tension between the little town sub-prefecture or district center and the surrounding countryside was increased and complicated by urban novelties. In turn, the small town often introduced new political tensions into the countryside. Thus, in Allier the political emancipation of the rural areas from the domination of great landowners seems clearly due to the vitality of certain bargs, kernels of opposition, which gave the countryside around them an alternative political lead. Whether a village or township gave such a lead or not may have depended on the degree to which the town itself was part of the wider world. In Ardèche, for example, Le Chaillard, which remained outside economic currents until the 1880s, was politically quiescent, and so was the region around it. But to the south, L'Argentière, an important center for trade between complementary areas, and its environs were politically alive. Other tensions with political possibilities developed on the land itself. Cracks had appeared and were deepening in the foundations of rural society in that submission and respect to the laws and regulations and respectful deference toward the agents of authority reported by the gratified police superintendent of Siret 8, but this was in 1876, and Siret lies in a Pyrenean valley. Elsewhere the seeds of change had sprouted long before. They had come with alternatives, the possibility of choice, and of escape from authority. Baudrillard, traveling in the South, noted that local speech had no term for respect and hence used fear. In fact, respect appears at least in dictionaries. But so does Crane too, which covers both respect and fear. Awe and reverence are not far apart. A child was taught that he should fear his father, an underling his superior. External manifestations of deference symbolized submission, kissing the father's hand, kneeling before one's master, as peasants in Brittany still did in the 1840s. Deference based on fear, dependence, and submission did not avert spite, but rather helped to breed it. Popular proverbs reflected the malice of underlings who rejoiced at the discomfiture of superiors. When the master's foiled, the menial laughs nine. And in Lorigues, where the big domains grew wheat and the small holders corn, the poor greeted summer rains that threatened the one and helped the other with its raining insolence. If the squire's harvest was ruined and the little man had plenty of corn, he could afford to set fear aside and to be as insolent as he pleased. The opportunity for insolence was slow to come, though sources beginning in the 1830s deplored the waning of respect toward authority of every sort, especially toward masters. The Agricultural Survey of 1867 lamented that though conditions of rural labor had improved, relations between workers and employers had deteriorated. The two things were of course related: the possibility of leaving the land, the thinning out of rural populations, however limited at that time, had nevertheless raised wages. A decade later, in the 1870s, a doctor in Tarn wondered at the disappearance of the sharecropper of yore, full of deference for his master. Sharecroppers now were less slaves of routine, more competent, more hard-working, but very independent, treating the master as an equal, very selfish, less obliging than they used to be, and inclined to sacrifice all for their own interest. There it all was, the change, and the observer nonplussed at inferior groups beginning to set their own interests before their masters, indeed discerning a difference of interest at all. The mere existence of alternatives had encouraged higher expectations, and had to some extent brought gains. But the gulf between actual gains and expectations that grew at an unprecedented rate intensified the existing frictions and evoked remarks about the malevolence and hostility of the inferior classes toward the higher ones. In conjunction with this came another development, rued by Theron de Montage in 1869, the bond of patronage, so powerful in the past, has no force today. Hence, the superior classes no longer constitute a mainstay for the state. 51. There was the rub. The superior classes had diversified to such an extent that they provided a whole series of alternative authorities. Deference did not need to die out in order to wane, but simply to be transferred from one object to another. Yet the multiplication of authorities, and their rivalries, sapped the notion of authority itself. From the very beginning of the 19th century, rural society and its hierarchies had become increasingly complex. The acquisition of national property by bourgeois, the greater number of nobles living on their lands, especially after 1830, and the increasing number of professionals and officials in small country towns had raveled what had once been a fairly simple social fabric. This happened at a time when prosperous farmers, enriched by the suppression of feudal survivals and by opportunities to purchase property, began to assert their new social position. Still close to their fellow peasants, they nevertheless sought to mark their distance from them by imitating higher social groups. Inevitably, their relations with their workers changed in the process. A life of common hardship had long established a rough equality between a farmer and his neighbors, even more strikingly between a farmer and his help, who shared his board and, if they slept in the cowshed, felt not much worse off than he. Whom poverty had united, prosperity set apart. The domesticee became an outrear. In some families two sorts of bread began to be prepared, the better quality for the masters, who learned to eat from crockery and to drink wine, the customary black bread for the hired hands, who washed it down with water or thinned wine. The division was sharper still if a wealthy farmer turned from land to horse or cattle breeding, for then labor in common ceased. The workers and their employers no longer shared the same timetable. The farmer went to the market, where he drank and gossiped. The worker who stayed behind resented this, especially because it flouted traditional modes. Here was privilege. Leisure came to be enjoyed separately, just as work was now done apart. The workers left the common table and ate separately in the stable or, on a holiday, at the cabaret. Everyday relations reflected the new tensions, the new frictions, so that by 1884 the village landowners who used to be cordially greeted by their fellows were now looked on askance. 52 This trend, suggestive of new divisions through the whole of peasant society, in due course propelled successful farmers into the list of local notables. Farmers too could become bourgeois, especially when they began buying up the properties of urban absentee landowners. They joined the struggle for political places, and they vied among themselves and against others in municipal politics and in the struggle for honors. 1I3 All this competition in an increasingly open political market created perplexities and some confusion, but also provided lesser men with opportunities for maneuver or, at least, with a sense of discretion and the possibility of choice. It also helped improve their self-respect. Writing about Berry in 1913, Hugues Lapierre noted that the peasant had left servility behind. He no longer bowed to any city slicker, to any gent. True, he still used polite formulas when he talked to you, but when you turned your back he called his pigs gentlemen or nobles. He may have done that before, out of the master's hearing. The novelty lay in the self-assured tone, in the shedding of servility, in the refusal to regard the city slicker as automatically superior. 54 The peasant was simply doing better, and he was seeing more of city people, too. But the opportunity to choose among his betters must have helped build up his self-respect. It was not that dependency did not continue, the little man was still under pressure from his creditors, from men who employed him or lent him their team of horses to plow his land, above all from the local landowner, noble, or bourgeois-masters of the land, of life, of souls. As late as the turn of the century the squire at Chanzo's in Vendée still required his tenants to gather at his chateau before Sunday Mass, march to church behind his carriage, and then return to the chateau for a quiz on the day's sermon. 55 The interesting thing is that such types maintain their hold less by straightforward economic bonds than by sustained relationships and attention, once the rural voter had a chance to choose. Where the lord of the manor was a tangible presence, as in the case of the Baron of Rochatelet, who opened an account with the butcher and the baker for all the poor of his village close to Saint-Étienne, traditional loyalties were bolstered by gratitude. Where a great family had the wealth and influence to wangle for a community a church, roads, a bridge, schools, a town clock, and a telegraph office, as the Dampierres did at Cazeres on the Adour, this is known, judged, valued by all families, even by those indisposed to gratitude. But in most cases, the great landowners did not live on their land. They visited the estate intermittently, transmitted their instructions through their stewards, and lost touch with an electorate that was increasingly choosy and susceptible to suasion. Local families, notaries, solicitors, veterinarians, and especially doctors, some of whom had served the region for several generations, provided an alternative elite, and one that cultivated the voters more assiduously. 1I6 When, in 1871, Leon Stavoggia, though elected to the National Assembly just behind Thiers on the conservative ballot, lost his seat in the General Council of Cher to a country doctor, he attributed this to the opportunities that had excited all the ambitious mediocrities. People like these, he contended, live closer to universal suffrage and avail themselves of this to canvass votes. In Vogue's eyes, as in his terms, this was somehow demeaning. Nor did he mention, as his grandson would, that the doctor in question, though an indifferent practitioner of his art, was honored in his canton for the many services that he had rendered his fellow citizens. A generation later we find Melchior de Vogue carrying elections for the Cher Council, through the 1880s and 1890s over a little village doctor, who finally succeeded in defeating him in 19°. A friend wrote to console Vogue on his failure, assuring him that there could be no fair contest between the charlatans who promise that the state will change the lot of workers, and who repeat this 365 days a year in the local pub, and a private individual, who once every 4 years speaks to them of efforts they may have to make 57. The point was not the content of the propaganda, but its intensity and its continuity. One man was a permanent presence, talking and talked to, the other was available only periodically. The presence created bonds of reciprocity, social encounters strengthened these bonds, small attentions and interested concern flattered the self-respect of men who by custom, manners, dress, education, and sometimes even language were in a class apart. French was the language of ceremony, but it was important to be able to address the lower classes in their speech. They were hungry for personal recognition from their superiors, and grateful to those who offered it. One thing torments them more than questions of salary, wrote Audouin about the workers of Rouen. It is the need for some consideration. Attention of this sort elevates them in their own eyes and narrows social distances, without hurting the hierarchy. The moment would come when the inferior ranks would choose their representatives among themselves. But that was far away, and for the moment, those who succeeded in combining the traditional virtues of generosity and some kind of public munificence with a new familiarity pleased the crowd. 58 social distances were still so great that to be not proud was the supreme praise peasants and artisans could heap on a bourgeois too, more sensitive to the symbols of status than to supposed class antagonisms, flattered by fair words that heightened their sense of dignity. The lower orders responded with particular readiness when notables showed signs of wooing them. 59. Politicization was one aspect of acculturation, of listening to the language of one's betters and imitating it, as one imitated dress when one could afford to. Political manners were part of urban mannerism, slowly and awkwardly being assimilated by another world, but one increasingly predisposed to learn. How was the new language of politics assimilated? To put it differently, how did the unpoliticized many begin to act as if politics was not the interest and the preserve of a very few? We may safely say they did not learn it through reading. The peasants don't read electoral literature, reported the sub-prefect of Rochechouart in 1857. They did not read very much of anything else, either. Opinion in traditional communities was consensual, not a privately developed view of things. Founded on personal relations, opinion was affected by the spoken word, not the written word. Whether in the 1850s, when publications were being distributed free through the countryside, or in the 40 years before 1914, political propaganda remained chiefly verbal. 160. Indeed, speech was an act that transcended words. Words, in any case, tended to generalities that left men who were concerned with immediate problems quite unmoved, or moved them in unexpected ways. Ideals could easily appear as threats to peasants for whom patriotism meant war and military service, order meant the rule of the chateau, and progress meant disturbing novelties, incomprehensible laws, and more gendarmes. Only when interpreted and translated into familiar terms could the political language of the cities carry positive attractions. 61. The role of the interpreters, therefore, was crucial, and just as crucial were their numbers, their variety, and their penetration into the depths of rural society. 62 At the grassroots, we find a political class containing a few men whose functions brought them into some sustained contact with the outside world: innkeeper or publican, shopkeeper if there was one, mayor, teacher, priest, road surveyors, inspectors of highways, the odd customs or excise agent, the corporal of forest guards or commander of the gendarmerie. To these one can add their underlings, the postman, the rural constable, cantonniers or road gangs, and their overseers, perhaps also the sexton. All but the first two were invested with official functions. They were servants not of the public, but of the state that paid them and that they represented. They were the personification of government, and more specifically of a given regime. It was an important fact of rural political life that these offices changed hands as the regime changed. 63. Precisely because politics were not abstract, regimes and governments were identified with the functionaries who represented them. A multitude of rural reports emphasize this, and the dismissal, appointment, or exile of judges, justices of the peace, tax collectors, tax receivers, tobacco agents, teachers, postmen, and constables shows that the reports were taken seriously. But the authority of such minor public servants stemmed from more than their official position. In an illiterate culture, these men could read and write, however clumsily. In a particularist culture, they were conversant with the official language French. The postman could read out letters and vaguely explain official documents. The constable could draft notes, a report, a police citation. They were the first to hear news from the outside, from notables like the mayor, who actually read the paper, and to transmit it in relatively garbled form to fellow villagers and outlying hamlets. News of the outside world probably traveled much as in those children's games in which a word whispered from ear to ear reaches the end of a human chain transformed beyond recognition. It was news nevertheless, a link with civilization. And such links were more numerous as easier travel brought city vacationers into the countryside. A Paris pharmacist begins to pass each summer at Cuers, up in the hills behind Toulon, brings with him new ideas, and keeps up a correspondence the rest of the year that lets people know what goes on in the Capita. 1. 64. The influence of the carriers and interpreters of civilization, the humblest among them most likely also the most effective, should not be ignored. With the years the number of such carriers grew. So did the amount of news they carried. There were more letters, more postmen, simply more information. Wars awoke the countryside to the existence of a distant world. What the campaigns of 1792 to 1814 began, those of the Second Empire settled. A steady flow of reports, rumors, hearsay, and tall tales about the Orient, the Crimea, Italy, China, Africa, and Mexico irrigated France with curious anecdotes and intelligence. Events more or less current penetrated the news-tight world of the countryside, because factions and governments became interested in enlisting voter interest in their enterprises. They were welcome because they offered something new and colorful to talk about. Victories were fun. No wonder the villagers were avid for news of Italian feats and glories, and enjoyed hearing about Garibaldi's successful boldness, which must have fitted into familiar tales of daring-do. But foreign news was also increasingly recognized as relevant. Relations with strange lands were recognized to affect local prosperity, even in unlikely places like Ardèche, which got its silkworm eggs from Italy. Conscription affected peasants sharply, if only in the rising cost of replacements for the draft. Taxes to pay for war hit even closer home, especially when, as in 1862, they threatened a rise in the price of salt. The Third Republic was as eager as the Second Empire to increase its prestige with international success. Republican politicians, determined to persuade the general public how well they managed the interests of France, taught the peasants even more about the wider world. These lessons were always recited in a particular context: the Prussian menace, frictions with Italy, or Russian friendship, but once again they introduced new areas to popular consciousness. The War of 1914-18 capped the process. The impact of all this should not be exaggerated. Knowledge of the wider world remained vague, interest in its details slight and at best anecdotal. 166 But the growing awareness that international affairs were capable of affecting one's life and the life of the locality carried with it a growing awareness of the nation. Willy-nilly, the inward-looking rural islands, self-sufficient at least in their own view, were being forced to attend to wider complications. Taverns, the liveliest centers of the rural man's social activities, were forums for political talk as for every other kind. A deliberate resort for mutual aid or a social center for regular customers, the tavern gave workingmen the chance to mix with tradesmen and artisans, and gave the young who idled around the bar the chance to indulge in opposition for the sheer pleasure of it. 61 In or near the tavern, inn, or cafe, there grew clubs, circles, or associations in great variety. Originally designed to provide distinction, privacy, special comfort, easy access to newspapers, mutual aid, common entertainment, or simply cheaper drinks, these could easily become political circles. They certainly offered opportunities for talking politics. But clubs and circles tended to be urban and to recruit their membership rather in terms of social status than of political sentiment. For obvious reasons, those associations that needed to draw on a relatively numerous recruiting base were also urban organizations, fire companies, singing societies, bands, religious fraternities, mutual aid associations. We would not expect to find them any lower than the chef lieu canton, and most would have been at the level of the sub-prefecture or above. By 1870 many of these social groups did in fact become politicized, at least in those regions where politics were already a part of run-of-the-mill social life, so that in Provence innumerable republican circles flourished, and monarchists tried to oppose them with circles of their own. 6b Here is a description of one of the latter, the Sûreté de la Concorde, quartered in a side street of Carpentras. Around a table sit a dozen peasants, their staffs beside them, drinking their coffee. A handsome young man, who seems to be from the town, reads aloud an article from the monarchist paper J. He stops at almost every sentence to explain it in Proven, Al. This is greeted with cries of approval. 69. Here is the urban club at work, the visiting peasants, the paper they never saw and would not have known how to read anyway, because it was written in French, the young man from town acting as interpreter, presumably preaching reactionary ideas, yet helping to detach these men from the old world, and easing their passage to a new French one. There is no way of telling the incidence of clubs even at the urban level. The authorities seem to have regarded most taverns as potential havens of political propaganda and to have kept a sharp eye on all of them, but the popularity of the club as such appears to have varied a great deal. The north, south, and southwest, for instance, seem clearly to have been more prone to organized sociability than the center regions and possibly the west as well. This was in part a function of available means, in part perhaps of tendencies bred by living in dispersed parishes or concentrated ones. We know that throughout Languedoc, Gascony, and Provence, an old urban orientation in the countryside made clubs popular. But in the Limousin Corbin finds none of the imitative tendency of a Gulhans Provence, and in the Vosges in 1901 we find only 287 clubs in 138 localities, in a department with 531 communes and a population of 421,412.70 in Pyrenees Orientals. 2. A dip into the files on associations shows that these were scarce outside the region of Perpignan. The 6 cantons of the electoral district of Prades seem to have had fewer than 40 associations by the end of the century. The official file is not exhaustive, but it does suggest that where a group was not a social club for the upper classes, joined by the judge, the retired army officer, and the mayor, or a society of artisans and shopkeepers, formed to put each other in the way of work, or a device for the cafe owner to keep his establishment open after hours, associations were politically based. The politics were very probably local politics, as when, following the municipal elections of 1896, the little township of Corhier saw the founding of a circle in opposition to the existing one. Nevertheless, by that time, and considerably earlier in some places, local and national politics had become inextricably mixed. 71 Once that happened, party allegiance would thereafter be reflected in clubs, dances, various festivities, and other public amusements connected with the political orientation of their participants. One step below the relatively formal clubs came more ad hoc affairs, chambers, chambrettes of the sort studied by Maurice Agulhon and Lucien Rubin. They could be offshoots of local gatherings, such as we find before 1870 in the Seine Valley between Vernon and Mantes. There after dinner, while the women gathered in Vale-Lys, the men went to smoke and talk around the stove of some late working tailor, weaver, or saboteur, producing several so-called clubs of 10 or 15 per village. They could result from the initiative of an individual or a group of friends seeking the privacy their bourgeois betters enjoyed. They could also be answers to the need for mutual assistance and support, didactic institutions established for the informal transmission of information, the facilitation of rites of passage, and the performance of certain local chores. 72 A rented room, preferably near a tavern whence one would fetch the wine, some chairs, and a table, and a quasi-club was born. It offered a respite from the overcrowded quarters that drove men into taverns, a chance for physical escape from the home. There one could drink more cheaply, play cards, and chat. In bigger villages, which could have a score of such roomlets, membership would be based on neighborhood and affinity. The group, already sharing the minimal rent and cost of buying drink, might also assess itself to subscribe to a regular newspaper. Even limited social purposes could bring involvement in economic, hence political problems, as when the authorities tried to tax the group's drinks. In any case, the solidarity that brought members together was reinforced by regular association. We hear that group members got the same voting bulletins and went together to the polling booth. By 1905 Thoramhout, a little village in the Verdun Valley, had 4 such associations, made up of heads of family, youth, radical Republicans, and residents of Ryu, a hamlet on the slope above the village. 73. We see here the traditional division into age groups, each with a role to play in the life of the community, an equally traditional neighborhood division, and the incorporation of politics in traditional structures just as these were now recognized by national O.T. But the most effective politicizing agent was politics itself, that is to say, electoral practice. Abstention from voting is more common and more routine, remarks Alain Lancelot, to the extent that voters belong to categories or communities ill-integrated in global society. Put in our own context, isolation tended to result in non-participation and abstentionism. But we are not talking about mere physical isolation. Voters living away from it all may in fact relish the chance to take a little trip to town to do their civic duty. There is a sort of isolation that makes global affairs irrelevant, and makes the effort of voting meaningless. 74 Precisely the sort of economic and cultural isolation we have documented right along. After all, going to vote meant taking time from work, plus perhaps the costs of an unusual trip. The problem of getting to the polling place remained a real one, especially before 1871, when voting took place in the chief town of the canton. We know that country roads were bad and few. Easier movement as communications improved in the latter part of the century, together with the expansion of polling places, now no farther away than the parish bourg, encouraged participation. 71's But intellectual conditions also mattered. There is a direct relationship between literacy and electoral participation, just as there is between poverty, isolation, and literacy or rather illiteracy. Georges Duper has shown this relationship in Loire et Cher, and Serge Bonnet has found a similar correlation in Lorraine, where, in the early years of the Third Republic, the villages with the poorest voter turnout also showed poor attendance at school and church. 76 Ignorance made it easier for politicians and local leaders to manipulate and confuse their constituents, to argue that repeal of the Fallout law on education was tantamount to the abolition of taxes, to put it about that Republican voters would be deported to Cayenne, as was done in Allier in 1873, to intimidate villagers into abstention, so that in one Finistère village in 1889 only II of 396 voters dared cast a ballot, or as in Isera in 1887, to put Republican ballots on a chair at the door of the polling place because the major part of the population being illiterate, voters take what they find to hand. The secrecy of the ballot was not particularly well preserved until 1914, when voting booths and envelopes to put the ballots in were instituted. And even then, the suspicion of discovery made deviation difficult in small communities. 77 Still, each election, with the campaign preceding it and the talk this caused, introduced in different populations to new practices and issues. Political wastes were being cleared and plowed, as the term has it, cultivated. In 1860 a Savoy peasant was quite certain that his local squire would win in the elections, for after all, the mayor thinks so, the priest thinks so, everyone thinks so. Personal relations and local orientation were still dominant. But the peasant added in passing, I've heard say in the market, and what he heard there would in due course reveal unsuspected alternatives. By 1869 the sub-prefect of Saint-Dié was claiming that political issues had brought politicization and a new spirit of criticism to an area where political ignorance and indifference had once reigned. Political agents soon ranged the countryside. Their rival arguments and their political meetings imparted a new terminology and new interests. Officials mocked the banal, vulgar language and the democratic optimism addressed to the gens du peuple. But it was not in sophisticated terms that one would wake them up. 78 Pierre Barrel has remarked that the Republic won peasant support in the 1870s on a purely political level, with no reference to socio-economic measures or state aid, concerns that developed only in the 1880s. This makes good sense, especially in those parts where the relationship between politics and the market was late to be appreciated, so that political awareness developed first. The precipitation of political activity and the frequent change that marked the 1870s made political subjects more intriguing and more disquieting too. At fairs and markets now, in electoral periods, there was more talk of politics than of business. And politics, since 1877 at least, had made their official Rani in the village, where, thenceforth, the mayor was no longer appointed from above but elected by the municipal council, themselves elected by all males over 21. For Daniel Halévy, this revolution de mairies, affecting the very fabric of society, was a far more important event than the revolutions of 1830 and 1848, which affected only the state. For contemporary observers, too, the result was not in doubt, especially when this measure was coupled with the decision that senators would be elected in an assembly where delegates of rural communes were overwhelmingly preponderant. C'est introduire la politique au village, exulted Gambetta. And indeed, as Dr. Francus wrote in 1879, politics has been everywhere for the last few years. 79. By the 1880s the polarization of political issues was training apprentice citizens to new awareness and independence. 80. Even in remote places modern competitive politics replaced the tensions and alignments of the traditional world. Few people were indifferent today, reported a police superintendent in Gers in 1888. All pay attention to politics. More or less, talk about current events, analyze, discuss them. The Puy de Dôme reports reflect this aroused interest by the 1890s. Peasants realized that laws and national politics affected them, they talked about and called for laws on taxes, credit, protection, and health insurance, and the authorities noted the novelty. In remote age the tone of the official reports changed as local politics gave way to the politics of national parties. The character of the issues discussed had become modern and the department civilized. 81. A work devoted to Aulus les Bains, close to the Spanish border, reflects in its second and third editions the change that took place there between 1873 and 1884. The second edition described the local people as caring only for local issues and utterly indifferent to national politics. The right to vote was seen as drudgery with no meaning or profit. Official lists of the votes cast were regularly filled in with imaginary figures that bothered nobody. This, said the writer, Adolphe Diassier, was the routine practice in all the parishes of the upper valleys, and in a great many others besides. By 1884 Diassier had to correct himself. Voting was taken as seriously at Aulis as it was everywhere else. Left to themselves, the men of the older generation would be as skeptical and as indifferent as they had been in the past. But the young men and the village artisans were keen and full of zeal on election day. This made the elders think, and prompted them to vote as well. 82. By the turn of the century, the force of inertia that had made for indifference earlier now made for familiarity, however vague. Most Frenchmen had grown to manhood under the new system and were little inclined to question it in a fundamental way. They had learned to combine modern politics and local tradition, political campaigns, and traditional farandoles. They stepped into a world whose social mechanisms were alien to them, whose political and economic workings they understood only imperfectly or not at all. They were not clear on how economics, politics, law, and science worked, but they knew they were affected by them. Their ever-increasing, ever more significant numbers created a public for the miracle-working panaceas of isms that traded on ignorance and anxiety: Boulangism, antisemitism, nationalism, socialism, before further integration and adjustment could take place. Even aggressions shifted from the village society where they had been worked out to a wider context. We know by now that political claims that seem to challenge a society actually help integrate the claimants into the society they purport to fight. The near insurgency that stirred the Midi in 1907 showed an immense advance of political sophistication from the days of the 2nd of December, when the peasant prisoner could only mutter in his defense, "I'm from Pojals." The southern vintners did not rebel blindly, but in support of a well-understood interest. Their leader was a local man and not a burgher, but he was also a product of the country schools. The rebels conducted a remarkably efficient and sophisticated campaign, which included moving large numbers of demonstrators about by special trains that the railway companies put on at their behest, enlisting the cooperation of municipal authorities over a wide area, and organizing a tax strike directed against the national government. 83. Particularism and historical references were incidental to the modern project of bringing political and economic pressure to bear on the government of the day. It does not matter that the project failed. What matters is that those who undertook it saw a direct relationship between their problems and the total society, and sought to act in terms of this new perception. They made political choices, determined their particular ends and how to employ their resources, and mobilized to achieve their goals. They had passed from the realm of local consensus to that of national contention and debate. Their collectivity no longer ended at the borders of a small pays, it was recognized as part of the larger one. Political dispute, even rebellion, on the national level played its part in diminishing the significance of local solidarities, suggesting new rival ones, like the newfangled idea of class. At mid-century, local solidarity had reigned supreme. By the end of the century it had lost its exclusive relevance. The autarkies characterizing most of the 19th century were breaking down. Great local questions no longer found their origin or solution in the village, but had to be resolved outside and far from it. The peasantry gradually awakened to urban ideas, abstract concerns. 840. Consciousness of social or economic conflicts helped to advance national unity, partly because it reflected the disintegration of traditional homogeneity and consensus, and the permeation of ideologies imported from outside, partly because it spurred the process of disintegration and looked for its resolution on a much broader stage. The doctrines of rebelliousness and of social war that play such a great role in modern politics could not have gained a hold where and while the social structure continued to be considered absolute and immutable. In a society where no break exists between the group and the individual, the existing social order is the only conceivable order. The individual cannot oppose it, he can only transgress. Of course, there had been insurgency and there had been rebellion in the past, sporadic, spontaneous, and explosive, aiming to shake a fist at fate, not change it. This was no basis for politics, which calls for analysis and debate about choice. Only when and as the seemingly monolithic traditional society began to disintegrate could individuals begin to see themselves as separate or separable from the group. Public sensitivity grew as the standard of living climbed. In a world where riches and poverty had seemed prescribed by a predetermined and unalterable order, the chief question for most had been to survive, and economic injustice in the modern sense did not affect the collective consciousness. Once elementary needs began to be satisfied, there was time to lay claim to more, better conditions of work, better conditions in general. Time, above all, to consider possibilities hitherto unsuspected, which towns, schooling, and, yes, political parties were beginning to suggest. Ideas that had invaded the towns long before now implanted new claims among the rural masses. And politics were there to spur them and to provide them an ideological garb. Doctrines found currency that taught that destiny is only a concept and society another, both of them open to question, challenge, and eventual change. And with this lesson learned, the questioning, challenging, and changing that seem so much a part of modern politics began their work in a countryside hitherto immune. Chapter 16. Migration, an industry of the poor. Partir se mourir un peu Edmond Haraucourti. It was an obscure French writer of the late 19th century who said that to go away is to die a little. For many in France, staying put would have been more likely to threaten their lives, leaving home was the price paid for survival. In those parts difficult of access, where roads were scarce and railroads late in coming, the only easy export was men. The poor sought out the richer regions, the mountaineers went down into the plains, their earnings supplemented scarce resources, their absence eased the pressure of a population too numerous for the land to feed. Where the pattern of temporary and seasonal migration in the 100 years or so from the late 17th century on has been studied, for instance, in Auvergne, we find an expectably close relationship between misery and the search for resources, between the high price of bread and the number of passports delivered in a given year. Similarly, in the Morvan it was the pressure of need, the endless search for a bit of cash to make ends meet, to pay an outstanding debt, to buy a tempting field, to re-roof a house or build one, that drove peasants out as carters, herdsmen, harvesters, thatchers, and domestics, going away from home because that was the only way to keep the home going. One in the High Alps winter blockaded families for 6 months a year. To the end of the 19th century, most men, women, children, and beasts had had to live that half year out crowded together in the stable, table, benches, coal stove, perhaps 3 or 4 beds with 2 or 3 persons sharing each, between the beds goats and sheep, calves in the middle, and at the back the horses, cows, and oxen. Pigs were relegated to the corner closest to the door and farthest from the beds. As winter drew on, the air grew more noisome and garbage turned to manure underfoot. If the family also went in for trading, selling wine or some groceries, the clients coming in and staying to exchange a few words added to the overcrowding, and also used up the scarce air. In such conditions, one person less to breathe the air, take up bed space, or consume scarce food made a contribution to the family's well-being even if the migrant brought back no cash at all. 1. 2. In earlier centuries, population had been limited by plague and famine. To the extent that these were mastered, idle hands survived to find employment only at times when the demand for labor called on every member of the community sowing, haying, harvest. To make a living, they had to go away, even more than in the past. They had done so from time immemorial. Gangs of harvesters had regularly left areas where crops ripened late to gather other people's, before returning home to work on their own fields. Vintners and vineyard workers had sought employment away from home in the middle of summer and sometimes in winter, to raise some cash with which to pay their taxes and their debts. Cities like Aries sent out annual couriers to recruit the labor for the coming crop. The numbers involved were large. The Agricultural Survey of 1852 found nearly 900,000 seasonal workers mobilized for harvesting alone. As such, migrations often followed traditional routes based on mutual need. The southern Limousin long saw a natural migration from Caras to the moors of Milvaches, from the Sagala of Rouergue to the Marge Ride, and from the Cause valleys to the Cause plateaus, as men in need of work trekked to areas that lacked the hands to harvest the rye crop with a sickle. These movements died out in the last third of the 19th century as the poverty that had triggered them was reduced. Similar migrations continued further to the north in the upper Limousin, which was still poorer, to the eve of the First World War. On the other hand, haymaking gangs went on serving Upper Cantal and the Mazin area, because farms there were prosperous and able to pay higher salaries. 4 other periodic migrations put to use locally developed specialties or skills. In Franche-Comté, where sawyers and woodcutters came from Cantal and Puy-de-Dôme, the long saw was the banner of Auvergne 5. The poor Cantal had a century-long tradition of sending the men of many villages into Castile as bakers, clothiers, and ironsmiths. And all over France, the little gangs of chimney sweeps and beggar children were known to be coming from Savoy. In 1628, when Cardinal Richelieu built the great dike blockading La Rochelle, he called on good Catholics to help him. Among those who responded were men of the March, now roughly the department of Creuse. They found that they made some money at it, starting a tradition of periodic migration by men of the region to sell their skill in towns as construction workers. 6 Peddling and trading had long been important occupations in some poor areas, but these activities sprouted in many parts with the new availability of certain goods and of roads between manufacturing towns and isolated hamlets. Some peddlers, like those who came out of the bocage of Normandy, the end of the world as many called this roughest, poorest, rainiest area in southern Manche and western Calvados, sold goods produced by their own rural industries, iron working, cooperage, fabrics, paper. Others jobbed horses, especially at Breton fairs, specializing in buying and selling sick, worn, sorry nags good only for the glue factory. But most of the men who hit the roads were simply hawkers, selling trinkets and tawdry, spectacles, pins and needles, thread, vanilla, devotional objects, scythes and grindstones, whatever the market and their backs would bear. All migrants timed their departures with the seasons. Most left during the winter when work was slow at home. Some went out in the spring and summer because the going was better on difficult country roads, or because, as in the case of construction workers, the job prospects were brighter. But migration was not haphazard. The process was dominated less by private enterprise than by the family's common interest in finding additional resources. In the Alps, girls migrated from those areas where some winter labor was possible for men, and men from those areas where long, rigorous winters prevented any work except the indoor jobs that could be done by women. 7 Local economic changes forced certain populations with no habit of migration to begin the practice. When, in the 1840s, the local industries of Ariège suffered in the general economic crisis, the peasants had no option but to fan out. Most of them begged, some worked, some traded. In any case, the seasonal exodus became part of the annual rhythm. Later, in the 1860s, when new roads permitted the use of carts, wagons, and eventually coaches, opening the mountains to travelers, the people of the lower valleys took to hawking, both to their neighbors and farther afield. The interesting thing is that as the area emptied and such enterprises drew off the surplus population, temporary migration fell off, to disappear entirely in most places between the 1880s and 1914. Too many hands had driven potential labor away. Too few hands had raised agricultural wages for those who remained. The process of demographic decompression helped those who stayed behind, but so did modernization. The roads that made the hawker's enterprise possible also removed the need for it. On the Oyens Plateau, in Dauphin, where poverty and isolation drove one family head in 3 to go peddling around 188, roads and prosperity had by 1902 cut the figure down to 1 in 18. By 1921 only 1 in 37 still hoisted the seasonal pack. 8. It is important to note that traditional seasonal migration made little contribution to cultural change. Moving, as a rule, along traditional routes, often involving gangs or groups from the same village, these migrations did not break up the solidarity of the village but on the contrary reinforced it, staving off a deterioration that might otherwise have come sooner. Such passages from stability to movement then back to a new stability suggest that the crux of traditional society is not immobility but mobility of an impenetrable sort. However far the masons of Creuse, the harvesters of Tarn, the lumbermen of the Livradois, or the peddlers of Savoy and the Pyrenees traveled, mentally they scarcely left home. Much rural migration was to rural regions, a circuit of backward men and women visiting backward regions in which each side preserved its integrity. The more so since most migrant labor gangs camped together, with women sometimes brought along to do the cooking, and with a minimal desire or need to share the ways or learn the speech of a different pace. 9 The cultural wall would be breached to some extent where seasonal migrants were exposed to a higher degree of civilization, not just to the societies of regions similar to theirs, but to the temptations of an urban world, alien and superior. Yet, even then, migrating gangs kept up a reasonably efficient insulation. Part-time farmers with wife, mother, and family at home, their ambitions differed from those of city workers. Their chief aim was to preserve or increase the family holding and to be treated with the respect and deference to which their role as the family breadwinner entitled them. 10 Cultural integration on such divergent terms was hardly possible. All sources show the masons, stonecutters, and tile-setters from March or Creuse keeping to themselves in Paris, lodged in dormitories or living in bare, furnished rooms rented by one of them or provided by the contractor. The contractor or a wife of a member of the gang looked after food and laundry. The very numbers involved encouraged the maintenance of traditional solidarities. In many communes almost all able-bodied males went off for the working season, and carried most of the group's normal constraints with them. Reading the memoirs of Martin Nadaud, one wonders what impact Paris could have on such men. They marched down in their seasonal thousands, camped in quarters of their own, passed from there to the worksite and back twice a day in their great bands, talking in their own speech, strangers in a strange land. A mid-century book describing Paris workers marvels how migrant masons remained completely unaffected by the environment. Indifferent to what went on around them, they persisted in taking nothing, learning nothing that Paris offered them, impossible to break down their apathy. 12. Alain Corbin has found things little changed 20 years later, at the fall of the empire. In his view, the Limousin migrants' poor integration into the urban milieu accounted for their failure to share in the popular hostility to the regime rising among urban groups in 1868 and 1869. As late as the eve of the First World War, this same particularism was still exhibited by such migrant workers as the glaziers from the Val Saône in Savoy, who lived all together in tight and homogeneous communities, speaking a special jargon that not even Savoyards could understand. Such tight homogeneous communities resulted in Parisian ghettos of immigrants from certain regions, Auvergnats clustered around the Rue de la Roquette in the 11th arrondissement, Bretons around the West Country Railway Terminal at Montparnasse in the 14th and 15th arrondissements, Alsatians around La Villette to the northeast, in the 19th arrondissement. Even in isolated outposts like Jean Ajalbert's father's farm in Levallois-Perret at the gates of Paris, one heard mostly the patois of Cantaï, for my parents had come straight from the mountains with cowhands and servants from the same villages. 13. Though people such as these came to the city for months or even years, their eyes remained fixed on home society. Their work did not insert them into the urban realm that permitted them to realize their aims, but screwed them more firmly into the limited world of the parish, family, and culture of their birth. We shall shortly see that their imperviousness was relative, and that even though their eyes were focused on home, such migrants could not help acting as carriers of modernization. Temporary migrations do, as we have said, maintain traditional societies by furnishing resources that enable them to resist the crises of rural life. They also paved the way for a later exodus and later changes. The road was not just a facility for going and returning, it was also an opportunity to compare conditions and modes of life. It affected the peasants who set out on it, getting them used to strange places, showing them the way, permitting alien notions and a sense of different prospects to germinate in them or in those listening to the tales they told. Migration, an industry of the poor. This kind of effect can most easily be noted in looking at a type of migrant who lacked the support of a surrounding group, the wet nurses of Wyon and Niever. Wet nurses had been going from the Morvan to Paris at least since the late 18th century, milch cows as they were called in Nivernais. One of them nursed Napoleon's heir, the Roi de Rome, others, the sons and grandsons of Louis Philippe. But comparatively few undertook the difficult trip until the railway, which at the same time ruined the region's traditional log floating industry, brought easy access to Paris. As lumbering, which had been the Morvan's chief source of revenue, declined in the 1840s and men began to seek work on Paris wharves or building projects every spring, nursing became a large-scale local industry. What had been the exceptional indulgence of rich or ailing city folk began to be commonplace in bourgeois families, and to be used sometimes even by working-class couples when the woman had to provide a second income, and the demand was rising. On the eve of 1848 the third verse of Pierre Dupont's popular chant d'ouvriers was devoted to the women who hired out their breasts to strangers' offspring. By 1853 the sub-prefect of Avallon reported that the revenues from wet nursing were spreading a certain comfort in areas where poverty had always been the norm. After 3 nourritures a woman had the wherewithal to build a house. In certain districts 2 of every 3 nursing mothers left for Paris, most of the others took city babies into their homes. 15 many Morvandaises became wet nurses simply to conform, or under the pressure of husbands or family. One young woman actually committed suicide when her milk dried up and she was unable to contribute her share to the family's revenue. By the middle 1860s a doctor denounced this most important of Morvan industries for the deadliness of its effects on babies. Some saw other no less troubling effects. The women, complained a government official, returned from Paris with disturbing ideas of unwanted luxury. They had got used to comfort, no more buckwheat porridge, no more boiled potatoes, no more thatched roofs. 16 new buildings blossomed in remote areas, with windows, several rooms, and the furniture to fill them maisons de lait. Fresher bread was eaten, pork became a daily staple, meat, i.e., beef, once quite unknown, entered the diet, and so did little drinks of great sophistication, such as one had tasted in the wine shops of Paris. L1 in Brittany, 2. In the 1890s we hear that half the women in some parishes left for 1, 2, or 3 years, returned with new tastes, denounced their traditional condition as bondage and were bent only on bearing a child so they could leave again. Worse still, their stories sparked such dissatisfaction among the local young that they too thought only of getting away. If dissatisfaction rose rather than abated, it was because exposure to a different life created expectations that could not be fulfilled outside the towns, but also because there was now an avenue of escape that had not existed before. The nursing industry would never have developed without the railways. And railways stood at the core of the increase in migration, just as they did in so much else. When the 14-year-old Martin Naudot, wearing his homespun suit, went off to Paris in March 1830, the wailing of his womenfolk could not have been more piteous if they had buried him. This was not surprising. 3 other youths who left the village at the same time as he were soon to die. The something over 200 miles from Creuse to Paris took 4 days, 3 of them on foot, the 4th in a bad, expensive coach from Orleans. Naudot speaks of a golden age beginning in 1856, when a railway station at La Souterraine allowed his countrymen to make the trip in comfort. In the new conditions, more men could go to work and more survive. The enterprise seemed less fearful. 18. The distant trip that had put off so many became a temptation difficult to resist. The postal service made communications easier. The letters the postman carried suggested the possibility of leaving to those who had not yet taken the plunge. The railroad line, complained a politician, became a magnet attracting the filings of humanity. 19 New rail facilities greatly increased the seasonal migrations from certain poor areas like the Oyens and Côtes du Nord, which seemed to have reached their peak in the 1880s and 189s. 20 With the coming of a rail line to Rodez in 1860, increasing numbers of migrants streamed out of the once isolated parts of Rouergue that had seen their first migrants depart only in the 1840s. War and the Commune stemmed the flow, but only temporarily. Thus in the 20 years after 1890 about two-thirds of the young men of Saint-Chély were consistently to be found in Paris, and in 1908 half of the conscripts of the district of Espalion reported to the draft board in Paris. Railways eased and encouraged the great migrations of the 1880s out of the southwest and west hard hit by the phylloxera, then in due course the immigration into these same regions of westerners from poor, overpopulated Brittany and Vendée, who turned the abandoned vineyards into farm and pasture. 21. Rails also began to change the nature of migration in a deeper way. They struck hard at such subsidiary occupations as peddling, but even more so at the local manufacturing of the things peddlers peddled. Once nails no longer came specifically from Forez or from the Pyrenees, once spectacles could be obtained easily outside the Jura, a trader's local base became irrelevant. The sabotiers in Brittany and elsewhere no longer needed to migrate from one copse to another for raw material that the railroads now brought to them, or to wander about selling products that distributors now collected from them. The spread of shops in market towns and bourgs meant less trade for hawkers. Migration, an industry of the poor who gradually gave up their accustomed ways and settled down, either returning to the land as full-time farmers or setting up a new home with a store and perhaps a carriage to make country rounds within a small area. Meanwhile, many of the men who had once migrated seasonally began to settle in the cities where they worked, especially in the building trades. The introduction of new equipment under the Second Empire, lights that permitted working after dark, steam engines that pumped out flooded ground more quickly, waterproof canvas that sheltered workers and scaffolding made building feasible through most of the winter, shortened the period of unemployment when weather had sent men home from work, and broke the rhythm of seasonal migrations. Workers now stayed longer on the job and might not return home for years at a time. 22 By 1885 women were accompanying their husbands to the city. By the turn of the century half the married couples in the God-forsaken northeastern parts of Aveyron were leaving for Paris. By 1911 4 of every 5 newly married couples were fleeing Saint-Chély. As a case in point, Émile Guillaumin traces the fate of 5 peasants found hoeing a field of beets on a hot summer day of 1902, not far from Moulins. By 1910 one had become a janitor, one worked for a concession company at Vichy, another had a job in a furniture factory, and a fourth had become a footman, only the fifth was left to work the land. At Saint Alban, in Loire, an old woman later remembered that around 1900 all the young people went off, they went off to town. Migration had gradually been turning into emigration. Where once migration had been undertaken to perpetuate the peasant community, it was now becoming an end in itself, an opportunity to break with the community, its ways, its heavy pressures, to free oneself from the charges and restrictions of the family, and also from the slavery of agricultural labor. 23 Migration, seasonal or otherwise, had always incorporated an element of adventure. To leave home was an anxious act, but also an eventful enterprise and a release. A search for work, for supplementary income, for profitable activity when home offered none, provided socially acceptable explanations for motives more difficult to express. Of course, there was higher pay to be earned in town. One could make money fast, so it was said. But there was also escape from the conditions of life in the country. Life in the towns was easier and more pleasant, work was not so hard and working hours lighter, medical aid, charity, organized help in need were easier to obtain. Above all, towns were fun. In the village amusements were few and church services numerous, in town there were coarse, dissolute delights, and furthermore in the crowd, no one knows you. One did not need to seek debauchery in order to appreciate a certain anonymity, an easier access to entertainment, the readier availability of company. For Breton peasants Paris was like the enchanted fairy tale city of Ys. Since Ys sank down beneath the sea, there is no town to match Paris, went the common saying. 24. With the continuous bustle of its thoroughfares, its street lights, shops, cheap shows, and easy women, the town was an unending fair or feast. Attracted by city splendors like the moth by light, wrote Jules Méline in an apt simile, the peasants dream of magnificent theaters, sparkling cafes, brilliant festivals, luxury, pleasures, and reject their drab cottages. Life was indeed drab in the cottages, as we have seen. For all the horrors of life in the industrial cities, the peasants voted for the city with their feet. It offered more diversions than home ever did, and better means to take advantage of them. A school inspector, attempting to refute accusations that education taught children to flee the country for the town, advanced his own list of determining factors. A person got regular pay, higher of course, but above all without unemployment, dressed like ladies and gentlemen, could see far more people and more interesting things, exerted less effort or at least was better rewarded, and did not have to bear with the rain, wind, sun, and cold. And all this only a few hours away. 1211. We must not lose sight of the fact that urban unemployment, especially in the latter part of the century, seemed far less drastic than the seasonal unemployment of country life. Moreover, the urban worker worked shorter hours and received regular pay regardless of the weather. Above all, if he could secure the sort of permanent job that carried a pension at the end, the constant nightmare of insecurity would be laid to rest. It was very tempting. The young and the women felt the temptation most. Jules Valles mentioned that peasant lads objected less to military service than the city boys because the barracks were in the towns. And military service, as we shall shortly see, was a big recruiter for the urban life. As for the women, all witnesses emphasized their role in persuading men to abandon land and village, a life that so far as they were concerned added up to fear, insecurity, boredom, and overwork. If the young men could not be persuaded, the girls went alone. In one year village in 1900, 42 of 100 sons of agricultural workers stayed on the land, against only 15 of 100 girls. 28. Finally, to dwell in a town was to rise in the world. The peasant felt inferior because he was a peasant, bound to a condition he despised. In scorning his own station, he shared the scorn of the burghers, whom he both resented and envied for having made good their escape from the land. And as more and more people left, the self-esteem of those who stayed behind dropped still further. Many would have agreed with the socialist leader who told the Party Congress of 1909 that those who stay on the farm are poor clods incapable of any intellectual experience, soaked in ignorance and alcohol, condemned to shuttle from church to tavern, and from tavern to church. Parents were proud to see their children well dressed, moving in town society, fashionable, and seized on opportunities that would permit promotion of this sort. In 1900 a student of the rural exodus placed the parents' vanity first among the migration, an industry of the poor factors that encouraged this exodus. The others, in order, were the school certificate, which facilitated escape, military service, which cut youths loose from their home surroundings and exposed them to the facilities of the urban life, the scorn of farming, as both an unprestigious and an unrewarding occupation, the fear of boredom, the attraction of unknown pleasures, the hope of an easy life and of ready fortune, and, finally, the contagious example of others, the more powerful since transport permitted their return to show off their new clothes, wealth, and status, and leave the impression that city people seldom if ever did a stroke of work. 27. However false such images might have been, the envy felt by stay-at-homes and the vanity of parents who encouraged their children to leave the land were nevertheless objective estimates of the situation. And the very image that country people formed of the city, now a place of greater job and personal security, of comfort, leisure, and entertainment, of schooling and welfare reflected a revised scale of values and a new sense of alternatives. Yet if the motives for emigration were increasingly admitted to be personal, its effects were and continued to be social. One of the first effects to be noted was the impact of migration on rates of pay. As workers gradually left regions where pay was low, depleting the labor supply, the competition for hands pushed wages up. Officials and employers showed great concern at the exorbitant pretensions of the stay-at-homes as once densely populated areas began to thin out. The Agricultural Survey of 1866 produced a rich crop of grumbles about hands who cost more to hire, did less work, and were more demanding than in earlier times. But the most marked improvements took place in the 1890s and after, when a shortage of labor and greater productivity, coupled with the spread of acquired tastes, made for better pay, quarters, food, and savings opportunities almost everywhere, especially in the regions that had been and still were the most backward. Farm hands who had been accustomed to sleeping with the cattle began to get small rooms of their own. Sharecroppers who had lived in hovels got larger, lighter, modern dwellings. 28 domestics who had been forced to work in the fields on Sunday mornings and get their church finery wet with dew, stipulated as a term of hire that they would be free all day Sunday to ramble, laugh, and drink to their heart's content. Emigration contributed to these advances in two ways. The first was the decompression that it brought to the labor market, the second, which may have counted more, was the ideas it put about. A landowner from Puy-de-Dôme complained in 1866 that workers insisted on shorter hours, demands he felt sure were inspired by the subversive principles that emigrants had brought back. As soon as a construction worker returned home, he spread demoralization through the countryside. The emigrants were used to higher pay and different conditions. Their presence manifests itself by immediately disturbing the local workingmen. A witness from Cruz agreed, the insubordination of the workers grows on contact with the emigrants. 29. It was not that there had been no reasons for dissatisfaction, but that there had been no reasons to hope for a change. The laborer who came home in effect taught his fellows that things were different elsewhere, and that changes were not completely impossible. Despite the emigrants' remarkable isolation from the urban environment that employed them, they nevertheless spread its germs among their fellows at home. An Auvergnat, writing on the eve of the Great War, noted how quickly migrants returned to local usages as soon as they were back home. Yet, though almost impervious to strange ideas, they brought different manners with them, they became easier and more polite. 30. They sent back letters, tracts, and newspapers, they suggested new practices and tastes, they sent home parcels containing all sorts of curious sweets, spices, and fabrics, they came home for holidays and they retired there, bringing with them the notions and the fashions of the town. They were first to use dishes at the table, to show off a bicycle, to paint their houses or install lighting. First also in many places to speak French, as part of their city dress. We hear of them returning to the village, showing off their fashionable garb and describing the marvels of the city with French words that they do not know too well. 31. If they did not know them, at least their children would. Migration advanced literacy on two fronts. Migrants found that reading, writing, and arithmetic were useful in their work and in keeping up links with the family by mail, and they wanted their children to learn what they themselves in many cases had only a shaky hold on. In 1881 it was noted that the Ambert district of Puy-de-Dôme, though ill-equipped with schools, turned out a singularly small number of illiterate conscripts because, said the school inspector, men who migrated appreciated the use of writing for their correspondence, and wanted their children to read and write better than they. But this was a detail. Instruction was a ticket of leave from the straitened village life and a pass to urban opportunities. As a school inspector from Murat explained, not only do the parents want schooling for their children, but the children themselves seem to appreciate the practical advantages that may follow from what they learn at school. The fat basin of Brive apart, literacy rates in COR. Res were consistently highest where migrants were thickest on the rolls. And though in Haute-Vienne as a whole only 1 child in 3 was enrolled in school in 1872, Almost all the boys attended in the district of Belek, where migration was a notable and continuing phenomenon. 82 We can observe the impact of these attitudes on farming communities, in which farmers as a group had always been less literate than other rural categories. In those regions of Haute-Vienne that had the highest rates of migration, there was the least difference in literacy between farmers and the other groups, because by the third quarter of the 19th century, the farmers too had cottoned onto the advantages of schooling. In other words, migrants spread literacy in concentric circles, first in their own families, then among their neighbors. 33 Inevitably, literacy would in due course mean greater political awareness. I doubt that the migrant workers of the Limousin, Marche, and Savoy were very soon proletarianized, as Abel Chatelain and other students of the subject have suggested. My argument is that the overwhelming majority of those who migrated remained peasants with peasants' values for most of the century, and that until the great explosion of change after 1880 what they introduced from town was little and easily assimilated. Nevertheless, as the authorities complained, they were carriers of urban ideas and urban notions of emancipation. 34. Certainly the migrants were more politicized. When, in the elections of 1857, a Norman was put up as the government candidate at Garrod, Norman workers in Paris taunted their mates from Creuse because they could not find a candidate of their own. What Norman peasant still in Normandy would have even known about it? In 1870 remote villages in Cantal heard about Henry Rochefort, defender of the people. It is the emigrants coming home who report what they have heard said in the cities where they work. In Puy-de-Dôme in 1871 the new Lyonnais came back to teach their fellow villagers the politics that they had picked up in that rebellious town. Villages like Zornac and Saint-Sétier sent handsome cab drivers to Paris, who returned dressed like gents, dazzling their compatriots with their gift of gab, and preaching radical and socialist doctrines. In 1908 the Diocesan Congress of Aurillac charged that migrants who had lost their religious principles were contaminating their fellows. S5 The kind of employment matters here. Chimney sweeps had few opportunities to establish the sort of relationships that would alter their mentality. The porters and stevedores who worked in the markets, dockyards, or railway stations of Paris, the laborers who went to work in the southern vineyards, above all the petty civil servants, who however low their station were endowed with much prestige, were likely to return home with the radical and anti-clerical ideas they had picked up in town, and to infect their village. We hear of libraries being set up in isolated villages of the Limousin or Savoy out of the books the emigrants sent back, playing their part in the advance of radicalism. The political complexion of a village could be changed by the votes and the influence of emigrants who returned to retire. S6 But there are more subtle subversions than those of politics. Changes in dress, manners, diet, the gradual rise in expectations, the very breakdown of isolation, may well have counted more than radical politics. Nor, possibly, would politics have been much radicalized without them. The increasing ease and practice of migration meant that strangers entered once insulated communities in such numbers as to affect their cohesion and their way of life. In the formerly homogeneous department of Hérault, for example, where in 1851 outsiders accounted for a mere 0.5% of the population, the percentage of foreigners rose to 2.46 by 1896, 3.5 by 1901, and 10.7 by 1921. In France as a whole, the percentage of the population born in one department and living in another, 1.3 in 1861 and 15 in 1881, climbed to 19.6 in 1901. By the end of the First World War 1/4 of the French people lived outside the department where they were born. S7 It would be interesting to focus more narrowly, and see how particular regions were affected by this. I have been forced to limit myself to a more general view. One thing is clear, however. The massive influx of foreigners into the cities shattered the hold of local speech and lore in the urban centers. Arnold van Gennep has noted the disappearance of the local folklore of Passy, Montrouge, Montmartre, and other Parisian neighborhoods as alien colonists submerged the local populations. Similar developments took place at Lille and in the industrial centers of the north. So, large-scale immigration into the cities and especially into Paris not only increased their sphere of influence throughout France, it also had a homogenizing effect on them. The countryside held out longer than the cities. The impact of alien influences was less massive, the pace of change slower. But there too civilization, luxury, and drink were making inroads the deeper where migration and emigration contributed to the process, notably in the Massif Central, Côtes du Nord, Ariège, and parts of the southeast. Familiarity with the urban economy eased the move away from local traditions of self-sufficiency and barter. Lessened concern with sheer subsistence as job opportunities increased helped in the dissolution of social bonds, encouraging insubordination to all authority, including that of the family elders. An increasing unwillingness to bow to natural contingencies expressed itself, among other things, in the earlier practice of birth control. A growing belief in the possibility of social advancement spurred the development of personal ambition and a sort of individual enterprise subversive of old family and communal bonds. Literacy, together with access to books, newspapers, and other sources of information, forged a new attitude to politics, and this in turn cast up new leaders, different from and competing with those molded by the local hierarchy. None of this was entirely new, not even in isolated areas at mid-century. But only improved communications turned a tiny trickle into a mainstream. As Agulhon has put it in another context, the fundamental point is not the appearance of new ideas, but the appearance of conditions that made such ideas relevant. 39. Chapter 17. Migration of another sort. Military service. Honor. Honor auxiliary conscrios. Honor anatro patrio. Occurrens a savoiatrio. Server notro peo. Catanito plars pos. Town gallant partira pos. Conscript songs of Ariège. Systematic conscription in France dates back to 1798. Its general lines for the first 40 years were set under the Empire, when Napoleon introduced the draft lottery and defined the basis of exemption from service. Every canton of France was responsible for a certain number of recruits. The lots were drawn annually, and the youths with numbers higher than the required contingent were exempt. So were married men, priests, and those who could afford to pay for a substitute to serve in their stead. Once the law was set in motion, there ensued a great many religious vocations, and the rate of marriages among 18-year-olds increased considerably. A new job opportunity also appeared, hiring oneself out as substitute for those who could afford to pay the fluctuating price that would save them from hard and dangerous service. In 1818 the recruiting policies of the 19th century were set by a new law, which bore the name of Louis XVIII's war minister, La Rongouvian Saint-Cyr. In its essentials the new law did not differ from the earlier system, though it did free those who drew a good number or paid for a substitute of all liability from further calls to service, something that Napoleon had done when he ran short of men. The long term of duty meant that comparatively few men were inducted yearly, IQ% or less of the age group subject to the draft. Of these, until the late R850s, at least a quarter or more were substitutes, poor lads seeking a way to raise some money, or veterans who meant to re-enlist in any case and who, this way, made a profit on their decision. The finding of substitutes was a haphazard process until around 1820, when the agents of newly founded insurance companies made their appearance in the countryside. Then, in the 1830s, Louis Philippe's government encouraged the organization of mutual and family associations that would offer more solid guarantees against induction than the dubious promises of ad hoc merchants of men, whose enterprise was often rather fly-by-night. For something between 1,500 and 1,800 francs a casualty or victim of the draft could buy his way out of service, and about 20,000 men a year seemed to have done so, thereby setting a great deal of money into circulation. The investment made sense. Through most of the 19th century still, the peasant's basic capital and the major factor in his productivity was his working capacity and the number of hands at his disposal. A loss of hands could have serious repercussions on the fortunes of a family or parish, as can be seen at Plazavet, where in 1860 the village mayor begged remission for a peasant's son, for if he has to return to service, his father will be forced to abandon his farm, and where statistics of 1873 translate the loss of manpower during the War of 1870–71 into a shrinkage of the lands under cultivation. The peasants accept the heaviest sacrifices to keep their sons, wrote the imperial prosecutor from Angers in 1866, not out of affection for them, but because labor is scarce and expensive. It was to the farmer's benefit to buy off his son, but he grumbled and thought of the time when it had cost him only 1,000 francs, half as much as he had to pay now. In Vendée even hired hands preferred to go into debt rather than leave for 7 years military service, though it meant that their entire salary was given over to paying off the money raised to hire a substitute. Substitution was abolished on January 1873, in the first military reform of the Third Republic, which also confirmed the 5-year term of service. At the same time the government introduced a wealth of dispensations, mostly for the educated classes, ranging from outright exemptions to a voluntary tour of duty for 1 year on payment of a fee of 1,500 francs. By then, sections of public opinion favored universal service, partly because military discipline could be expected to re-establish respect for authority, partly because they saw in military service a means of making instruction general. Suggestive motives. But they had to wait. Shorter and more general service, initially advocated by the Minister of War, General Boulanger, and by the radicals, was in the end voted as an anti-Boulangist measure, passed in the hope that it might cut some ground from under the dangerous general's feet. In 1889, at last, the term of service was reduced to 3 years, the sous-franc dispensation was abolished, and all who had been exempt before were required to serve 1 year under the colors. The measure was popular. This was the crucial point at which all Frenchmen who were physically fit began to see service under the national colors. In 19°5 the term of service was made 2 years for all, in 1913 it went back to 3 again. But the institutionalized migration and kneading together embodied in universal military service had gone to work in the 1890s. It is important to note that in its limited form conscription had little effect on the country mind, yet it had sufficient impact to color the peasants' reactions to national policy and international politics. The Crimean War in 1854, for instance, remained popular as long as it involved no actual and direct sacrifice. The Italian War of 1809 was greeted with a plain lack of enthusiasm and an awareness that it might raise the cost of substitutes. The middle 1860s brought a lively demand for peace and economy, especially since a cut in the village levies would lower the price of a discharge, whereas in 1867 news of a reduction in the official cost of a discharge brought calm to a countryside anxious about its pockets and its sons. A new army law began to be discussed in 1867. In the Southwest, where military spirit is so little developed, people did not like the uncertainty that would be introduced by the proposed changes. The standard term of service might be shorter, but people would not know when they might be called to serve for a longer time and, anyway, reported the imperial prosecutor in Rennes, there won't be any more good numbers, things would be the same for everyone. 1. Nor did the upper classes like the idea of seeing their sons called to serve side by side with peasants' sons. In the event, the two groups did not have to mingle. But we hear, and it is illuminating, that of the different measures brought before the legislature, the military reform is the only one to have gone to the heart of the country. The masses pay little attention to the question of public liberties. 6. Perhaps rightly so, public liberties were scarcely likely to affect them. Nor as a matter of fact was conscription. At least, in their way of life. In any given year in the period between the wars of the late First Empire and 1870, 1, 2, 3, or none of a commune's young would actually be conscripted. We shall soon see that few of those who went returned after their long term of service. And this was just as well, since conscription was seen. Military service 295 not as a duty owed to some larger community or nation, but as a heavy tribute exacted by an oppressive and alien state. The most visible reactions to conscription lie in the continuing tale of draft evasion or desertion wherever and however it could be contrived. The record that Richard Cobb paints for the 1790s and that Lodgery's study confirms as true a generation later persisted under the Second Empire and the early Third Republic. The elementary schools of the 1830s, whose pupils still drilled to the drum as they had done a quarter century before, were suspect as recruiting grounds and avoided for that reason. Everywhere one turns, the evidence of a lack of appetite for soldiering is abundant. Little inclination for military service. Pronounced antipathy for military service. Very reluctant to join the army, all farmers with any means buy a man to replace their sons. Basques tend to desert to Spain to escape military service, which they dislike, just as they deserted the imperial armies. Great tendency to avoid service by self-mutilation, decamping, or attempted bribes. Little taste for military service and continued practice of self-mutilation to avoid it. Same note a year later, insisting on the numerous self-mutilations at conscription time. Only those who are forced to will be soldiers, a trade held in very low regard. Military service is looked on as a tax exacted by the state, a sort of theft. It follows that the army would meet a poor reception, because it reminds them of conscription. Profound horror for military service. In Vendée they were hard to budge before 1850, they hid or ran away. After 1850 they redeemed themselves. 7. Stendhal had noted the anxiety and horrendous tales surrounding military service. Rumors said that no conscript survived more than 4 years. The regimental barracks took on the aspects of a Bluebeard's castle. Nearly 20 years later, in 1869, Bruno's Franquinet held the avoidance of military service to be a natural desire, escape from service the reward of virtue. Auvergne and the Pyrenees specialized in desertion. In 1844 an officer was shocked to hear one of the richest and more civilized farmers of Gévaudan boast that in 1813 he had deserted together with 5 other men. What did the wrangles of the emperor and the other rulers mean to us? Such wild people, commented the officer, were so devoid of all honorable feeling that they would not distinguish between compatriots and foreigners, and treated all of them as enemies. The judicial archives of the Pyrenees are full of proceedings and lawsuits against deserters, draft evaders, insubordinate recruits, crooks selling fake draft insurance, men known to have maimed themselves to avoid service, and frauds who tried to slip through by offering substitutes already found unfit for military service. In Savoy migration was a favorite way of seeking to escape the army. At the end of 1872, after the new 5-year service law had passed, a third of the 50 young men who applied for passports belonged to the age group being called up. Among the youths of 15 to 20 years, 95 future recruits had left officially, and many others had slipped away without any papers. In 1875 the village of Mary could present only 1 conscript out of the 18 on its list. 8 in other words, the War of 1870 had changed very little. Traditionally, in one small Bourbonnais village near Lavoine, in Allier, almost all boys at birth were declared as girls, and this subtle avoidance of conscription was still practiced in the 1870s. 95 years of service removed indispensable labor from farm and fields, raised local wages, delayed marriages, prevented the young from settling down. Military reports continued to reflect the countryside's antipathy, detestation, or at best indifference. No sense of the general will. Underdeveloped military spirit and frequent emigration to escape service. Anxiety and effort to avoid military service. Official relief to see recruits go off without problems in a department where recruiting has always been a little difficult. There was no end to all the practices that had been used to escape conscription, Francis Perret noted in his study of the folklore of Bourbonnais. For one, there was the renting of wedding rings of widows of irreproachable virtue, which were reputedly potent in securing a good draft number and which fetched rates that suggested both rarity and demand. In Brittany, too, conscription continued to be surrounded by rituals and sorcery designed to elicit a good number and to ensure escape from dreaded service. Popular lore absorbed conscription and incorporated it in its ways to such an extent that the cockades traditionally worn by conscripts, originally adopted to sport more visibly the number they had drawn, remained part of their paraphernalia even after the lottery had been abolished in 1889. Witches, saints, even miracle-working fountains were enlisted to protect the recruit. Masses were said, bones, rings, coins were sewn in his hat or uniform. As late as 1913, when the 2 years of service were raised to 3, the authorities feared that the response would be mass desertion. Nothing of the sort happened, but the anxiety and subsequent relief testified more to reflexes that several generations had conditioned than to the anti-military propaganda of the 20th century. Army militarism is generally regarded as a creation of Red propaganda after the turn of the century. It makes more sense to see that propaganda as a play on prejudices still very much alive in many minds. Until 1889 the army was one of the countrymen's bogies, and soldiers were feared and suspected even in their own communities. Men who returned home had picked up alien ways and probably bad habits. He went to the army a horse and came back a mule, they said. The nicknames by which the village knew its veterans revealed their oddity and identified them as different in kind: carabiner, swashbuckler, swordsman, military, dragon, mustache. To go a-soldiering was humiliating, remembered an old man in Perigord. Only the poor, the landless, and the roofless would do it. 12. And since so few went from any parish, their effects on the overpopulated communities of the 19th century were slight. The handful who chose to return were forced by community pressure to conform. Many had scarcely learned to speak the national language. Writers right through the 1870s remarked on the presence in Brittany of old soldiers, veterans of the Revolutionary and Imperial armies who had never learned to speak French, or who unlearned it out of respect for the prejudices that prevent its use. There was, in short, little sense of national identity to mitigate the hostility and fear most country people felt for troops. The record suggests that soldiers were treated like an army of occupation, with little or no sense that they represented any kind of common will. The troops have to be careful to avoid quarrels and trouble, warns an early report from Herald. Even in cities my italics garrisons are sometimes exposed to the provocations of inhabitants of all classes who show a decided malevolence for the military. Soldier and officer are more ill-regarded than in enemy country. Throughout the Landes, we hear in 1843, the natives viewed soldiers as strangers whom they are forced to receive in their midst. Difficult relations. We might meet some resistance. We expect help only if they gain from it. Strong disillusion. 13 Dislike and scorn were mutual. Soldiers and civilians regarded each other with an equal lack of sympathy and trust. The military archives of the Second Empire show numerous cases of soldiers attacked or stoned, of rocks thrown at detachments on the march, and of fights between soldiers and workingmen, even in very small urban centers. 14. Of course violence was endemic, friction between local people and strangers natural, drunken squabbles fairly commonplace. Yet it is fair to assume that an unrepresentative army, almost a professional army in terms of the period of service, was conceived by ordinary people as the creature of others, the thems, and hence the more readily rejected. In 1889 an English writer observed that the army had come to be recognized as national after 1870, and that soldiers and military service were now accepted, which was not the case before that date. 15 We have just seen that resistance to military service survived at least to the time when this remark was made. But it is likely that the war with Prussia, which mobilized unusually great numbers while focusing attention on their fate, a war also in which the connection between local and national interests became more evident to large numbers of people, marked the beginning of change. The old prejudices took their time to die, and the 1870s offer scattered instances of enduring antipathy *, but the role played by war in promoting national awareness was reinforced by educational propaganda, by developing trade and commercial ties, and finally by something approaching universal service. By the 1890s there is persuasive evidence that the army was no longer theirs but ours. 111 feelings between troops and civilians were countered by the sense of nationality being learned in the school, and in the barracks too. At least for a while, the army could become what its enthusiasts hoped for, the school of the fatherland. A school in several ways. For one thing, quite literally, the law of 1818 linked promotion within and from the ranks to literacy, and led to the creation of regimental schools where soldiers could learn how to read, write, and count and what it meant to be a French citizen. Regimental festivals celebrating the unit's feats of arms began in the 1870s, regimental colors became the centerpiece of special ceremonies, every barracks had a special room that served as a regimental tabernacle, the presentation of the flag to the recruits and the oath to the flag became quasi-religious ceremonies. For 20 years the result of such observances may merely have been that local patriotism was replaced by regimental allegiance, that attachment was shifted from the parish pump to the regimental flag. But they prepared the way for national allegiance, too. 17. As a school for the French language, the army often had to deal with obstinate recruits, and again the advances seem to have come slowly. We hear of Breton conscripts in 1:849 refusing to understand orders in French, and half a century later they still used their own speech. Recruitment was regional. Men served in local units. Successive regimes expressed concern over the excessive regionalism and isolation that kept the army from becoming truly French, but the very reiteration of measures designed to remedy this condition suggests that it endured. 18 As late as 1907, when the southeastern departments seemed ready to erupt around Agde, Narbonne, and Béziers, the locally recruited army units showed where their loyalties lay. The 100th Infantry Regiment mutinied in sympathy with the crowd. The 17th Regiment of Infantry mutinied, too, its disaffection set off by rumors that it was to be posted far from home to the Vosges, the Alps, or at least Rodez. The 139th, a Cantal unit brought down from Aurillac, was initially friendly but lost its sympathy under the hail of stones and other missiles that greeted it. The proceedings of the Board of Inquiry into the events of those days bring out precisely this: the initial friendliness between the crowds and the infantry troops who were either local or spoke a recognizable dialect, the hostility to units brought in from other regions, and to regimental officers, also foreigners to a man. 19 This last suggests that the army must have been the last official institution to keep up the ancien regime's practice of bilingualism, with officers addressing the ranks in French and the non-commissioned officers interpreting when necessary. Nevertheless, in this very process even the most reluctant troopers could not help picking up a smidgen of French, learning at least to understand it and in all probability more than that. Military service rendered inestimable services, reckoned a report from Rennes in 1880. The young Bretons who don't know how to read, write, or speak French when they get to their units are promptly civilized de grosses, lose the prejudices of their pays, abandon native suspicions and backward opinions, and when they return to the village, they are sufficiently Frenchified to Frenchify their friends by their influence too. Once home conditions became appropriate, that is, when the command of French was recognized as an advantage and was accepted socially, the very forces that had formerly prompted people to resist acquiring it made them eager to take it up. By the last quarter of the century we hear that returning veterans in Bourbonnais were showing off their new knowledge in ridiculous but significant ways. By 1893 Cantal dialect, barely breached until late in the century, was dying out perceptibly because now everybody goes off to the army. Such scattered evidence is suggestive and not much more. On the one hand, local speech persisted well into the 20th century, on the other hand, it was crumbling before 1889.21, but if it crumbled as fast as it did and if a garbled French replaced it, the army's role in this cannot be ignored. The army was a school in still another way, and perhaps its teaching there acted more rapidly on more willing pupils. In 1827 a military officer found it puzzling to have such difficulty wringing the annual contingent out of Puy-de-Dôme when the recruit would be infinitely better off than he is in his vile shanty. 20 years later in Haute-Vienne, young men who had returned from military service stood out as less habitually dirty than their peers, and had picked up a little French, otherwise quite unknown in the countryside. Could the virile bearing have been the result of better nourishment? Certainly army fare, however Spartan, set standards far above those of many a home. The army is good, it cannot be better. And the soup is good, it cannot be better, goes the Flemish conscript song, 22 every day, meat and soup, without working, without working. Every day, meat and soup, without working in the army. In diet, lodging, bedding, hygiene, dress, the soldiers' well-being was well above the standards of the rural working class. Indeed, during the 1860s the soldiers' average daily ration of 1.4 kilograms of food exceeded the national average of 1.2 kilograms, a figure that included the vast quantities ingested by the rich. The mortality rate for young men between the ages of 20 and 27 was 2 per 1,000 among civilians, 10 per 1,000 among soldiers. The rate of sickness was 43 per 1,000 among civilians against 41 per 1,000 among soldiers. In noting these disparities, we should bear in mind that the vast majority of soldiers came from the poor classes, whose food consumption was a good deal lower and whose rates of sickness and mortality were a good deal higher than the national average. 23 equally revealing are commissary reports showing that in the 1870s soldiers ate well over half a pound of meat a day, plus about half a pound of bread and some 2 pounds of vegetables, including potatoes. The bread they got was often white, and, in exceptional circumstances, they were issued coffee, wine, and sugar. The work schedule in barracks was comparatively easy next to the farm routine. Thus at Le Mans in 1872, we see the troops shifting earth from 6 to 9 a.m., eating at 9, resting at 30, working till 4:30, and then returning to barracks for the evening meal. It was the best time of my life, remembered a cowherd from Chalade. We would go out every evening at 5:30, we were well fed, we had meat twice a day, fresh meat you understand, and what a broth. It had globs of fat in it, one would have said it was oil white bread at every meal and coffee in the morning. 24. Even so, when Hubert Lyotte, then a major, took command of a cavalry squadron at Saint-Germain in 1887, about the time the cowherd spoke of, his unit had no mess hall, let alone any canteen or common room. Lyotte's recollection of the situation indicates the gulf between the expectations of the common people and those of the better off. There was always the same soup, a bit of meat swimming in greasy liquid, vegetables and bread were served in a mess tin twice a day, and wolfed down while sitting on the bunk, or beside a trestle table in the barrack room. No one thought to complain, not only because conditions in the squadron had always been thus, but also because the conditions back home made the present seem pretty good. Lyotte, shocked by such primitive style, introduced a mess hall where men sat on benches at proper tables, ate from plates and drank from glasses, were served roast meat, fish, and properly cooked potatoes, as well as a games room where they could play billiards and otherwise relax in comfort unheard of outside real cafes. 25. Lyotte was an exceptional man, and his reforms took time to spread. But by the turn of the century they had made great progress, as had his ideas on the social role of the officer, who was strategically positioned, as he said, in the only place where one has all the nation in one's hands. The mere experience of a radically different way of life made a tremendous impact. A student of Breton emigration has attributed that phenomenon to the 3-year service law, writing that the Breton conscript notes that, one eats white bread and meat every day, which is better than rye bread and porridge. He notes that fatigue duty is less hard than threshing 26. It was an exodus that would be hastened and expanded by habits formed during 4 long years of war, when masses of men ate and drank better than they ever had before. No wonder that in these circumstances, knowing what conditions were like at home, a good proportion of peasant soldiers chose not to return to their villages. The livelier spirits would serve as orderlies and go on from there to get a job as footman, coachman, or domestic servant in a bourgeois house. Most of those who had earned some stripes either re-enlisted or sought a job suitable to their rank in another branch of the government, such as the gendarmerie, the water and forest service, the railroads, the public works department, or the post office. The army, we hear from mid-century onward, untaught work and taught idleness, became a breeding place of petty public servants, a recruiting ground for urban jobs. Regiments set up their own job agencies, which further encouraged this tendency by offering men who had been farmers posts as servants, bus conductors, delivery boys, or maintenance men. 27 The result was striking. Over the 10-year period ending in 189 reported a correspondent from one rural parish, 1 in 3 conscripts failed to return when his service was done. The record of Adu village shows that only a little better than 1 in 2 opted to go back. 28. In sum, the army turned out to be an agency for emigration, acculturation, and in the final analysis, civilization, an agency as potent in its way as the schools, about which we tend to talk a great deal more. Its contribution in all these realms matters less in and of itself than as one factor among many. It was the conjunction of a multiplicity of factors, like the bound rods in the lictor's bundle, that made their force. It was their coincidence in time that made their effectiveness and their mutual significance. Chapter 18. Civilizing in earnest. Schools and schooling. La République foutie de écoles. Aussi maintenant le peuple s'y compter. El peuple en vote plus en lui donno un abol, il vote son corn ptet non la charite. Monty Huss. The school, notably the village school, compulsory and free, has been credited with the ultimate acculturation process that made the French people French, finally civilized them, as many 19th-century educators like to say. The school teachers, in their worn, dark suits, appear as the militia of the new age, harbingers of enlightenment and of the republican message that reconciled the benighted masses with a new world, superior in well-being and democracy. Observers have pointed out that there were schools before the 1880s, and have quarreled with implicit assumptions or explicit statements that there was no popular education under the Ancien regime. But we shall see that the now classic image of a profound change of pace, tone, and impact under the Third Republic is roughly correct if it is placed in the proper context. The context matters because schools did in fact exist before Jules Ferry, indeed were numerous, and so, to a large extent, did free education. What made the Republic's laws so effective was not just that they required all children to attend school and granted them the right to do so free. It was the attendant circumstances that made adequate facilities and teachers more accessible, that provided roads on which children could get to school, that, above all, made school meaningful and profitable, once what the school offered made sense in terms of altered values and perceptions. It is my purpose in this chapter to sketch the development of schooling in this particular context, to suggest how it fits the changes indicated above, and to show that its success was an integral part of a total process. It was only when what the schools taught made sense that they became important to those they had to teach. It was only when what the schools said became relevant to recently created needs and demands that people listened to them, and listening, also heeded the rest of their offerings. People went to school not because school was offered or imposed, but because it was useful. The world had to change before this came about. The schools that priests or laymen ran for the poorer classes before the last quarter of the 19th century tended, in the nature of things, to put first things first. First things were those the masters thought important, the ability to gabble the catechism or a part of the Latin service. The teaching of even elementary reading, writing, and arithmetic was rare before the Revolution, reflected the prefect of Yan in 1810, and teachers were little interested in broad public education, I mean the sort concerning the greatest number of people. 1. In any case, a great many teachers taught whatever they taught with limited competence. Until 1816, no title or proof of competence was required from a teacher. And though in the cities and larger towns this could be remedied, popular schooling suffered. It went on suffering on this score for quite some time, under the rod of men like the Domini of the secondary school of Noyers, whose schoolroom was so ill-swept and so full of spiders that one could hardly make out Citizen Colibo through the spider-webs, especially when he gave his lesson as he habitually did in nightcap, dressing gown, and sabots too. The schoolroom or schoolhouse tended to be ramshackle. At Mull a whole wall collapsed in 1828 during a friendly scuffle between teacher and pupils. In 1850 the school at Savat was an abandoned bakehouse whose roof was separated from the walls, so that the snow got in. Throughout the 1870s we hear of ceilings crumbling, floors collapsing, paneless windows, sometimes no windows at all, the chimney providing the only ventilation. Living and teaching quarters were hard to tell apart. In Ur-et-il-War teachers or their wives did their household chores, prepared meals, and baked bread during class, and some also slept in the classroom on a folding bed. Perhaps just as well, since otherwise the schoolroom might have been even more poorly equipped. Quite a few lacked tables, some until the 1880s had neither seats nor stove. Body heat helped, and we find one mayor asserting that the children's breath ensured a reasonable temperature. Dark, humid, crowded, unventilated, unfurnished, unlit, unheated or smelly and smoky when a fire or stove was lit, drafty, unwelcoming, and ugly, such was the great majority of schools right through the end of the 1870s. Most had no yard, let alone a latrine. In 1864 a school inspector, reporting on the lack of cesspools or other sanitary facilities, noted that some schools did provide a fenced-in area in a corner of the backyard. The manure amassed there was removed from time to time and used as fertilizer. The beginning of progress, unknown a dozen years ago. 3. At Nuvian and Thierish there were no maps, no blackboards, no tables or desks in the 1850s. Each pupil had a wooden plank that he placed on his knees for writing, the master sharpened the students' quills, and when he was called away to sing in the church, his sister kept the class in order while she cleaned her salad. This was not unusual, and informality of the sort must have interrupted many a dreary lesson. If the schoolroom was schools and schooling in the village hall, the community's records were likely to be kept in a corner cupboard, with adults filing in at any time to verify a document or to seek the teacher out for other functions, and it was not unknown for a wedding celebration to be held there, even sometimes during class. 5. The teacher himself was another problem. In the first half of the 19th century, he could well have been a retired soldier, a rural constable, the local barber, innkeeper, or grocer, or simply a half-educated peasant's son. 7 of the 15 teachers in Rennes in 1815 were ex-convicts. Balzac's figure of the village teacher, Fortune, who ended as a poacher, part cordwainer, part beggar, and full-time drunk, was evidently an acceptable stereotype under the July monarchy. In any case, most teachers worked at another job, ranging from farming their own land or someone else's, weaving, mending shoes, and digging graves to serving as the village choirmaster or village registrar. Even in 1872, when teachers had moved up in the world from their low condition of the 1830s, we find what must have been most if not all of the 395 public teachers of Ur-et-il-War doing something else on the side. 359 acted as registrars, 273 as choirmasters or church organists, and 14 as sextons, beadles, or bell ringers, 2 were janitors and sweepers, 1 a grave digger, and 10 tobacconists, 2 ran the local telegraph office, and 36 sold insurance. 6 Teaching was a trade like any other, and a man or lad would hire himself out sometimes at the fair, like the mercenaries who taught what they didn't know from Hots Alpes to Ardèche into the 1850s. They wore one quill stuck in their hats if they taught how to read, 2 if they also taught arithmetic, 3 if their mental equipment included Latin. The peasants would put their heads together at the autumn fair to hire such a teacher, himself but a more learned peasant, for the winter. If they did not know him already, they gave him an informal examination at the inn, and during his stay they took turns in providing his bed and board, a place in the stable for classes, and light and ink for the children he taught. In the spring the teacher returned to his farm with a bright golden louis, 20 francs the richer. The moral worth of such teachers was often as shaky as their enlightenment. Physical and intellectual isolation permitted them to play strange tricks with their slender powers. In Wyon we hear of a village teacher being fired in 1853 because he used Kabbalistic formulas to heal the sick, touted toads as a cure for cancer, sold cheap brandy, and excited his pupils to drink. Such school books as could be found were ancient. Authorities denounced them as Gothic, anachronistic, and absurd. They seem to have been all of these things. We hear of an alphabet book in Latin, of a work called Christian Civility printed in Gothic characters, of a life of Christ dating back to the 15th century full of miracles, superstitions, and fear of devils, of a text telling how the Virgin Mary spent her youth in the temple learning the Psalter and the prayer book, as a good saint should. Once the basic essentials were learned, children practiced reading in old family papers, legal documents, marriage contracts. They learned to read old scripts, to know and remember the ways of the past, not very different from the world they lived in under Louis Philippe. 8. This vicious usage began to disappear in the 1840s as more and more schools were equipped with standard texts. But most of these texts were, in their own fashion, equally useless, and teaching standards continued to be sadly low. One hears of village schools that imparted a good fund of knowledge, and of countrymen who knew how to read and actually did read. But these were the exceptions. Most country schools must have been more like the one at Sellens in the 1840s, which was conducted by Sister Gandilon, who could teach only prayers, the catechism, and the first 2 rules of arithmetic. In consequence, if poor men read, it was because they had taught themselves. And that came hard. When Martin Naudot was elected to Parliament in 1849, he could not write a letter, though he had worked at educating himself for over a decade. Where French was not native to the region, some teachers were as ignorant of it as their charges, and others bent it to their needs in a special pidgin, as in Cerdon, where the school idiom was a strange mixture of Latin, Catalan, and French. At Olet in the 1840s, where the teacher did not know French but had Lohmann's Latin grammar by heart, those children who progressed beyond simple spelling read the Imitation of Jesus Christ and Telemachus. But, recalled a survivor, they read only in a manner of speaking. No one could read a book that was written in French for the simple reason that the teacher could not read it either. 9. It takes real effort today to conceive such an educational system, one in which both teacher and taught were ignorant of the material they were dealing with, and in which the capacity to draw letters or pronounce them completely outweighed any capacity to comprehend. Letters, words, and sentences were formulas and spells. No child understands what he reads, reported a school inspector from Var in 1864, and in Brittany the inspectors noted that, though the children read along with fair fluency, no child can give account of what he has read or translate it into Breton, hence there is no proof that anything is understood. In such circumstances, Latin was no more difficult, no more incomprehensible than French, and many a bright village child learned Latin in this fashion and left school full of bits of scripture, canticles, and the catechism, rattling along in Latin like a phonograph, without understanding a word of it, and capable of writing in 4 different hands, accomplishments most impressive to his illiterate parents. Yet as late as 1879 a school inspector in Carolise found children using the Royaumont Bible as their only text. Schools and schooling. Most simply learned by rote. At Soines, School authorities reported in 1864 that up to 40 girls were admitted to school every year for a few months, just long enough to learn the catechism by hearing it repeated, so they could make their first communion. 13 years later at Privas, nearly half the children were enrolled for this purpose alone. From Louis XVI to Louis Napoleon, the words of one of Grégoire's correspondents continued to apply, though less and less. Education in the countryside comes down to enabling pupils to help their pastors on Sundays and holidays to sing the praise of God in a language they don't understand. No wonder in such circumstances that outside reading continued rare. In 1864 a survey tells us, very little, the local paper, a letter, the prayer book, no one thinks to read in the countryside, the taste for reading doesn't exist, the same in Basses Pyrenees. As for writing, it was rarer still. To write several pages, one needs a practiced hand, a Dordogne priest had written to Grégoire in 1791. 2 generations later few could trace even a few words. Children left school able to make their way painfully through thickets of letters, but only a handful had been taught to write. Writing was a stage of learning to which few aspired, the fewer since it called for higher fees. I have quoted the reports of school inspectors. They came into existence in 1833 as part of a law introduced by François Guizot, then Minister of Public Instruction. That law set the foundations of the people's schooling. It required every commune or group of neighboring communes to set up and maintain at least one elementary school. It reaffirmed the standards of competence for teaching that had been set by Royal Ordinance in 1816, and prohibited the operation of a school without an official certificate that such standards had been met. It decreed that each department should set up, alone or jointly with its neighbors, a normal school to train primary school teachers, and it produced quick results. In 1833 France had 31,420 schools attended by 1.2 million children. By 1847 the number of schools had doubled, and the number of pupils had increased almost threefold. In the same period the number of normal schools increased from 38 to 47. This last had its importance. We must realize that the mass of the teachers in the public elementary schools in the mid-1880s probably came out of these normal schools of the July monarchy, and that, however slowly, their training and quality improved as a result. We can see that Guizot's was an important measure. We must be careful not to overrate its effectiveness. The normal schools continued to provide only rudimentary training. The schools, as we have seen, varied in grandeur and facilities but varied mostly downward. They were still supplemented by the ad hoc establishments of religious teaching orders, like the Beats of Haute-Loire and Ardèche, who could not teach their charges how to read, but were very effective babysitters and cordial hostesses for feminine gatherings where one embroidered, gossiped, and prayed. Beyond this, there were unofficial, or clandestine, establishments, numerous into the 1850s, where some local man or woman gathered a group of paying students during the winter nights. In 1880 the school inspector of Vannes reported on the clandestine school he had discovered, with more than 40 girls from 3 to 13 crowded in a tiny room already filled by a wardrobe, bed, and chest. The woman who kept the school taught them neither reading nor writing, and no word of French. Only the catechism and prayers in Breton, and songs in a Latin book for the bigger girls. In 1881 the beats still flourished in Villers and Vivarais, to the great indignation of the local authorities. Though they were officially suppressed in 1882, Ardoin Dumazet found them still operating at the turn of the century and avowed that without the shelter they offered the women for their work and the children for their catechism, long winters would have been unbearably dreary. 14 As for the public schools, official attendance figures are scarcely credible. For one thing, the claims made for the 1840s equal the more reliable figures that appeared in the 1860s. And for another, in drawing up statistics, no one gave any thought to girls. When not taught at home, scarcely a frequent case among the masses, girls were left to local hazard, which often meant no school. In 1867 a law was passed requiring every commune of 500 souls and over to have a girls' school, but it provided certain outs, with the result that at the end of the 1870s half of the communes in France still lacked such facilities. Despite all these shortcomings, from 1833 onward the government, supported by a steadily growing vested interest, bent itself to advance and develop public education. Nationally, the conscripts affected by the law of 1833 showed a much smaller measure of illiteracy than their forebears. And in an illiterate department like Curas, the change was equally evident. The proportion of conscripts who knew the elements of reading rose from 14.3% in 1829 to 31.9% in 1855, 34.8% in 1860, 41% in 1865, 50% in 1868, and 62% in 1875.16. By 1863 only about one-fifth of the children between 7 and 13 received no instruction whatever. What we want to know is the kind of instruction that was given and who got it. The evidence suggests, and so does common sense, that urban areas had more schools than rural areas, that these schools were more regularly attended by more of the local children, and that the quality of the teaching in them was better. By 1876 nearly 800,000 of 4.5 million school-age children were still not registered in any school. Most of these belonged to rural communes, and many who were registered hardly ever attended class. 17 This was the enduring problem. The next great change came in the 1880s. It would have come earlier had the Minister of Education Victor Duroux had the chance to develop the plans he elaborated in 1867. But he did not, and most of his initiatives remained in the project stage. Hence the importance of the reforms introduced by Jules Ferry. In 1881 all fees and tuition charges in public elementary schools were schools and schooling abolished. In 1882 enrollment in a public or private school was made compulsory. In 1883 every village or hamlet with more than 20 school-age children was required to maintain a public elementary school. In 1885 subsidies were allotted for the building and maintenance of schools and for the pay of teachers. In 1886 an elementary teaching program was instituted, along with elaborate provisions for inspection and control. We may observe that the adoption of these policies coincided with the vast expenditures of the Freycinet plan. The millions that were spent on building roads were matched by vast sums for schools. 20 schools had to be built, 5,428 enlarged, 8,381 repaired. A school fund set up in 1878 dispensed 311 million francs in subsidies, 231 million more in loans in the space of 7 years. Meanwhile, the budget for public instruction rose from 53,640,714 francs in 1878 to 133,671,671 in 1885, enough to set money flowing through the country and to convince the undecided of the virtues of the new policies. In certain parts of France the educators had their work cut out for them. South of the line that marked off the best and worst areas in primary education, a diagonal running from Saint-Malo to Geneva, 16 departments, representing a population of 6,5 million souls, showed a higher than 20% rate of illiteracy among conscripts in 1881. 9 of these ranged between 26.1% and 4.3%. 20 even these figures underrated the degree of illiteracy by several percentage points. They did not include males who were not conscripts. They did not include women, who had a much higher rate of illiteracy than men. And they did not discriminate between urban and rural areas to show that even in the most backward regions Lower Brittany, the centre from Cher to Dordogne and Ardèche, the Pyrenees rural areas were consistently worse off. In this same year, 1881, teachers in Lot reported that in their commune 7 persons in 10 were illiterate, and that only 1 of the 3 who could read could also write, and then very badly. By the turn of the century conscript literacy in finest tier was not far below the national average. but when the 1901 draft board examined a group at Ch1 Toulon, it found about 1 in 3 of the men from Plaben, Châteauneuf, Huelgoat, and Carhaix to be illiterate. 21 In a society recently come to mass education, the rate of literacy among the conscripts would necessarily have been higher than the rate among adults. This means that in the 1880s the illiteracy rate among men in their 50s would have corresponded to the rate found among conscripts in the later 1840s, and the illiteracy rate among older people to the rate noted in the conscripts of the early 1830s, which ran between 60% and 80% throughout the 54 departments of the center and south of France. It is because figures and statistics tend to be misleading that an impressionist account may come closer to the truth. School inspectors of the 1870s plainly appreciated the point in expressing a certain skepticism about the lists of 310 the agencies of change literate and illiterate children that they themselves passed on. Reality has nothing to do with administrative figures or statistics, complained Felix Picot in 1879.22. The number of those who could not read or write belied the official claims. Passing remarks give us some useful clues. Jean-Paul Giret in his study on popular education in Ur-et-il-War observes that to say people knew how to read or write does not mean that they could in fact do it, but says only that they had been taught to do it. A teacher in Vosges remarked on the enormous difference between being able to sign one's name and being able to read, let alone write. In 1871 the General Council of Haute-Loire found occasion to point out that most of the people statistically listed as able to read and write were completely illiterate. A year later, a local official confirmed that school attendance often resulted only in the ability to scrawl a questionable signature and to spell out the shop signs. And the reports to that effect are endless. Many conscripts have attended school but have retained nothing from it. They learn how to sign their names and think they know everything. In any case, the lads who had left school at 12 would return for a winter's cramming before they faced the draft board, to give them a minimum appearance of literacy. Conversely, other men claimed illiteracy in order to escape service, and lists of illiterates in Ariège in 1865 included a fair measure of seminarians, students, and teachers. 28 The statistics clearly must be taken with more than a few grains of salt. One reason for the slow progress in eliminating illiteracy, strangely ignored by even the best accounts of education in France, was the fact that so many adults and consequently children did not speak French. As we have seen, in 1863 by official tally some 7.5 million people, a fifth of the population, did not know the language. 24 And as we have also seen, even that figure is questionable. The actual number was probably much larger, particularly if one includes those whose notions of the language were extremely vague. The greatest problem faced by the public schools in the 8,381 non-French speaking communes, and in a good few of the other 29,129 where French was said to be in general use, was how to teach the language to children who never or hardly ever heard it. The oft-repeated claim that they were learning their mother tongue could hardly have rung true to those whose mothers did not understand a word of it. The children of Lorigues don't have to learn simply how to read and write, commented M. F. Paraset in 1867. They have to learn how to do so in French, that is, in another language than the one they know. The result was that, for a lot of them, the instruction received in school leaves no more trace than Latin leaves on most of those who graduate from secondary school. The child returns to patois when he gets home. French is for him an erudite language, which he forgets quickly. Schools and schooling 311 never speaking it 25. Officially, the problem was faced by denying its existence and forcing even those who could scarcely master a few words to proclaim, as in a catechism, that what should be true was true and what they knew to be true was not. We call mother tongue the tongue that is spoken by our parents, and in particular by our mothers, spoken also by our fellow citizens and by the persons who inhabit the same pays as us. Our mother tongue is French. So read an army examination manual in 1875. Unofficially, the schools continued to struggle to make the slogan true. Teaching French, our beautiful and noble mother tongue, asserted Ferdinand Buisson, the leading light of Republican education in the 1880s, is the chief work of the elementary school, a labor of patriotic character. The labor proved long and hard. 26. The printed forms school inspectors used in the 1870s in making their rounds included a section headed "Need to teach exclusively in French." Regulations to be reviewed in Pays where Basque, Breton, Flemish, German patois, etc., are spoken. The section was put to use, and one may assume that the rules were reviewed with some frequency, at least for some decades. Yet the results were patchy. "We have been teaching French regularly for 30 years in nearly every commune of the empire," exclaimed a schoolteacher of Châteauneuf-du-Rh8ne, a village near Montélimar, in 1861. Yet what were the results? Look at the difficulty with which young peasants managed to mumble a few words of French. The situation in Vaucluse was no different. They leave rural schools with scarcely a notion of French. And how could one ask more of them, especially when only high society habitually speaks French? In Dordain, reports of 1875 tell us that French was studied without much result, and young people read without understanding. In Basses Pyrenees the French language was known by only a few, and children could hardly cope with a language they never heard. When the two young heroes of Bruno's Tour de France stop at a rural hostelry south of Valence, they cannot communicate with the nice old landlady or any of the other patrons, who speak only patois, that is, the Franco-Provençal dialect of the Drôme. Little Julien asks his older brother, "Why is it all the people of this pays do not speak French?" "It is because they have not all been to school," André answers. "But in a number of years it will be different, and everywhere in France people will know how to speak the language of the fatherland." Symbolically, at this point the landlady's children come home from school. They can speak French. Julien and André are no longer isolated. 27. Here was the promise of great change to come. And Bruno's scene is confirmed from all quarters. By 1875 in the schools of Hérald French tends to replace the patois idiom. By 1878 in the Svins all the youths today know how to speak French. And by 1873 in Tarn-et-Tigaron even the country people want their children to know how to read, write, and do sums. 28. Unfortunately, what they wanted was not that easily accomplished. The fact. 3. The agencies of change that classes were taught in a foreign language played its part in maintaining a high rate of illiteracy, making it that much harder to assimilate courses that were strange twice over. It helps explain complaints about how, for all the number of schools, there were so few graduates who could read and write. It also explains why priests continued to preach and teach the catechism in the only language most of their parishioners really understood. 29. Even where acquaintance with French was spreading, the children affected remained a minority for many years. Only in the 1880s at the earliest, more likely by the turn of the century, could one expect the efforts of the 1860s and 1870s to have produced a majority of adults familiar with the national tongue. In the villages, anyone who tried to speak French wouldn't escape the jeers of his neighbors, explained an educator in Loire in 1864. He would be turned to ridicule. 30. This and other kinds of pressure have to be taken into consideration. Regard for the majority or simply for one's elders, the presence of non-French speaking relatives, in a family or a congregation, kept local speech in use. Jacques Duclos was born in 1896. His parents knew French, but did not use it at home, perhaps because his grandmother did not understand it. The little boy only learned French at school. So the transition was bound to be slow. Until a large enough segment of the population had been reached to shift the balance in favor of French, the pressures of environment, that is, of general practice, worked to protect and enforce the use of local speech, and schoolmasters felt that they were fighting lonely battles. Even when parents began to want their children schooled, the war was not won. The teaching of French makes no progress. Everyone speaks Gascon. Teaching is everywhere in French, but everywhere outside school one speaks patois. pupils express themselves badly in writing. It's difficult in a pays where patois is spoken constantly. It is necessary to teach French to students. The best one could say of Carras in 1893 was that everyone speaks and understands French well enough, but the usual language is still patois. Yet here, by the end of the century, the balance had swung to the side of French. Witness the local priest who discontinued giving the sermon and the catechism in Limousin. 31. But the effort that produced this result had to be made in the 1870s. Article 24 of the Official Regulations for Public Schools in the Basses Pyrenees, published in 1874, expressly prohibited the use of patois in Béarnese schools where French had made progress and recommended translation exercises and other methods to make Basque children acquire the usage of French if. As late as 1876, a report emphasized that teachers in Basque schools who did not speak Basque had great difficulties, since none of the children could speak a word of French. By 1881, though both Basque and Béarnese children never spoke French except at school, the latter were at least beginning to join in the general movement, whereas the Basques persisted in avoiding the emancipating action of French genius. Many Pyreneans seem to have stubbornly resisted this emancipation from their local speech. From one end of the mountain chain to another, Basque, Béarnese, Catalan, Gascon, or other OC dialects predominated, and teachers in the late 1880s found French the most difficult thing that they had to teach. In 1897 Paul Buleg, a schoolmaster in Ariège, pointed out that pedagogic works assumed children spoke French when the truth is quite different. In the great majority of our rural schools, children come, knowing only a little French and hearing only patois spoken at home. This is and will long remain a general rule. 32. Perhaps Buleg generalized too much from his Ariège experience, but surely not too much where Brittany was concerned. Inspection reports of the 1870s bear witness to the slight effect schools had on regions where 13 and 14-year-old boys at school could hardly understand the things they read or learned in French. And the number of those who attend school as long as that is very limited, added one inspector. Rector Baudouin of Rennes, in his great report of 1880, spoke of the need to Frenchify the peninsula, especially the three departments of Lower Brittany, by the spread of schools, which alone could truly unify the peninsula with the rest of France and complete the historical annexation always ready to dissolve. And set so high justified all means. Breton was hunted out of the schools. Children caught using it were systematically punished, put on dry bread and water, or sent to clean out the school latrine. Rector Baudouin had cited as an example worth following the methods used to Germanize Alsace-Lorraine. In 1895 a Breton patriot from Saint Brook compared the school policies of France unfavorably to those of the Germans. 33. A favorite punishment, inherited from the Jesuits, was the token of shame to be displayed by the child caught using his native tongue. The token varied. It could be a cardboard ticket, a wooden plank, a bar or a stick, a peg, a paper ribbon or metal object, or a brick to be held out at arm's length. A child saddled with such a symbol kept it until he caught another child not speaking French, denounced him, and passed it on. The pupil left with the token at the end of the day received a punishment. In the country schools of Brittany the symbol of shame was a sabot. Morvan Lebesque, who attended those schools in the years after the First World War, remembered the punishment with bitterness, which suggests that Breton did not die lightly. Yet by 1895 our anonymous Breton patriot could decry the systematic exclusion of the Breton language, which helped discredit it in the eyes of those speaking it, who saw it as a badge of ignorance and shame. 84. Our friend from Saint Brook was both right and wrong. French was gaining ground. But not so much through persecution as through the peasants' growing appreciation of the usefulness of a less parochial language and of the skills learned in the schools. Universal military service both spread the use of French and made at least a smattering of it important to more people. The introduction and spread of kindergarten SASs to relieve teachers of the care of 3- and 4-year-olds given into their charge familiarized very young children with authority figures who spoke French rather than the mother's language. 35 Most important of all, perhaps, more girls were being schooled, more girls and women learned French, more mothers could speak French to their children if they chose to do so. Women had willy-nilly perpetuated local speech. Girls had been left untaught at the village level much longer than in bourgs and towns, a fact that the available statistics hardly mirror at all. Only in 1867 were communes over 500 souls required to provide a girls' school, and it took some time before the results of this law were felt. In any case, girls' schools were generally run by members of religious orders, and their standards remained quite low until the 1880s. Nor did the girls have the benefit of military service as a refresher course in French and civilization. It follows that the school laws of TE 1880s had the broadest impact on the literacy and schooling of girls, both of which had lagged far behind. 36 And that when the results came to be felt in the 1890s, the women's cultural role in the family would suddenly change and, with it, attitudes to schooling and to the use of French. There was another great problem that had to be mastered before French could truly be made the national language: the teacher's own poor knowledge of the language that he had to teach. Most teachers don't know French, complained a report of 1803 in Ardèche. Half a century later things had hardly improved. A special summer refresher course for teachers held in 1839 at Privas reported great success. When it ended, those who began with 60 to 80 mistakes in a page of dictation made only 25 to 40 errors when the exercise was repeated. 37 Through the 1840s and 1850s many teachers still found it difficult to spell or to form a proper sentence. During the first two-thirds of the century, normal schools south of the St. Malo-Geneva line reported grave difficulties in teaching apprentice teachers French. At Sailors, every kind of trouble getting the students to speak French out of class. Even some of the normal schools' teaching staff found the national language awkward, and students made fun of the way they spoke. This was in 1836. By 1875, some 40 years later, the normal school had moved from Sailors to Aurillac, but the study of French was still the greatest problem because of the patois. 2 years later the director took further stock, to find that for most of our students French is almost a foreign language. In Gard the inspector reported from Nîmes in 1872, the use of patois, the students' backgrounds, and the relatively brief time they spend at normal school make teaching in the French style pretty difficult. At the normal school in Mende in 1872 the student teachers were weak in French, primarily because of insufficient knowledge on admission. A decade later every student in school still spoke the Lazare patois at home. French comes down to purely grammatical exercises. 38. Neither students nor teachers read enough to be familiar with, let alone teach, French literature. In Basses Pyrenees we hear that cultivated people knew French. But what kind of French? A year later the normal school at Lascar reported having problems with the language because even the cultivated who speak it don't speak it very well, and that's all the students have heard when they have heard it. In Dordogne in the same year, 1875, examiners for the teaching diploma were warned to make sure that every teacher knows at least how to write his language correctly. In the Landes in 1876 student teachers and their mentors had mastered the language only shakily. Many masters read no better than their students, and in explaining a reading both sides offered plain absurdities. At the Avignon Normal School, also in 1876, the master himself knows French badly. At Perpignan in 1878 student teachers read and understood French badly, they were used to Catalan and only great efforts could familiarize them with French. Much the same thing in Puy-de-Dôme in 1877, detestable local accent, and patois hindering everyone. The reports of 1881 carry similar criticisms. The teachers don't do very well in French because they have been insufficiently prepared to handle it. The teachers are insecure in their use of French, they lack solid training in using it on their own account. Even many of the normal school teachers are local men who have never left the department, they retain the local accent and habits, and pass them on to their students. 89 In short, with few exceptions, teachers were merely peasant lads who hoped to improve their condition or wanted to escape military service. Only in extraordinary circumstances would a man who expected to inherit property have wasted his time on something that until the 1880s brought little profit or prestige. The reports amassed in the government's survey of the state of primary instruction in 1864 show that student teachers came from the working class and from families of small farmers chiefly interested in getting an exemption from military service for their sons, that they were recruited from the poor families of the countryside, that they had the defective pronunciation and habits of the Peasants. A motion of the governing board of the Normal School of Montpellier encapsulates the problem in blunt terms. Whereas the department's wealth offers young men of intelligence and a little money careers much more profitable than that of elementary teaching, and which they in fact prefer, whereas the students of the normal school are recruited only among the poor inhabitants of the mountain areas in the department's north and west. Even as late as 1881 we hear that recruitment came easily in the poorer regions, but that in wealthy ones, where families had few children, only those who were useless in the fields were sent to normal schools. Many must have gone off with the greatest reluctance to what we could generously describe as miserable holes, far worse than barracks. A sorry, mean, and shabby dump materially and morally was how one report described the normal school at Parthenay in 1882. Intellectually non-existent, depressing on all counts, it forms or deforms poor young peasants to become poor old teachers for also, we may add, acolytes of the priest. Elementary education properly understood, is the fraternal union of presbytery and school, pronounced Rector Denane at an awards ceremony in 1862. Just how fraternal, the readers of Flaubert's Bavard and Picouchet could learn. The teacher is no more than a mnemotechnical auxiliary of the priest, complained Félix Picot, less mellifluously than the rector. Yet by then things had improved since the day when the teacher's first duty was to assist the priest, sing all the offices, sweep the church once a week, dust and polish the ornaments, see that the bells were rung and the clock was wound, and finally keep school and instruct the children according to the true faith. But inspectors in the day of Marshal MacMahon still checked to make sure that teachers show themselves useful auxiliaries of the priests. The peasants greatly appreciated teachers when it came to practical matters such as surveying land and measuring properties, remembered a beginner of those days, but their subjection to the priests was horrid. One need not wonder at the consistent devotion of teachers after the 16th of May to a republic that emancipated them from their humiliating bondage. 41 One need not wonder either that it should take something of a revolution in training and consequently in outlook for the village school teacher to blossom into the dynamic missionary illustrated in our books. But before teachers could take on the role of missionaries, they had to learn to live the part. Too many teachers dress like peasants, think like peasants. They are peasants who have a slightly different trade. They mixed with the villagers, went off to fairs with them. There was no distance here and certainly no respect. One has a lot of trouble to make them give up such habits. The 1880s saw a campaign to turn these browbeaten peasants into models of the new enlightened style. Above all, they were not to go around dressed in smocks, caps, and sabots, keeping their heads covered in class like their students, as uncivilized as the populations in whose midst they live. 42. In their persons and in their actions teachers were expected to maintain standards that would reflect their elevated functions and their representative role. Though pay improved somewhat, such standards were difficult to maintain. Beginning teachers earned 700 francs a year in 1881, 800 10 years later, and 900 between 1897 and 1905, when the starting salary was raised to 1,100 francs. The highest pay doubled in the same period. By the turn of the century, after withholdings for pensions and other things, country teachers at last earned as much as a miner and more than a Paris laundress or a textile worker. 43 But they had to dress suitably, and to keep up at least outwardly a style of living that went with their position as jonctionnaires d'état and aspiring notables. That they were willing and able to make the attempt was due to the training inculcated by the reformed normal schools. A monograph on the normal school of Puy-de-Dôme shows how impoverished the curriculum of such schools was until late in the century. Only a handful of subjects was offered: religious instruction, grammar, a cat's cradle of formal rules far removed from everyday speech, writing, that is, calligraphy, drawing, music, a course in which the future teacher learned plain chant for the masses he would have to help serve, then got some instrumental training because most teachers sang badly, horticulture, a subject offered primarily in aid of the teacher's own garden, and arithmetic and land surveying, the only practical skills most teachers truly mastered, recognizing, as did villagers and school children, that they related to practical needs. Only the 1880s saw innovations and enrichment of the teaching of French, the introduction of history and geography, an attempt to relate dusty formalities to living experience. The whole character of the normal school changed. Students formed clubs, went in for hiking and mountain climbing. The school is no longer the sinister establishment that it used to be, it lives, it acts. 44. Doubtless we would think it stiff and stilted. But the tone had clearly changed, and the new teachers trained at Clermont or Mendez in Pigues or Lens would indeed be the conquering army that Charles Pigues has sung. They already enjoyed a basis for prestige in their literacy and command of French, a knowledge that they shared with very few others. This put them if not quite in the class of notables, not while their subjection to the priest endured, at least in a position of influence. The teachers were recorders and scribes, very often secretaries to the mayor and municipal council. In many places the village councilmen conducted their business in the local tongue, leaving it to the teacher to keep the minutes in French. As secrétaire de mairie, the teacher prepared the documents required of the mayor, and often wrote all his letters as well. Many mayors, many municipal councilmen, were illiterate or as good as. Throughout the July monarchy and the Second Empire the odd remark surfaces in some documents to say that most mayors hardly know how to write, that lacking schooling they did not understand the forms they were to sign, that municipal councils and mayors were practically illiterate. In a department where a third of the mayors were completely ignorant of the French language and 5/6 of the fonctionnaires could not write it, reasoned the prefect of Basse-Rhin in 1853, the teacher was indispensable. Such conditions still prevailed much later in isolated areas, so that in the Pyrenees in 1896 most of our mayors can hardly read or write. They could not read, did not know what the official regulations were, and left everything to their secretaries. 45 As early as 1865 the teacher's growing influence rated an official warning. Teachers were running the affairs of negligent, often illiterate mayors. They had become legal advisors to the villagers, lent farmers money, wrote their letters, and surveyed their fields, had become occult powers. Their prestige was great, their status in the community almost sacerdotal. Most alarming of all, warned the sub-prefect of Joigny, teachers were even beginning to go into politics. 46 Hardly the browbeaten figure that Flaubert etched. Such forebodings became serious fact when village teachers, trained to greater competence and new self-respect, became the licensed representatives of the Republic. By the 1890s they not only ran the administration in almost all the communes, but also in some instances worked as correspondents for the local newspapers, earning a useful increment in salary and prestige. A theme that recurs frequently in political accounts is the observation that the local schoolteacher had turned the commune round politically by his influence on the young. The teacher was the municipal lamp-post, the Bee de Gaz municipal, a half-friendly but suggestive nickname. 47 The political influence attributed to him was probably a reflection of shifts that we have seen to have had more complex roots. But even if exaggerated, such reports attest to the growing role of the man whose light, however dim, glowed strongly on his parish. This could not have happened as long as schools remained irrelevant to a great many people, and this they did into the last quarter of the century. Most peasants wanted their children to work and contribute to the family. Schools and schooling budget. If they sent them to school at all, it was usually for the sole purpose of getting them past their first communion, a crucial rite of passage. Once that was accomplished, the child was withdrawn. Parents send their children to school for a few winter months before their communion. Grumbled a Breton teacher in 1861, and that short time was almost exclusively devoted to learning the catechism, an awkward business since the children could not read. For this reason communions were made as early as possible, between the ages of 10 and 12. As a result, school enrollments of children past that age diminished sharply, and children soon forgot the little they had learned, mostly by rote, lapsing once again into a state of complete ignorance. 48. In any case, the country school provided little stimulus to learning for its pupils, not even the challenge of exposure to more motivated students. Parents in comfortable circumstances who were willing and able to keep their children in school for a time preferred to send them to the bourg or to a boarding school. More important, the offspring of wealthier parents, aware that schooling would play a part in their later activities, assimilated more and retained more of what they learned. The parents took more interest in their work. 49. Thus the children of the poor had access to poorer schools, less time to attend them, and far less reason to make the most of such opportunity than their better-off mates. Some poorer families kept their children out of school under the pressure of local landowners who did not want their future workforce to be subverted or diminished by even a modicum of book learning. More were discouraged by the distance the children had to cover to get to school and by the state of the roads. Where the peasants lived in small, dispersed settlements or in isolated houses, the problem was twice as difficult. One village in Finistère refused to build a school because the distance from the hamlets to the center does not permit farmers to send their children there. In summer they need them to watch the cattle, in winter they could not get to school because of the bad state of the roads. Another, in Ille-et-Vilaine, pointed out that though the present school seemed to have cramped quarters, the space was adequate because no child could make his way to school before the age of 8 or 9, which cut the potential attendance by half. In Sarre the rural roads were too bad for children to negotiate in the winter months. In Maurienne, Tarentaise, and Savoy generally, only the 12 or 13-year-old child had the stamina to get to school regularly. At that point they left, not especially surprising, considering that they might have had to cover 3 to 5 miles on foot each way or use a boat to get there. In the Lannion district of Côtes du Nord, where, in 1877, 1 child in 3 was not enrolled in a school though nearly every parish had one, the figures show that distance from isolated farms and hamlets made a significant difference, with the loneliest cantons averaging only half the enrollment of the others. 50. Nor was the problem by any means a rare one. In many mountain communes less than a tenth of the population lived in the parish center. In Vendée, too, where in 1881 1/3 of the 20-year-olds could not spell out a word, the population was widely scattered. Only 224 of the inhabitants of a commune like Saint-Hilaire-de-Talmont lived in the bourg, the remaining 2,515 were spread over 83 kilometers. La Garnaque, with a population of 3,617, had 3 large villages, each 8 kilometers from the bourg, where fewer than 500 people lived. Reports from Brittany ring with desperation. No one could understand who had not been there to see the conditions and terrain, an official reported in 1880. He selected as an example the commune of Lanauy, which was spread over 22,500 acres divided by a great forest. The bourg had 250 inhabitants, more than 3,200 other people were dotted about in solitary farms. 51. Here, as elsewhere, schools set up in the bourg served a tiny minority, leaving the vast dispersed majority illiterate and untouched. The roads were impossible from November to March, which was just the season when most children would be free to attend them. This problem would cause much ado into the 1880s, when better local roads began to help the situation, and the school building program provided even hamlets with schools of their own. Yet the pressures exerted by landowners and difficult communications were minor obstacles compared to those raised by indifference and poverty. Poor, isolated departments maintained expectably low attendance rates. In 1867, when the national average was 69.1%, Curas had a rate of 40.7%, and Haute-Vienne was 39.2%. In 1876, against a national average of 73.6%, the Limousin departments sent 60.3% and 55% of the school-age children to their schools. In Perchy, attendance in 1888 was lower than in the rest of Eure-et-Loire. The Breton departments made a still worse showing. A general report of 1,880 shows that more than a third of the children in the 6 to 13 age group did not go to school, department no attending no not attending. The proportion attending must have been far lower than 2/3 in rural areas, even if one provides for some undue optimism in the figures. 52. The schools and schooling. 321. Parish school we have suffices for the poor, reported a Cantal mayor in 1839, because, as he explained, their children left it at the earliest possible age to work. Once they had gone to work, learning was out of the question. They were at their tasks by candlelight in winter, and in summer from one twilight to the other. There was no time or energy for anything else. In the Nib Valley of the Pyrenees, an officer found little trace of school enrollment in 1844. The land is so poor that its people cannot make any sacrifice. The children guard the cattle in the mountains, while the parents work without a stop. These statements might as easily have been made a quarter century later, when many a country child still attended school, as they say in Franche-Comté, behind a cow's arse. 53. Where there were mills, as in Ardèche, Oregon, Franche-Comté, for instance, children could find work at the tender age of 8 or 9. By 1867 only a very few children under 8 were still working 15 to 17 hours a day in the mills of Privas or Annonay, but there were plenty of children aged 8 to 12 who continued to do so. The ones who interest us, however, mostly stayed close to home where they were needed to guard birds and cattle. Age was no object, provided they could trot. In Rouergue and Lorigues all children were clearly put to work at the age of 6 or 7 throughout the 1860s, and boys as soon as they were strong enough were put to ploughing or leading the ploughing team, heavy work that stunted their growth, as draft boards commented. In 1875 we have a police report from Seine concerning a 7-year-old girl who set a rick on fire while guarding turkeys. As late as 1899 at Billy children were still being put to work at around the age of 8. Unfortunately, said the teacher, those who should have enforced attendance were the very persons interested in hiring them. Another teacher, at Saint-Élasier, put the blame more squarely on parents, complaining about how easily they sacrificed their children's schooling to the gains they could make from their work. The simple fact is that the sacrifice was easy because it was scarcely a sacrifice. The gains were important because the children's contribution, however skimpy, was crucial to the budget of households on the brink of misery. Small wonder that the socialist Egalite should oppose compulsory schooling, which threatened to force the poor man's child into school and to wrest from the working family a resource it cannot spare. Sauce for the rural as for the urban poor. More so, indeed, for country parents who depended on their children's services to meet the family's immediate needs. 54. Where and when children were registered in school, what matters, after all, is not their enrollment as such, but their attendance. This varied with the region and its ways, but tended generally to be restricted to the winter months. As actual or potential workers, children were free for school only when there was no work. In the Limousin they did not say that a child had been in school for 3 years but that he had 3 winters in school. He entered it in December, after the chestnuts had been gathered and the migrants he had helped replace had returned home, and left in late March or early April when the migrants set off again. Similarly, in Côte d'Or and the Jura, which had more elementary schools for their outlying villages and hamlets than most departments, children usually had to work much of the year, and attended class for only a few months in the winter, forgetting in the interval whatever they had learned. The only ones who benefited from schooling were the sons of those with sufficient means to do without their help. In the DO, on the other hand, winter is hard and long. This kept the children in school longer, and they picked up more. Yet even children who did not help their parents left school in March or April. In Lozera, children attended school 4 months a year at most. After Easter, only infants were left. Schools were either closed down or turned into day nurseries. In Monge, parents were happy to leave children in school during the years when they would only get underfoot around the house, but wanted to withdraw them as soon as they were able-bodied, precisely when they would be at their most teachable. Alain Corbin concludes that child labor disappeared only slowly, between the 1870s and the late 1880s. By the end of the century, at any rate, inspectors could note a greater regularity in school attendance in the winter. Continued complaints of irregularity now referred to the rest of the year. Grumbles were bitter, but standards had been raised. 55. It is important to realize how regional conditions affected these gains. In the DO, about which we have heard already, some of the explanation for the department's slightly greater literacy may well be found in the Protestant influence radiating from Montbéliard. A more important factor may have been the predominance of the cattle industry in the mountain country around Pontarlier. With little cultivation, there was less call for children to work in the fields or be otherwise employed, so they were sent to school more often during the winter than elsewhere, if only to get them out of the way. At Bansat, on the other hand, attendance problems were made worse by the seasonal migrations that required the additional use of children to fill in for their absent fathers or elder brothers. In Sarthe, despite roads best described as excruciating, the children of indigents attend more regularly than others, since their parents have no lands on which their work is needed. In Cher and Indra, where cattle were kept and fed in the fields, and sheep were tended in separate flocks based on sex and age, there were greater demands on the services of children than in neighboring Nievre, where such practices were not followed. As a result, the absentee rate among school-age children in Nievre was about 22%, compared with a rate of 30% in Cher and 45% in Indra. 56. In Vendée, where agriculture had made great strides, children were in great demand to pull out weeds, which the humid climate treated with special favor. In Loire, job opportunities had a marked effect on the school attendance of the two sexes. Thousands of boys went into the factories and mills of Loire as soon as they had made their first communion, but girls had no hope of finding work before they were 14 or so. As a result, in 1878 only 6 in 10 school-age boys attended school, against almost 8 in 9 girls. Within a single department like Saonite-Loire there were significant differences between the Macon region, whose vineyards called for no child labor and whose dense population had put schools within relatively easy reach, the Autun region, mountainous, harsh, less densely populated, where peasants could not afford to hire workers and used their own children instead, Charles, a thinly populated pasture land, where children grazed the fat, white cattle in summer and found the roads to school. Too long in lonely winter, and the low-lying plains of Luhans, easily inundated, full of meres and ponds, where the high rate of fever cut further into school attendance. 57. Such regional differences may explain how Ardouin-du-Mazet, crossing the Mille-Vaches plateau at the turn of the century, could still find the cattle being tended from April to November by boys of 10 to 12, fairly wild in manner, despite the school laws that had been in operation for nearly 20 years. Was the need of the parents still greater than the promises that the schools held out? Had their perceptions not yet awakened to new possibilities? Or were they merely waiting for pastures to be enclosed by wire or wood, so they could hand the small shepherds over to the mercies of the schools? 58. After the 1880s the striking regional inequalities mirrored in school attendance tended to recede. Laws played their part in this. So did improvements that facilitated access to school or made the economic and physical effort of attendance seem worthwhile. In Sarth/L/here inequalities between the schools of the eastern and western parts of the department had been very great. Paul Bois has found that after 1885 to 1890 these regional inequalities in popular instruction practically disappear. 59. Another step in cultural homogenization was being taken. It had been helped along by the law of 1881, which made schooling free. Free schooling for the poor, or some of the poor, had long been a fact. Church schools, at least in theory, had always opened their doors to those who could not pay. The First Republic had set a quota by which a quarter of the children could be admitted free. The Guizot law, like the Ordinance of 1816, had affirmed that practice. By 1837 one pupil in 3 attended public elementary schools free of charge. Victor Duroux, the great reformer, supported the principle of free schooling for all. His education law of 1867 gave municipal councils the option of eliminating all tuition fees by the use of local taxes. Results on the national plane were striking. The proportion of free students in the school population, 38% in 1861, rose to 54% in 1872, and to 57% in 1877. Seen from this angle, the law of 1881 was the logical conclusion of a long process. 60. However, the process of free schooling did not move forward as smoothly as these developments may suggest. National figures once again provide only a general view. In Eure-et-Loir the proportion of free students in 1862 was 26%, in 1878, 36%, well below the national average of 38% and 57% at those dates. In Gers the percentage of free students almost doubled in 10 years, rising from 26% in 1861 to 46% in 1872, but still remained below the national average. On the other hand, by 1872 68% of the school children in Hérault and a full 86% in Lazaro were free students. 61. Clearly the course municipal councils chose to follow varied greatly. As we have seen, the people of some means generally chose to send their sons to school in town. Adelin's indifference or misery of most, reported the teacher in 1873, who was left with such students because it was easy for the better off to send their children to good neighboring schools presumably at Ainet, or even Dreux or Mantes not too far away. Similarly, in Finistère, those who could afford to do so preferred to send their children to Quimper, Morlaix, Quimperle, or Pont-Croix. It is not so surprising, after all, to find notables reluctant to subsidize schools that their children did not need, and that might produce French-speaking competitors for their offspring among the lower orders. 62 The authority to exempt students from school fees rested with municipal officials, and this gave rise to abuse. In Cantal, where school inspection reports reflect the rising numbers of free pupils, a mayor in 1852 certified 3/4 of the school's students as needy. Many local mayors played favorites in deciding who was to be certified as indigent. In 1853 one man was found to have listed his own grandson and the son of his deputy, boys who came from the 2 richest families in the commune. In 1859, and again in 1862, official circulars invited prefects to hold local magistrates to the letter of the law. Some schools themselves, especially those that were run by nuns, violated at least the spirit of the law by making a distinction between paying pupils and indigents admitted as free students, and not only in their treatment but in the quality of their education. In Loire-en-Ferrure many church schools in 1875 had separate classes for poor children and neglected them. There and elsewhere the indigent school child was made to feel his inferiority. There were quite a few such children in the school at Damerdon-en-Serve in 1875, but at schools and schooling was painful to be admitted on that basis. It was then practically a disgrace, remembered a teacher who had had to endure the pain himself. The poor did not want to send their children to school, explained the parish doctor of Poldergat in 1852, because they were badly clothed. In any case they had to find bread and firewood. This last suggests that gratuity was only a partial answer when need was very great. 64. We hear of a large Perigord village, with a quota of 20 scholarships, whose school in mid-century was attended by only 3 paying and 3 non-paying pupils. It was not enough to admit the needy free. In 1884 Georges Clemenceau met a peasant in a held with his son, and asked him why the child was not in school. "Will you give him a private income?" The peasant answered. The child who went to school had to bring a log for the fire, or a few sous instead. He had to provide his own ink, pen, and paper for writing, and though a slate could be used, the results were less than satisfactory. A great number of children admitted to schools free get no benefit because they cannot acquire the indispensable books and class materials. Read a report of 1875. The well-off send their children away to school, reported a teacher from Tarn in the 1860s. The poor don't send them to the elementary schools, because it costs are 8-24 francs a year plus books, paper, etc., which can raise the cost to 30 francs. So, even if tuition was free, the child attending school, a useless mouth around the household board, was an expense. The inexplicable inertia, the indifference that perplexed and annoyed apostles of the school, was in good part due to poverty, a lack of cash so great that, as a pastor in the Pyrenees explained in 1861, even if the school fees were only 50 cents, they would still be a painful subject of anxiety and concern for the farmer. We must conclude, with a correspondent from Gironde, that it is not enough for schooling to be free, the child's work must bring in some revenue to cover his keep or simply because the family needs it. 65. But the same report held out the hope of change. The remedy to this state of things lies in public opinion. Even the most ignorant portion of the masses begins to understand that instruction is useful to all tradition. Yet show people a practical benefit that they could understand, and the problem would shrink to manageable proportions. Rural inhabitants, explained a village mayor, were only very vaguely conscious of an intellectual or moral culture that has no immediate or tangible relation to pecuniary profit. That seemed to make sense. Before a man could want his child to go to school, he would have to abandon the gross material interests that were all he understood. Not so. It was when the school mobilized those interests that men began to care. 10. Schools and schooling. In darkest finest year, while the other local councils squirmed uncomfortably before the requirements imposed by Guizot's education law of 1833, the Council of Audi-Erne alone voiced a positive response. Since most children in the little port belong to families of sailors and soldiers, and are destined, like their fathers, to defend the fatherland on sea or land, where they can expect no advancement if they lack basic instruction and cannot read, write, or reckon sums, the council decided that a school appears necessary. 71. Not all municipalities enjoyed such enlightened majorities, and many, we have seen, placed the personal interests of men who could fend for their children's schooling above the training of potential competitors or social rebels. But the connection between practical interest and school, when it became apparent, was a potent force. A number of individuals had overcome the disadvantage of illiteracy by self-education. Others, faced with the need to keep accounts, devised private systems of notation. By their nature, such records were not likely to survive, but we do know about a lawyer mariner who, around 1830, kept track of his expenses by drawing the objects of his outlays or figures of little men accompanied by ciphers to show francs and sous. Clearly, mariners were involved in trade and in commercial transactions long before the peasants of the isolated countryside had reason to engage in such activities. Yet by the 1870s even sharecroppers in Brittany were being pressed to keep accounts. Manuscripts of the accounts maintained by 2 illiterate sharecroppers in Finistère have survived to show the new need for records. Each man separately seems to have devised a system of figurative notation to identify purchases, hired help, the number of horses or cattle sold, and coins. These rough records, with their crude, ingenious shapes reminiscent of children's drawings, were preserved by offspring who went to school. The very treasuring of them as artifacts suggests the reasoning that led to that decision. 72 My point is that it needed personal experience to persuade people of the usefulness of education. Certain migrants had learned this, and we have seen how they and their children recognized at an early date the value of instruction and the profit one can derive from it in the great centers. Through the second half of the century, school attendance in migrant crews was far better than in neighboring Haute-Vienne and Curas, higher by 7% and 12%, respectively. In 1876.73 another spur to schooling came from the military law of 1872, not only because it abolished the purchase of substitutes, but also because it provided advantages for men who could read and write and threatened illiterate conscripts with an additional year of service. The school authorities made haste to refer to these facets of the law to persuade parents to send their children to school. In Isera a poster was even displayed in every schoolroom, and teachers were required to read and discuss it at least every 2 weeks, presumably arguing that the fulfillment of one patriotic duty could help lighten the burden of another. 74 But another army was growing, as important as the regular one, the body of public and private employees, access to which was opened by the school certificate, the Certificate of Elementary Studies. The little school of Roger Thibault's Mézières put its graduates into the numerous jobs that opened up there. With economic, social, and political development, the town's 15 civil servants in 1876 had become 25 in 1886, and there were 7 railway employees as well. Ambition was encouraged by propaganda. A good primary education allows one to secure a post in several state services, the student was told in a first-year civics text published in 1880. The government servant has a secure position. That is why government posts are in great demand. They were. Given the chance, many peasants wanted to stop being peasants, to change to something else. In 1899, 40 former natives of the little village of Soy-en-Deux, population 444, worked as functionaries elsewhere, and 14 inhabitants worked as domestics in town. The prefecture of Seine received 50,000 applications for 400 openings in its departments. 75 other times had seen the growth of a state bureaucracy that triggered the expansion of education to fill the available posts. Such educational booms, however, had been restricted to relatively high social groups. Under the Third Republic, the means for those too humble to have gotten their share of the educational pie were made available just when the ends emerged to reinforce and justify their use. Around the 1880s, even rural laborers began to lend attention to the schools. As the number of jobs expanded and getting one became more than an idle dream, the education that would help secure such prestigious jobs became important. Even more so the certificate to which it led. Scattered encomiums to its practical uses appear in the late 1870s. By 1880, Peacock could report that the school certificate is slowly being accepted. Families realize that this small diploma can be of use for several kinds of jobs, hence they consent ever more frequently to leave their children in school for a longer time. Schools were still badly housed, still far from home, but children now were made to attend even when they lived 6 km away, because the idea of the utility and the necessity of elementary schooling had caught on. So WELJ.76 The recognition of new possibilities and of the school as a key to their exploitation was in full evidence by the 1890s. By 1894 practically every child in a village of Lower Provence that had been almost totally illiterate a generation earlier was attending school, even those who lived 1.5 hours walk away. In the southwest, the image of little boys doing their homework of an evening by the light of the dying embers became a reality. Municipal schools and schooling councils voted rewards for teachers whose pupils won the coveted certificate. Families became avid for it, they celebrated when a child got one. Too many failures could become issues raised at council meetings. 77. In a natural evolution, the school certificate, significant because of the material advantages it could help secure, became an end in itself. It is an honor to get it, wrote a little girl, about what popular parlance dubbed the Santificat 78. The passing of the examination became an eminent occasion, competing in importance with the First Communion. Men who had taken it in the 1880s remembered the questions that they had to answer, had every detail of their examination day graven in their memories. To take one example among many, here is Charles Moreau, member of the Academy of Medicine and professor at the Collège de France, speaking at the graduation ceremony of his native village in the Pyrenees in 191. I could, if I wanted to, recite by heart the exact details of the problem that turned on the things Peter and Nicholas bought and sold. 79. There were of course more immediate gains. There would be no more need to go to the nearest town to consult a solicitor or a notary when one wanted to draw up a simple bill or promissory note, make out a receipt, settle an account in arrears, or merely write a letter, explained a 13-year-old schoolboy in the Aube. The literate man did not have to reveal his friendships, his secrets, his affairs to some third party. And he could better himself in local politics, or teaching, or the army. 80. The vulgar crowd was full of the sort of peasants whose stereotyped image filled current literature. They spoke ungrammatically, used characteristic locutions, mishandled the small vocabulary at their command, and do not look more intelligent than other peasant farmers around them. The only escape from this was education, which taught order, cleanliness, efficiency, success, and civilization. Official reports coupled poor education with rude, brutal ways. Where schooling did not take hold, ways are coarse, characters are violent, excitable, and hot-headed, troubles and brawls are frequent. The school was supposed to improve manners and customs, and soothe the savage breast. The polite forms it inculcated softened the savagery and harshness natural to peasants. Improved behavior and morality would be attributed to the effects of schooling. Schools set out to modify the habits of bodily hygiene and cleanliness, social and domestic manners, and the way of looking at things and judging them. Savage children were taught new manners, how to greet strangers, how to knock on doors, how to behave in decent company. A bourgeois farts when his belly is empty, a Breton peasant burps when his belly is full, declared a proverb that seems to confuse urban and rural differences with race. Children were taught that propriety prohibited either manifestation, and also that cleanliness was an essential part of wisdom. The schools played a crucial role in forcing children to keep clean, but the teachers had to struggle mightily to that end. Hair, nails, and ears were subject to regular review, the water pump was pressed into frequent use, the state of clothes, like the standards of the child's behavior out of school, received critical attention and constant reproof. Study, ran the text of one exercise, fills the mind, corrects false prejudices, helps us order speech and writing, teaches love of work and improves capacity for business and for jobs. What does study tell us? Among other things, cold baths are dangerous, the observance of festivals is a religious duty, labor abuses the body less than pleasure, justice protects the good and punishes the wicked, tobacco is a poison, a useless expenditure that destroys one's memory, and those who use it to excess live in a sort of dream, their eye dead, incapable of paying attention to anything, indifferent and selfish. And then there was the lesson of Jules and Julie, who are rich and therefore do not work at school, and who, having learned nothing, are embarrassed later by their ignorance, blushing with shame when people laugh at them for the mistakes they make when speaking. Only the schools could change primitive conditions, declared Arduin Dumazet. As to the primitive conditions themselves were changing, and schools helped their charges to adapt to this. Of course they did more, or they did it more broadly. If we are prepared to set up categories with well-drawn limits, society educates and school instructs. The school imparts particular kinds of learned knowledge, society inculcates the conclusions of experience assimilated over a span of time. But such a view, applicable to specific skills and subjects, has to be altered when the instruction offered by the school directs itself to realms that are at variance with social education, or that social education ignores. In other words, the schools provide a complementary, even a counter-education, because the education of the local society does not coincide with that needed to create a national one. This is where schooling becomes a major agent of acculturation, shaping individuals to fit into societies and cultures broader than their own, and persuading them that these broader realms are their own, as much as the pays they really know and more so. The great problem of modern societies, or so Francois Guizot considered in his memoirs, is the governance of minds. Guizot had done his best to make elementary education a guarantee of order and social stability. In its first article, his Law of 1833 defined the instruction it was intended to provide. The teaching of reading, writing, and arithmetic would furnish essential skills. The teaching of French and of the metric system would implant or increase the sense of unity under French nationhood. Moral and religious instruction would serve social and spiritual needs. What these social needs were is laid out clearly in various writings, both official and unofficial. Instructing the people, explained an anonymous writer of 1861, is to condition them to understand and appreciate the beneficence of the government. 8 years later, the Inspector d'Académie of Montauban concurred, the people must learn from education all the reasons they have for appreciating their condition. A first-year civics textbook set out to perform this task. Society, French society is ruled by just laws, because it is a democratic society. All the French are equal in their rights, but there are inequalities between us that stem from nature or from wealth. These inequalities cannot disappear. Man works to become rich. If he lacked this hope, work would cease and France would decline. It is therefore necessary that each of us should be able to keep the money he has earned. 84. The ideals of the educators were to be fulfilled at least in part. Schools taught potent lessons of morality focused on duty, effort, and seriousness of purpose. Hard work and rectitude were bound to bring improvements, internal and external. You must be just and honest. The Roman Camillus refuses to take a town by treachery. The people of the town become the allies of Rome. Never forget that no end, however useful, can justify injustice. Progress is good, routine is bad. Routine consists in refusing to make any improvement and in following the methods of our ancestors. Progress was new schools, fire companies, municipal bands. It was Monsieur Tardieu, mayor of Brive, who built a bridge that permitted people to sell their goods in the market on the other side of the river, and thus increased the prosperity of his town. The Brivois perceived the possibilities of gain, and the more they worked, the richer they got. A Vosges village teacher's report of 1889 echoes what he taught and what his students learned. The farmers are better educated and understand that they have to break with their routine, if they want to earn more. In 1870 they only did what they had seen their forebears doing. 85. Believe in progress with a sincere and ardent faith. Never forget that. 33. The agencies of change. The history of all civilization is a perpetual glorification of work. Perhaps it is true that men are seldom so harmlessly employed as when their energies are bent on making money. Work draws men together and prepares the reign of peace. Work is the instrument of all progress. Frank Inet and his Giddel friends are told the story of the sago tree, which feeds a man during a whole year in return for only a few hours' work, but in so doing, destroys his moral values. Conclusion: work is moralizing and instructive par excellence. But man only resigns himself to constant and regular labor under the pressure of need. One rises in the world by work, order, thrift, not all at once, of course. My father had nothing, I have something. My children, if they do like me, will double, triple what I leave behind. My grandchildren will be gentlemen. This is how one rises in the world. The speaker is the shoemaker Grégoire, hero of several moral tales in a collection published by Ernest Lavis in 1887. They warn against idleness, indolence, and thriftlessness, and make their point with lots of solid detail, with useful explanations of things like bankruptcy law and fraud, and not least, with a profoundly realistic sense of values. S6 Such is the tale of Pierre, who, called to serve in the 1870 war, escapes death when a German bullet is deflected by two 5-franc pieces sent him by his father and his brother as tokens of their affection. Decorated with the military medal, which the proud father frames and garnishes with flowers, Pierre will go every year to draw the 100 francs to which his medal entitles him until his death, and place the money in the savings bank. Both family affection and heroism are expressed and rewarded not only in elevated feelings but in concrete terms, a thoroughly sensible view. No wonder that patriotism was advocated in similar terms. The fatherland was a source of funds for road repairs, subsidies, school scholarships, and police protection against thieves. One great family of which we are all a part, and which we must defend always. We come here to the greatest function of the modern school, to teach not so much useful skills as a new patriotism beyond the limits naturally acknowledged by its charges. The revolutionaries of 1789 had replaced old terms like schoolmaster, regent, and rector, with instituteur, because the teacher was intended to institute the nation. But the desired effect, that elusive unity of spirit, was recognized as lacking in the 1860s and 1870s as it had been 40 years before. SS School was a great socializing agent, wrote a village teacher from Gard in 1861. It had to teach children national and patriotic sentiments, explain what the state did for them and why it exacted taxes and military service, and show them their true interest in the fatherland. It seems that there was a great deal to do. The theme remained a constant preoccupation of eminent educators. 20 years after this, student teachers must above all be told, that their schools and schooling. 333. First duty is to make their charges love and understand the fatherland. Another 10 years, and the high aim is again repeated, that a national pedagogy might yet become the soul of popular education. The school is an instrument of unity, an answer to dangerous centrifugal tendencies, and of course the keystone of national defense. 89. First, the national pedagogy. The fatherland is not your village, your province, it is all of France. The fatherland is like a great family. This was not learned without some telescoping. Your fatherland is you, wrote a 13-year-old schoolboy dutifully in 1878. It is your family, it is your people, les tiens, in a word it is France, your country. The fatherland is the pays where we are born, wrote another, where our parents are born and our dearest thoughts lie. It is not only the pays we live in, but the region country we inhabit, our fatherland is France. The exercise was a sort of catechism designed to teach the child that it was his duty to defend the fatherland, to shed his blood or die for the common weal, to obey the government, to perform military service, to work, learn, pay taxes, and so on. 90. At the very start of school, children were taught that their first duty was to defend their country as soldiers. The army, and this was important, considering the past and enduring hostility to soldiers, and soldiering is composed of our brothers or parents or relatives. Commencement speeches recalled this sacred duty in ritual terms: our boys will defend the soil of the fatherland. The whole school program turned on expanding the theme. Gymnastics were meant to develop in the child the idea of discipline, and prepare him to be a good soldier and a good Frenchman. Children sang stirring songs like The Flag of France, The Lost Century, and La Marseillaise. Compositions on the theme were ordered up, with title and content provided. Letter of a young soldier to his parents. He tells them that he has fought against the enemies of the fatherland, has been wounded, and is proud that he has shed his blood for the fatherland. And teachers reported with satisfaction how they implanted the love of the fatherland by evoking those memories that attach our hearts to the fatherland from history, and then develop the sentiment by showing France strong and powerful when united. Greater than 91. There were no better instruments of indoctrination and patriotic conditioning than French history and geography, especially history, which when properly taught is the only means of maintaining patriotism in the generations we are bringing up. Could it be that other social forces were doing little to stir or inculcate it? Unfortunately, most teachers knew history badly. Geography still worse. When, around the 1870s, they taught French history or began to teach it, they tended to string out reigns and dates, and seldom seemed to have got further than the Middle Ages. History was ignored, and civics absent from the teaching program, complained Felix Picot in 187. It was quite possible to use French history to form French citizens, make the free fatherland be known and loved, but no elementary attempt of this sort has yet been made. This was not surprising. Teacher's certificate in 1850-1868, more than half those teaching in 1879, have never studied French history and do not know it, grumbled a school inspector in Vendée. And teachers begin, it is still new and rare, to present the chief events of French history, reported another in Haute Essay 8 NE. 92. The job would be undertaken in textbooks like Lavesse's First Year of French History, a book thoroughly bent to show and to justify the rise of French patriotism and unity, refocused from the Petite Patrie to the larger one. Reading it, children were told, you will learn what you owe your fathers and why your first duty is to love above all else your fatherland, that is, the land of your fathers. 93. Just as the mother tongue was not the tongue of their mothers, so the fatherland was somewhere more than where their fathers rather obviously lived. A vast program of indoctrination was plainly called for to persuade people that the fatherland extended beyond its evident limits to something vast and intangible called France. Adults were too deeply rooted in their backwardness. But it was hard work to persuade even children, for all their malleability, without the panoply of material that became available only in the 1870s. Under the Second Empire, children know no geography, see no maps, know nothing concerning their department or their fatherland. Children were completely unaware of the existence of their department or of France. Notions of geography have become a general need. 94. Maps of France began to be supplied soon after the Franco-Prussian War, distributed by the state. First urban schools, then rural ones, were endowed with wall maps. By 1881 few classrooms, however small, appear to have lacked a map. Some, of course, served only as ornaments. Greater than 95, but they inculcated all with the image of the national hexagon, and served as a reminder that the eastern border should lie not on the Vosges but on the Rhine. They were also powerful symbols, not only of the asserted fatherland, but of the abstractions young minds had to get used to. How difficult this latter exercise remained is suggested by a circular of 1899 announcing the distribution of engravings of views of different French regions that will lend concreteness to the idea of the fatherland. 96. By the 1880s the determined assault against provincialism began to show results. France ceased being a kingdom and became a fatherland. Little boys in country schools were fascinated by tales of past French glories. Preparing for the school certificate examination in his lost Cantal Valley, Pierre. Schools and Schooling. 335. Besson bought the fat history text of the advanced course and spent the class breaks learning Napoleon's campaigns by heart. Going home in the evening the boys would shout snatches of Hugo or Deroulde to each other, and the valley would resound to the echoes of Waterloo. 97. The young Auvergnats were joining the rest of France, now that the once abstract notion was taking on concrete and epic forms. The stirring deeds of derring-do were themselves part of a transcendent theme. By 1884 Bruno's Tour de France, published in 1877, had gone through 108 printings, and by 1900 or so, sales exceeded 8 million copies. Every child knew, read, and reread the story of the two Alsatian boys who left their home after their father's death to fulfill his wish that they should live as Frenchmen. With great simplicity the book managed to introduce its readers to almost all the regions of France, their ways, scenes, history, and people. It can still be read today with pleasure, and it still leaves the feeling of a charming world, not easy, but helpful and decent, where the right sentiments would get you by. A reading makes one wish to repeat Julien's and André's circuit, and forges strong links of sympathy for France and the people in it. The millions who pored over the book and its illustrations learned that French patriotism was a natural complement to their own. France is a garden, the provinces are the flowers in it. And while everyone the children meet along the way sings the praise of his particular home, all agree that France includes them all. Vive la patrie française. Love of France is a leitmotif, becoming more insistent as the book draws on, and what this implies is made evident. Bayard dies for his country, Du Guesclin is represented as a French patriot fighting the English. When the two children tire, they remind each other that they want to remain French at any cost. And the last words of the book are duty and fatherland. I-98. Though written in the wake of the war with Prussia, the Tour de France did not preach revenge. The children encounter no soldiers on their circuit, and there is no war talk among those they meet, only talk of escaping from war and rebuilding life. Alsace and Lorraine are mourned, but the grief of their loss is to be effaced by work, not fighting. Ernest Lavis, who was younger than Bruno and still in his 20s in 1870, struck more pugnacious notes in his edifying tales and histories. It was the duty of sons to avenge their fathers, it was the duty of children to wreak revenge for past defeats. His books and others like them were also widely read. But it is my impression that the patriotism they advocated placed national integration first, revenge only second. It is difficult to discriminate, the themes are often mingled. But simply making military service acceptable was itself an immense task. The theme of a good citizen's duty to serve his country and to defend the fatherland, constantly recurring, can easily be taken for militarism, unless we remember that it sought to inculcate sentiments whose total absence endangered a modern state. 99. The problem of national integration went far beyond the army. Whole generations had to receive a basic training, quite simply to become amenable to being trained in radically new ways. All the efforts of the schools were none too great to civilize a citizenry or even half of it. Well-taught children will make wise citizens. They will also make good soldiers. Note the order. The four essential obligations of the citizen were to get an education when young, and later to make sure that his children got one, to carry out his military duty zealously and always be ready to defend the fatherland, to pay taxes regularly, and to vote and elect the most honest and capable candidates. We have seen how much there was to do on every score, and it is well to view teachers and textbooks in that context. Teachers taught or were expected to teach not just for the love of art or science, but for the love of France whose creed had to be inculcated in all unbelievers. A Catholic God, particularist, and only identified with the fatherland by revisionists after the turn of the century, was replaced by a secular God, the fatherland and its living symbols, the army and the flag. Catechism was replaced by civics lessons. Biblical history, proscribed in secular schools, was replaced by the sainted history of France. French became more than a possession of the educated, it became a patrimony in which all could share, with significant results for national cohesion, as the 1914 war would show. LOL. But the effects of school went further. In the first place, the literary or written language children learned in schools was as alien to the spoken tongue as spoken French itself was to their native dialect. In other words, schools began their work by propagating an artificial language, and this was true even for French speakers. Too, they did this largely through the discipline of dictations, the instrument of a learned and universal language beyond the local ken. As a result, many students learned to express themselves freely and easily in speech, but had difficulty when it came to writing or to expressing thought in an idiom close to that of the written word. We can glimpse this best in the surviving files of gendarmerie reports, which are often drawn up in a stilted administrative style and relate even simple events in an awkward and convoluted manner. A striking result of this was that for months or years the children give no sign of intelligence, merely imitate what they see done. Just as legislation can create crime by fiat, so schools and schooling. 337. Education created stupidity by setting up standards of communication that many found difficult to attain. Our children cannot find, and indeed have no way to find, enough French words to express their thoughts, reported a Cantal teacher. The result was a divorce between school learning, often acquired by rote, and assimilation, which helped slow down the progress of the schools. Memorization saved the trouble of having to translate one's thoughts into correct French. It also divorced word from reality. Many children can spell, but syllables have no meaning for them, can read, but fail to understand what they read, or to recognize in writing some words they know but whose orthography is alien, or to identify words learned in French with the objects around them. You will learn it, this language of well-bred people, and you will speak it some day, promised a prize giver in Dordogne in 1897. The future tense used in such improbable circumstances suggests a possible reason why, by 1907, the number of illiterate conscripts seems to have been slightly higher than in the immediate past. The absolute banning of the native tongue, which had been helpful in teaching French as a second language, inhibited the learning of idiomatic French and impeded its full assimilation. This is not to say that French did not make great strides forward. It did. But writing remained a socially privileged form of expression, and the French of the schools and of the dictations was an alienating as well as an integrative force. Perhaps that was what a school inspector meant when, looking back from 1897, he declared, "Ignorance used to precede school, today on the contrary it follows schooling." Of course there were positive results, and these too went beyond the immediately obvious. The symbolism of images learned at school created a whole new language and provided common points of reference that straddled regional boundaries exactly as national patriotism was meant to do. Where local dialect and locutions insulated and preserved, the lessons of the school, standardized throughout France, taught a unifying idiom. In N, the Ardennes, Vendée, all children became familiar with references or identities that could thereafter be used by the authorities, the press, and the politicians to appeal to them as a single body. Lessons emphasizing certain associations bound generations together. The kings of France were the older sons of the church, time was the river that carried all in its waters, a poet was a favorite of the muses, Touraine was the garden of France, and Joan of Arc the shepherdess of Lorraine. Local saws and proverbs were replaced by nationally valid ones, regional locutions by others learned in books. Castles in Spain rose above local ruins, and golden calves bleated more loudly than the stabled ones. The very mythology of ambition was now illustrated by landscapes that education had suggested, more stirring than the humbler ones at hand and by this time no less familiar. 105 These are only aspects of the wide-ranging process of standardization that helped create and reinforce French unity, while contributing to the disintegration of rival allegiances. The cultural underpinnings of rural society, already battered by material changes, were further weakened by shifting values. First of all, manual labor was devalued, or better still, the natural aversion to its drudgery was reinforced. The elementary schools, designed to form citizens, neglected producers. The school glorified labor as a moral value, but ignored work as an everyday form of culture. The well-established contrast between the plucky, mettlesome spirit of the courageous and the idle fainéant, the one hard-working, especially or only with his hands, the other avoiding manual labor, was translated into scholastic terms. Soon, the idle boy was the one likely to be the most pressed into hard physical labor, the plucky boy the one most enterprising with his books. It made good sense, for the rewards of work now came to those not doing what had once been recognized as work. But it opened a crack any more in age-old solidarities. In a great many homes, illiterate adults depended on small children to carry out what were becoming essential tasks: accounting, correspondence, taking notes, reading aloud pertinent documents or newspaper items. And new literacies at whatever level made new ideas accessible, especially to the young, to whom certain profound changes in the political climate of country districts were now attributed. In any case, the relationship between school and social claims was not ignored in their own time. The Republic has founded schools, sang Montaigne, the revolutionary chansonnier, so that now the people have learned how to count. The people have had enough of the pauper's might, they want an accounting, and not charity. More important, where, as in Brittany, a determined campaign taught new generations French, children and parents form two worlds apart, so separated in spirit, so estranged by speech, that there is no more community of ideas and feelings, hence no intimacy. Often, as a matter of fact, any kind of relationship becomes impossible. Low 6. This is both exaggerated and suggestive of a generation gap more easily discerned in modern societies than in traditional ones. But even granting the exaggeration, the corrosive effects of one sort of education on a society based on another kind are undeniable. Like migration, politics, and economic development, schools brought suggestions of alternative values and hierarchies, and of commitments to other bodies than the local group. They eased individuals out of the latter's grip and shattered the hold of unchallenged cultural and political creeds, but only to train their votaries for another faith. Chapter 19. Dieu est il Francaeus. There's good and evil, God and the devil. God is good, we pray to him in church, we give him his due, that is religion. But religion does not allow us to ask God for earthly goods at most, one can pray for everybody. Now, what's good for one isn't good for the others, for if my neighbor's land is struck by hail that's so much less grain, on his land and my wheat, if I save it, will be worth double. Thus religion is about saving our souls from the eternal fire by observing the prayers and the services of Sundays and feast days. But religion has nothing to do with our private interests. In the same way, the priest preaches that our happiness is not of this world and that we have been put here to suffer. That's well said, but too much is too much. George Sand. In the mid-1870s 35,387,703 of the 36 million people in France were listed in the official census as Catholics. The rest declared themselves Protestants, Jews, or freethinkers. The secular clergy of the Catholic Church alone included 69 priests, one for every 639 inhabitants. Roman Catholicism remained, as it had been in 1801, the religion of the majority of Frenchmen. Whatever else this meant, it meant that the Church was an integral part of life. It presided over all the major occasions in a person's life: birth, marriage, death, and over the welfare of the community and the conduct of its members. It helped the crops increase and the cattle prosper. It healed, taught, and preserved from harm. Its pervasive power was apparent in the appropriation of godly terminology for more vulgar use: Kyrielle for a long string of words or a tedious story, Gloria for a confused noise of voices, Glos for carping, Perumnia or fair de dominus for hollow chatter, Brimborian for empty baubles or knickknacks. Most of the terms refer to uselessness or confusion, like rapronobis or orapronobis, used to describe something incongruous or stupid, or at any rate complicated, expressed in incomprehensible words taken from the most obvious place where the people would hear them, the language of the Church. 2 dialect imitations of vespers, hymns, or canticles were abundant. Even more so, jocular graces thanking God for the soup being poured and praying heaven that no more mouths should appear to consume what was not enough already. Such playful familiarities do not tell us much about people's feelings, only that religious practices were part of everyday experience. They offered formulas that were repeated as charms and benedictions, even though their meaning was inevitably obscure. Witness this Latin grace pronounced after supper with no intention of levity. 3. Rajamur tibi Garcias, Jarnipotens Deus, Prunas de Hiver, per un inficit, Kia vitiu Renard, per carimnia circla circloron. Amen. Agimus tibi gracias, omnipotens Deus, pro universis beneficiis tuis, qui vivis et regnas, per omnia secula seculorum. Amen. Religion provided spells and incantations, often written down and passed on preciously like amulets. These, like its ceremonies, were efficacious and protective. The peasant, noted Father Gorse in 1895, was proud to recite his prayers. He has prayers for thunder, for sickness, for going to bed at night. They are good, very good, these prayers, says he, though he doesn't understand them very well, since they are in French, or in Latin. The ritual lent solemnity to private and public occasions, as the term solemnization applied to ceremonies like marriage attests. This was particularly important in rites of passage. The First Communion, the first time one received the Eucharist, was crucially a great matter for country children. Many cannot find a job before they have done it. Marking admission into the world of workers and of earners, almost an adult world, the First Communion and the preparation for it, the Catechism, provided the basic initiation into the moral mysteries of life. The children did not know how to read, so the priest was teaching them the Catechism by heart, which was full of extraordinary words and which they laughed at, recorded Charles P. Guy. 4 They must have had a sense that obscure powers were properly invoked with obscure incantations. Only, when one spoke more clearly, the borrowed terms expressed sentiments on which the Christian message seems to have had little impact. Was Christ's personal message communicated in many a village church? We cannot tell. Those sermons that one finds concern themselves with the proprieties and transgressions of everyday behavior. Policemen were less concerned with imminent justice than with infringements of petty human laws, and village priests seem to have taken a similar view. This was their civilizing function. Along with this, it was their duty to see that their flock observed all of the formal and routine religious rites. It is by the practice of such rites that adherence to religion is generally measured. When there is little participation, even on high holidays, or when it declines, religion is said to decay. Yet what did church attendance mean to churchgoers? Sunday, the peasants go to church, wrote Madame Romeo at the end of the Second Empire, some moved by religious feeling, most by habit or by fear of what people say. One went to church because it was the thing to do on Sunday, because it was one of the few social occasions of the week, because it was an opportunity for talking business or meeting friends, acquaintances, relatives. It was especially for the women. Once men had grasped at the opportunities that fairs held out, the sole occasion to escape the isolation in which many lived, the major recreation or diversion in a restricted life. Observance. Dieu est il franfais. 34:1. Business and pleasure were combined. One went to Mass wearing one's Sunday best, and given the muddy cart tracks, this often meant special paths, mass roads, chemins de messe. Public announcements were made by the village crier as the congregation left the service. Public sales were often timed to fall after it. One could slip off later to call on the notary or the doctor, or drop into the tavern, circle, or cafe. Even if a majority did not attend the service but went about their work as on any other day, a multitude of peasants gathered in front of the church, discussed politics, made deals, filled the taverns. 5. In a world where entertainment was scarce, church provided a certain festive diversion. Those attending might well love the high mass, the rich ornaments, seeing a great many statues of saints in their churches. Writing about his grandmother, Charles P. Guy presented church attendance as a treat for the lonely child raised in a woodcutter's hut in Bourbonnais in the early 1800s. When she was good, she was allowed to go on Sunday to Mass in the village. She wore her sabots because one doesn't go to church barefoot, and she was happy because that's where everybody met, where they exchanged news, where one heard about deaths, marriages, births, where gossip flowed about what was going on, where servants were hired. 6. Observance clearly varied according to local tendencies. In a classic study, André Siegfried has pointed out the relationship between granitic terrain and the isolation, conservatism, and priestly vocations the rocky soil engenders. More recently, Serge Bonnet has sketched out a hierarchy of observance that runs from grainland down through vine to forest, where it is least prevalent. 7. But the belief and behavior of the peasants never ceased to oscillate between observance and transgression. Until the Revolution, church attendance was compulsory, and religious sanctions that could cause serious social embarrassment menaced those who skipped their Easter duties. The elimination of constraints broke this decreed unanimity. Those who had been quietly uncommitted were free to fall away. 8 Political divisions and internal schism during the 1790s confused many more, and deprived parishes of pastors or cut sections of a community off from the only priest. For a decade or more, at least until the Concordat of 1801, a good number of young people grew up without catechism, whole communities did not attend church, and others ceased to celebrate traditional festivals. The Decadi created the habit of working on Sunday. The absence of priests left marriages to civil authorities and led to prolonged delays before baptism, if the ceremony was performed at all. Some communities came to rely on the services of laymen, who took over the functions of absent priests, performing baptisms, marriages, and burials. Archives contain numerous complaints on this score, especially against village teachers, whom peasants generally chose to take the place of the absent priest. Ad hoc arrangements of this sort could prove enduring. As late as 1837 we hear that Rivers in Loiret refused to accept a priest and, worse still, prospered in its iniquity. Baptisms and burials are performed right and left after a fashion, there is no mass or confession, the church warden tolls the Angelus, the schoolmaster recites the prayers for the sick, and all goes well. 9. Canon Fernand Bollard doubts that the revolution really affected rural religious practice very profoundly, or that much changed in this realm until the last decade or two of the 19th century. He may be right. But there were discordances where there had once been at least outward unity. Men who had acquired church property and would not submit, men who had married in a civil marriage and would not seek absolution for their sin, became centers of local opposition. Not many cases of this kind of sturdy opposition developed in communities that remained cohesive, but it flourished in areas where, as in Burgundy, the memory of clerical harshness and exploitation survived, along with the fear of a reconstitution of their great domains. In Amkana, where it was said that it was better to meet a black wolf in a forest than run into a white monk, crafty, vindictive, and rapacious he-devil appears as the hero in some local legends and triumphs over Christ, disgraced by the men who served him. The peasants had burned churches there in the Middle Ages and did so again in 1789, or stayed away thereafter. But even where the road had not been so prepared, hard times frayed clerical authority. Priests were forced to ask for help from their parishioners. Rival clergymen accused each other of the worst transgressions, diminishing still further the influence of the cloth. People began to separate religion from its ministers, asserted the Statistiki of Lot in 1831.10, but religion was its ministers, just as the state was bailiffs and gendarmes. And when, after 1830, liberal local mayors opposed the influence of priests loyal to the old order, they sought to sap their authority by encouraging the drift of men away from the sacraments. We see that in the churches, as in the schools, non-attendance is a way of measuring ineffectiveness. The growing numbers of migrant workers going to the cities added to this trend. Urban workers worked Sundays and holidays, or did so very often. The more earnest the man, the more he worked. The less responsible were the more likely to get drunk during their free time. The church did not see them either way. Like the revolution, acquaintance with the city did not destroy religious sentiment. It simply made nonconformity possible or created another kind of conformity. Men who attended church at home because their peers did cease to attend church where such attendance was exceptional. The city merely provided an opportunity for the collapse of practices shallowly rooted in the personality. Returning migrants may well have lost whatever impulse to religious conformity they had left with. They did not necessarily bandy this about so long as the priest retained his influence in the community. But they were ready to welcome emancipation when it came. At any rate, all observers seem to have sensed the shallowness of faith behind the slackness of observance. In Beaussy, respectable farmers, preoccupied by the care to augment their fortune, work to this end even on Sunday during the services, so that the churches are deserted. Not that they lacked respect for religion, but they consider that the time they would spend in church would be lost for their work and their fortune. 12. Not challenge, but indifference and hard-headedness. One farmer declared that he would rather go to hell, since heaven was too high and far away. He was not interested in salvation. The paradise he sought was here on earth. The absence of religious sentiment in the countryside, especially, is such that there are communes where scarcely one marriage in 6 is blessed in church. 13 In 1874 the Bishop of Limoges bewailed this grievous inertia of the masses. Alain Corbin, who has found no evidence of a great increase in religious indifference in the Limousin before 1870, notes a brutal fall of religious practice just about that time. Not yet the godlessness the Bishop of Limoges described in 1875, but indifference, an incurable apathy, the total abandonment of religious duties, and universal disaffection. In the Limousin the Church's identification with the moral order brought anti-clericalism. But even there, as almost everywhere, the most detached or hostile maintained their loyalty to rites of passage and local festivals. More generally, as in Puy-de-Dôme, the religious question leaves our countrymen indifferent, though they continue to go to church on Sunday out of habit. And on the other side of the Massif Central, unfortunately rural inhabitants are often as yet unconverted to Christianity. 14. Whether unconverted or disaffected, people lost their respect for church rules and church prohibitions. The proportion of civil marriages grew, the delays between birth and baptism became longer. Once set at 24 hours of birth, the outside limit for baptism was extended to 3 days in 1830, to 8 days in 1887, to the soonest possible time in the 20th century. In one Sologny parish the average delay between birth and baptism, which was 2.73 days in 1854, had stretched to 15.12 days by 1901, in 1950 it ran well over 3 months. Less fear for the newborn's life, fewer epidemics, greater closeness between husband and wife, who was increasingly expected to play a part in the ceremony, but also indifference to what the sacrament of baptism meant and to the authority of the priest. Until 1902 in the year villages Martine Segalen has studied marriages were extremely rare during Lent and Advent. This also changed. 15. One could do without the priest if one wanted to get married when he could not, or would not, perform the ceremony. From the Church's point of view, every innovation only made things worse. The bicycle was blamed for enabling young people to avoid Mass. Tourists, visitors, and returning emigrants felt increasingly free to speak of their indifference to religious practice or even their scorn of it. Military service side by side with pagan urban workers made some peasants ashamed of a show of piety as a mark of their bumpkin backwardness. Finally, with war in 1914 there came a culmination of the pressures toward detachment. Yet, how far and fast would all these factors have worked if religion had been solidly anchored in personality? 16 Religion was an urban import, like education, and, just like education, it reflected the scholarship of the Counter-Reformation and the Enlightenment too at least, in being alien to the countryside. Tridentine and post-Tridentine missionaries, where they could, replaced familiar native rites and practices with new ones that were strange. These had no time to settle into tradition before the Revolution and the cascade of changes following it. Religious custom remained superficial, even though convention and the need for ritual kept it in being. In this respect, reputedly devout areas appear little better than incredulous ones. For the outwardly pious Solognat, religion was an artificial system that he bore without understanding, lacking in efficacy and well above his preoccupations. A student of Normandy sounds the same note when writing of the Cause region, where Easter services were well attended compared with the Bray region, nearby. Here, around Doudeville-en-Cause, we are in the Pays Églisier. But even in this churchly area, the people are no more knowledgeable about religious matters, they just practice more. 17. Such comments may explain the frequent conjunction between indifference and some form of practice, as in Bourbonnais where peasants have recourse to religion in all great circumstances, but following ancestral traditions rather than any real faith. Religion had didactic uses, it fills the young with fear, and that was good and necessary, but when we're dead, and Dieu est il franfeus. 345. That was common sense. Even those peasants who eschewed religious practice wanted a resident priest, for one thing, because he would teach the children to respect their parents and authority, but above all for rites needed in social life and to ensure good crops, for festivals often connected with a healing saint. Asterisk. In short, the ritual and the ceremonies that were the very core of popular religion were fundamentally utilitarian. Accordingly, we might expect such pragmatic formalism to decline when its utility no longer seemed apparent, or when rival authorities and formalities beckoned. This of course is advanced as merest supposition. I know no way of telling the spiritual hold that the Church had on people. T at the visible level, however, its influence was based on practical services and subject to its ability to keep these up: consecration, healing, protection, making wishes come true, and not least providing a center for traditional practices. In all these things, official religion drew generously on the popular cult of saints, of healing agencies and other useful superstitions. Superstitions have sometimes been described as religions that did not succeed. Perhaps, in our case at least, it is they that should be called successful, since so much official religion depended on them and survived largely by indulging practices endorsed by popular belief. The people of Ballista in Cominges, noted the village teacher in 1886, are the more religious, the more superstitious they are. A teacher is apt to be a praejudict, hostile witness. But it would be wrong to doubt that the connection loomed large in the public mind. We know about the widespread usage of the cross, about how the plowman signed himself before he drew the first furrow, and again before he sowed the first handful of grain, about how he would not cut a slice out of a loaf without first tracing a cross on it. But how far did this, or prayers, or kneeling in the fields when the Angelus told, go beyond the propitiation of powers that were feared but little understood? Religious practice had not been affected by the Revolution, reported a correspondent of the Abbé Gregoire in 1790, and as for the principles of religion, they had never been comprehended. People believe more in hell than in God, they fear the priest more than they do the devil. If this was true under the Ancien Regime, it continued in its essence in the new one. One Allier farmer, talking to Daniel Halavy about his youth in the 1860s and 1870s, thought priests merely sorcerers who always prescribed masses along with their other spells, any sort of magic bolstering another. At Larcow the priest was described as the foremost village witch. 19. Much that was expected of the priest indeed fell in the category of magic white, of course, as when the priest said masses to cure animals that were under a spell, or when, during the traditional processions that wound their way through communal territory on Rogation Sunday, he threw stones plastered with a small wax cross into the fields to keep the storms and hail away. We have already seen the power over natural phenomena attributed to priests, and the logical belief that some men of the cloth wielded more powers than others. A country priest deplored the way in which the Morvandios blamed crop failures, rust, or distemper on their divines. It seems quite natural that when, in the early 1890s, the Bishop of Mende visited the village of Saint-Enimier, his flock should find that his blessing of their valley made the almond harvest more abundant. In Bourbonnais everything was blessed, the seed, the fields, the herds. In Meuse several priests were held to sit on clouds, thus helping to disperse them, and the Abbé Chevin, of Bar-le-Duc, who died in 1900, was accused of having made a violent storm break over his own parish. 20 For those who connected Catholicism and sorcery, plainly, priests could be sinister figures, holding the powers of black magic as well. As a result of natural associations, the Limousins of the 20th century still dreaded that priests would usher death into the homes they visited. 21 The fear that stalked all the inhabitants of the countryside found in the church service not only appeasement but fuel. When sermons did not deal with public discipline, they frequently stoked the fires of brimstone and hell. That was the only way to move such an almost savage populace, remarked a Breton. A voice like thunder, dire threats, fists belaboring the pulpit, sweat running down his cheeks, the eloquent pastor fills his hearers with delicious terror. 22. Benold Malin has denounced the obsessive effects this sort of thing could have on people, especially children, haunted throughout life by the dread of hellfire, torments, retribution, and circumambient fiends. But priestly menaces were bound to be intimidating to the most sober when menace was the staff of everyday life. Living was marginal, disaster inexplicable and uncontrollable. This added to the countryman's Winnie the Pooh syndrome of seeing the trace of fantastic monsters in tracks that he had made himself. 23 Where harm and ill fortune were swiftly come by, nothing was easier than to claim that they were punishments of heaven. Long. 347. Centuries of trying to mollify and coax the powerful conjured up a religion where fear almost excluded love, a faith bent to flatter and do honor to the heavenly lords in order to obtain their protection or avoid their ire. Power and irascibility were what impressed. The peasants would not work their cattle on the feasts of the nastiest saints, the ones most likely to resent and revenge any irreverence. They sought to discover what thrashing saint lay behind their illness. Kindly saints could be invoked when they were needed. In grimmer mood, they evoked well-conditioned submission. 24 God was far away. The saints were near. Both were anthropomorphic. Saints were intercessors. One did not address God directly, but prayed to saints to request his favors, rewarded them if the crop was good or the weather fair, even chastised them, as at Haudimont, where Saint Urban, accused of permitting the vines to freeze on May 25, his own feast day, was dragged in effigy through the nettles around his church. The greatest saint of all, of course, was the Virgin, an unparalleled source of delivery from harm. The Gwerts made up when a new pilgrimage to her was launched in 1894 at Ploughny-Our-Manet recited only recent and concrete miracles, saving men from falling, drowning, prison, and so on. These were the functions of a saint. 25 But the chief function of saints on earth was healing, and every malady was the province of a particular saint. The attribution could vary from region to region, with some local patron saint taking over duties another saint performed elsewhere, but it was a creation of popular design. The conjunction between saint and illness was determined by associations, some naively evident, others lost in the mists of time. Thus Saint Eutropius healed dropsy, Saint Cloud healed boils, Saint Dietrine dealt with herpes and scurf, Saint Anan coped with ringworm and scurvy. Saint Clare helped eyes see more clearly, and Saint Lou, by fine contradistinction, healed fright. Very had its own array of saints destined by alliteration or obscure fiat to heal. For the deaf there was Saint Quen, for the gouty, Saint Genu, for crabbed and peevish women, Saint Acaire. In finest tier Our Lady of Benodette healed aches, depressions, madness, or simple-mindedness disorders associated with the head. Benodette literally means head of Adet, that is, the mouth of the Adet River. 26 In Verdre. Not far from Bourbon-l'Archambault, Saint Faustin, whose statue stood in the church, became in popular parlance Saint Foutin, the resort of barren women. Probably the most notorious saint born of popular whimsy and need was Saint Grelachon or Grelachon. Saint Grelachon had started life as the funeral statue of a local lord of Bourbon-l'Archambault, Guillaume de Naylac, but we rediscover the figure in a recessed nook of that city's streets. Childless women came from afar to scratch a little dust from the statue's genital area and drink it in a glass of white wine. By 1880, when Sir Guillaume's lower parts had been scratched down to nullity, the dust was obtained from under the statue's chin. Finally, the statue which had become a bust was transferred to the museum for safekeeping. I do not know what popular rumor the decision to remove Saint Grelachon aroused in Bourbonnais. Perhaps no one cared as the century ended and prolific motherhood began to be regarded with a cooler eye. But miracle-working agents enlisted strong popular loyalties. So did the traditions that called for rites to be performed in scrupulous detail, or otherwise fail in their intent. At Maisy the relics of Saint Nicholas were carried in procession through the streets in May, and the following Sunday's services then had to be celebrated in a country chapel about a mile away. In 1889 the priest tried to avoid the chore and to say Mass in his own church. This disturbed his flock, and most of the men in his congregation, dressed in their holiday clothes, marched to the designated chapel so that the rite would be carried out properly. On the other hand, it appears that the change of a patron saint was often treated with equanimity, as was a substitution of the supposedly sacred image itself. At Villeneuve-de-Berg the blacksmiths had no statue of their patron, Saint Aloy, to parade on his feast day. They solved the problem routinely by borrowing Saint Vincent from the Vintners Corporation, removing the statue's pruning knife, and replacing it with a little hammer. Similarly, in the Alps, at the feast of Saint Bess the saint's devotees bought medals of him bearing the legend St. Pancrace. When the discrepancy was pointed out to them, it bothered them not at all. The fact was, they said, the likeness was close, and the effects were the same. To the traditional mind the patron saint was secondary to the rite, and to the site as well. 21. We can see this in the cult of good, i.e. healing fountains, a cult that was generally abetted by the clergy on the theory that the saints who protected the fountains would be given a share of the credit for their restorative powers. Yet popular customs connected with healing fountains were, as a student says, often purely secular, and certain spas kept their appeal with or without the church's blessing. Near Aurich a long-established pilgrimage to the sanctuary and spring of Our Lady of Pibique lapsed from the Revolution until 1880. But the source kept its prestige and its magic powers through the whole period. On Bats Island, off the Breton coast, the old chapel dedicated to Saint Paul was shifted to the patronage of Saint Anne when, at the end of the 19th century, she was officially declared the patron saint of the peninsula. The pilgrimage continued as before. It was the place that mattered. F8 familiar venues and familiar rites and actions could not be tampered with impunity. When obstacles were raised to established ways, rebelliousness ensued. Thus, at Nouradie-Franck, near Saint-Just-en-Chaussee in Oise, the cemetery chapel had statues of Saint Vaast and his bear. The bear was made of wood and stood on rollers. The chapel was a popular place of pilgrimage for mothers, who took their young children with them hoping that Saint Vaast would help them learn to walk. Ritual required that they tip the sexton to place the children on the bear's broad back and pull them for 3 turns around the chapel's crypt. At the end of the 19th century the incumbent priest, hoping to discourage this superstitious practice, had the bear burned. This caused an uprising in the parish, and delegations pleading with the Bishop of Beauvais obtained a new bear, which apparently served Bray, Vexin, and Picardy until the war put an end to the pilgrimages. 29 Alphonse Dupront has written that all pilgrimages are made to a source of healing. But we should add that the pilgrims as often seek protection and favors, too. In Bresse one went to pray to Saint Anthony that one's pigs should gain during the year. In Bourbonnais shepherdesses attended the annual pilgrimage to Saint Agatha's shrine at Saint Desire in the first place to divert 35-0 the agencies of change themselves and to secure a blessed hazel switch with which to control their herds and be free of the fear of wolves. 30. Conditions obviously varied depending on the stand of the local priest, but priestly decisions were interpreted without illusions. At Carnac the pilgrimage to the shrine of Saint Cornelius, patron of horned beasts, was very profitable. Oxen and calves were offered to him, they were made to kneel in adoration of his statue, which stood above the portal of the church, then blessed by the priest and auctioned off under the saint's banner. Then, in 1906, the priests refused to bless the gathered beasts. They haven't been paid enough, explained a hawker selling his toys at the local fair. You don't find the church giving its blessing for nothing, at least not these days. But there, I dare say they will get on just as well without it. 31. The year 1906 was a year of turmoil. But priests too galled or too rigorous to keep up traditional devotions were in a minority. As a general rule, they accepted current beliefs in healing fountains, stones, and megaliths. For one thing, as all observers hastened to point out, the gifts offered to their patron saints contributed to clerical revenues. Saint Anthony was offered pig's feet, Saint Aloy horses' tails, and Saint Herbert cows' tails. More important, many saints were offered the beasts themselves, calves, lambs, chicken, and other gifts in kind. These would be sold by the verger after the ceremony, and the revenue could rise to as much as 1,500 or 2,000 francs, riches for men whose yearly income was only half as much. For some priests the launching of a new pilgrimage spot meant big business, like the shrine in Picardy, complete with publicity, signposts, hostels, and eateries, which had to be suppressed in 1882 by the Bishop of Beauvais. Others were satisfied with a modest but regular income gained from the sale of some small item, like the Saint Vinage at Meyermont in Combrailles, a mixture of 10 liters of water and 1 liter of wine that was blessed by the priest and sold by the sexton at very moderate prices, and that was said to cure all cattle ills. Still other priests intervened to keep a pilgrimage site alive when people no longer had good reason to visit it. In Morbihan the church at Forges de la Nauille was dedicated to Saint Aloy as a patron of metal workers. When the local forges closed down in 1886, the pilgrimages declined, and so did the church's revenues, until in 1908 the local rector instituted a blessing of horses, which soon revived his trade. 82. That priests and their parishes profited from such religious undertakings does not make the undertakings any the less valid or the participants any the less sincere. Utility underlies most human enterprise, and in no way demeans it. The mother who trudged off carrying her child that it might be strengthened or healed was an admirable figure. The priest who sought funds to glorify the source from which such healing sprang and perhaps its guardian as well was human and perhaps even saintly. But to return to pilgrimages, these were perhaps important above all a form of access to the extraordinary that was so rare in the cycle-bound life we have been talking about. The pilgrimage offered an excuse to leave the village, and with it, for a time at least, an inescapable fate. Pilgrimages were festive occasions involving food and drink, shopping, and dancing. The most ancient pilgrimages coincided with great fairs, markets and sanctuaries went together. The connection between trade and devotion seems to go back as far as Herodotus. Bakers and butchers, clothiers and peddlers, set up their stalls, people treated themselves to sweetmeats, wine, or lemonade, and purchased images, traditional cakes, and other ritual ex votos to deposit in the sanctuary or tie to the branch of a nearby tree. The healing statue of Saint Stephen at Les Acailles Églises was invoked, like a good many others, by binding a ribbon on the statue's arm. The ribbons were bought from cloth merchants or from the stalls local women set up in the village streets. So were the wax limbs carried in the procession of Saint Amateur at La Malette, the saffron-flavored cakes shaped like hens, sold to the devotees of Saint Symphorien at Verngouz, the yellow wax breasts offered by women to Saint Anthony's fountain near Brive, and the amulets or priapic figures, in cake or wax, sold from Normandy to Var at least since the 17th century. No wonder the peasants felt that priests were necessary because they made business GOL 33, and it is easy to dwell on the commercial aspects of religion. The point is that there was commerce because there were people, and people congregated because this was the only sort of festivity they knew. It's more a pleasure trip than a pious action, cavilled an Eastern teacher in R888. What was wrong with its being both? At this unexalted level, the pilgrimage and traveling were one and the same thing. Indeed, in the Dames Vieilles who was a synonym for pilgrimage. Relations and friends met at pilgrimage places regularly every year, and such predictable gatherings were convenient in times when communications were rare and difficult. They also afforded welcome breaks, especially to women. The pilgrimage was chiefly a feminine activity, perhaps because it was the woman's only socially sanctioned means of escape from home and its daily routine. Men had opportunities to visit fairs or to travel to farther places. Their lives were far more varied than those of womenfolk. These found their opportunity in pilgrimages, which they often undertook alone over great distances. A middle-aged woman around mid-century made her way on foot from Pomade to the shrine of Saint Reine in Haute-Saône, a hefty march for anyone. The same peasant woman went to see the Holy Cure of Ars, a good way south in N. There was no healing involved and no particular vow. 34 Dare we attribute her enterprise to the quest for personal satisfaction and to curiosity. Here was an eager public that the Assumptionists tapped when, in the mid-1870s, they enlisted the aid of railway companies in transporting the mass pilgrimages they organized, which were patronized largely by humble men's wives. But let us hazard further. Even quite humble trips, for secular or devotional ends, took a person out of his element and opened up unfamiliar spheres. The extraordinary began much closer to home then than it would do today, and a trip of any kind was an understandable aspiration for those whose ordinary lives offered so little change. What could be more extraordinary than the miraculous? Perhaps this was what humble people welcomed in the news of the great miracles of the time. Miracles promise deliverance from the routine unfolding of predictable destinies, and they create a sense of expectancy and excitement the more potent for being the more vague. Millenarianism, which embodies all this in its most extreme form, is commonly attributed to Baphomet's sense of privation and restraint with no conceivable relief in sight. The promise carried by evidence of supernatural forces heals Baphomet and frustration, and reinforces hope. It also holds out an opportunity to escape from the commonplace into the realm of the prodigious, to wonder over marvels and possibilities beyond familiar ken. Like the sensationalist canards the villagers were so fond of, rumors of a new miracle provided a semblance of diversion. Whatever the explanation, the rural world was eager for miracles. It exploited the regular sources of awe and thaumaturgy, and flocked when new ones were announced. Most of the time rumors of local miracles did not go beyond a limited radius. In 1840 the Holy Virgin seems to have manifested herself in several places in Vendée. But this was treated as local superstition. In the early J860s the Ursuline nuns of Charroux in Poitou discovered what they claimed to be the sacred prepuce, removed from the infant Jesus at the circumcision and, in the words of Monseigneur Pie, Bishop of Poitiers, the only part of Christ's body left behind when he ascended into heaven. The name Charroux was associated with Chair Rouge, and an elaborate festival in 1862 brought the fortunate convent into the public eye. But the miraculous discovery was unfortunately connected. Est il Franfeus. 353. With legitimist politics, and its later fortunes are lost in mists of contentious ribaldry. 35 At about the same time, in the fall of R862, the 16-year-old daughter of a rural postman of Saint Marcel d'Ardèche began to preach, predict the future, and promise miracles. The people came en masse from all surrounding communes until, in a few days, the furor died down. 36 In other cases the feverish excitement did not pass so quickly. When, in September R846, two shepherd children guarding their herds on the deserted mountainside of La Salette saw an unnatural light and a tearful lady announcing the wrath of Christ in their own patois, curious pilgrims hastened there at once. The veracity of the children was contested, especially by the church authorities, but the enthusiasm was too great to stifle. The evidence makes clear that miracles were validated and imposed by popular opinion, which the authorities civil and clerical accepted only unwillingly and under pressure. In a notorious trial of R857, concerned with the reality of the miracle of La Salette, the lawyers continually referred to the supernatural needs of the lower classes. It was wholly understandable, they said, that the common people should believe in such things, but they expressed some surprise at finding members of the upper classes sharing these views. 31. This same division and the same pressure of popular need appear in the earliest stages of the first and perhaps the greatest modern pilgrimage site, Lourdes. In February R858, 11-year-old Bernadette Soubirous encountered a beautiful lady beside a stream. The local nuns, priests, and civil authorities, afraid of complications, refused to believe Bernadette's story. The local gendarmes sought to tell the people that it is not in the 19th century that one lets oneself be carried away by such a belial, yet belief was stronger than skepticism. It spread like wildfire. Within a few days large crowds, mostly women and children, began to gather at the grotto of Massabile. By the beginning of March they numbered 20,000. Disorder caused in the name of God is none the less intolerable disorder, warned the gendarme. All his superiors clearly thought the same. The records are full of it: disorder, regrettable agitation, preserve order, undeceive the population, regrettable facts. But the population did not want to be undeceived. For it, disorder was hope and holiday. The population wants to believe. When there are no miracles, it invents them, it insists on bearing heads, kneeling, etc. 38. There were few priests, sometimes no priests, in the assembled crowds. The clergy, as the imperial prosecutor reported, maintained an excessive reserve. But the ritual pilgrimages developed without their intervention and despite that of the civil authorities. It was several years before the Bishop of Tarbes confirmed the miracles in R 862, proclaiming the authenticity of the virgins. 354 The agencies of change appearance and the healing virtues of the grotto's spring. But clearly the voice of the people preceded the voice of God. In 1867 a railway line became available. By 1871 the pilgrimage had become international, and in 1876 the great basilica was consecrated before 100,000 pilgrims, a new tide in the affairs of men, flowing in the wake of the railroads. 39 The people wanted to believe when there were no miracles, they invented them. They also invented appropriate ends for some of the official actors of the early drama, damned in their eyes for their skepticism. When the police superintendent of 1858 died in 1873, full of professional honors and properly buried with the last rites of the church, popular lore invented tales of heavenly retribution. He had gone blind, it was said. He had first massacred his wife with a meat axe, then ended his own days. The horses had refused to pull the hearse bearing his remains. Similar tales were told about the local prefect, alleged to have been stricken cup in hand in the midst of a banquet while blaspheming lords. The retributive fantasy went on to kill his wife, who broke her neck in a fall, and his daughter, who choked to death while eating a cold chicken. The people loved their miracles so much that they pursued those who would deprive them of their prodigies with implacable hatred. As a great prelate said in 1874, on every side today, all that one hears is miracles and prophecies. 40. What does all this tell us about religion? Conclusions do not come easily. That it was local and specific. That a peasant who did not believe in the church, its foolishness, or its saints, to quote a country priest, could share in local reverence and worship Saint Eutropius. That men who would not go to Mass would undertake long pilgrimages to be healed or to have their beasts healed. And that, in one way or another, religious practices were interwoven with every part of life, but hardly in a manner that one would call specifically Christian. 41. Leaving aside the entertainment that these practices offered, divinity was associated with vast unknown areas. God and saints like fairies possessed knowledge that was forbidden to men. They had to be propitiated and persuaded to perform tasks that men accomplish only imperfectly or not at all. The more men came to master such tasks, plumb the unknown, shake the tree of knowledge, the less they needed intercessors. The sales of the Saint Vinage at Meyermont declined, to the despair of the sexton. In Sologny good Saint Viator, who had done so much to heal the local fevers, was badly hurt by the spreading use of quinine and by the drainage and sanitation projects beginning to show results in the 1880s. At Hevelers the priest read the Lord's Passion every day from May to September to bring heaven's blessing on the goods of the earth. Then, before Christmas, the church treasurer went from door to door to collect grain in payment for this service. In the 1850s the treasurer got £800 and more. By 1888, for all that things were better, he garnered only 330. Things were. Thieu est il franfeus. 355. Worse still in Perigord, where the popularity of St. John the Baptist, whose accompanying lamb had made him the patron of the local sheep runs, declined with the century. At La Coquille, in northeastern Dordogne, where the Ballade of June 24 brought some 5,000 pilgrims every year, the priest would get 40 or 50 lambs for his pains. By 1900 he got only 3. By 1920, what with the rising price of wool, he scarcely got a pound of wool. 42 in 1886 at Ligard, a youth group voted to shift the local festival from January 14, the feast of the patron saint, to the last Sunday in September, which was more convenient from the point of view of work and weather. The observance of Rogation Week declined even in Brittany. The turn of the century saw fewer processions across the village fields with cross, banners, and bells to drive off evil spirits and to bless the crops. In the Limousin, where in 1876 many peasants still reckoned their age according to Ostension's great septennial processions with scores of villages in their entirety parading behind relics, drums, and banners, the emotional content gradually seeped away, and the penitents in their colorful costumes disappeared, and new religious groups that borrowed nothing from the old traditions meant little to the popular public. Politically inspired prohibitions keeping religious processions off the streets separated folklore and pious celebrations, hastening the decline of both. 43 local pilgrimages of the popular sort leveled off or declined. Some were domesticated into the Marian cult. Others were suppressed because they gave rise to scandalous practices, as when Morvan women seeking a cure for barrenness too often found it in adjacent woods, or because they always brought disorders, like the wrestler's pardon of Saint Cadu at Guisnach that never failed to end in fights and brawls. The mercantile activities that had grown around traditional devotions killed them, like trees stifled by ivy. Easter Sunday processions had to be given up in some places because the streets and squares were too crowded with stalls and carousels. Tourists and sightseers helped to keep observances alive as pure pageantry, but finally, when everyone wants to watch the procession, there is no one left to take part in it. Between the wars, automobiles denied the roads to those pilgrimages traditionally made on horseback, and the enclosure of fields discouraged them. In 1939 the Courrier du Finistère noted that the traditional procession stopped at the wires barring access to the ancient chapel of Saint Roch at Landlo. What is the use in destroying the grass of a field to enter a building in ruins and without a roof? No such reasoning could have been accepted half a century earlier. Yet phosphates, chemical fertilizers, and schooling had spelled the beginning of the end. In 1893, a drought year in Bourbonnais when many men were having masses said for their emaciated cattle, the priest reproached Henry Knorr, a self-taught man who farmed not far from Cyrilly, for not attending church. "I haven't got the time," he answered. "And really, I haven't got much confidence in your remedies for the beasts. My remedies are better, you can check." Daniel Halavy quotes another story about Knorr. This time the farmer returned from the railway station with a cartful of fertilizer and met the priest. "What are you carting there?" "Chemicals." "But that is very bad, they burn the soil, Monsieur le Curé," said Knorr. "I've tried everything. I've had masses said and got no profit from them. I've bought chemicals and they worked. I'll stick to the better merchandise." 45. It was the requiem of 19th century religion. Chapter 20. The Priests and the People. A corpse was going sadly to its rest under the loam. A priest was going gladly to bury it quick and go home. So sang La Fontaine with his usual feeling for popular realities. We can not be certain what kind of religion it was that decayed. But we can tell that the declining roll of its representatives was fairly wide and welcome. Sympathy for men of the cloth was either lukewarm or downright bitter. The good priest, charitable and kindly, whom we occasionally encounter in 19th century novels, has found no place in popular lore, which provides no proverbs in praise of the clergy, but dozens that criticize its members. "If your son is clever," advised one cura's proverb, "make him a mason, if he is nasty make him a priest." Many Basque proverbs make reference to money-grubbing priests, and there is a story that Avarice, having killed a man, sought sanctuary in a church and has not come out since. Most friction in the countryside stemmed from and turned about monetary concerns. The First Estate was no exception to the general rule. Priests were in an impossible position. Until the separation of church and state, their salaries began at 450 francs and doubled in a lifetime. Together with other perquisites and surplus fees, a priest perhaps made 1,000 or 1,200 francs a year. If he wanted to eat, dress, and live up to his station, he had to scramble desperately for every penny. This created difficult situations, for peasants held the representatives of an unworldly faith guilty of a distinctly worldly rapaciousness, and priests felt that they were rendering essential services that should be paid for. Both sides were right, but their relationship was only too often a demeaning one. In country villages, the prefect of Wyon reported under the consulate, no money, no baptism, no marriage, not even extreme unction. Even less any kind of funeral dirge, one haggles as in the marketplace, it is at this price or not at all. No wonder that in Saintonge, the people held that the big bell of the church rang out Dune. 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 3. The priest often appears as tyrant or exploiter, manipulating his monopoly of the essential rites of passage. Thus, at Boin the gendarmes reported that he expected gifts or refused the holy sacraments and would not attend the dying, however poor they were, unless he was first paid 9 francs. 9 francs in 1862 was a great deal of money. What little success Protestantism had in the countryside at mid-century reflected the peasants' attempts to escape from the high fees exacted by some priests. In Wyon, Ariège, the Limousin, we hear that the popular classes were turned away by clerical demands for money. Protestantism was cheap. A novel about the Limousin countryside records frequent grumbles about the cost of masses, burials, and other services. A Protestant sympathizer remarks that the Protestant minister provides his parishioners a bench to sit on and a stove to warm the chapel, advantages that one did not find in the Catholic Church. For the priest in many perhaps most rural communities received contributions in kind that people identified with the tithe supposedly abolished by the Revolution. This seems to have been the case in much of western France, and was still practiced in parts of Anjou, Poitou, and Gâtine as late as 1888. In the southeast, the catechism used in the Diocese of Annecy in 1876 incorporated the duty to pay tithes as the seventh commandment, a passage that the Republicans did not fail to use as anti-clerical propaganda. 5. But even without such payments, clerical fees jarred. The masses said to lay ghosts or cast off spells laid on animals were costly. So was the occasional dispensation that was needed, say, to marry a cousin. And there was now an alternative authority to sanction occasions that had once been ruled by the Church alone. Country people were slow to avail themselves of this, but friction with ecclesiastical authority could now lead to a break and recourse to the civil power. Squabbles over fees and other differences could produce ugly incidents, like the one at Masset, where the priest simply refused to marry a local man when the whole wedding party was in church, at which bride and groom stalked off, saying that they would do without him. A dispute of this sort, which could lead to civil marriage and hence, at death, to the refusal of Christian burial, might snowball into a village cause. One instance of the refusing of burial rites to a villager at Bourgogne provoked serious local disturbances in 1841 and discredited the priest responsible for the trouble. 6. Death and funeral ceremonies were a constant source of friction, and inspired demonstrations against incumbents accused of discriminating between rich and poor. There was resentment against priests who charged a fee for the use of the pall, which meant that the poor had to go without. In Périgord, sextons and priests levied a toll on corpses. The priests and the people. 359. Passing through their parish, a practice that led to considerable ill-feeling. At Saint-Anne-l'Église we hear that excessive burial fees had led to open war and, by the 1880s, to the widespread abandonment of a religion embodied in a violent and resented priest. Hostility was not likely to have been made so manifest as this in small communities before the 1880s, but it led to explosions when opportunity afforded, as at Lambesc, a fairly large bourg in Bouches du Rhône, in 1,850.7 places in church cost money, seats and stalls had to be paid for, and there were frequent incidents between the sexton and the priest on one hand and local people trying to get in free or to bring their own chairs to church. I am convinced that the amount of disaffection this alone caused was immense. The right to carry the statues and the banners of the saints in annual processions was normally auctioned off, 40 to 50 francs for Saint Radegunda, 15 to 20 francs for Saint Marine, 1 franc for a banner. A child's mastery of the catechism was measured by the gifts he brought to the priest and the number of candles his parents contributed. A child who was first in his catechism, and who should thus have been in the first rank in the communion parade, was relegated to fourth or fifth place, with predictable results for his and his parents' attitude. Grudges grew, rancor and hostilities festered, which when the time was right would help alienate men and their families from an institution they no longer needed to treat with caution. What was the role of politics in all this? In a direct sense, relatively minor; indirectly, vast. In a pastoral letter of 1875 the Bishop of Limoges attributed the general weakening of faith to straightforward political causes: the public events of 1870 and 1871, the September Revolution, the Commune, secret societies, the ever more general reading of the newspapers, the agitations caused by the frequency of elections. Whatever else this meant, it was a token that the Church was deeply involved in politics. As all historians say and as contemporaries experienced, the Church was the core and the inspiration of organized resistance to the Republic that emerged after May 16, 1877. Particularly at the provincial level, ecclesiastical influence led the Bonapartist or Royalist opposition into what was in effect a clerical party, eventually to be joined by conservative Republicans as well. In these circumstances republicanism and anti-clericalism were one, hence Gambetta's clericalism, there's the enemy. Religion, declared the conservative biographer of the conservative and royalist provincial poet Arsène Vermenouze, religion was the bond that bound the conservatives. And Louis de Vogüé confirms this: if you went to Mass, you couldn't really be a Republican. If you were a Republican, you fought against priests, nuns, and superstitions. 9. It is true that certain economic or class rivalries found expression in religious terms, as they did in political ones: active adherence to a confession, as to a political faction, because of frictions of a worldly sort, or, as in Garde or Haute-Loire, simply because of historical memories going back to the wars of religion. 10. It is also true that in some places priests were agents or supporters of revolutionary social change. The priest of the left is not a 20th century phenomenon only. Social extraction, Christian doctrine, or merely the human sympathies of men particularly close to human tribulations produced a fair number of hostile critics of the existing order, easily accused of socialism. Priests were denounced for inciting servants to disobey their masters and not to work on holidays in order to attend church services, for having canticles sung to the tune of La Marseillaise, for speaking ill of the rich and of employers, for stoking the fires of antagonism between the poor and the better off. But this only encouraged anti-clericalism among respectable property owners like the notary in Zola's Germinal, who at dessert, took a resolute free-thinking line because the local priest sided with the miserable striking miners. The notary was, in his own view anyway, a man of the left, against the church that had betrayed him and the cause of property. LLA law of July 12, 1880, abrogated the legislation of 1814 forbidding work on Sundays and certain holidays. The previous law had been respected largely in the breach, but a conjunction of anti-clericals and employers had wrought the new one, partly to spite the priests. Before it was repealed in 1906, this law helped provoke endless friction between conscientious clerics and the social groups most likely to furnish them support. But if the activities of pious or social-minded priests, even their politics after the 1890s, turned some conservatives or royalists against them, they did not endear them to Republicans. The gulf had been dug too wide. By 1899, as the Revue du Clergé Fran Rice admitted, in the public eye the clergy stood for backwardness, reaction, and conservatism. 12. As long as belief in the supernatural mission of the Church endured, the Church was not too closely identified with any particular section of the faithful. But in the 19th century skepticism was increasing, just at the time when the Church's close association with the upper classes and their views became more evident. The Church no longer symbolized the unity of all, but stood for the domination of one particular faction. Faith in the declining Church was linked to a political stance that was also declining, both lost from the connection. The long drawn-out struggle between the clerical party and the Republican regime forced people to take sides constantly in the most obvious terms: attending church, abstaining from processions, choosing their children's schools. After 1879, official reports hailed the increasing tendency to give up religious practice as a measure of growing support for the regime. In December 1879, the prefect of Cantal welcomed the disappointing level of attendance at the celebration of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. The public saw in it an endeavor hostile to the government and has generally refused to associate itself with this. The old unanimities, already battered, were being further sapped by official pressure. Fear and deference, which had worked in favor of religious convention, began to work against it. Those who wanted to stand well with the authorities kept away. Those who wanted to conform now had to choose between different kinds of conformity. And the voice of authority, so powerful in its effects on certain communities used to passive obedience, accustomed to direction from above, spoke with unexampled violence against the degradation and besotting nature of holding absurd religious beliefs. 13 absurd beliefs could be enlisted on either side. In 1885 at St. Lawrence-sur-Gore the priest complied with the regulation prohibiting the ringing of bells in storms. The villagers resented his decision. The radical municipal council spread the story that the new regulation was the work of priests, bishops, and nobles, who hoped that poor people would be ruined by storms no longer averted by the bells. Finally, the anti-clerical municipal council overrode the prefect, directed the church bells to be rung in storms, and scored a point with the villagers. 14 This sort of thing helps remind us what rural politics were about, and stresses the level at which debate was carried on. It is important to remember this as a simple truth when weighing anti-clerical arguments, lest the basis of their appeal be misinterpreted. They were rational, but they were pitched in terms designed to move people with interests and a state of mind far removed from the intellectual urban ken. Thus reference to papal interference in French politics is said to have contributed to the Republican successes in 1877. Gambetta asked the peasants if they would want their sons sent to get themselves killed to put the Pope back on his throne. Was this an argument that clericalism had gone too far, as André Latreille and René Ramond make it out to be, or simply an appeal to the French peasants known reluctants to lend their sons for anything but gain? The notorious struggle between priest and teacher falls into the same category. Frères ennemis, their discord stemmed less from undeniable ideological differences than from their contest for authority. Priest and teacher were both local notables, their position based not on material wealth but on the possession of esoteric knowledge and the key role they played in communal affairs. Their social extraction was roughly similar: brighter sons of small artisans and peasant farmers, promoted by schooling. Qui langue, et Rome va, they said in Tarn-et-Garonne. Both represented official culture, especially in their command and use of French. To be sure, we have seen that priests often taught or preached in patois in order to reach and hold members of their congregations. Even so, for centuries they had been the only men with learning in their parish, and they were instrumental in the penetration of French. 15 The language of prayer, when it was not Latin, was French. One spoke French to gents of the upper classes, it followed that one used it when addressing God or saints. In Languedoc, for instance, the Catholic Church began to use French in the 15th century, presenting most of its homilies in that language and sending missionaries out to preach in French. By the 19th century, these tendencies had grown stronger. Most of the bishops, like prefects, came from outside their diocese. They had no understanding and little sympathy for popular religious practices that the church generally associated with paganism or folklore, or a mixture of both. Students were prohibited from speaking patois in seminaries, as in normal schools. The teaching orders were notoriously opposed to local dialects, and most of all the Jesuits, inventors of the infamous symbols, borne in evidence of linguistic lapses. It comes as no surprise to hear a Breton nationalist criticizing them as well-meaning strangers only interested in the spread of French. 16 Challenged by the teacher, whom he was accustomed to treat as an underling, and by the teacher's wares, the priest began to take a different view of things. Where before priests had patronized what learning had been available in the village, now many suspected it because it could lead to bad books. Their stress on the learning of the catechism clashed with the teacher's interest in other subjects, which were gradually recognized as more relevant to current needs. Catechism clashed with the school certificate, and the latter won. A peasant quoted by Gaston Marie in 1907 explained, "We compare what the teacher gives us with what the priest can give. Well, he gives us more. It's the teacher that has taught us how to read, and that is useful in life. He has taught us how to reckon, and that is even more useful, and then that is not all. If we need advice for our taxes, for our business, we just go to see him. He's got books and papers about farming, about fertilizer L1. The things one could see, the things one could touch, were taking over, and the school rode forward on their tide." The peasant's need had shifted from consolation to advice on concrete matters, and on this level, at this time at least, the presbytery could not keep up with the school. The priests and the people. With the school looming as an increasingly dangerous competitor, language took on a new role in the priest versus teacher struggle. The priest was cast himself as a defender of local speech, first, simply to oppose the teacher's French, but also because it helped preserve the faithful from subversion. Yet, though he played the reactionary in this struggle and was frequently accused of the abuse of using Basque, Breton, or other dialects in religious instruction, catechism, and preaching, reports indicate that most priests complied with official requirements and thus with the historical tradition of their church. 18 The struggle between church and school at the village level was thus cultural only in a subordinate sense. Agencies that had operated jointly and in a similar direction became rivals and had to adopt the weapons that lay at hand. As for the political struggle, it was, as we have seen in other politics, concrete and personalized. The creation of lay schools led to incidents that inevitably snowballed. In Pyrenees Orientals, priests would not admit children from the secular schools to church events. Mayors retaliated by prohibiting church processions. In Haute-Vienne, mayors proposed to prohibit processions because priests used them to pressure parents not to send their children to secular schools. In Ariège, some mayors prohibited processions solely to avoid clashes, others because there might be trouble from fathers hurt in their pride because of the preference shown to children of congregational schools. We hear of priests who used their influence to get a tenant's lease changed or revoked, who saw that work was given or taken away, who made a weapon of bread orders for the needy, and who baldly discriminated against the children of unregenerate parents in catechism or church. We hear of the tolling of the death knell for those who sent their children to lay school, and of a priest who refused the sacraments to a schoolteacher's mother. 19 This does not sound too new, and one dares to think that the anti-clerical side did not disdain similar methods. What matters is the resentment that the struggle bred and the lasting dissensions it created. Religious pageants and processions, among the rare events that brightened the otherwise dreary days, were the first to suffer. Teachers perhaps pursued traditional observances with particular ruthlessness in their zeal to uproot superstition. Republican officials banned or obstructed them as part of their anti-clerical campaigns. Priests themselves, only marginally sympathetic, abandoned them as medieval or defended them merely as political issues. Meanwhile, the traditional songs sung at devotional feasts were replaced by militant canticles designed for the circumstances, Savons Dieu et la Francil or Nous voulons Dieu, car les impies contre lui se sont soulevés. This meant that even where traditional ceremonies endured, parts of tradition were lost this time from the inside. 20. Thus clerical or anti-clerical politics affected the popular mind indirectly. They helped to sap tradition and disintegrate practices that had been part of life for centuries. But political arguments as the cities knew them would not and could not engage the countryside until the country mind had shifted to the wavelength of the city. This would take a long time. Meanwhile, the existence, the pervasiveness, the vigilance of politico-religious conflicts discredited what had long been undisputed and advanced alternative attitudes. As the century ended, a portion of clerical opinion recognized the counterproductive effect of political involvement. 21. My own belief is that pettier factors, more closely linked with the personality of the priest and his relations with the community, contributed at least as much to calling him into question. We have seen that straitened means condemned the priests to rapacity. There was less excuse for their authoritarianism. The best historian of the French priesthood in the 19th century, Father Joseph Bruguet, has attributed the unpopularity of priests to their absolutist and retrograde ideas, which in his view ran counter to the ideals of greater social and political independence that were gaining ground. 22. My own view is that the tendency toward independence, itself a product of novel possibilities, did not suggest rebellion against the priest or a complete break with him, it simply made it possible. Like the stern schoolteacher, the authoritarian priest was the product of an authoritarian family in an authoritarian society. They would all be challenged in due course, when opportunity offered. The priest's immediate problem was not that he was too absolutist, but that he was less retrograde than the villagers he sought to direct. Venality lost friends, but attempted reform lost more. There has been some discussion whether the Jansenism of many graduates of 19th-century seminaries contributed to what has been called dechristianization, itself a misleading term if it suggests more than the abandoning of church rituals. As early as 1828 an old Jan priest, trained before the Revolution, had criticized his younger colleagues. The young reformers of humankind flatly refuse absolution to all but girls who do not dance and lads who never go to taverns, and in this way they avoid the trouble of confessions. Doubtful about this view, Latreille and Ramond remarked that after all this was no more than a certain moral rigorism or harshness, frequent in that clerical generation. 23. Yet moral rigorism should not be underrated when its effects touched every aspect of popular observance and turned the priest into a killjoy resident and interfering Mrs. Grundy. The consoling cleric undoubtedly existed, but when we meet the priest he is always saying no. No drinking on the Sabbath, or in periods when a mass is being said, or while processions pass. No Sunday morning markets. 2. The priests and the people many pigs, disgusting animals, people feast on them when they should be fasting. The fishermen work on Sundays, the priests persuade fish merchants not to buy fish on that day. The reactions were expectable. At Uslids, the priest entered the local tavern to silence certain songs, but had to retreat under a barrage of insults, followed by snowballs. In a village nearby the priest ran out of church to put an end to a noisy farandole troubling the evening prayers, broke the drum with his fist, and barely escaped lynching. Men were becoming less willing to accept this kind of interference, and even less willing to admit the priest's right to interfere in their private lives. 24. The practice of coitus interruptus, which was apparently spreading, led to vexation and acrimony. We know that in 1840 the Bishop of Le Mans had been troubled by the number of young husbands showing themselves eager to avoid conception, though not intercourse. Questioned and condemned by their confessors, more and more of these, growing weary of ecclesiastical pressures, were keeping away from the communion table or abandoning religious practice altogether. We have no way of knowing whether the bishop's concerns reflected rural practices, or only urban ones. The picture grows clearer, however, by 1867, when Redemptorist missionaries in the Somme reported that parish after parish was ravaged by onanism. The men reproved for this vice refused to mend their ways and live far from the sacraments. There and elsewhere, husbands evinced a growing resentment toward confessors who wrung every last detail of intimate practice from their wives. There had always been some objection, and this grew through the century, to confessors prying into private affairs, the profits of merchants, the small peculations of traders, the indiscretions of untoward talk or reading. Now, confession was attacked as an interference in marital relations, probing the conjugal bed, and an invasion of privacy that excited minors to debauchery by suggesting notions they would not themselves have thought of. We can well understand why the occasional crime or deviation by a member of the clergy was greeted with acrid delight, even though as a rule embezzlement, sexual assault, indecent exposure, visits to brothels, and other lapses were decently hidden from view. The priest is the law, prohibition, forbid dance, wrote the Abbé Larochesse of Cantal in an 1865 study of confession. Familiar with claims that people avoided church because its doctrines ignored human passions, he did not see laxity as a valid remedy. No wonder that, by 1883, we find the public prosecutor at Grenoble noting that the reserve and mistrust with which the peasants of Isère treated their priests was a form of self-defense against the clergy's attempts to trespass on their freedom of conscience in newly reserved domains like family affairs and politics. An article in a clerical review published in the last year of the century summed it all up. The clergy is unpopular. To men of the people the priest is by definition a hostile being. 211. It was in this guise that many priests worked hard to saw off the branch on which they sat. Modern religion extolled new cults over familiar ones, and sought to purify practice. The clergy had always shown a certain hostility to popular rejoicing as essentially pagan. Feasting was gross, libertine, leading to violence and keeping peasants away from church services. 26. Unable to eliminate such feasts, the Church incorporated them but did not cease to treat them with suspicion. Around mid-century the hierarchy set about purification. Balazouk, in Ardèche, boasted a compound Henri de Saint-Antoine. In 1845 the priest found the fraternal banquets were too washed down with wine and suppressed the confrérie. His action set off a riot, but it was final in Balazouk and representative of a wider trend. Religious congregations and fraternities, especially penitents, had lost sight of their original purpose, which was to aid the poor, bury the indigent, honor their members in death. They had become social and drinking societies. Le matin et tigres le soir, they said in Villiers political clubs, their chief public function restricted to marching in processions wearing colorful, awesome robes and hoods. This form of devotion no longer corresponded to the mentality of the population, commented a canon. Certainly not to the mentality of reforming clergymen. Far gone in their worldly ways, the penitents were reformed to death and left to expire slowly in the first 2 decades of the Third Republic. They were replaced with associations specifically dedicated to prayer and to pious works. The result was a setback on both sides. The new associations, which the clergy sponsored, sometimes wilted or died. Meanwhile, the old groups, abandoned by the clergy, withered badly also. In a few years, wrote Edward Harrison Barker in 1893, there will be no blue penitents at Figeac. As the old members of the confraternity die, there are no postulants to fill their places. Already they feel, when they put on their sacks, that they are masquerading, and that the eye of ridicule is upon them. 27. The same was true for the whole popular cult of relics, processions, Asen. The priests and the people's ions, rogations, statues, rocks, caves, and healing springs, successively rooted out as excrescences. Branches or stones that women graded or ground up against barrenness were done away with wherever this could be achieved. At Allen-Ces, one of the major local feasts, St. John's, in midsummer waned during the 1830s when local priests ceased to take part in ceremonies outside religious worship and restricted themselves to purely religious ceremonies. About the same time in Gers the miraculous fountain of St. John the Baptist at Nougaralet was put out of commission by a priest intent on scotching superstition, who simply filled its basin in. In 1845 the rector of Plomer had the village menhir torn down one of the magic stones that peasants crowned with flowers, anointed with butter, or slipped money to. All over Brittany the ancient megaliths became forbidden or accursed stones. 28 Still, stubborn beliefs and practices survived even without clerical participation or endorsement. A song from Barjals affirms it. 29 Elevesc es vang, la capelo, la capelo. Elevesc es vang, la capelo na fondu. An Aist demolished the chief shrine to Saint Yves, center of a local cult the church disapproved of, the shrine of Saint Yves de la Verite. It had no effect. A few years later a man said to have been condemned by the avenging saint was dead, and his alleged murderer acquitted. A new priest assigned to Bruy-la-Faux in 1880 tried to put an end to the traditional practice of ringing the church bells on All Hallows Eve and throughout the morning of All Souls. He locked the church doors, but the indignant peasants threatened to break them down, crying that no one could prevent them from ringing for their dead. A few years later another Limousin village rose to defend its right to ring the church bells in a storm. So other popular customs put up a solid fight. In Cantal just before Easter the shepherds made the rounds of local farms, singing old songs appropriate to the occasion and collecting bits of food, eggs, and a few coins. The clergy was hostile to this immemorial custom, the Reveliers, perhaps because the rusticity of the evangelists whom the shepherds portrayed and of their songs appeared unworthy of religion. The custom survived nonetheless, at least to the 1890s. And menhirs continued to be worshipped despite ecclesiastic execrations. In 1896 the menhir at Plogourneville was crowned by a cross, and an accompanying tablet promised 40 days indulgence for every pater and ave that the faithful said. The church continued to join what it could not lick. One thing it sought to lick, and with a determination that cost it even greater popular sympathies, was the festival and the vulgar rejoicing that accompanied it. In Morbihan a local man of letters expressed regret in 1863 that priests, who once, far from condemning dancing, had given it tacit approval by coming to watch and applaud, had become rigorous and reproving. The permissive priest of yore was gone. For the new, stern cure, popular feasting went on for far too long. It kept a man from work not only while it lasted, but while he painfully recuperated in its aftermath. In any case, as the O.C. Diddy had it, there is no feast without a morrow 3z. A feast day was likely to run into 2 or 3, its participants carried away by the unaccustomed respite. What was much worse was the abandoned behavior, the unchanged dress of women and lewdness of the men, the return home at dawn, the drunkenness and debauchery without measure. Civilization meant measure, limits, but preternatural wildness kept breaking through. Savagery was too near the surface, too lightly chained, not to cast off its bonds. There lay the danger of those lascivious dances and the tunes that ushered in pagan violent moods. 33. Father Lebrun in his Limousin village preached and campaigned against them. Reprehensible passions, unbridled license, obscene cries, offended chastity, concubinage, and illegitimate children all sprang from his flock's frenzied attachment to dancing. In Burgundy, too, the mid-19th century saw a grand clerical offensive against dances and bals. The Archbishop of Sens fulminated against the deplorable abuses that reign in the countryside and that arise from dances and from public bals. One village priest in Yon called for a state of siege in his commune of 376 souls, where all the young, crowded in the same hall, give themselves over passionately to dances of a revolting obscenity. 34. Priests often refused communion, even at Easter, to girls who went dancing and sometimes to their parents as well, but when, in 1858, the Minister of the Interior showed concern over the Bishop of Tarbes' pronouncement of an excommunication of all persons indulging in the pleasures of dance, the prefect of Hautes-Pyrénées reassured him, it was part of a clerical campaign against low necklines. Ladies had to be made to promise not to pass on décolleté dresses to servants and maids lest these be tempted to dress above their station and develop tastes that lead to many vices. 35. So sauce for one. The priests and the people sort of goose was not meant for any other sort. Like dresses, dances permissible at one level of the social ladder were inappropriate when exhibited on lower rungs. It is true that the proprieties were in greater danger, but moral rigorism was also easier to exercise. Dancing, in any case, competed with the contemplation and the prayer that should command Sundays the day of the Lord. Today Sunday does not belong to the Lord, but to dancing, sighed Les Mains Religieux of Montpellier in 1877. But Sunday brought for most the only intermission in hard labor. They wanted to enjoy it as they could, and there was a widespread custom that after Mass or Vespers people danced. Priests denounced this, and also railed against the reels and jigs that joined on saints' feast days and pilgrimages. They tended to react to local fiddlers as if they were unclean sinners. We hear of one in Vernagel who made a scene when the minstrels scheduled to play during the afternoon celebrations of the Emperor's Day, August 15, escorted the mayor to church service in the morning. The report of the incident cites his well-known feelings against music, dancing, etc. We hear about another priest, at Soutine, who clashed with the mayor for licensing a public dance on the occasion of the local feast in 1884. The cure denounced it as immoral. 36. A folklorist of the 1880s expressed regret at the oversensitivity of priests and warned that when these diversions held on pilgrimage days ended, the pilgrimages would end too. He was not fundamentally wrong. Pilgrimages endured, but when they were no longer part of popular rejoicings they represented only a religion from which the life had been drained away. Moreover, the danger to such institutions of the Church was all the greater because the Church was becoming more dispensable. Around 1900 the priest of Moret refused absolution to a girl unless she promised to give up dancing. "If you don't want to give it, keep it," answered the girl. 37. The Church's firm base in popular need was declining. The framework it provided for social activity became less essential as more activities went on outside its purview, yet it persisted in restricting those that did. Far from sustaining retrograde ideas, the priest seems to have collaborated with the schoolteacher to stamp them out. The scorn that teachers showed for rustic superstitions was often shared by priests, who were increasingly reluctant to take part in magic rites decried by the official culture. The peasants are very stick in the mud and want essentially to keep their ancient practices, shades of the village school teachers decrying of routine. Reformist priests, on the other hand, were bent on renovation. Even familiar statues were sacrificed for posher urban plaster, and at Landivisiau in 1906 an English traveler noted so many old saints for sale for a few francs that one could have furnished a Breton paradise. 3. The growing division between the Church and its public thus took two turns. Many among the hierarchy and clergy, fearing the modern world, cut themselves off from the cultivated classes, from the working class, and from what Brugger called a society taken with independence. 39. Many also disapproved of antiquated and semi-pagan forms of popular piety and worship, the colorful rituals of urban fraternities, the laxity attached to public ceremonial and festivities, the unregenerate magic practices. Yet the attachment of the popular masses to ancient things that the Church wanted to leave behind was even greater than their attachment to the Church. Eliminating the practices helped to estrange the people. Archaic societies envisage their existence and survival as being dependent on exchanges between the world of the living and the world of the dead, the latter contributing to the fertility and renewal of the former. In France, as elsewhere, exchanges of this kind were symbolized by seasonal ceremonies that had been taken over by the Church, which also infiltrated or adopted the social organization that supported them, generational groups and fraternities. The great satisfying dramas that marked the rhythm of the seasons were reinforced by religious ceremonial. As supernatural interpretations crumbled under the impact of materialism, and even more before the puritanical expurgations of the clergy, the basis for the belief itself, where simple minds made simple associations, also crumbled. Removing the religious content of the natural magic also took a good deal of magic out of religion. The churchmen did not realize the danger of such reforms. Hard-pressed by contemporary criticism of superstitions, identical with long-held reservations of their own, they considered the tree of the Church too strong to be hurt by pulling off the ivy. Yet when the ivy had been pulled away, the tree was left alone and isolated. Over and over, the struggle over practices it disapproved of left the church mistress of an emptied field. In the years before the First World War, as a priest was to note, in towns people awaken to our ideas while our rural peasants become ever more pagan. Cardinal de Cabrieres also bewailed the rural population's absolute and almost scornful indifference. The Catholic revival that has been much talked about, the consoling growth of the Eucharistic movement, the religious and patriotic renaissance of Catholicism around the turn of the century, was an intellectual and middle-class affair. 40 From the words of an exultant priest, it is apparent that the nocturnal adoration, the fraternities of the Blessed Sacrament, the general communions of men and of the young, were a class phenomenon, since all the cases cited refer to schoolboys, for many of whom, as Baudrillard suggests, religion had become a kind of sport. 11 In fact, fewer and fewer men were being drawn to the priesthood. Their numbers dwindled steadily through the last quarter of the century, even under the moral order of the 1870s. Bishops had been complaining about the paucity of religious vocations since 1815, but their cries became sharper after 1871, when seminaries began to appear alarmingly empty, 34 students at Elmas in 1875 against 80 before the war, 53 at Reims in 1878 against 100 earlier, and 90 at Verdun in 1874 against 150. Vocations diminish in a frightening manner, lamented the Bishop of Tours in 1877. In 1876 seminaries had 12,166 students, in 1880, only 8,4°. The number of ordinations reached their 19th century peak of 1,753 in the year 1868, then declined rapidly until 1877, when they roughly stabilized at about 1,580. They fell from 1618 in 1904 to 1,014 in 1909 and 704 in 1914. In 1904 there were still 13.5 secular priests for every 10,000 Frenchmen, 739. In 1913 there were only 12 to 1, 832. By 1929 the ratio stood near 1,000. By all accounts, these men, well trained in pious practices, were ill-prepared to meet the challenges of the rising world or answer its criticisms. The clergy on the whole dislikes the times it lives in, hence cannot heal them. An English observer well acquainted with the French was struck by the ignorance of village priests. This is confirmed by the impressions of outstanding priests like Alfred Louisy and Georges Fremont, mental laziness accompanied by unbearable smugness. 42. The catastrophic drop in numbers was due in some measure to practical considerations that dried recruitment up. The military law of 1889 made seminarians liable for military service, in part with the deliberate purpose of discouraging clerical recruitment. Its effects were relatively negligible, however, since the most likely alternative, attending normal school, was little better. After all, apprentice teachers also served 1 year. The separation of church and state was a more serious matter. The priest's prestige was seriously affected. These gentlemen must have done something to be treated like this by the government, was one conclusion countrymen drew. Another, more mundane, was that priests were poorer and the priesthood a less desirable career. 43. Church authorities were the first to agree. Some expected that 1/3 of the priesthood would be left to starve. Many old priests sought to resign from a living that no longer provided them with a living, and some bishops, worried by the gaps threatening in many parishes, tried to compel them to stay in their posts. By 1908 in the Versailles diocese there were but 500 active parish priests to serve 750,000 souls. Other priests girded themselves to earn some money. An alliance of worker priests was organized and published a journal, Le Trait d'Union, to help members in the trades they had chosen to pursue: carpentry, bookbinding, watchmaking, embroidery, printing, cattle raising, commercial farming. It also advertised remedies like the fragrant lozenges excellent at burials. The alliance encouraged other priests to take up sidelines, as indicated by the title of its secretary's brochure, Métiers possibles du prêtre de demain. In 1901 a special review was founded to help with the recruitment sacerdotal. Above all, holy orders ceased to seem an honorable and secure career. Parental tenderness, opined the Bishop of Reims, turned young people away from an uncertain profession. It's only human wisdom. By 1910 the average number of incoming seminarians had fallen 50%. A survey shows very sharp drops in enrollment by 1910, 4 years after the separation, from 85 to 20 at Ajaccio, from 100 to 53 at Angoulême, from 45 to 23 at Avignon, from 254 to 162 at Cambrai, from 70 to 24 at Langres, from 12 to 0 at Moutiers, from 65 to 30 at Nice, from 200 to 130 at Rodez, from 57 to IS at Sens, from 40 to 16 at Toul, from 69 to 39 at Valence, and so on. Some children were discouraged by their schooling. After all, now authoritative voices told them there was no God, at least not the God of the priest, J. Sons ben obliged d'encreer. And simmering resentments, fed by the propaganda of enlightenment, were breaking surface. We bear the priest a grudge because, when we were small he made us believe in hell, in the devil, in all those things that made us afraid. When we grew up we understood he had got us all excited about nothing, and it rankles 5. Above all, the integrative functions once performed exclusively by religious institutions were now performed by numerous secondary groupings. Church ritual designed to control situations and modify experience was being thrust aside by new techniques. The priest who had once directed was relegated at best to a confirming role. And even this lost much of its importance as village society became less homogeneous. Paradoxically enough, this development was re-wrecked in what was happening to the dead. The dead, as we have seen, had a role to play in ancient tradition, and though the Church added its own content to the old forms, it had accommodated the beliefs in the revitalizing agency of the dead. In the 19th century two things were to affect this. For one thing, sanitary and hygienic considerations, along with innovations in mortuary practices. The priests and the people 373 pushed cemeteries from the parish center to non-populated areas. Corpses dressed in a simple shirt or wrapped in a winding sheet had decayed rapidly and permitted a turnover in burial plots that kept up with parish needs. The greater prosperity and the desire to keep up with the bourgeois Joneses introduced elaborate coffins. Villagers no longer were content with a few roughly finished planks crudely nailed together, but insisted on polished monuments, preferably upholstered and adorned with gilt. Their occupants lived up to their surroundings, a better shroud, the best clothes, a pillow, prayer book and rosary, and a supply of holy medals. By 1913 we find a widow at Château-Ponsac describing the pomp with which her husband was laid to rest, fitted out in his wedding jacket over a new shirt, with his cane, his snuff box full of fresh tobacco, a shroud of the best quality and a new woolen blanket, his hat beside him and under his head a feather bolster well plumped out. 46. Investments of this order demanded a durable resting place. Graves came to be bought or to be leased for longer periods. Poor Wyoric could no longer be disinterred after a few years that his grave might receive another's bones. Increasingly luxurious tombs helped to differentiate the dead and mark their social standing. The second half of the century saw more and more cemeteries move from the centre to the outskirts, a process whose suggestive overtones went beyond class divisions. Until cemeteries moved out of the village, churchgoers would stop and say a prayer over a relative's tomb. On Sundays churchyards had been the chief meeting place. Before and after Mass, groups formed to talk and to live together but also with the dead, before whose tomb one knelt. Now the removal of the dead reflected the accelerated dismissal of a past that also grew increasingly remote. It also reflected doubt about survival and another world. Testaments, once concerned in part with the dead person's future, prescribing masses, prayers, restitutions for the salvation of their souls, now concentrated on terrestrial property and its transmission. 47. Traditional rights were waning. Throughout much of France a dead person had routinely been provided with a coin, a throwback to pagan times, when this was meant to pay his fare across the river Styx. In I-87 the mother of a dead girl, asked why she closed her daughter's hand over a sou, answered, to let her have some fun in paradise. In many places the straw or straw mattress of the deathbed used to be burned. Beds with box mattresses made this costly, and the old custom disappeared. In Bourbonnais, until the 1890s local women made a profession of laying out the dead and guarding them for a small fee and all that is on the bed at the time of dying. 48. Here, too, more elaborate beds and bedding made costs too high and abolished another practice. Death shifted from public mourning to more private grief. Wailing and lamenting had long remained social affairs. The professional mourners who shrieked and tore their hair during ritual dirges represented the communal grief at a struggle with death that was always doomed to defeat, the only opportunity to show a more general despair over a condition in which one never wins. Yet even this popular ritual faded away as conditions bettered. Grief that had been displayed in public came to be kept in the family. Professional mourners seem to have persisted to the turn of the century, but we hear that the custom was greeted with derision in Lorraine in 1889. Just as professional orators over a tomb declined as schooling provided more fashionably stereotyped phrases. 419 The dead remained important, and All Souls' Day, their feast, brought into church even those who did not set foot in it at any other time. But the Bishop of Limoges knew well what this betokened when he accused his flock in 1862. The cult of the saints and of the dead is still the outstanding trait of your character. The cult of the dead may be the starting point of organized religion, but that religion need not be Christian. The cult of the dead may even be a substitute for the cult of a particular god. The more a civilization eliminates God, the more it practices the cult of the dead, a student of the question has said. Lo, in fact, it can do without either. And without their representatives. Partin. Chapter 21. The Way of All Feasts. En sera it bien difficile de faire cesser les anciens coutumes, il faut utiliser au peuple quelque sorte de divertissements qui contribuent beaucoup à leur faire oublier leurs peines. Lieutenant du Roi en Languedoc. Mais quelqu'un trouble à la fête. L. Fontaine. We have surveyed the agencies of change at work. Now it is time to look at some direct effects of their conjunction. Since we have just left the realm of religion, as good a place as any to start is with a related one, that of feasts. It is not every day that there's a feast, says the French proverb, but at one time, almost every other day was a feast, fete, assembly, balade, frere, vogue, apport, rapport, prevail, or riotee in some place or for some trade. The diversity of land, crops, weather, and interests made for vast variety, in details and in dates. Thus in Savoy, where every valley lived under different conditions, rituals and celebrations similar in kind differed in nature from village to village. On the other hand, we have seen that saints venerated in many communities might perform differing functions. Saint George, honored widely through the country, had special significance in Lorraine, where the Moselle River was subject to winter freezes. His processions celebrated the reopening of river traffic. Everywhere, however, feasts carried religious overtones. Ducasse in the north, Pardon in Brittany, Burley Iron or Benichon in the Jura and Vosges, Rumavage, Romerage or Rumarage, Voto, or Bolo, for the votive saints' feasts of the southwest, Kermesse from the Flemish Kerkmesse. Even the profane terms relate to saints' festivals, for no rejoicing, jubilee, or merry-making would have arisen without supernatural sanction. And everywhere great feasts shared a magic character. The ashes of the Christmas log or of the midsummer pyre were prophylactic, destroyed vermin, ensured fertility, the reed or fern blessed on Palm Sunday preserved from fire or lightning. Carnival, especially, marked the return of active life after the enforced pause of winter, the resumption of productive labor, the the beginning of a new year in the calendar of the fields. The ceremonies performed on such occasions were considered crucial to the welfare of the community and its members. In Mézières en Gâtine at about mid-century, feasting and dancing during Carnival went on for 3 days, a teacher recalled, but they were not devoid of purpose. One danced chiefly in the bakehouses, in front of the oven door, in order to have hemp. In Sologny, one danced on the compost heap, so that the chickens should prosper. One in the Norman Bocage fire feast celebrated with torches endured to the last quarter of the century, designed to rid the fields of moles and field mice. In Lower Berry, around Issoudun, firebrands were flourished through the fields on the first Sunday of Lent to aid the winter wheat and save the crops from blight and weeds. The original firebrands had been made of corn cockles, thistles, and mullein, the noxious plants they were meant to eliminate. Midsummer fires brought marriage and fertility. Almost everywhere the lass who jumped over the embers expected to find a husband before the year was out, and the men and women who did so sought fertility for themselves or their property. Point 2 Naturally enough, especially when fertility was concerned, the festivities were highly convivial. There was more and better food than usual. And there was also generally a fair, a tradition that continued in many places even during the Revolutionary period when patron saints' feasts and pilgrimages were banned. Espinold Malin remembered how the September feast at Précaire in Forez meant mutton, pie and wine, sous for the children to buy little sugared dolls, the intoxicating music of 2 bugles and a drum, lads all dressed up parading past on horses with beribboned girls riding pillion, a horse race with rich prizes, and dancing into the night. For there were regions, like Rouergue and Quercy, where feasts were exceedingly rare. The monotony of a life of work and deprivation is troubled only once a year at the patron saint's feast, lasting 2 days, reported a law teacher in 1881. The young, deprived of amusements during the whole year, dance even more than they eat. The same was true of Pierre Besson's village in Cantal. People had neither the time nor the means for such affairs. The patron saint's feast was about the only real festivity of the year, with lots of food and wine, though for lack of habit, one got tippled at once. Further to the south a different attitude made the censorious feel there was no day without procession or farandole. One has to pray or one has to shout, one has to sing or one has to dance. In little towns along the Rhone the fire companies drilled on Sundays and marched past to the sound of martial music, creating new festivals for the inhabitants. 5. Above all, the annual feast, with its parade, horses, costumes, band or bands, ringing church bells, cannon shots, gunfire, and exploding crackers and fireworks, was the high point of the small town's year. Focus of personal emulation and point of honor of civic pride for rich and poor, as in the Carnival of Rio today. Villagers streamed in from roundabout to see the procession, splendid as an army with banners, to join in the rich mix of religion and profanity, to drink, eat, and dance and combine business with pleasure. 6. Not even the suspension of church festivals during the Revolution could stop this. In Osage and in a great many other places, the dances in the village square continued to be held on St. Peter's Day without the customary mass beforehand. The magic, social, and economic functions embodied in the festival were too great to drop. As Paul Louis Courier wrote in 1822, in his petition for villagers who are prevented from dancing, feasts were not just for fun. Many a cow is sold that hadn't been sold at the fair, and many a marriage made. 7. But Courier was pleading for a festival that was being stifled. His petition was a solitary shot fired to defend the inarticulate. The heavy artillery was ranged on the other side. Festivals were sources of disorder, of moral laxity, indulging superstition, and heathenish debauchery. They disrupted production, encouraging people to waste their time drinking and dancing when they should be at work. Viewed from every angle of the dominant urban culture, these affairs were better done away with. This took some doing, but it succeeded in the end. The local bourgeoisie drew back from having anything to do with such anomalous vulgar pastimes, thus curtailing their splendor and depriving them of the unquestioned status that they once enjoyed. Politically troubled times led to the real or imaginary linking of traditional rejoicing and political protest or subversive activity. Government and police officials, foreign to the localities they administered, found noisy popular practices particularly threatening, in part because they were unfamiliar, in part because they could always degenerate into less innocuous demonstrations. In any case, the margin between the two was narrow and uncertain. As Maurice Agulhon points out, manifestations of almost every kind incorporated a traditional ritual, and this could easily be made to serve for, or turn into, a political demonstration. The forces of order also frowned on the discharging of sundry firearms to celebrate christenings, wedding parties, processions, and festivals. This indiscriminate use of arms, which the administration preferred to reserve to itself, had to be repressed by fines and prison sentences. 8 In the process, administration and police clashed not only with local custom, but with local authorities, for whom such customs were commonplace and in no wise shocking. Typical of such encounters was the storm that broke out at Vézelay in December 1853 over a local tradition called a garfonade. Every time a marriage is celebrated between a young lady of the town and a young man from outside the locality, explained the local justice of the peace, it is the habit of young men of the working class to gather, armed with rifles, in order to offer the bride and groom a compliment, which they accompany by discharging their weapons. This is what they call rendering honor to the married couple. In fact, the matter was probably more complicated. A noisy salute to newlyweds was pretty standard, and generally involved a payment to the young men who entered such homage. But beyond this, a fine was levied against an alien spouse for appropriating one of the local girls. One cannot tell how much of this was still remembered in urban Vézelay, whose bourgeoisie, in the words of a report written some months before, seemed to have preserved, like the town it lives in, the character and physiognomy of an earlier age. At any rate, the justice of the peace's report continued, hallowing this immemorial usage. 14 young men of Vézelay gathered the 15th INST on the occasion of Mademoiselle Ruca's marriage and, armed with rifles, marched behind their drums, between 7 and 8 in the evening, to the Ruca house to accompany the intended to the civil ceremony. The corporal of gendarmes came around 10 p.m. to report the happenings, since these constituted a nocturnal disorder that troubled the tranquility of the population and, at the same time, a breach of a decree of the municipal police prohibiting the use of firearms in town. I told the corporal about the custom mentioned above, which if it is no excuse is at least an extenuating circumstance, and invited him to show indulgence. But the corporal informed me that these young men were all dressed in uniforms of the National Guard, which none of them had the right to wear, and that they claimed to have permission from the mayor, who supposedly discussed the matter with the police superintendent but failed to inform him. The corporal, military chief of the locality specially charged with the maintenance of public order and the repression of all violations thereof. On the following day the religious ceremony took place in the morning, the guard of honor still present and functioning. Around noon they could be seen going down the main street, drum before. They had retained the uniforms but had laid aside their arms to carry a barrel of wine, pies, bread, and other goodies. A grotesque march, opined the justice of the peace, who crossed their path. Yet as a local man he was prepared to be tolerant, and invoked ancient usage and the innocent intentions of the accused to beg the imperial prosecutor's indulgence on their behalf. The police chief also pleaded for indulgence. I have asked several inhabitants and all have said that it has always been thus. The mayor himself had provided the uniforms out of a stock of old ones that had been stored. The way of all feasts at the town hall, and the license he had delivered on December I read as has been the custom since time immemorial without the least harm. In later correspondence, the mayor would tell the prefect that garronades went back from mayor to the mid-17th century, and that for his part he had issued permits for such affairs only the previous year with no questions asked. The authorities, however, proved unrelenting. The mayor was responsible for the gendarmes' embarrassment, and for impairing his authority, answered the sub-prefect. No custom, no precedents should or could give you the right to permit young men to don, Contrary to Article 259 of the Penal Code, uniforms of the National Guard and, for the purpose of private celebrations, to organize for 2 days a noisy and armed company. Tradition was no excuse, nor was the traditional hierarchy. The mayor complained that the gendarme was being shown preference over him. I cannot imagine a comparison between a corporal and myself. And yet in whose favor is the decision going? His is a German head, as incapable of understanding the sense of a police regulation as of speaking French or acting as a Frenchman. The gendarme corporal was called Scoedel, and one assumes from the name that he was Alsatian. But he was the representative of national authorities against local ones, an iron pot banging against old clay crocks. Within a few days, the mayor and his assistants resigned, as did Dr. Rucka, the bride's father, who was a member of the Wyon Sanitary Council and of several other departmental bodies. The prefect accepted their resignations. Nothing was left of the bitter dispute except a thick file of correspondence. 9 police and safety regulations forged ahead. The use of fireworks was codified and restrained. Pistols were introduced that were able to fire only blanks. Law and order enforced with solicitude gnawed away at the festive rioting of centuries. But on April 25, 1905, the mayor of Cheney still found it necessary to publish the following writ: whereas the custom that young men have of firing shots in order to render honor on the occasion of a marriage or some other ceremony may be dangerous for others and for themselves. Whereas this custom, which is perfectly praiseworthy and bears witness to good intentions, may advantageously be replaced by offering flowers, reciting compliments, etc., be it ordered. Billards are prohibited in the commune of Cheney.10. The public forms of entertainment also increasingly disturbed humanitarians. Not all events were as innocuous as the wildly popular one at Pratt's, in which blindfolded men armed with sabers slashed at large sausages hung along the village street. Most festivals included a torture, whether in fact or in effigy. No good feast without a torture, as Louise Michel noted about her native Haute-Marne. One might burn a human dummy of, say, King Herod or even stones, but live animals were more satisfying: cats, rats, foxes, snakes, or toads. The list suggests the original symbolic purpose of eliminating evil, or noxious beings. But the sadistic excitement may have survived the prophylactic intent. A law of 1850 prohibiting cruelty to animals put an end to such practices, but not, it seems, to gory and cruel games. Everyone knows about cockfighting, which legislation has still not stamped out. But trussed-up birds were used in games of skill or chance, bound to a branch or mast to be shot at, or killed by throwing stones, or slashed at by mounted or blindfolded men. In the 18th century, around Saki in Wyon, the men would buy a goat, tether it, then throw cudgels or stones until they battered it to death. The carcass would be roasted and devoured, with the successful killer absolved from sharing in the cost. Such fun is no longer heard of in the 19th century, but geese remained a popular target for similar sport, still practiced as part of the July 14th festivities in a number of places. At St. Florentin the proceedings were opened by the mayor, Saint de Saint-Echarpe, surrounded by the municipal council, whose members presumably helped him cast the first stone. In Lower Vivarais, though rifle shoots were organized until 1914 with sheep as targets, the favorite game was the tir au poulet. The unfortunate chicken was bound by one leg in a hole in the ground, or hung from a tree. Competitors who paid for each throw threw stones at it. The man whose stone finally dispatched the bird won the pot. Though banned, the game was still being played at Vannes and at Malarcy in 1939. The most original form of this sport seems to have been devised by Allier mariners, who strung a goose by its legs from a rope across the river, then flung themselves at it from the prow of a rowboat. If a man managed to grab it by the neck as he was falling into the water, his crew was likely to be showered with the poor goose's blood, but they had won the bird. Games of this sort endured to the end of the century. We hear of them in Auvergne, in Lorraine, in Franche-Comté. No doubt the people had all the fun they could. 12 games were not games to peasants, especially when they were competitive. Even horse races, an ancient feature of many feasts in Brittany and other regions, gave rise to troubles and fights that led to their suppression. This was the truer when it came to the various ball games roughly resembling rugby or hurling that were widely played by village or hamlet teams. From Brittany to Picardy, soul or variants thereof survived to the end of the century, and in a few places even later, despite numerous attempts to prohibit it. The popularity of the game is still reflected in numerous family names from Brittany to Artois, in place names, and in linguistic usages. The game was seasonal, played only from Carnival through the months of Lent, which suggests it was not a simple entertainment. Of course, it reflected communal rivalries and perpetuated them by creating new frictions. A game of soul went on for many hours, and ended with numerous players injured, and often some dead. It is no wonder the authorities disapproved of it and did their best to end it. And they succeeded on the whole. In northwestern Orne, at Bello en Haulm, where the annual game involved several hundred players and as many as 6,000 onlookers drawn by the bloody reputation of the show, it took 4 brigades of gendarmes to stop play on Mardi Gras in 1851. The game was played out by stealth the following Sunday and for a few years more, but the need for secrecy drained it of fun. It was given up, like its counterpart at Saint-Pierre-d'Entremont nearby, also abandoned in the 1850s only after a heavy show of force. L3 one way or another, feasts and disturbances were won. Significantly, in Allier one term for feasts was riotsy. After all, that was part of their purpose, to alter the even rhythm of everyday life and thus refresh it. But the boisterous horseplay, the discharge of pent-up energies, as the prefect of Hautes-Pyrénées deplored, made for excesses often harmful to health and nearly always to good behavior, which only too often became the occasion of public disturbances. There was the rub. And what was true in the Pyrenees at the beginning of the 19th century remained true all over rural France pretty well to the beginning of the 20th. Rejoicing included fighting. The intoxication of a brief respite and sometimes of drink kindled high spirits higher. Teasing turned to tussles, contention to affrays. Those who were used to this took it for granted. In 1774 an Argonne priest described a local ceremony after which one goes to make merry, to dance, to fight, etc. He argued for abolition of the ceremony but not of the forms of fun that followed. After all, battles between village youths were often ritual, though no less bloody for it. The fights at fairs and festivals, like the exchange of taunts or competition in sports, were probably degenerate heirs of half-forgotten communal conflicts, local wars, or long-drawn-out legal proceedings over pasture, timber, water, or meadow rights. In 1862 Jules Michelet recalled that villages used to fight without knowing the reasons for it, but added that it was still being done in places that were a bit out of the way. This seems to be confirmed by the mayor of Ossager, in Cerdagne, who took great care at every village celebration to keep potential contenders separate, assuming that the division existing between the young men of this commune must necessarily give rise to fights. L5. After mid-century most references to this matter rejoiced that bloody affrays were things of the past, yet qualified the statement to show that they still survived. This seems to have been the case in Basses Pyrenees, where the joint efforts of church and legal authorities had by 1858 only incompletely stifled the traditional fights. Or in Aubrac, where the very popular pilgrimage to the Lake of Saint Andile was finally abolished in 1867 after a particularly bloody bout. The clergy had long sought this end, only police action achieved it. As usual, clerical opposition by itself tended to be ineffective when popular interests were at stake. The Breton pardon of Saint Hervé, held on the border between Vanitatis and Cornwall, involved a bloody ritual struggle for the saint's banner, possession of which ensured a rich crop of buckwheat that year. The battle always left many wounded, often seriously and sometimes mortally. A priest attempted to suspend the procession in order to avoid such bloodshed but found, as a Finistère chronicler explained, that Bretons obey their priests blindly only when these show themselves the slaves of ancient beliefs. Invading the sacristy, the peasants took the banner and forced the priest, bound to a chair, to attend the ceremony and the ensuing battle. L6 There is some evidence to suggest that, as in the case of all traditions, the older generation in many villages played a not insignificant part in maintaining traditional feuds. We come across complaints that when the young of diverse parties proposed to hold joint meetings to organize the local feasts, the opposition came from the older generation. Old age does not soften the violent mood the older age groups retain from their past. This past was there. The way of all feasts, revolutionary experience, and the settling of scores consequent to it. Time would help allay such factors, at least by killing off those directly involved. But we know that memories were long and potent at the village level, long enough to let a candidate win a parliamentary election in the Jura in 1902 by pointing out that his rival's uncle had a hand in trying Republicans after December 2, 1851.17. It may be that the collective memory became diluted when the school poured new suggestions into it. It may be that village-to-village feuds waned as military service created bonds, or at least common references, that stretched beyond the limits of the parish and lasted after the uniform was put aside. It may even be, as Charles Tilly has suggested, that collective violence was nationalized and thus removed to a less immediate plane. 1b There certainly was more adequate police enforcement, and as the century progressed, especially in its second half, fighting became less a communal and more of a personal enterprise. In 1875 Maurice Baisty recalled the bloody brawls that inevitably marked the votive feasts of villages in Tarn. He rejoiced that the barbarian usage had by then disappeared. It had not quite. Evidence from Brittany and from the Pyrenees suggests there had been transference, that serious clashes continued to occur, but within the structure of modern institutions in political rivalry or conscript drafts. 19 But public violence and gang fights can hardly be cited today as evidence of archaism. What matters is their context and their causes. By the end of the century these showed the impress and used the terminology of the modern world. One usage that came under heavy fire, as a military observer of 1863 put it, was the mad, noisy glee of carnival. In these days of mirth and of abandon, the villagers' spirits take flight, grotesque disguises, chivalries, songs excite the jollity of some, the legitimate irritation of others, hence they not only awaken the imagination of rural poets but often give rise to quarrels and dangerous brawls. 20. All sense that carnival, which in those days ran all the way from Epiphany to Ash Wednesday, had a particular function seems to have been lost from sight. The revivifying and purifying purposes of ribald ceremonial, ignored by the upper classes, came to be largely forgotten by the participants too. The links that the masks periodically reforged between the dead and the living, the prophylactic magic of the fires and their scattered ashes, the sympathetic magic of disguises and play-acting, the symbolic expiation of Carnival himself, carrying the community's sins into the flames, turned into a season of pranks, practical jokes, and foolery. Yet even these could be fraught with menace. The dispassionate account of the military observer gives all the clues we need to understand why anything with even the least taint of traditional ritual and rejoicing was cause for official unease. 21 Disguises, rough music, satirical songs and verses potentially subversive and critical of village notables, carried the seeds of trouble. Processions and counter-processions could easily clash, as they occasionally did at Pau-Early-sur-Loire, where a group of young men held a procession on Ash Wednesday to mock and guy the penitents, the youths, wearing white shirts and cotton bonnets with straw sticking out so as to almost hide the face, carried chains and chamber pots filled with wine to quaff from, and whipped one another around the town to the indignation of the more devout. Even in small villages opposing groups would organize rival dances, donning red or white bonnets to indicate their allegiances, and masked men would fall to fighting egged on by their womenfolk. Alternatively, and just as serious, one hears about disguises intended to injure the honor and reputation of the mayor and priest. The guilty parties were severely punished. 22 The possibility of political content was particularly feared by the authorities. Close watch was kept, allusions to political and social themes, or expressions of criticism and opposition were quickly suppressed. The final judgment of bloated carnival, condemned to die as Lent took over, afforded a convenient opening to condemn the rich, living insults to peasant soberness, if indeed it did not give rise to more explicit political statements. 23 in Brie Carnival included a trial of the Marquis and the Marquise. In Var, we hear of the political sensations it could cause. The political tensions of the 1850s produced a rich crop of such breaches for the authorities to deal with. At Meuse, a French-speaking bourg in a patoisant countryside, we hear of a procession in which the centerpiece was a young peasant who symbolized liberty in chains and repeatedly sang the rebellious chant of ignorance. At Villeneuve the priest became the subject of an immoral and irreligious masquerade, whose organizers ended in court. In several places the military, obsessed with secret societies sending each other signals after the manner of James Fenimore Cooper's Mohicans, put out fires lit in honor of the occasion. At Bray the mayor prohibited masks after sundown, and the gendarmerie intervened when unruly youths gathered to sing and cause disorder. The population seemed ready to defy the rule until cowed into silence by a show of force. 2 brigades of gendarmes and 1 company of infantry sent from nearby Perrin produced a very good effect. The empire disappeared, but the suspicion of popular festivities did not. In February 1877 we hear that during a farandole at Al-Surtek a fight between Republicans and Legitimists was only narrowly averted when the gendarmerie intervened. The same tension threatened the Carnival of 1878, with opposing parties seeking to hold separate dances. 25 Politics was shattering the communion of the great seasonal ceremonies. National issues and national divisions complicated local ones and helped to emphasize them. They also interfered with them in another way. Since the Revolution, festivals had been recognized as useful didactic instruments to create desirable attitudes. The Constitution of 1791 decreed the establishment of national festivals to preserve the memory of the French Revolution, maintain fraternity between citizens, and bind them to the Constitution, the fatherland, and the laws. The expression of enthusiasm, however artificial, would create enthusiasm, engender or reinforce adherence to a regime or creed. To this end, official feasts competed with traditional ones, which they eventually helped to stifle. The Revolution's successors had followed the example it set. August 2s under Louis XVIII, November 4th under Charles X, and May I under Louis Philippe were dedicated to the king. Archives reveal very serious efforts to create feasts where there had been none before. Mayors and municipal councils were required to organize celebrations and to report on their success. Work was prohibited. There were to be festive illuminations, bells, fireworks, dancing, religious services, and the distribution of alms. The files are crowded with near-illiterate reports that testify to much humble effort, to great poverty, and to little success, in part because when resources were limited, the villagers husbanded what they had for the traditional feasts. Subsidies provided by the prefect or by rich citizens could usually produce a corporal's guard of indigents to cheer the king's name after a distribution of bread or a barrel of wine had snared a public, but the poorer the parish the less likely it was to see such funds. At Asprays in Pyrénées Orientales, l'assistance n'est pas autant nombreuse que l'inspiration de la fête de voyant nous faire espérer malgré que nous les bons exciteurs. While at Saint Hippolyte, J fête publique parle écrire public la veille dans toute la commune que personne ne pouvait travailler messieurs les habitants de la commune ont violé la loi en grande partie. 26. Peasants were reluctant to give up work for these new festivals in general, and balked especially at the November date chosen by Charles X, when the cold and rains limited the possibilities of enjoyment, and there was apt to be winter sowing or other duties that could not be put off. 21 This was even truer of October 6, the day of national mourning for the execution of Louis XVI, when there was not even the promise of dancing to mitigate the nuisance of enforced idleness. That feast went out with the Bourbons, and Louis Philippe had the good fortune to have his Saint's Day fall on the 1st of May, which had long-standing popular associations. Because of the coincidence with May Day, maypoles could be presented as symbols of loyalty and honor to the king. Even then, the celebration was sometimes shifted to the nearest Sunday in the knowledge that no one would attend on a weekday. Thus in the Pyrenees Orientals in 1841. That same year the sub-prefect of Saint Flour, in Cantaï, reporting on the solemnities and rejoicings in his town, added, "As for the rural communes, it is impossible to get anything done, especially on a weekday to 8." Still, as a result of steady pressure from the prefect, the rural communes of Cantal were beginning to accept the 1st of May by the end of the reign, especially when the date also saw the dispensing of charity to the poor, who never failed to express proper gratitude. Yet none of these fabricated feasts were given time to pass into local custom. 9 years for Louis XVIII's, 5 for Charles X's, and 17 for Louis Philippe's were too little. Then came the celebrations that welcomed the Second Republic in 1848. Alain Corbin sees these as the last occasions in the Limousin when folklore and political life interpenetrated in a truly spontaneous manner. In Forez-Bonhomme, Malin recalled the March Sunday when the village planted a tree of liberty, with 2 free tubs of wine placed in the village square, and free white bread and cheese for all the children. Malin and his little brother got half a glass of wine and highly excited, we followed the 2 drummers who marched back and forth from one end of the village to the other, followed by enthusiasts crying "Long live the Republic." 29 Yet the old habits endured. In November 1848, for the promulgation of the new constitution, informal reports did not suffice, there had to be official procès-verbaux. The constitution rated a feast of its own, and a law of 1849 established commemorative ceremonies for the Revolution in February and a feast of the Republic on May 4. There was scant time to celebrate before the Second Empire replaced them with a new feast on August 15. This had the advantage of falling on the feast of the Assumption of the Holy Virgin, and was enforced with the regime's customary efficiency. By then, more numerous public employees, together with the founding of schools that could marshal children to join in, ensured greater participation. Thus by 1852 at St. Hippolyte, where a generation before the mayor could hardly scrawl out his reports and the village could hold N9 service for lack of a priest, we find a school, a flag, a village policeman who could carry it, a cantonnier, and a mayor whose rhetoric had a distinctly poetic cast. 30. But the heyday of civic ceremonial came only in the 1880s. The year 1879 opened the Republic of Republicans. Louis Grevy became president. The public powers returned from Versailles to Paris. La Marseillaise became the national anthem. In 1880 July 14 was made the national feast, but it too took time to gain acceptance. In some part this was the work of opponents of the Republic, like the many priests who refused to ring their bells or let the tricolor fly from their church towers. 31. But the chief problem was, as in other cases, the awkwardness of the season, a time when peasants worked particularly hard and were tired out. Proof, if any proof is needed, of the politicians' ignorance of what was appropriate at harvest time. In some cases the fate was shifted to the nearest Sunday, in many more permission was sought to do the same. 32. What success there was depended on local political orientation, especially where notables were concerned, and while the celebration remained, as it had been at its invention, a feast of the bourgeois. 33. In many places, the situation must have been like that at Blonde, described in a report of 1882. Je vous tépon de votre lettre et l'instituteur mis under points son adjoint qui en avise mis una sa croix avec une ouil yava vive la République liberté égalité et fraternité et bien y lumen. Au bureau de tabac il yava un drape ainsi au bureau de la poste un drape votre frère avec mis de chandelles à leurs croix de bouges brûleurs sur les murs devant la mairie mais pas de drape à la mairie. De jeunes gens se sont procureur de la poudre et ont fait aspertir quelques causes de se paillon de petit canon. 34. It seems quite probable that, despite the efforts of a century, many small communes of the 1880s had never known such public celebrations. Most of them seemed to have found the occasion unimportant, if not a downright nuisance, and the small costs involved in imposition. The prefect had a small fund available for subsidies, but this did not go far. Most of the costs had to be borne by the parish, that is, by its citizens. This inevitably caused a tug-of-war between the traditional local feast and the new national festival. Political considerations complicated matters, with the enemies of the Republic backing the old celebration and its friends opposing it, if only by implication. 35 As for the schoolmaster, hostility to obsolete ways and the partisans of superstition very often seemed to him only consistent with his patriotic attachment to the Republic, the fatherland, and the 14th of July by 1889, when the Republic celebrated the 100th anniversary of the Revolution, officially sponsored feasting had progressed in scale and content. Banquets had become an essential part of festivities, illuminations were no longer the exception but the rule, and popular initiative could even intervene to start impromptu dances. Then came the 1890s and the ralliement, which meant that Greeks who had so long abstained from governmental feasts made it a point to join them. And July 14th itself becomes ever more part of custom, so that as the sub-prefect of Riom was pleased to note, many small rural communities celebrated on the day itself instead of putting it off to the following Sunday. 86. One casualty of the competition between festivals, in which July 14th emerged the clear winner, was the religious procession of the Church. There is a direct relationship between the official abolition of such processions and the official sponsorship of rival festivities, with one Republican municipality after another banning the religious celebrations, and with the government withholding the soldiers who lent color to the event and often drew a significant crowd on their own account. Gustave Hervé, who grew up in Brest, remembered how, after 1881, it was no longer the Corpus Christi procession that attracted everyone's attention, but rather the 14th of July with its elaborate parade. By the mid-1890s this effect had reached smallish market towns, like Bilham, where Indiana 18915 the once all-important summer processions passed almost unnoticed. It was July 14th, now accepted by all, even reactionaries, that had taken their place. 87. But if the great ceremonies of the Church declined, so too did humbler local feasts and rites. We hear of this already under the July monarchy. Dissensions between the authorities and the Church, great keeper of traditional ceremonial, the occasional rebelliousness of firemen or National Guard, balking at supplying the martial or musical element for small-town parades, the division of a society that attended things together and that began to separate into factions all contributed to make common festivities less common and less attractive. Here too the rivalry with official feasts was an uneven struggle. In many cases local schools had been dismissed on the occasion of a particular feast. This ceased to be countenanced in 1855, so that official holidays should have all the advantages on their side. Successful leaders of proven albrivities gained too much political capital for the authorities to look on them with a friendly eye. In any case, there were few men left ready to ruin themselves to gain local kudos. The last brevet at Dragonese was celebrated in 1860. The rites of May, like those of Carnival, could lend themselves to slanderous allusions that had to be discouraged by the courts. Other local customs ended in drinking bouts followed by battles royal. The Chevaufugues of Montluon were finally forbidden in 1869. The pyres lit on St. John's Eve or at St. Peter's carried the danger of fire and also frequently gave rise to disturbances. In addition they reflected political divisions, one party taking them over, the other opposing them. At Al-Surtec in 1878 the Legitimists alone danced at St. John's feast. The Republicans stayed away. The village pyre did not survive much longer. 38. The causes of decay were many, the decay itself was evident. Belief in the beneficial function of popular ceremonies was fading. The control of the environment by technical means was gradually improving. Assumptions to the contrary were losing ground to rival conformities carried by the elementary school books and the penny press. July 14th represented progress and a new kind of hope. It was not so much that technical progress solved many problems of the past or that new problems did not crop up in consequence. It was rather that men who had been taught to seek mystical causes and magic solutions for their problems now learned to tackle them by different means or, just as important, to put their faith instead in progress and the promise of a better life to come. The science and technology that made magic redundant also erased the memories that told people why certain rites made sense. Seasonal rites survived, but without any perceived usefulness, hence without meaning. They became games for children, and were tolerated when they did not bother the adult world too much, chiefly as entertainment. The relegation of serious observances to the status of children's games is one of the most striking indications of what Max Weber called the disenchantment of the world. The rationalization of a universe in which effect could be expected to follow cause advanced apace. And the enchanted parts were set aside for children. 39-2. In 1860 an army officer saw May Queens collecting money in Isera and noted, in past times it was adults who thus made a spectacle of themselves. Today only little girls continue the tradition. At one time the May Queens had been nubile lasses collecting gifts and money for their dowries. But now this had become absurd and was left to children. 15 years earlier in that department another officer had noted that many a mountain parish elected a king and a queen of May, who would rule over the rituals of the day seated on a throne. Then, as the century wore on, the kings, or abbés de la jeunesse, disappeared. By 1860 almost all were gone. The children who were now elected to play the Queen of May and her retainers continued the wasted rite by collecting money to spend on buying dainties. 39. Soon it would sink even lower and be left to the children of the poor. The same was true about the many occasions, at New Year or Epiphany, or during Carnival, depending on the area, when throughout France young men had toured the villages, often in disguise, singing traditional ditties and collecting gifts: smoked meats, dried fruits, eggs, money, to end in a feast at the local inn. First their disguises became simpler. Then the gifts became increasingly symbolic. And Varignac suggests that as diet improved and meat in particular began to be considered a staple, such gifts in kind no longer promised an exceptional banquet, and were abandoned as a matter of popular judgment and of the recipient's pride. In any case, by the turn of the century we hear that such door-to-door rounds had been left to children. In Upper Vivarais, where masks and masquerades had been common practice for adults and youth, the custom was increasingly abandoned after 1870 until in 1914 it was quite discredited and regarded as an amusement for children. In Franche-Comté, rare exceptions apart, it is only children, especially those of the poor, who go around collecting gifts today. Similarly, at Clebarge it was only poor children who went around collecting what in the 1930s came to be looked on as alms. 40. The trees, branches, or maypoles that had been set up in the village square, or in front of the house of the most recently married couple, or before the homes of all the village girls, lost their ancient significance as symbols of fertility or of the authority of the village, even, in time, their significance as a sign of social approval or disapproval. By the end of the century we hear that in Franche-Comté village youths, instead of placing a branch in front of the house of each girl, now find a collective token easier and less costly, and put a single maypole in the village square with an empty bottle on top. It is true, the observer adds, that the forest administration strenuously protested the enormous damage visited on forests as a result of the old practice. But one cannot help thinking that such opposition must have existed earlier. Now, it provided the rationalization for an abandonment that reflected an exhaustion of belief. All that was left was a hallowed memory of fun and perhaps profit, so that in many places youths did not even offer tokens to the maidens of the way of all feasts. 393. Their choice, but gave them vulgarly to the municipal authorities or to the officers of the fire company, with a view to the gastronomic rejoicings that will follow. 41. So the May Day symbols endured, but the memory of their significance faded. The various references to them suggest decline. In Meuse they still exist in a good few places in 1890, in Vosges they tend to disappear toward the end of the century, in Nivernais they were general to 1914, then found sporadically, in Franche-Comté they were discriminating before 1914, became routine thereafter 42. This was the case with many practices. The shepherds' feasts of Mkana, once celebrated by adolescents between 15 and 20, became a children's frolic. 43. And toleration for childish pranks was itself receding. In 1880 at Abbeville, the children still went about the streets at Easter time banging with the small hammers they used in church on Maundy Thursday and singing an old refrain in honor of Saint Stephen. By 1885 the custom was obsolete, following a municipal regulation. Midsummer pyres, great fertility rites, their virtue remembered in the original sense of the English word bonfire, had been fed with wood collected by village youths from all the inhabitants. Then the collecting chore was relegated to the children. Householders began to refuse to contribute. The necessary wood was sometimes obtained by pilfering. Ritual thefts, well accepted in the first half of the century, came to be seen as trespass and spoliation. There were complaints and fights. At Crécy-en-Brie toward 186-0 the theft of wood for the fire by children gave rise to numerous lawsuits. Municipal authorities intervened, prohibiting the collections. At Brie these had stopped altogether by the 1880s, leaving only the custom of children offering flowers to their parents on that day. Midsummer pyres continued to be lit in Haute-Loire at the turn of the century, but only children now danced around the flames. In Morvan, too, where around 1890 to 1900 the children built the bonfire for the fire and dance of torches on the first Sunday in Lent, an old woman in her 70s who came to secure a firebrand to guard her against storms explained that in her time this was not done by children but by men and women, a serious rite with words and steps and purpose. 44 All over France, it seems, bonfires receded with the century. In the Ardennes they seem to have waned under the Second Empire, and attempts to revive them in the 1890s did not meet much success. At Château-Thierry they disappeared in the 1870s. By 1885 in Ure-et-Loire, where a few years before bonfires blazed widely, the custom is being lost. Similarly, by the mid-1890s there were almost none in Saintonge, though in the 1870s every village had had its new fire. Once common throughout Dauphine, bonfires by the mid-1880s seem to have lighted mostly the mountain villages. In Charente-Maritime they were pretty rare by the end of the century. 45 The prestige attached to the lighting of bonfires declined or disappeared or became a bone of political contention. The king once lit the fire on the Place de Grève. In 1854 the MB prefect of Saint Flour was honored as the representative of the emperor and given precedence in lighting the bonfire there on August 15. Squire, priest, mayor, oldest inhabitant or president of the youth group, the first person to light the local bonfire reflected the values obtaining in his community. By the 1880s we hear that in Oise the clergy were keeping away, and the fires were now lit by children, a bad sign, as we know. In Cruz and Carras, where pyres were becoming rarer, they were once lit by local notables, now by local people, a vague term that seems to indicate lower prestige. In Lazare the priests no longer lit the village pyres and now recommended that their congregations avoid ceremonies devoid of religious character. The mayors took over the ceremony around 1885 and lit the bonfire to the sound of Long Live the Republic. Long live the mayor. And there was dancing around the pyre with patois songs and La Marseillaise. At Cles, formerly men organized this bonfire, the boards, on the first Sunday in Lent, then the young men, then children alone were left to gather the faggots and the thorns. Finally the old custom disappeared around 1910-46. There is plenty of evidence that bonfires, May Day offerings, and other observances endured into our century and indeed can still be found here and there. What matters is that their original associations have long since been forgotten. Prescriptions and ceremonials with a legitimacy of their own became dispensable, which meant that they could be jostled about, dismissed, or abrogated as convenience decreed. A striking illustration of this process appears in the fate of a ritual that long obtained in a village slightly west of the Argonne forest, Meenelen-Hurlis in northeastern Marne. On the first Sunday in Lent, day of torchlight feasts, the man most recently married in the village had to contribute a cartwheel. This was carried to the top of a hill and made to roll down until broken, and the pieces were then distributed for good luck. Here was a fertility rite, possibly anterior to Christianity, directed to generation, fecundity, and plenty. In the vineyard country of Moselle such wheels frequently crashed through the vines and caused serious damage, but the vineyard owners accepted the destruction on the grounds of public utility. At Hurlis, however, as early as the Second Empire a local landowner, irate at the damage the wheel caused to his crops and hedges, had sought to prevent its passage. The issue was brought before the justice of the peace at nearby Ville-sur-Tourbie, who found for the villagers, and the practice continued. Then came the Franco-Prussian War, and the swathes it cut seemed to have discouraged weddings. At any rate, no marriage took place between 1869 and 1876. This meant that the man married last, in 1869, was forced to provide a fresh will every year for 7 years in a row. The 8th year he finally refused to do so, and thus the custom lapsed. 41. What had been unthinkable at mid-century could be accepted by 1876. The war had upset the long-established continuity and there are frequent references to other customs lapsing at this time. But could the war have wrought such permanent change if the custom had not been on the way out already and belief crumbling, as the earlier protest suggests? Utility had shifted to another plane. Young Bretons who had once taken ashes from the festival bonfires to improve their fields began to have recourse to fertilizer. In Vosges, where midsummer bonfires were closely associated with cowherds and cattle pasturage, the fires declined in the late 1880s. Pasture was giving way to cultivated land, there were fewer cattle and fewer cowherds, and the police prohibitions of the 1850s based on the threat of fire could finally be enforced. In Languedoc by 1891 only children still believed that the water of the local stream changed to wine and the pebbles to bread at midnight on St. John's Eve. At La Coquille, St. John had long been especially honored by shepherds as their patron. Each year on June 24 they had brought gifts of sheepskins, fleeces, and as many as 40 or 50 lambs to the church dedicated to him. But around 1900 the faithful no longer gave lambs to the priest, they also ceased to give him wool when it reached a profitable price 48. Their faith decayed as possibilities of marketing increased, a twofold development that seems to have been brought about by improvements in local communications. Having lost their unifying magic sense, ceremonies like carnival and midsummer bonfires were briefly infused with new meaning by politics. But the power of politics shook them to pieces, and the forces of enlightened criticism were of no mind to repair them. Priests had already hammered at superstitions, now teachers too attacked the disorder and the irrational aspects of carnival, Yule logs, lighted firebrands, and bonfires, and rejoiced as these declined or disappeared. 49. In Vivarais carnival disappeared in bigger centers and only survived on the upper heights. In Lorigues in 1891 carnival was decaying, only vestiges of its past splendor were left. Carnival is on its way down, reported one teacher in 1899. People find it ridiculous to rig themselves out in cast-off clothes and put on false faces 50. Yet in the end the same urban forces that had stifled carnival and other popular cults revived them when the blood had drained out of them. Even as village teachers rejoiced in the disappearance of absurd practices, they were reappearing as urban entertainment. A historian of popular festivals in Paris has noted that the processions of Carnival and Mid-Lent Sunday would be replaced by publicity floats and artificial distractions. The procession of the Fat Ox, suppressed in Marseilles in 1853 and in Paris itself since the Prussian War, was re-established to the delight of the rubbernecks of 1891.51 at Nice. The old communal fertility rites of Maying were transmuted into flower festivals, and the May Queens were revived as Rose Queens to become focal points for local celebrations. In 1895 a perpetual endowment at Pessac established the Rose Queens Feast, which was still the town's chief festival in 1970. In Ardèche only the votive feast still keeps its attraction, but only by imitating those of towns. At the Romerage of Saint Jean-Net in 1909, the traditional pyre was replaced by store-bought fireworks and homemade tents by better marquees bought in Nice. The fife and drums gave way to an 8-piece band, and interest in the traditional games was plainly fading. Even the carnival disguises that had been abandoned to children were taken up again in imitation of the city folks' new passion for masked balls. Having succeeded in suppressing popular rituals, the urban culture assimilated and regurgitated them as seemingly original products of its own. By that time they were no longer fates, just shows. Only suggestively garbled memories remained. By 1957 Lawrence Wiley in his Vaucluse village would hear about the Midsummer Festival. There was a game that consisted of jumping over the bonfire, because it was said that whoever got across would not be bothered by fleas. 52. This evolution was perfectly natural. Traditions tend to be immemorial because memory is short. There is every indication that traditions are subject to change like everything else, and, of course, subject to outside influences. Feasts had generally been treated in a fairly practical manner. In Brie most pilgrimage feasts were seasonal, grouped into 2 periods, in spring before the haying and in late summer after the harvest and before winter closed in. In March, on the other hand, one of the most popular saints for feasting was Saint Anthony because his day fell in January when the Masons were back from Paris. When a patron saint's day coincided with awkward periods, the fete was sooner or later moved to a more convenient day, such as the nearest Sunday or the anniversary of another saint. In Haute-Marne, between the Meuse and Saône rivers, parishes whose patron saint was Saint Stephen had long avoided the awkward problem of a date, December 26, that falls between Christmas and New Year by celebrating their patron instead in mid-September, after the harvest and before the grapes have ripened. Likewise at Bruenay, the votive feast of Saint Hilary, following close on New Year and Epiphany, received only cursory attention. The real feast was La Petite Fête Saint Martin's on November il, which lasted for 3 days. The hot summer months as a rule did not afford much time for feasting. 53. The way of all feasts. 397. That was the problem with the national festival for Louis on August 25. As with July 14 and one great Morvan feast, the Fête du Beuvray, held on an otherwise barren mountain the first Wednesday in May, died out when it was shifted to July in the last part of the century. 54 Carnival and Lent fitted the calendar well. During the one, plants lay dormant, so youth could devote many days to pleasure, as we hear in the Pyrenees. During the other, reserves were running out, and only a few vegetables were left over from winter stores. As Joseph Cressat has noted, the frugality of the Lenten fast was prescribed by the situation. Recalling his youth in the 1880s in southeastern Champagne, he writes, "Nothing, but the last cabbages pulled out of their frozen straw, leeks, turnips, potatoes. It was the heyday of nettings-1 a day for an adult, half for a child." So, fasts as well as feasts tended to be preserved by traditional conditions as long as these conditions lasted. When they outlasted conditions, it was in a new sense without religious spirit, but by tradition, which is close to it, as an informant put it in describing the feast of Saint Vincent at Guyot. 55 Holy days had turned into leisure time. Conditions counted less, of course, as they became less specifically local and more homogenized. One aspect of this was that certain local traditions spread to new areas. St. Nicholas's Day, native to the north and northeast, was the most important of the December feasts in Lorraine and the Jura but was ignored in most of the rest of France as an occasion for popular celebration. This feast would be spread by literature and publicity toward the end of the 19th century, when it became fairly general. About the same time December 6 was being displaced in its native habitat by an interloper, the Alsatian Christmas tree, carrying Christmas with it. The Yule log, part of most Christmas celebrations, gradually gave way to fir trees, while local practices were left to be forgotten. 56 Protestants and public schools, recognized agents of modernity, were the chief diffusers of the Christmas tree. At Llanten, in Dew, the Christmas tree, unknown before, was introduced by a schoolteacher, abandoned, then taken up again at school, probably after the First World War, as the occasion for an annual celebration and distribution of toys. In Ardèche the Protestants came first. At Salavas their church sported a tree in 1891, and a few years later we hear of another tree at a Protestant-owned factory at Viviers. Secondary schools followed suit at Vannes and elsewhere. By 1903 the Catholics set out to imitate their adversaries. The French Catholic Women's League began to organize Christmas trees in all parishes of the Vivarais, complete with the toy distributions that provided one of their main attractions. After 1918, when every primary school tried to have its own tree, the coming of Father Christmas added the last touch to a typical tale of urban penetration. 51 communal and historic feasts declined to extinction, and once public celebrations became increasingly private. Christmas, New Year, and Twelfth Night turned into family affairs. So did the sacred events of life. Baptisms, first communions, and marriages became private ceremonies, ultimately most of all big meals. Eating and drinking had been a great aspect of feasting, now they swallowed the whole sense of the term. There were no holy days left to celebrate, only holidays, free time to enjoy not as collective communion but as evasion. Traditional feasts had fixed people in their milieu, modern holidays dispersed them, allowed them to escape the life of everyday and the traditional framework. There was no more call for renewal ceremonies that glorified time, work, or the community through its patron saint. The redistribution of goods managed through the ritual collections was more efficiently managed by the state. The opportunities for courting were no longer restricted to a few village dances a year. The compensating festive hierarchies that paralleled the established social structure could now be found in sports, trade unions, political parties. The license and change in norms afforded by festivals became meaningless when license became the norm. The teaching and the transmission of traditions became a function of the schools. Urban society could do without festivals, even official ones. Seen in the context of traditional village life, it was a festival. Chapter 22. Chivalrous. In Z dun le haïvere, qui primitivement était un intimement infligé spontanément parle populaire dont le mariage blessait les usages rset constituat un défi à la morale publique, est devenu un amusement pour les villages. Henll Lalu. Many may mourn the passing of traditional celebrations like Carnival. But few today, and possibly few people of the time, would want to shed a tear for a more somber aspect of Carnival that we have only hinted at so far, the ridicule and punishment of those who had contravened the rules of village society. Social censorship of this order was another thing that modern society could and would dispense with. The state had laws, police, gendarmes, magistrates. There was no need for, and eventually no room for, unofficial justiciaries to visit society's wrath on those who sinned against it. Yet this form of rough justice endured into the 20th century. A transgressor was still tried and burned in effigy at Carnival in small bourgs of the Charente shortly before 1914, or promenade facing a donkey's tail, as apparently still happened in Champagne and the Ardennes at the turn of the century. In Bourbonnais they would smear his face with honey and with feathers, put an old basket or nightcap on his head, place a distaff in his hand, and drive him through the town or village sitting on a donkey with his face looking to the back. There would be a public trial, there would be satirical songs, and finally a mannequin would be executed. If the guilty party had taken to his heels, his nearest neighbor would be seized instead for having failed to intervene and mend the situation. The memory of the practice survived in the remark Lorenus made about a wife-dominated household, le voisin ira sur l ana, l. This seems unfair from a modern viewpoint, to which, in any case, matters of this sort appear strictly private. But in village communities where everything was known to everyone, and where public opinion was the chief agency of social discipline, transgressions were seen as dissolving forces. With everyone affected by everyone's behavior, everyone was responsible for everyone else. Perhaps unfairly but quite logically, the nearest neighbor was the first justiciary. If he failed, he could be chastised by those, primarily the young men, who shouldered the punitive duties of the village. Most often those duties were exercised by means of the chivaricaliorari in Arige, Calibari in Lot, Toxin in Vosges, Tricassin in N, Caribari in Curas and Aveyron, Carovio in Var rough music, mock serenade, a vast discordant uproar, the clashing of pots and pans, ringing of cowbells, rasping of rattles, blowing of horns, shouting of jibes and jeers, or actual singing of songs composed for the occasion. Generally, though not always, the performance would take place at night, the dark adding its inherent menace to the frightening din, and the harassment could sometimes go on for months, a wearing experience for the strongest victims, and for their neighbors too. The most frequent inspiration of chivalries was marriage outside the accepted norms, a widow or a widower remarrying too soon after the spouse's death, an older man or woman wedding a partner judged too young, notorious partners in adultery marrying after the spouse's death, or a man marrying into the community from an alien village who thus poached on the preserves of the village youth. This is not very surprising, since matters of property were of great importance and marriage or remarriage played a great part therein. The remarriage of widows and widowers was common, especially when the death rate was high. 18.7% of all marriages performed at Virayville between 1850 and 1950.2. What mattered more was to protect the children of the first marriage and the interests of rightful heirs. It also mattered that accepted decencies should be respected, that the dead should be treated with deference and decorum, that widows should not rude with unseemly haste. The choice of marriageable partners in societies that were largely endogamous was normally restricted. A stranger marrying into such communities deprived the local young, and so did an older man, who might also be presumed to enjoy an unfair advantage as being better off than his younger rivals. Hints of immorality or ridicule made such matters worse, because they affected the honor of the village. Those whose behavior cast ridicule on their community had to be paid in shame. And often, in fact, the rough justice of the chivalries addressed itself less to morality than to honor, punishing cuckolds rather than adulterers. Public ridicule concentrated on males so unfortunate as to fail the dictates of honor by letting themselves be beaten or cuckolded, on young girls of dubious reputation, and on adulterous couples whose dalliance came to light. Most other transgressions could be bought off. The young who chivalried also determined the amount of the fine that could prevent the rough music or secure its ending. In villages of Hautes-Pyrénées, strangers coming to marry or to settle in the community were subject to payment of a right of entry, without which they got a chivalry. 3. But almost everywhere, as we have seen, neighbors and especially the village young organized barrages on the way to church, which held wedding parties up to playful ransom and which could easily degenerate into resentful raucousness if the expected tip or fine was not forthcoming. At St. Genet, all marrying couples had to pay a tax to the abbot of the local youth. The tax was based on the estimated fortune of the couple and was levied at a higher rate in the case of remarriages. Refusal to pay led to a chivalry, generous payments to bonfires, volleys of shots, and serenades in the couple's honor. So things could be simple and quite pleasant, if one paid. The alternative was humiliation at carnival or in a chivalry organized to strike at an offender while the fire was hot. The public jibing at carnival was doubtless painful, but from all accounts the chivalry was rather frightening, and in any case, intolerable from the point of view of public authorities beginning to assert themselves at the expense of more ancient bodies. In Var, a village mayor expressed indignation as early as 1821, disorders worthy of times of ignorance and barbarism should be brought to an end. One had to prove to those who, despite the efforts of the authorities, think they can do what they like with impunity under the pretext of an established usage, that one cannot hold people who remarry up for ransom for. Our good mayor has summed everything up, the practice linked to ignorance and barbarism, hence condemned by progress, the efforts of new authorities to supplant the old, the stress on the rule of law, the denunciation of traditional fines as sheer blackmail. So there were now some persons unwilling to accept the assumptions on which the chivalry was based. And it seems that this point of view, allied with police hostility to disturbances of the peace, drove rough music back, especially in large urban centers. 5J.A. Delpon noted that the chivalry was beginning to disappear in the towns of Lot in 1831. At St. Genet, then in Var, it was prohibited in 1838. Yet, as at Vézelay, the more local the local authorities were and the less inhibited by the presence of limbs of the law, the more likely they were to support the practice, or at least close their eyes to it. 6. Thus at Daumaison the marriage of the notary's servant girl, alleged to have been tampered with by her master, led to a chivalry in 1844 whose participants ended in police court. Even so, troubles continued there, but both gendarmes and local authorities were sympathetic and minimized whatever infraction of the law there was. Under the Empire the village was run on a tighter rein, and in December 1861 the new mayor prohibited all songs and satirical noise-making after 8 p.m. as a disturbance of the peace, the provocations of songs and counter-songs, each growing more insulting than the last, made for disorder and violence. 7. It is worth remembering that not all the objects of chivalry took them lying down. A good many replied in kind or even fired at their raucous tormentors. Of course, the nature of chivalry was to isolate their prey and make the victim helpless to retaliate. But even isolated men armed with determination and a good shotgun could cause some damage. This was all the truer when politics figured in. As chivalries were a very forcible form of criticism, they could be directed as much against an offending notable as a local drunk or a chronic debtor. It is hardly surprising that they were also connected with politics. In October 1819 a chivalry organized by the anti-clerical bourgeois of Brest forced the Bishop of Quimper to put an end to the mission preached there by Jesuits. Similar tumults greeted the return of another mission in 1826. At Most d'Azil a political chivalry in November 1830 was raised to repay a man accused of having used similar methods himself in 1815. At Moulins in 1832 we hear of two, one against the bishop, the other against a local deputy, Monsieur d'Escanin, considered too devoted to King Louis Philippe. About this same time the bourgeois of the small bourg of Montbazat were organizing legitimist chivalries that worried the gendarmes. In 1833 the Minister of the Interior wrote to the Prefect of Ariège to warn him against a proposed outrage against our civilization, grotesque parodies of the disorders the government had recently repressed. A republican society was apparently plotting to chivalry all deputies. Prefects were to be on their guard and to use all means to prevent this. I have found no further trace of the alleged plot, but it suggests the propaganda possibilities of chivalries, with the government well aware of them and of how they could be turned into political demonstrations. 9. In February 1834 Auxerre Republicans chivalried the mayor so effectively that the armed forces had to intervene. The following February another Wyon town, Tunner, reported similar trouble. The sub-prefect complained that in the rural communes Shrovetide was being used as an excuse for songs that turned to politics. But most of the evidence refers to Tonnerre itself. One hears of a lot of songs, both personal and political, being bandied about between February 18 and February 23, and of floats that were politically elusive. On February 24 the mayor forbade the use of drums between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m., hoping to discourage the raucous demonstrations that had marched to them. But the crowd marched without drum or float, and worse still, singing La Marseillaise. The police superintendent could not disperse them, the National Guard refused to intervene because all the inhabitants knew each other. Rather than send for troops, the authorities decided to sit it out and wait for the end of Carnival. 10. The February Revolution of 1848 and the elections that followed also involved chivalries, though in what numbers one cannot tell. We hear of one at Strasbourg directed against an unpopular conservative deputy, Renoir de Bussière, of others at Belaye against Adolphe d'Angeville, author of the pioneering essay Sur la statistique de la population française, denounced as malthusian in town and countryside, the worst of insults in the Jura of 1848-11. The sparseness of the evidence could reflect the rarity of the usage. Yet it may be that such conventional forms of attack were not thought to deserve a mention. Noticeably, the political chivalries were largely restricted to towns with a political public. In smaller places even political tumults remained on familiar ground. At Arfurias in 1828 a chivalry was raised against the superior of the little seminary who had fired a teacher the students liked. At Cusset, in the same department, a chivalry attacked the new justice of the peace in 1832. At Connell had a big chivalry turned against the collector of taxes and the local doctor, accused of having used their influence on behalf of an unpopular candidate to the general council of the department. Only at Bretonneau, a smallish bourg in northeast Lot, do we hear of a truly political case in which a representative of the people, Monsieur de Saint-Priest, had been chivalried and the local authorities had done nothing about it. But this was 1849, and Bretonneau is only a couple of miles from the castle of Castelnau. Political sentiment must have run strong and one-sided. 12. This is almost the last political chivalry I have found. Unless we count one that never came off. This involved Jules Favre, the Republican barrister, who while in Morlaix to plead a case in August 1866 was spared the ordeal when a local magistrate prevented a chivalry from being organized against him. The religious struggles of the turn of the century provided a revival, notably in Allier, where anti-clericalism was strong and where in the years after 1877 roadside crosses were often broken and priests publicly insulted. Songs against priests were much appreciated, and some chivalries took place in front of village churches, as occurred at Domerat, not far from Commentry, during Lent in 1884. On the other hand, straightforwardly social chivalries continued. In January 1853 the corporal of gendarmes at Belaye reported a considerable chivalry in one village in which about 100 persons of both sexes gathered to harass the widow Gautier. The gendarmes intervened to disperse the crowd, arrested one man, and then had trouble when the rest of the crowd sought to free him, but force est res sic à la loi. In March of the same year the army commander at Lyon wrote about a chivalry at Saint Martin, not far from Montbrison, on the occasion of a widower who married a young girl, in which the Hayevarisers continued their racket even after they had been paid 20 francs. Worse still, the mayor had supported them against the helpless gendarmes. The issue went as far as the Minister of the Interior, with the mayor arguing that the gendarmes were making unnecessary trouble. But the empire would not tolerate unlawful assemblies that often ended tragically, as in Gers where near Lombez, in August R8S3, a married man accused of having left a girl in the family way was stabbed with an awl and died after a chivalry degenerate into a brawl. Still less, one supposes, would the state countenance scofflaws who, more than just defying the minions of the law, aimed their barbs directly at them. At Limoges, attempts to round up local prostitutes in 1857 failed because the women ran away from the hospital where they were confined, and if they were further harassed, set off chivalries that got sympathetic support from the nearby barracks. 14 One suspects that police efforts helped to stifle the custom in a good few places. At Foy and at St. Girons the Erie Ornulot operated through the 1840s, sentencing errant couples to public ridicule. A Limousin folklorist seems to think that the last chivalries at Toul occurred in the 1850s but adds that in the countryside they are ever more rare, which suggests that where police forces were distant and local autonomy strong, the tradition endured. In the Basque country, wrote an observer in 1857, the police had tried to repress these traditional games that had become too licentious for 20 years. But without success. The traditional game survived until after the Great War, with popular approval. At Agos Vidalos, a bridegroom who refused the honors proffered for his wedding and what was worse would not pay for them became the object of a chivalry in 1858. Others occurred at Argels, against widowers who remarried and against a man-beating wife, at Lau, where the objection was not specified, and at Tilaus, not far from Lani Mezan. 15 local Basque poets would often improvise chivalrous serenades to some traditional tune, and these would be taken up by the assembled crowd or sung around the village. But songs in local dialect especially composed for the occasion were a particular feature of the chivalry. We hear of them in Ardèche and Lorigues, where names of the more notorious songsters survived well past their death. They were no doubt as bawdy as the chivalresque farces performed at Carnival, which raised cries of indecency, obscenity, gross impropriety. Rape, birth, and castration were enacted on stage and commented on in the rudest language. This would not do. The offending plays were banned. The young were forced to camouflage their farces within acceptable mystery plays or tragicomedies that could get by the censors far away at the prefecture. Hence the authorities were able to aver that such gross farces were dead, while they carried on sub rosa. Still, it does seem, as the evidence thins out or its tone changes, that custom slipped into prankishness, while essence seeped away. By 1891 the chivalry songs of Lorigues had lost their primitive flavor for us who do not understand their particular references. And no new songs or poets rose to take their place. L6 in a chivalry at Baume in the J860s, whose organizers were condemned to fines and prison sentences, the object of their attention could have bought them off for a settee of wine. The man who recalled this in the 1880s was glad that such bizarre and unpardonable customs disappear from day to day. The lights of instruction teach all to respect the liberty of their fellows. 17. And, right enough, the schools taught that chivalries were improper. As the first year civics text adopted in the 1880s warned, those who make a chivalry at somebody's door with an offensive purpose are punished with a fine up to is francs and even with prison sentences. 18. Primarily what one finds by this time are survivals that have taken refuge in the countryside. L9 The last charivaris at N Antuil occurred in 1870, at Ailier-sur-Morin about a decade later. At Prades in 1896 we hear, chivalry at a widow's who was about to marry for a second time. The mayor himself kept order. At Châteaulin in 1901 the local priest, very unpopular in a religious town, planned a procession that would prevent the Mardi Gras fun. The local youth decided to follow the religious procession in disguise and organized a chivalry. The police and the mayor persuaded the priest to give up his plan. In the Bourbonnais uplands the homemade Bewley horn called the bourre-slachoir, made out of local beechwood, was still used for chivalries in 1908, and Varignac was to witness a chivalry in 1943 just a few miles from Montauban against a widow who had remarried. 20 In effect, like bonfires, like carnivals of which they had so often been a part, chivalries survived here and there, resurfaced now and then. In Angoumois, whereas in Corsi chivalries could be heard of through the Second World War, there were places where the long intervals between sporadic revivals made all assume the chivalry was dead. There were other places where it had been abandoned in the early 1900s and where its memory was dying or already dead because few children had heard about it from their parents. In Loire many villages still mounted chivalries in the 1930s, but many others reported their disappearance with the turn of the century or the First World War. Most revealing, however, at Charlus, a cantonal township in the department's northeast where chivalries were still to be heard, now those who make them hide themselves. 21. The practice of promenading mistures on a donkey had declined in the same way, remoter, more isolated areas persisting in it the longest, so that the Ardennes, Poitou, parts of the Meuse Valley still knew the Isode in the 1880s. Some of the last specific references to beaten husbands thus held up to scorn come from small, remote places, Grand Brassac in 1880, a hamlet near Aumaigne in 1901. In Sologny by the last quarter of the 19th century, cornards were no longer publicly humiliated in bigger bourgs like Suismes or Ménétas-sur-Cher. More isolated communities, like St. Viator and Celles St. Denis, kept the donkeys busy until 1914, but, as at Villany, it was only for fun. The spontaneous popular castigation of untoward breaches of usage or morality had become simply sport for the villagers. 22. The carcass of chivalry remained, but it was disemboweled. Chapter 23. Markets and Fairs. Grace is given of God, but knowledge is bought in the market. Arthur Hugh Clough. The evolution of sociability in the countryside can be studied, and it should be studied, for here we can afford only passing attention in two other domains, that of the public marketplace, and that of the semi-private but highly communal valley. Markets and fairs were major cogs in the wheels of the old economy, turntables of essential exchanges, mostly within a limited local context. Markets were frequent, at least weekly, and there one sold and bought items of everyday necessity, for the most part food. Fairs were periodic and offered a wider choice of goods, apparel, cattle, tools, and household utensils, as well as entertainment. All rural societies included fairly large numbers of landless peasants and varying numbers of artisans or forest folk, or both, who had to buy some or all of their food, albeit from their neighbors. Like the traditional seasonal migrations, the markets played their part in maintaining archaic institutions by permitting their clientele to make ends meet. Poor people bought and sold small quantities, and so had to market frequently. In a society of the ancient model, the marketplace replaces non-existent shops and provides what people in towns have learned to take for granted, the opportunity to procure what one needs or wants. The frequency of markets grew, however, when burghers, their numbers growing and their standards rising after the 1830s, began to buy their butter, cheese, milk, and eggs fresh to improve their daily diet. Peasant women began to sell poultry or dairy products in the market weekly instead of 5 or 6 times a year, and the novel cash income gradually turned them also into purchasers in the marketplace for luxuries once homemade or done without: shoes, kerchiefs, umbrellas, smocks, salt fish, and butcher's meat. Industrial products penetrated the rural world and rural industry declined, as we have seen. But the cash to buy garments or metal plowshares, scythe blades, or baker's bread at the fair, was earned in the market. And the fair itself grew as cattle raising developed, providing a new focus of interest and resources that made fairs busier, more numerous, and more significant in both economic and social terms. The fair had had its own importance before this happened or began to happen. While industry was localized and communications rare and mediocre, the fairs held in little towns were indispensable centers of exchange. They could be very small indeed, like the one held at Songy in Marne, which nevertheless raised the town out of the class of surrounding villages, made it seem an important burgh, and brought local business to life. One, after all, the nearest sizable town, the sub-prefecture at Sixtry, was 6 leagues away, a considerable enterprise over the bad roads of the mid-19th century. But where fairs were few or lacking because of isolation, as in the Morvan, inhabitants did not hesitate to go a long way to a famous fair and feast like the annual fair on the first Wednesday in May that covered the otherwise barren Mount Beuvray with tents, stands, beasts, and improvised dram shops, and attracted thousands. Also popular were the lowland fairs, where Morvandios could exchange their cattle for apparel, leather, tools, candles, whatever they might need, or highland Erigios their wool for grain. 2. Better roads after mid-century would bring an orgy of trade, comparatively speaking at least, when one remembers previous conditions. The trade went with civilization and was explicitly so perceived, witness the Tarn-et-Garonne saying about a poor southwestern village, Montbequois, not far from the Garonne, a Mount Bequois, son mau civilisats. No pa ni fiero ni mercat.8. Every small town, aware of the activity and gain a fair could bring, wanted one of its own, and imperial decrees in 1852 and 1864 simplified the process of obtaining permission to establish one or add to those already in existence. Yet there seems to have been no great explosion of new fairs in more backward areas under the Second Empire, but on the contrary a very moderate increase compared with the growth that had taken place since the 1820s and the boom that followed the mid-1870s. Of Puidodome's 172 annual fairs in 19°3,44 were said to have existed from time immemorial, 21 had been set up before 1850, and I-4 dated from between 1851 and 1870. Then came a flood, 39 new fairs in 1871-80, 21 more in 1881 to -90, and another 33 in 1891 to 1903.4. The coincidence with the building of secondary roads seems quite apparent. Yet though more roads meant more trade, and more trade more fairs also meant less trade for each *, not quite, of course, because the cattle of dealers to buy directly from the farm and the accessibility of retail shops. Markets and fairs trade was rising in importance. Still, by the 1870s observers who saw that the popularity of fairs was inverse to the facility of communications noted that in the lowlands railways made the fairs decline. 5 In the late 1870s and the 1880s fairs continued to be regional events in the mountain regions of Ardèche. But by 1889 Port-Dieu, an important entrepôt since the bridging of the Dordogne in 1845 to connect Curaz and Puy-de-Dôme, was feeling the impact. The trade of its 14 annual fairs was described as slight. And at Sirod both the fair and the fete of 1896 showed disappointing results. 6. As long as roads were bad, a few miles could make a difference. Once they were improved, a bigger center nearby could kill a small one. In Kental the Bourg of Jussic, whose fairs had been well known for wool and cattle, could not survive the pull of Aurillac, only some 6 miles south. Other centers declined because they were ill-placed in relation to new roads, like Rochegoude and Besse, or to railroads, like Mail-Argus dethroned by Allianc and Condat by Riamy Montaigne, and even, finally, Moissac when the new Bourg of Noise-Argus became a railway junction. In western Ardèche old established fairs like Saint-Étienne-de-Lugdéries, in a closed valley, and Lauberesse, once a crossroads of mule trains, declined, while Longon benefited from its position on a new railway line. In Ariège, too, with trains passing the Pyrenees to both the east and the west, the lively mule trade of mid-century wasted away and the region's fairs with it. Even those fairs that had prospered found retail trade beginning to destroy their purpose. By 1916 Édouard Herriot described their economic function as antiquated and out of date. By the 1920s the automobile would make this even truer. Small market towns had become shopping centers, and things that used to be bought once a year in bulk could be picked up as the need arose, on the occasion of the weekly visit to the market. 7 But none of this really mattered, because one of the major functions of the market and fair was social. In Béarn, indeed, one said of an uncouth person who could not be trusted in company that he's not for the fair. And, while the economic functions of the marketplace fluctuated, its social role continued to increase. Neither self-sufficiency nor other shopping facilities deterred people from attending a market that gathered in the neighborhood to exchange news even more than goods. The inland Bretons, who hardly ever traveled otherwise, did not hesitate to spend part of the year on the road because of a desperate need. Their malady that drove them to attend fairs even when they had nothing to buy or sell. In Finistère during the July monarchy farm servants contracted not only for wages, but also for so many days off a year to attend markets or fairs. And Elie Renier says the same about Vivarais. The market is the social and sociable life of rural people dispersed throughout the countryside. Fairs were feasts. Most of them coincided with religious occasions, Whitsun and Trinity Sunday in June, Assumption in 410. August, but especially the feasts of St. John, St. James, St. Bartholomew, St. Matthew, St. Simon, and June, Saints Martin and Andrew in November. 9 One of the elements of every feast was that it attracted merchants. Aigues Mortes actually called its festival La Loire, the fair, and many festivals were known as a port or rapport, that is to say, the place where one brought something, hence a market. By modern times the two were inextricably intertwined. One never saw a fair without a feast, a peasant from Brie was quoted as saying in 1939. 10. The motives for attendance were equally mixed. Still, the stands of itinerant peddlers were above all a show, and beside them were the stands, tents, cabins, or open-air pitches of showmen and strolling players, charlatans, magicians, musicians, and singers, bohemians and gamblers, wrote the police superintendent of Miranda in 1876. Patent remedies were sold by the heirs of the great Cabotin to a patter accompanied by cymbals, clarinets, or trumpets, teeth were pulled, unbreakable chains were broken, swords swallowed, and flames breathed out. There were sellers of images, almanacs, and broadsheets. There were specialists who spelled out and explained ballads before they sold them. There was much drink, and there was dancing. In Auvergne and Rouergue today the old fairs are the ones where a person dances, and the old-fashioned fair like the old pilgrimage combined religious ceremony and marketing with a marriage mart. Some fairs were devoted to this latter purpose, notably the marriage fairs at Paris, Chalons, and Saint-Didier-sur-Rochefort. But there were many foyers de jeunes or de jeunesses where young people came to meet, mix, and court, to break out of the narrow endogamy of village society. Indeed, several sayings warned against letting girls frequent too many markets or fairs, for, as in Gascony, "Il qui galope laus marcats. No de more goerachens pecats." In this case, as in others, the fair provided the chief or only opportunity for contact with the external world. 12. This is what peasants appreciated, this and the opportunity to find out things, pick up information, meet acquaintances from beyond the village, look at new doings, relax, get drunk equals, sitting up to work, etc. in company. Cassell's French-English-ish Dictionary. Throughout most of rural France the winter evenings were long and cold and lonely. Fires had to be husbanded, candles and rush lights too. Everything cost too much. Adequate heat and light were almost unthinkable. During the frigid winter months in Maconnais women, when they had finished their housework, went into the stables for the veillées du jour. The men would join them there, and the midday meal was often taken in the stable because the house was too cold. The evening meal necessitated a fire, but where fuel was short, people made the briefest possible use of the fire. So after the soup they hastened to curl up in a pallet, in the dark, sharing the animal heat of one or several neighbors, presumably asleep, or took refuge in the stable, or repaired to any other place where they could find a little warmth. In places like Treny in Yonne, where pottery was the main industry, most of the local people warmed themselves in winter by the heat of the kilns and thus dispensed with making fires at home. The Justice of the Peace in 1852 reported considerable crowds à la veille every evening. In parts of Marne veillées were held in wine cellars, which being of chalk kept in the warmth. Artisans who worked late into the night, perhaps because of different tasks during the daytime, needed a light, as carpenters and shoemakers did. Around them there might form a chatting circle, which sometimes turned into a chambry. But most evening gatherings were to be found in barns or sheepfolds or stables, where the warmth of animals was more important than the sharp odors of manure. Whether in house or stable, neighbors or friends gathered on winter evenings, once or twice a week, or even every day. Meeting in turn at one place after another, 3 to 6 families or more thus saved on heat and light, using only one family's resources at a time. It was not only firewood that mattered, but lighting. In the mountains of Provence, where the rustic caillou, a wick burning in walnut oil, continued to be used to the end of the century, participants of veillées shared lighting costs. 2. In Languedoc, when the veillée began, the mistress of the house put out her own tallow candle and lit a communal one whose price was shared by all who attended veillées began as the fall labors dwindled sometimes around All Saints, more often after St. Martin's and tended to end in March or around Easter, when the spring sowing came. Their span reflected the natural order, as days grew longer, veillées grew shorter, and the women used one distaff less in their spinning. Hence the proverb by Carnival Day, a spindle put away. As this suggests, the practical aspect of evening gatherings went beyond need, to production. According to the region, women spun, knitted, embroidered, or tatted, men dressed hemp, plaited baskets, or repaired their implements. The women, generally charged with more meticulous work requiring better light, got the best seats at Vale-Lees, close to the fire or the lumignon, though they often ate their meals standing up while serving their menfolk. The men generally sat far from the fire, in the near darkness. Fruit was stoned, nuts shelled or chestnuts blanched, apples peeled for the preparation of a local wine or for making jam. In Upper Brittany alone, Paul Sébillot has distinguished, by activity, 5 different sorts of Vale-Lees in operation in 1880, spinning, hemp twisting, apple cooking, night laundering, and Vale-Lonis, especially devoted to fun and dancing. 3 Music and fun were a feature of most Vale-Lees, just as all evidence confirms that a major attraction was the opportunity for courtship and flirtation between lads and girls. The number of songs and games specifically involved with these courtship customs is vast. At Sale-les-Bains, the nutshelling began by rush light around 5 in the afternoon, went on till 10 or so, when salt bread and buckwheat cakes were served, the empty shells were gathered up, and the young people danced to the accompaniment of a hurdy-gurdy, a singer, or an accordion. This pattern was roughly followed in most such gatherings, and in another Loire village, Saint Martin d'Estrées, not far from La Palisse, we hear that in 1910 4/5 of all marriages were born out of Vale-Lees. But Vale-Lees also had a didactic function generally informal. Traditional skills were learned by participation. Traditional wisdom was learned in the same way. The talk was full of allusions to the past, the time of the lords, of the Revolution, of the wolves and how they disappeared. The oral culture perpetuated itself by the tales told, the pious legends, the teachings about the supernatural realm, the explanations of nature and of life, the precepts that applied to every sort of situation and that were contained in the formulas, songs, and proverbs repeated over and over again in these amorphous schools. Vale-Lees. In Lorraine, where Louis Marin has argued that the Vale had a peculiar educational purpose, the winter meetings turned around traditional tales and fables, and on the commentary they inevitably provoked a kind of public reflection on experience and tradition, and a communion with the past. These ancient village institutions were going strong in the 1880s. The growth of industry, the influx of workingmen of outside origin, the flow of material novelties into the countryside and schools of course would finish them off. By 1900 half the parishes of the Lorraine Plateau had given up Vale-Lees. Many of the rest had given up reciting the traditional tales, hence had shed their role in the transmission of oral traditions. 5. The competition of the schools was much too strong. In Breton Gallo country, where by the 1880s Vale-Lees seem to have been less frequent than in the past, we hear that the old tales were being replaced by stories from the school books often told by the children. The modern wisdom was the preserve of youth, not age. But the people of education and involved in education in the rural areas had never liked Vale-Lees. School teachers felt their influence was pernicious. Rude language was used, there were lewd stories and sometimes lewder songs. In any case there were better things for the young to do. Instead of gadding about to Vale-Lees uttering cries that make one doubt whether they are men or wild beasts, grumbled one teacher in Tarn in 1861, they could go and read a book. And in a survey of the previous year, teachers in a wide range of departments Aveyron, Ardèche, and Sa8 Loire, Nièvre, Bas-Rhin expressed the hope that libraries might counter the mischief done in Vale-Lees. 6. It was not so much that Vale-Lees were rude as that they were unenlightened. It is true that one feared moral laxity in gatherings where all sexes and all ages are admitted. Priests hotly objected to the moral promiscuity of the sexes crowded together at night, and to what ensued, revolting dances, unbecoming puns and double entendres, dangerous discourse. They would brand and prohibit them from the pulpit in Ariege, and local reformers denounced these gravely objectionable gatherings, with their corruption, lewd jokes, and songs. Unfortunately, young village girls enjoy the greatest liberty, and it was to be feared that they take advantage of it on their way home. In Brittany, observed Sabilot, the clergy by dint of preaching has forced the disappearance of veil-lees just as it has suppressed dancing. 7. Still, moral objections were not new. Intellectual objections, supported by the schools, had greater force. A report on the state of the schools in Ariege in 1868 makes clear that what was regarded as a deadly deep-rooted evil was the filling of young heads with tales full of superstitious terrors. No wonder that the priests and teachers were not admitted to Lorraine veil-lees. They were seen as critics of old customs and of traditional tales, working to annihilate them and to root out the mentality they perpetuated. 8 conditions were working for the critics. By the turn of the century, veil-lees were wasting away. Their productive functions were affected one by one. Spinning declined as a contribution to the household budget. We hear of this first under the Second Empire, but obviously the decline took time to affect isolated regions. Hemp ceased to be an important crop, and chestnuts played less of a part in diet, as did nuts in providing oil. In a survey of 12 Rhône villages that at one time apparently had veil-lees about every other day during the winter season, 2 reported that they had been abandoned by 1900, another that they had declined about that time, and a 4th that men had stopped dressing hemp about 1907 and even dancing had ceased in I-9-I-4. 4 villages in all saw 1914 as putting paid to these activities, and in another, such social gatherings were infrequent after that date, falling off from 3 times a week to 3 times a year. In the 7 villages where veil-lees survived, they were kept alive for the dancing, or by the continued patronage of a few people who would not give them up, or as a place for the old to meet. In most cases their ending was ascribed to concrete developments, the end of hand embroidery, of nutshelling, of hemp dressing. The same is true of Savoy, where veil-lees stopped once the market for walnut oil disappeared and the trees were cut for rifle stocks and furniture. 9. The veil-he appears to have declined well before the end of the century in some areas. In the Ardennes reports from school teachers suggest it waned during the 1880s. In Upper Brittany by 1880 the considerations of safety, which had led peasants to live close to one another, were no longer so pressing, and the distances between more isolated farms inhibited large gatherings. Meanwhile, improved roads gave more people access to other types of social activities in the Bourg. Either way, veil-lees suffered. In Bresse, where in the 1870s all the inhabitants of certain hamlets had gathered for veil-lees, coming if need be by boat, by 1894 only the people in the poorest parts, untouched by prosperity, still kept up the custom. 10. There, as in Maconnais and Bouches-du-Rhône, the major purpose of such gatherings seems to have been to find warmth and company in a stable. When homes became more comfortable and inns or cafes became available in villages, veil-lees lost their practical purpose. Now their format could be adapted to more novel enterprises, subversive of the world they represented. When, in 1905, a socialist or socialist-inspired study group was formed at Couissy, a large rural bourg only a few miles east of Thiers, the pattern it adopted was that of the veil-lee. There were songs and moral tales, there were the sketch playlets called scénadies, such as the one about John, a poor peasant in love with Jane, whose wealthier parents refused to entertain his suit. We do not know the impact of these notions. But we do know that all proceedings were suspended from spring to fall, just as the veil-lees had been when fieldwork called L1. Veil/CES. Meanwhile, where life remained hard, and especially where local crops continued to provide a task for winter evenings, veil-lees carried on. In Cantal we hear of them at least to the end of the century. In Gers, to the north of Auch, poor sharecropper country where the diet remained deficient to the Second World War, veil-lees where one played belote or knitted while shelling and picking corn and eating potatoes and chestnuts baked in ashes began to disappear only after 1945. By contrast, By 1890 the time of long veil lees was past for villagers south of Sedan, and in Vexin the veil lees were withering, only about 10 persons, the conversation apathetic, rare remarks. There was some women's gossip, but not even much of that because the men were listening. The women preferred to guard their tongues until they could exchange confidences among themselves at the wash house. 12 common tasks and need provided a concrete excuse for social gatherings, and so did the lack of alternatives. When these motives waned, so did veiled es. The young left for the cafe, especially as bicycles became available. The balance of ages broke down. Without the young, the evenings became duller, and the old people who continued the circles tended to spend most of their time at cards, especially when artisanal tasks like rope making or basket weaving became less profitable as commercial products got cheaper. At Mail Lane in the mid-19th century the peasants had gathered on winter evenings to work and warm themselves in the stable. By 1906 they went to play billiards or cards in a cafe. Even in Finistère, where veil lees had been relatively short because of the need to economize fuel, by 1914 we see the servants hastening off to their own quarters while the master looks through the local paper or reads a chapter of the lives of the Breton saints. It seems that light and heat now permitted this. The interesting thing is that many traditional gatherings lingered on, like certain rites, until a war precipitated their end, either in 1870-71 or in 1914-18.13. It is clear from the changed composition of the surviving veil lees that their integrative functions no longer held. The classic veil lee had gathered a group of different ages, now young and old tended to part company. The gatherings had been larger and had been based on locality rather than social class. This changed too. As early as 1869 we hear that in Vosges veil lees were splitting up on social lines. As civilization spread, Xavier Thiriot tells us, tablecloths made their appearance, wine was served instead of the cheaper local brews, and festive spreads of meat, salad, and cakes replaced the rye bread and cheese of yore. As a result, families that were unable to match the standards of their richer neighbors drank and played cards at separate veil lees. 14 The veil lees of the new model were simply get-togethers, unconstrained by the conditions and necessities that had ruled the old. In Bourbonnais the men played cards, the women knitted or sewed. The same thing in Rouergue. In Allier, where men had occupied themselves in making the baskets they used. In sewing, wood or metal baskets were now bought in shops, and the veil he was devoted to reading, correspondence, and playing cards. In Franche-Comté husbands read novels while their wives sewed. Émile Guillaumin, for one, had little regret at the passing of the veil lees or at the passing of the folklore that had been served in them. It had been only cover for, if not the inspiration of, chronic anxiety, suspicion, and uneasiness. Now, wrote Guillaumin in 1936, the world held less violence, less savagery. 15 The superstitions that the veil lees sustained and quickened were no longer appropriate. Chapter 25. The Oral Wisdom. In the beginning was the Word. John 1:1. With the passing of the veil lees there died one of the great institutions for the transmission of knowledge acquired by word of mouth. In the veil lees there had been much talk, the voicing of personal memories, the recitation of tales, saws, and witty sayings. The degree to which this went on seems to have varied from region to region. Peasants in general do not appear to have been very articulate. But whether they tended to be taciturn and sober, as in the Landes or Beaussy, or expansive and ebullient, as in Languedoc, peasants everywhere relied heavily in their everyday speech on an established fund of locutions that could take the place of general ideas. Like old Père Martin in Ernest Lavist's widely used elementary school text, L'année préparatoire d'instruction morale, the peasants talked largely in proverbs, dictons, common sayings, ready-made expressions of wisdom or comment. Proverbs, wrote P. E. Rigors, there's the peasant's creed, the learning he has ripened and assimilated to the innermost recesses of his soul. All his thought is in them, and beyond that he thinks no more. We should do well to heed this. Like memories preserved by word of mouth, an oral culture is almost by definition subject to change and evanescent. The formulas it elaborates are almost the only windows we have to look into its soul. At this stage in our observations, what they reveal to us will not be very new, but if these formulations are valid evidence, they make still clearer the kind of world that we have left behind. The philosophy of life was Stoic: when the man can't cross by the bridge, he will cross through the water; when we have nothing left, we shall have nothing to lose. The realism was harsh: a scalded cat fears even the cold water, the weakling cheats, the strong commands. After all, someone had to give the orders. Many masters means no master. The song of the turning mill wheels was, "I'll do unto you as you do unto me." In any CAE, someone. 420. Else's trouble is a dream. There were no illusions. One has to do anything to eat. And especially when it came to money, to get his hands on the purse, a man will even marry a bear. Trust was in short supply. If one knew what goes on at night, one would have iron doors. You plant in vain if you don't enclose. Who comes from afar can lie more easily. It is easier to catch a rabbit than a liar, and if you pay anything in advance, you're paying your tormentor. But even one's closest kin could let one down, so don't strip yourself before you are in bed. Who gives his goods away before he dies deserves to suffer. And in any case, he who complains lasts longest too. One didn't give secrets away. Don't shout too loudly, for bushes have ears. Or trust in men's discretion either, for a man would rather swallow his teeth than his tongue. The land was worth what the man was worth, but there was no justice. The man who works gets the straw, the one who doesn't gets the wheat. And the peaceful inherited only trouble. Pretend you're a sheep, the wolf will eat you up. It was no use pushing too hard. You'll surely have enough land to cover you one day. But there was no sympathy for the idle. Spin, add line. If you want clothes on your back, lazy bones would like to eat marrow but bewails his trouble in cracking the bone. No room for nostalgia either. All yesteryears are good. Every tree has its shadow. And if it's always fair weather for someone, most peasants probably added an under the breath, but not for me. There was scant room for affection. Dead wife, new hat, sorrow for a dead wife last as far as the door. As for a child, better load him down than fill him up. Wisdom lay in economy: undress St. Peter to dress St. Paul. And in prudence: don't count the eggs in a chicken's arse. After the fair, we'll count the cowpats. Always keep a pair for thirst. Wisdom also lay in knowing one's place: swineherd in this world, swineherd in the next. Don't pretend you know better than the priest. Don't fart higher than your arse. Don't be vain like a flea under a velvet coat. Youth, don't raise your head, it is a sign of pride. Do like the ear of corn, when it is ripe it hangs its head. Keep out of sight, one's only happy in one's hole. Above all, keep away from the powerful, who thrusts himself among the legs of the great risks being trampled. And from lawmen: a willow for shelter, a bailiff for friend. One is fast without friend and without shelter. Be close with your money. You choke if you pay out to get a profit. Better do without. Excellent advice, most of it, for survival in a world full of dangers. No wonder the Basque proverb said, "Old words, wise words." So, proverbs are compact ideological statements, much matter decocted in a few words, according to the definition of a 17th-century worthy. They reveal traditional experience, define the rules and structure that society sets. The oral wisdom 421 for individuals, fashion their mentalities, and help them construct their identities. They sketch out a worldview within accessible limits. The bourgeois refers in his saying to the splendors of the Bay of Naples, but the countryman has more accessible images of grandeur. Who hasn't seen Ouch Cathedral and the bell tower of Rodez has seen naught, says the southwestern saw. And closer still to home, between Tedet and La Chapelle Tarn-et-Tigaron there is more money than in England, or, at Mount Bigui the people haven't even the earth to make a pâté. Finally, proverbs regulate most people's elementary relations not only with their fellow men, but with their land and work. This is where the English notion that proverbs incorporate one man's wit and all men's wisdom reveals itself as coined by an urban mind. The wisdom proverbs carry is not universally valid, and does not aim at generality. The monetary proverb provides specific counsel grown out of local conditions. Year of wind, year of naught, says the Franc-Comtois, referring to the sudden gusts of dry wind from the south betokening drought. The Franc-Comtois also despises the northwest wind that blows in the springtime, which he calls prickle blossom because it causes late frosts that kill the plum blossoms before the fruit has had a chance to set. Hence the old proverb that refers to Paris, which lies in the same direction, for neither good wind nor good people have ever come from those whereabouts. This would not make sense in central or western France. On the other hand, the Poitou adage advising that nuts are ripe for picking at St. Magdalen's would have no meaning in Franche-Comté, where nuts do not ripen until September. In Morvan the advice for spring sowing is very precise: you have to sow your barley by St. George's Day, by St. Mark's it will be too late. But this is good for barley and for the latitude of a north-central plateau. It does not apply farther south, any more than another Morvan dicton: February rain is as good as manure, March rain isn't worth a fox's piss. In Gers they tend to be even more discriminating. The ox wants rain for hay and straw, the pig wants dryness for the wheat he gets. In the Limousin pigs would eat acorns, and cattle graze on grass. And few outside the appropriate countryside would understand year of beechnut, year of famine, year of acorns, year of naught, which recalls the difficult times when, in the East, people ate the food of trees that they disdained when things went well. In Ardèche the west wind that blows from the rugged uplands of Villers bringing fine rain and often hailstorms is perceived as coming from Perdels in Haute-Loire, hence Iou Perdelancha. 5. Similarly, in Gers, where the dominant winds come from the west and bring rain, rural dwellings faced east and 422 turned blind walls to the windy side. For Gascon peasants east is the front, west is the rear. On the other hand, the T/Antiotan, hot and dry, blows from the east or southeast, hence the old proverb that the east wind goes to see its father ocean, will return in tears rain. Traditional sayings are local, and their meaning is often lost unless one knows the associations that brought them into being. Thus, in Auvergne, spring coincides not with the swallow, but with the cuckoo, a briluintro. Cucuchantu. Saunades marlu. April arrives. Cuckoo sings. Bells tinkle. The cuckoo song signals the release of cattle from their winter quarters, their bells celebrate their return to fresh grass and sunshine. Less romantically, the comparison of an unkempt girl with a resin candle made sense only where people were familiar with the messy dripping ways of such candles: Lauragais, Minervois, Aegineus, and other southwestern regions. In Bourbonnais, like godfather, like godson refers not to some moral influence, but to the fact that grandfathers were normally selected to act as their grandchildren's godfathers. 6. Practical advice for the Franc-Comtois farmer was based on common sense, which may not be as common as the term suggests. Sow wheat below and plant vines above. Sow wheat in damp ground and barley in dry. If you want good turnips, sow them in July. On the other hand, do not ever sow winter wheat after St. Clement's. This must have referred to emergencies, since the fall sowing was proverbially related to the feast day of St. Denis. Everything was couched in rhyme and related to familiar benchmarks, which made the counsels easier to remember. 1. The oral wisdom. Ai li Saint Jouset. Sun tas poes peas. Ai li Saint Panera. San elas ihenava hemp. Ai li Saint Aubin. Sun das pois, tn ben you'll have a plenty. Ai li Saint Denis Darrier Valguasan du pays last sowing. Kivud han naves. L'isema en juillet. Passé la Saint Clement. N'isema plus de froment. A la Saint Catherine. Tout hois prend racine. 8. They were remembered so well that the proverb survived the reality. Thus the saying has it that if it rains on St. Medard's Day, the rain will go on for 40 days. This could have had a semblance of sense before the Gregorian calendar reform of 1582, when that day fell around what is now mid-June, a time when the weather varies little. It makes less sense at the beginning of the month, when the weather is still notoriously unstable. A more striking example is to be found in a whole series of sayings about the length of days, according to which by St. Lucy's the day begins to grow a tiny bit by a flea's step in most versions. This was quite correct before 1582, when the feast day fell after the winter solstice, but makes no sense by the modern calendar, since days are still growing short on December I3. Yet these sayings continue to be repeated even in the Petit Larousse. 9. Authentic peasant art was very limited. The printed images that flooded the countryside and that we shall shortly meet were an urban art, just as the oral story was a rural one. But the peasant's verbal imagery was very rich indeed, expressed in language that was full of humor and lyricism. Thus in livradois sickles were called volants because in use they flew and turned in flashes. Pastures in the Vendée bocage were mouchoirs à boeufs. The small wine growers of the Marne Valley west of Epernay called the absentee owners from the Reims mountain they worked for cossiers, after the beans that grew between the vines and provided the workman's staple diet. In fall the gangs of grape pickers who descended like a horde on the vineyards were les hordens. Never a man was no more afraid of something than a lawyer is of an ECU, and something was made or done on purpose just as dogs are made for the express purpose of biting people. In Ille-TV-lan an active person was one who did not put both feet in the same sabot, and a cow drifting away from the herd mowed violets. Popular Breton speech was full of picturesque metaphors. Hard water that wears hard on linen has teeth, waves are the roof of the sea, the sun is the great butter robber because it melts it, a man swelled up with pride is stretched like a ship's sail, and one who lives by his wits lives off his nails. The sun is past his threshold indicates that a person is dead or out of date. One flings oneself on or seizes something or someone avidly like misery upon poor people. As for a man who will agree with anybody, or modulate his song to anything, he is of the wood that flutes are made of. He can play any tune you like. In Franche-Comté a similar locution described those who are easily satisfied, they are of the wood pitchforks are made of. Pitchforks are also used to spread things out, generally manure in fairly large quantities, so to say that it is easier to spend than to save. One said, what comes with a rake, goes with a pitchfork. Since weavers were proverbially poor, a skinny person was thin as a weaver's dog. And since road workers were reputed to take it easy, something could be as rare as the sweat of a cantonnier. A frail or gimcrack structure building or marriage fell apart like a castle built of corn husks. The cornmeal cakes known as God or God had to be stirred a long time, so restless tossing about in bed became to stir the God. Similarly, farder, a term that means rubbing or wearing down by friction as dressers did to hemp, came to mean wearing the sheets to threads by tossing about in bed. The ready-made imagery of the language would be recruited into service in the musical dialogues between groups of girls and lads at Vale-Lys, feasts, and other occasions, in the alternate couplets improvised and sung by poets trying to best each other, or in the almost ritual exchanges of japs and droll insults chanted or shouted by shepherds from one mountainside to another. All these, of course, also helped further enrich the store of locutions. So did in-jokes drawn from local stories. One old favorite concerns some men who were being lowered down a well on a rope. The man above shouts down that he can hold on no longer, and back comes the helpful advice, spit on your hands. Another praised the wise old man who, alone in the whole village, managed not to slip and spill his water when going up the muddy slope that led from the well. Why? He was the only one who had the sense to set down his full buckets before he slipped. There were a great many tales to tell. Some were grounded in historical events. In Burgundian Chalonnais the memories of the imperial raids of the 17th century persisted, the same in Bresse, where in the early 1900s children had grown up praying to the Virgin every evening for protection against the Kaiser licks of Captain Le Cousin. Elsewhere it was the Swedes of the 30 Years' War who fed the legends. In Maconnais, which was spared the ordeal of invasion until the Allied occupation of 1815, the fairly benevolent. The oral wisdom presence of the Austrian troops seems to have left traumatic memories, so that in folk tales the Austrians replaced even Saracens as the prototypes of past conquerors, and vestiges of ancient monuments were often attributed to the Austrians. 12. Historical memories of another sort were perpetuated in the tales of old people, like the grandfather of Leon Cote in Bourbonnais, who did not know the name of the masters who through his long life, nearly centenary, had governed France, but could recite without fail the redoubtable winters, when the black bread was rare, when the snowdrifts blocked the low doors, when one stayed in bed for days, to save the meager provender. Asterisk. Historical experience and social tensions could also be transmuted into fables and fairy tales. The fact that few such tales are available now in their origine patois makes their analysis somewhat similar to reconstructing pterodactyls from a few bones. The glint in their eyes is missing. We know at any rate that old tales were generally adapted to the peasant's world. Cinderella, who in the Perrault version is the daughter of a gentleman, appears in oral tales as a peasant girl. She spins wool and guards sheep. It is while engaged in this last humble task that she encounters fairies, who give her clothes and shoes not to go dancing but to attend mass, and it is at church that she meets the prince. Similarly, in the literary version of Beauty and the Beast, Beauty is the daughter of a merchant, but in all oral versions she is of much lowlier extraction. Her father is a woodcutter, a gardener, a wine grower, or an unskilled laborer, according to the region. Even the kings of many fairy tales sound more like prosperous farmers than monarchs. They hire their own servants, go out to meet a shepherd, or set off to the fair asking their daughters if they want anything brought back. One Breton story, more sophisticated than most, has a peasant lad winning his princess, thanks to a fairy's help, despite the bad faith and intrigues of the court around her. In the end, however, the couple return to live in the youth's village, where they are happier than in the royal palace because kings are surrounded by a crowd of parasites, all lazy and lying. 13. Every striking feature in nature was explained by a tale. Jays had once been blue all over but lost their splendid plumage because one of their ilk had revealed the place where Jesus was hiding under a sheaf of corn. Mineral sources were generally the results of the fairies' intervention. Individual forests, rocks, and caves had their own legends, chiefly of terrible combats in which all the fighters seemed to finish dead, of wicked lords and innocent shepherdesses raped, of noble hunters and their band condemned. Forever to roam as a chasse maligni * Gargantua and Pantagruel appear in popular legends, but equally often one encounters local heroes like Morven's John of the Bear and his two companions, Ring Oak, and the one who turns windmill, by blowing with his behind. The peasant hero may be very strong, but he is just as often humorous and cunning. Violence seems to be left to the specialists, innkeepers who murder travelers, but mostly nobles. These last, as villains, could be replaced in some tellings by Satan, just as he could be replaced by a rich farmer, a big landowner, or a nobleman. Fictional dangers gave way before real oppressors, oppressors took on symbolic evil form, the peasant's fantasies gave him a yearn for chance to triumph over either. Many a tale presents the devil attempting to exploit some rustic clown he takes to be stupid, enticing the bumpkin into contracts, deals, or farming experiments for his own gain, very like the alien bourgeois or lord of the manor must have looked in the cottager's eye. 14. Escape into myth or fable provided a substitute for impossible action, the possibility of projecting hatreds and resentments, of rejecting fears, of situating misery, toil, and terror in some other world where they could be mastered by magic means or simply by fictional fulfillment. Thus, the medieval romance of the Four Aymon brothers, translated into Breton in the 16th century, became no longer the tale of four knights resisting a prince, but the story of rebel shepherds who assert their independence and who articulate the peasant's own hatred of the nobles. True Breton stories, insists FMD Gignet, a peasant himself, are easy to recognize by the theme of an encounter between peasant and lord, or peasant and devil, the enemy always finally balked by the peasant's cunning or by the intervention of a priest. This last could sometimes lead to dire results, as can be seen from a tale told in Lower Brittany to help explain the origin of the potato blight that ravaged the Campere region in the late 1840s. A would-be wizard of finest tier had gone to the Devil's Fair at Gurin and bought a black cat to help him in his contrivances. The cat, of course, was the devil, and only a powerful exorcism would rid the land of it. A priest finally. Abbé M. Gors, Au Pays Basque-Limousin, p. 26, Francis Perrault, Folklore Bourbonnais, pages 7-14. The tales of the Chaussée could be updated simply by adding new means of transport. Thus Claude Signal quotes the warning of an old man of Montazo, who cautioned his listeners to beware not only of the howling pack of King David's hunt, but also of the fiery train that followed the hunt, 4 or 5 carriages passing through the sky, full of damned souls and pulled by the devil himself. T. Jean Drouillet, Folklore du Nivernais, 4, 25. This last theme appears in a great many folk tales in which the poor revenge themselves against the rich by means of farts. But nobles got no worse than the peasant who preyed on his fellows. Many popular tales denounce the debtor turned usurer, the miserable oppressed man who becomes an oppressor in his turn. The oral wisdom managed to cast the cat out in 1845, but before vanishing it let off a fart so powerful that it knocked over the exorcist and turned all potato leaves black throughout the region. The starvation and usury of the hungry 1840s had to be explained. The poor blamed the rich who engrossed, forestalled, and starved them. The rich blamed the poor who had made songs against the potatoes they had to eat too often for lack of other things, and had thus provoked God's wrath. Finally, all agreed to blame the devil, which may have helped ease the social conflict. 15. The folk imagination at work in the political and economic realm can be seen in some of the stories born in the Third Republic. In 1889 it was said that General Boulanger had met Don Carrios and Mandarin in a cave at Baume in Dauphine. In 1898, when grain was dear, the story circulated that Jews had bought up large quantities, loaded them on ships, and ordered them dumped into the sea. In 1906 word spread through Côtes du Nord that dead monks and nuns had come to seek members of the persecuted religious orders and hide them away in caves until things got better. In all these stories traditional motifs are intertwined in typical fashion with fact. But by this time the popular press was supplementing the popular imagination, and the extraordinary fin de siècle fantasies of Leo Taxil suggest that contemporary folklore had become predominantly urban. 16. By that time, too, traditional rhyming proverbs had been forgotten in a great many places. Everyone now, wrote a collector of the Proverbs of Franche-Comté in 1876, can afford printed calendars that show the phases of the moon and indicate the appropriate times for sowing, planting, and other operations. Such a development was slower to come elsewhere, but even in the wild Morvan we hear that at Flety in 191 the present generation doesn't know the sayings that used to rule all life. 17. The present generation was school-educated, and school-taught universally accepted proverbs, preferably forged in urban circumstances. The peculiar institutions designed to transmit the manners, tales, and wisdom of the village, like the Piatspans and the Quarils d'Enfants of Lorraine, where children soaked up the lore of local artisans and other assorted elders through traditional fables, collapsed and disappeared with the schools coming in the 1880s. One more support of the oral tradition fell with them. 18. Proverbs were still used to inculcate a view of life and of right and wrong, but the view was an altogether different one. They taught deferred gratification. What is put off is not lost, something no peasant would have accepted, and rightly. They taught that everyone is free to choose his tastes and colors, which went against communal judgment, and that all professions are good, when every man knew that some were better than others, and that days follow each other but all are different. They taught that time is money and credit valuable, that all that is new is fine. That simply to will something is to achieve it, and that values and ways of life are relative, other times, other ways. The peasant might have said other places, other ways, but he would have known that only his own ways were right. Conventional wisdom now respected the proprieties. No saw would be acceptable to the new order that expressed ancient wisdom in uncouth terms. The dominant class still thought that only a fool would try to fart higher than his arse, but that sort of language now was relegated only to the essays of Montaigne when not expurgated. And nothing could be accepted save in French, which made for many exclusions. And memories were short. In any case, the old were no longer by definition wise, and old words were wise words no longer. Chapter 26. Fled is that music. Adieu. Adieu. Thy plaintive anthem fades. Past the near meadows, over the still stream, up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley glades. Was it a vision, or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep? Keats. At a time when light was bad, occasions for entertainment few, public performances outside church or fair strictly limited, music, homemade and dance played a crucial role in the peasant's life. Music was mostly song, the songs of shepherd or of shepherdess, of workers in fields or walkers on the road, of beggars at the door, or weavers at the loom, or women spinning, the melody to which a tale was told, ballad of a memorable event or Breton gwerts or Basque improvisation, the opening challenges in tavern drinkers' brawls, the warp and woof of dancing. Sung dialogues engaged farmers or shepherds miles apart. Wives recognized their men returning home at eventide by their song. Old people remember that as soon as we were two on the road we began to sing. During the cholera epidemic of 1833 the Breton peasants, on whom official circulars and posters were wasted, heeded a song that advised them of the precautions they should take: eat little fruit and mix vinegar with the drinking water. Beggars carried the ballads from village to hamlet to farm, and possibly the germs of cholera as well. In October 1870, when the prefect of Finistère sent out mobilization orders for the militia reserves, his circular included a detail of some importance: let those militiamen who play the musette or benny bagpipes be sure to bring their instruments. They will receive extra pay too. A Romanian student of the Duina has found numerous folk songs dealing with misery, exploitation, taxes, gendarmes, conscription, hunger, usury, oppression, and the endless suffering of peasants whose abiding bitterness could scarcely be contained. 3. They lead us like oxen, they shear us like sheep. This sort of song, less a patch for grief than a fan to stir and articulate social resentments, seems very rare indeed where I have looked in France. Pierre Laroche cites an example from Lorigues, where, as in many parts, interference with hunting rights sparked more resentment than any political issue. There, a song about poaching, which was the only way most poorer men could get near other meat than from their own slaughtered pigs, remarks bitterly, what would the gentry do if they couldn't lean on the poor? They'd have to do some work themselves, they wouldn't be so stiff and fat. Scriveners, too, come in pound are their share of comment, as in the Breton song about the Gars Farod, which ends wishing him a diet of bed bugs: Gij vout de ben chu tu les procures en mangia int que de punaisas, les pau petits labura comme en sire int que pusaluzis. Finally, George Sand seems to have heard two fretful songs that barricons had apparently forgotten by 1900 or so: 8 Je Maudis le Sergeant, qui prend, qui pil le paysan, qui prend, qui pil jamais rend. Dites moi, dun, ma mère, oil les francs I dollar en sunt? Les sunt dans la misère, toujours comme ils édiens. This is little enough to go on. Above all, though, when this sort of thing shows up, peasants may sing it, but, as often as not, they have not created it. Real peasant songs, it seems, are not plaints of deprivation, since what we call deprivation was taken as the norm, but expressions of experience in the everyday context of life, especially the oral landscape of herding, plowing, and reaping, and the amorphous noises of man and bird and beast, moans and hollers, sighings, cries and groans and titters find consummation in rhythm and melody. When the plowman sings, the plow goes well. Much singing was functional. One of its common purposes was to urge oxen on under the yoke. Brieler or Hvler in Berry, Borer in Vendee, Arander in Poitou, Gschler in Morvan, was considered a rare art when done well. Those who had the knack were prized and long remembered, and farm hands who possessed the skill were hired away rather like outstanding cooks in bourgeois households. Songs were also sometimes used to set the pace for mowing and harvesting. The men and women working sang individually, and mostly when fled is that music. 43.1. They interrupted work. But in the Pyrenees we hear of women who were hired at harvest time to sing the old Ségatrace songs. They did not work, but simply followed the line of reapers, singing to give them rhythm and heart. The harvest songs might be about a local legend, like that of Jean d'Oymet, seduced and left behind by a king's son, or humorous, or semi-religious. They also referred to the work itself. In Lot the Nightingale Sings on My Spine referred to the stiffness in the back and limbs of those who made their way bent almost double to cut with the sickle bassy round, low, and regular. But as in this instance, many work songs were actually after-work songs. A respondent to a folklore survey noted that in Curragh's threshers' songs appeared more often in books than in barns, because threshing was hard work and raised enough dust to discourage even the jolliest of workers. 8 So the flageolet was more often heard when men were drinking or winnowing grain. Hard work where you need your breath does not encourage singing. 9 Which may be why we hear about women singing at home for fun where they had no field tasks, while not too far away where they were slaves of the earth they were silent. It is also why so many songs are attributed to shepherds and artisans. Breton weavers, who often worked in their clients' homes and carried their frame from farm to farm, had a whole repertory. Their primitive looms produced a strangely jerky sound, a staccato of violent clangs and clashes as the blocks drove the shuttle through the warp that was translated into a staccato song. Trick-tracted little blacksmiths, also known as iron thumpers, had similarly rhythmic songs. 10 Ding dong, the fire's strong, come on hammer, bong hong hong. But, again, a smith or farrier needs his breath, and anyway, his work often required his full attention. I am inclined to doubt the authenticity of work songs connected with such things as rowing or pile driving, however apt their rhythm. It is the more routine, repetitive tasks, like hauling cable and counting the salt cod catch, that lend themselves to singing and to creating songs. Hence the Great Breton Song Factory, where there's as much singing as in all the rest of Brittany, was the flax country of Tréguerois. It was the girls and women spinning out the yarn who sang as they went about their work and passed on the songs. Similarly in the Ardennes, it was the women spinning who contributed most heavily to the fund of songs, singing interminable, tearful melodies about the life of men who await death in jail, or how a mother suddenly recognizes the child the gypsies stole you. Here, as in many other cases, it is hard to tell how much was incorporated from outside and how much improvised. Improvisation, in any case, is an imitation, of existing forms, of models, taken from familiar ballads. And the songs traditionally improvised at wedding feasts, whether by a local person with a reputation for it or by all guests contributing a verse in turn, must have clung fairly close to hackneyed, reassuring rhythms. 12 Local songsmiths as such seem to have been quite rare, witness the reputation of those we occasionally hear about and the rarity of their imprint on a song. Peasants, who frequently put their names or initials on a plate or lintel, mantelpiece, cross, or stick of furniture, seem to have left scarcely a trace on a composition. One of the only 2 cases I have come across is this announcement by a lyricist from Bornezo, who has composed this melody. It's me, good fellow Éclairci, eating fat pumpkins at Badiol's mill, served by good wife Calla with a will. Just because so many improvisations were evanescent, it is a pleasure to revivify and to preserve the scene, and give Éclairci and good wife Calla, not forgetting the pumpkin, a small niche in history. Little is left of this sort of thing. What we do have, thanks to 19th-century folklorists, are pastorals and carols. The former should not be confused with such urban patriotic patoisant imitations as the Limoges poet Joseph Foucaud's song for a shepherdess 13 Long Live French Youth. They do everything well. Whether fighting or dancing, you've never seen their like. Unlike this sort of nonsense, which no self-respecting shepherdess would have thought of uttering to her sheep, the real pastorales that people sang when guarding herds or shucking corn of an evening are miniature eclogues, and usually turned on the encounter of a gent and a shepherdess. Revealingly enough, the encounter often goes badly for the gent, who is fooled or made a fool by the cunning lass, an inversion of roles that provided fantasized revenge for frustrated yearnings, and for the scorn country wenches could plausibly expect from a city swain. Just as revealing, the dialogue form nearly always had the gent speaking French and the lass answering in local dialect, as in this example, La Barguillera etiu monsieur, in which the country girl speaks Limousin and the monsieur French 14. The same mixture of tongues is found in Noëls. After all, one spoke French to one's superiors when one could. It was natural to use it in addressing God or saints. One also dressed for the occasion, as a Morvan Noël makes clear 16. In one Noël of Lower Corsi the shepherds hastening to Bethlehem stop to pick up Jean Francis, the only man in the village who speaks French, because you cannot speak to God in patois. Otherwise, however, such songs treat the holy characters in a familiar vein. One of the shepherds in a Noël from Allier inquires if Saint Joseph was not jealous when he learned about Mary's pregnancy. Another, in a Chordzi song, fears that since Mary is a virgin she must lack milk for Jesus, and so brings some along. In Gascony the angel who wakes the shepherds speaks French, and they cannot understand what he is telling them. He is asked to speak so that he can be understood, and turns to Gascon to tell them that they are fortunate to hear the news he brings. His hearers doubt it. A happy fate is never our lot, it's not meant for poor shepherds, but they dutifully go off to Bethlehem. When they finally reach the stable, however, Saint Joseph will not open the door because he is afraid of strangers. They ask him to glance through the dormer window at the passport the angel gave them. You've come to the wrong address, says Saint Joseph. I'm just a poor artisan unprobi messed by who doesn't know how to read 16. A great many Noëls were printed, but these were of urban origin, as can be seen from the tradesman's carol reproduced by Genevieve Ballame, in which doctors, goldsmiths, and printers are among those to offer gifts, and bakers are enjoined to obey police regulations and to give honest measure. Homemade nods drew on what could be had locally, and were likely to josh neighbors, local notables, and possibly innkeepers, never allowed to forget that they had refused haven to travelers in need. A Vendée Noël sends Shep. 434. Herds and farmers to Bethlehem, but also weavers and sergetiers bearing gifts of canvas and worsted. Merchants proffer cabbage, turnips, onions, and chicory for the family stew, more likely fare than the delicacies of urban carols. When the gifts have been presented, the shepherd prays to the infant Jesus. 17. O dainty child, for your mother's sake, save us from misery's ache, from poll tax and salt tax. Nods may be the place where we find the common people's claims expressed most openly, and where their hopes and aches are most clearly articulated, as in this Noël of 1770, sung in a small country parish of Bourbonnais. We'll see the war come to an end, here are the good times coming back. See the God born to us to disarm the wild beasts. We shall be masters in our homes, nor fear anything any more. It may simply be that more Noëls survived because of their seasonal re-employment and their interest to folklorists. At any rate, though the traditional groups that went round singing them were gradually driven out of cities, the nods went on being sung in original versions at least to the end of the century 18. Like the nods, but more deliberately, some popular songs addressed themselves to social, economic, and, finally, political issues. When not the work of seminarians, priests, or middle-class balladeers, these were generally written by urban artisans. It was a priest who wrote the notorious Que feras-tu pauvre Jenny, 19. What will you do, poor Jenny? There's not a lad to be found. They're all for the army bound. The hunchback, the crooked, and the old are all you can get if you're bold. It was a journeyman carpenter on a Tour de France in the mid-century who wrote a popular clog song in Svanol patois. And it was two stocking weavers from Languedoc, de la classe de Mille-Huit-Cent-Deux, who composed another song bound for fame 20. Fled is that music. The Prefet and Monsieur Le Maire are a pretty jolly pair. They run the draft with easy breath, to send us singing to our death. 435. We also hear about a local songster at Newsonville, a 24-year-old locksmith named Demo Yulin, who met with other smiths in a particular tavern where they sang and danced and also sang subversive songs written by Demo Yulin. This was 1850, and when the little gang marched through Newsonville wearing red bonnets and singing Demolin's songs, they clashed with the police and were brought to court. 21 But Newsonville was a large market town, and Compagnons journeyman members of trade guilds had a tradition of making up songs, which seldom echoed out into the countryside. There, they were more likely to sing the doubtfully translatable 22 The National Guard are a lot of petticoats. They've marched through the mountains, and they've stolen all the groats. La Garde Nationale. Saint Quai de Japons. Ont et par les montagnes. Ont vol les saucissons. The years after 1848 would send the tide of subversive songs into rural areas, but even in the most authentic of them, Claude Durand's Chant de Vignerons of 1850, the writer was influenced by Victor Hugo's verse. Durand, though mayor of his Du Sèvres village, was at least a man of the land himself. The best known and most frequently quoted of the revolutionary covey was written by a drifting urban poet Pierre Dupont 23. Quand viendra la belle, voilà de mille et de cent ans, que Jean Guetter t'appelle République de Paysans? Of course, political agitation when literacy was minimal had frequent recourse to songs and to recitation. The list of agitators arrested in Gironde after December 2, 1851, included two workers who, like Demo Yulin in the Ardennes, had produced bad verse, Pierre Vigier, who had been a cooper but now worked at devising political songs and verses, and Elie Boisac, a baker at Pian-sur-Garonne, who writes bad verse and believes himself fated to exalted destinies. Hence Malcontent 24. Men like these wrote in French, and their products were as true to the popular mind as a gendarme's report. Others, more sophisticated, hoped to reach the patoisant peasantry by writing in local speech. Pierre Laroche cites one song of the sort from Laura Guy's, Bibo la Republico, but its allusions to distant politics and its support of. So would Marcelin Albert be, half a century later. Armand Barrés, relatively unknown in the Southwest even after May 1848, may have made it even more impenetrable than propaganda in French. 25 Eugene Potier, father of L'Internationale, pretended that the Second Empire had frozen popular songs. 26. Articulated by the cold. Words have frozen harder than they were of old. No more assemblies. It's snowing everywhere, words without sound. But this referred only to the political products of urban chansonniers, and even their work was still to be found on the roads in 1854, when the police in Yonne reported they had confiscated several subversive broadsheets, and when in the Morvan La Morvandelle mocked the two-bit Caesar who had put down liberty. One reacts skeptically to the report of a patriotic song of spontaneous and popular origin in Wyon that welcomed the increase of the draft for the Crimea. But one can well believe that Isaac Morin, a shoemaker in Gard who was sentenced to jail for 6 days, was guilty of writing a patois song arousing hatred and scorn of citizens against each other and setting the poor against the rich. La Morvandelle, with its schooled prosody, could not match the native tang and raciness of ditties made up in the countryside by Republican shoemakers who sang about El Gros Napoleon, Sur sa gros ch Vox Blancs. Or, in 1879, after the death of the Crown Prince, Priani Acédan, Revendant Auxiliary Allemands la France etses enfants. Il faut applaudir les ulis qui viennent de poignarder Lulu. Elsewhere, in 1869, when the banker Isaac Perrier lost the hotly disputed election at Limoux, An old Lima carnival song was refurbished to run, roughly, very rough, why, they have bunged up your behind, poor Pereira, poor Pereira. They have bunged up your behind, poor Pereira, it's not kind. The song was still being sung in the Old Wine Country after the Second World War to taunt losers in local elections. 27. Fled is that music 437. The Third Republic had its own full share of spontaneous political songs. At Veslud in 1876, when the big landowners decided to enclose their lands with wire and thus deprive fellow villagers of common pasture, the great ensuing trial between Piquets and truants evoked satirical songs. At Sauvetat, in Guyenne, the years between 1885 and 1890 were one long battle between the partisans of the priest and the mayor. The secularist clan used patois songs, written or adapted for the circumstances and sung in the village square as political ammunition. In Ariège at Gestes political songs were made up and sung at the carnival in 1894, and 2 years later, at Capolet, the mayor was accused of putting the youth up to preparing such songs for the local feast day, August 2. In 1904, when vineyard workers struck at Beaufort in Minervois, one owner clashed with the pickets, they make him a song in which they call him Ironhead 28. Making up songs as arguments in a conflict continued to be done until after the First World War. The chivalrous also knew well that there is no more memorable way of getting at your opponent. Like Eugene Potier, Maurice Agulhon has suggested that the popular tradition in songs and other old forms was hurt by the marriage of politics and folklore, which led the government to move against them. 29. What we call folklore had always reflected local politics. When local politics became national, the government began to meddle. The agents of authority turned against village songsters, farandoles, carnivals, and the like, quite willing to lose the baby with the bath water. But the marriage with politics itself affected folklore. Songs were among the first things to feel the influence of the outside world and, in most cases it seems, to welcome it. Popular music is popular not in terms of its origins, but in terms of who accepts what. We have already seen noëls and pastorals incorporating the more elegant French, if only to ridicule it. And it appears that other traditional dialect songs, like the New Year's Guillain of Gascony, were altered by 16th or 17th century Francimans Frenchified Gascons who had to make themselves understood by French officials in order to get a tip. 30 More important than such forfeitures, though, is the fact that songs traveled. Given the relative paucity of local sources in the countryside, there was need for constant replenishment, and contributions from outside were readily accepted. Ballads and songs were eagerly learned and even bought at fairs, or from itinerant peddlers. Most of them were drawn from vaudevilles and older operas. And most of them were urban creations. But there were others, too. George Sand tells of a minstrel from around La Châtre in Berry who told her he went every year to look for new dance themes among the woodcutters of Bourbonnais because they were the greatest composers in the world. S1 in 1854, at the time of the Crimean War, a workers' singing society in Nord featured a homemade song about a lad who tries to kiss a girl and receives a good beating for his pains. Tet insouviendras, Nicolas. D'Avoir Bathrinetel. The refrain fitted the political situation. It became the war song that all conscripts of Nord sang when they went off to battle. Within a few years it could be found in Normandy, with patriotic lyrics 82 Al tout en souviendras, Nicolas, du combat de Sinope. Many of the ballads that the weavers and spinners sang were in French or at least came from outside the parish. This too was bound to introduce strange themes and notions. Even within Brittany, the tailors and sabotiers, itinerant beggars, and rag-and-bone men who carried the songs out of Trégorois must have carried them to regions where the speech was different and perhaps the rhythms, too. No wonder French could appear as a lingua franca. Finally, though most rural music was song, the best music was instrumental. Instrumental societies, modeled on the bands that accompanied army units until the organization of regimental bands in 1860, were founded as early as the 18th century to play wind, wood, and brass. By mid-century every small town that could had its own band for special occasions, but such displays remained, in the words of the sub-prefect of Siret in 1894, a rare diversion in the rural communes. Instruments were expensive, learning to play was hard, failing a substantial number of inhabitants one couldn't hope to get far beyond fife and drum. Yet the bands of small towns spread city tastes in music well outside their borders. Local and itinerant players were expected to conform, and found that they were hired and paid accordingly when there was a choice. They tried to follow fashion. And those who played for their own amusement tried to follow them. By the 1880s or 1890s the goatherds around La Garde Freinet, with their homemade flutes, imitated perfectly the real musicians they heard at village fêtes. They played polka, mazurka, and quadrille tunes ss. Bagpipes and flutes and hurdy-gurdies went with particular melodies. As they were replaced by more fashionable instruments, accordion and brasses, chants and dances they had accompanied also went by the board. Perhaps they would have gone 3.L1 away, for country people sought the city's music even before they sought its speech. When a self-taught villager in southern Puy-de-Dôme put together, in a homemade notebook, a selection of songs he had collected before 1848, what he hoarded was not native lore, but the songs and poems most typical of the official culture, Noble Espérance, De Notre Enfance, and Un Ange Radio's Visage, Penché sur le bord d'un berceau 84. The more alien the language, the greater its prestige. Everyone spoke patois, grumbled a musical folklorist in the 1890s about the people of Lower Poitou. Fled is that music. 439. But when they made verses and songs they set this aside. It is the townsman, it is Massonautre, whose language they try to imitate. The moment the peasant thought he was good enough, he wanted to sing in French. Musical jingles were his idea of good music. He tried to imitate them or expected his local minstrels to do the job for him. As for patois songs, it was the literate city folk who looked to them for inspiration. What Charles Nissard called la muse foraine was interested only in Paris wares. 35 The desire for novelty, coupled with the prestige of city life and activities, made songs one of the great avenues by which the national language penetrated the alien countryside star. The most spectacular case in point is La Marseillaise. Born at Strasbourg as the battle song of the Army of the Rhine on April 12, 1792, the new composition was given its first official airing in the salon of that city's mayor the next evening, then was played by the National Guard Band that Sunday, April 29, and sung by the Lyon volunteers of the 1st Rhône-and-Loire Battalion, who paraded on the Strasbourg Place d'Armes. It was printed within a few days, and by May 17 we hear of its being sung at Montpellier. Within a few days a delegate of the Constitutional Society of Montpellier had carried it to Marseille, where on May 22 he sang it, arousing great enthusiasm, at the end of a constitutional banquet. The very next day the song was printed in the local press. More important, it was also printed on a separate broadsheet, several copies of which were given to each of the volunteers of the Marseille Battalion, then being raised with some difficulty. Because they sang the song constantly and distributed copies of it on their march to Paris, which took all of July, the song became known as the hymn or the air of the Marseillaise. 36 This raises an intriguing question: who sang La Marseillaise? Or more precisely, how was it that these young recruits so readily sang the song in French? In 1792, by all accounts, French was as foreign to most proven auxiliary as it is to Senegalese today, perhaps rather more so. The ordinary people of Marseille understood enough French to get by in affairs of business and other day-to-day transactions, but seldom spoke the language. This suggests that the volunteers who, we know, were led by young men of the upper classes, hence bilingual, included a good few whose trade edged toward French. Ex-soldiers, journalists, artisans, and dock workers. A writer of the 1840s claimed that the corps of volunteers consisted of only a few true Marseillais among a rabble of foreign elements, and though he is a hostile witness, 1. could reasonably suppose that there would be numbers of outsiders in a great port, that many of them would be politically available, that some would be glad to find work, even in the army, and that they understood at least some French. In any case, this mixture of rude men of the people and young men of the upper classes, using foreign speech mingled with swear words, captured the popular imagination along their way. They also sang Rouget de Lisle's hymn, to which they had added a refrain in Provençal. Marchu, trou de Dieu. Marchu, petard de Dieu. Les émigrants, nom de Dieu. Enavouron guest de buen Dieu. Que les cure monor et vie. But obviously what was remembered and learned wherever they passed was the words in French. B7 By autumn the hymn created in the far northeast and disseminated first from the south, and only then from Paris, was sung throughout France by all the troops and by the children, specified a report of October 28, thus naming the chief agents of its penetration. Within a very short while we hear about the first counterose of the exciting tune, a version in Vendéan dialect sung by the insurgents of the West. Many would follow. The paradox was that the new hymn was linked to a city whose people did not speak French, or, in the case of many, feel that they were French. But even those who did not speak French could sing it, and singing endowed them with the gift of tongues. We hear about a political riot at Tarascon in 1850, where it was said the Reds cried out ferociously while singing La Marseillaise. The song even helped the singers pick up an elementary knowledge of the national language, perhaps encouraged them to learn more of it. At any rate, though banned by the Second Empire, La Marseillaise never disappeared. A worker's song of 1853, which has the journeyman off for a Monday's drinking in the country, has them settling down to sing as they quaff. And if one of us should know it, let him sing La Marseillaise. In 1858, in the wake of Félix Orsini's attempt against the life of Napoleon Ill, we hear that the song caused an incident when sung in a rural commune of the Pyrenees. 39 It was only a little later that the young Arsène Vermenouze learned to play the trumpet for the sake of the tune. In 1879 the Republicans reinstated it as the national anthem and that, by the 1890s, it had fully become. The warlike patriotic song of a political faction had in the end become the song of all, carrying not only the language of its lyrics but a potent national sentiment. One sings La Marseillaise for its words, of course, said Maurice Barrès in 1902, but especially for the mass of emotions that it stirs. Fled is that music 441 in our subconscious, 40. Could anything but a song have wrought so much? There were, of course, many other songs in French besides La Marseillaise, and some were immensely popular, notably those of Pierre-Jean de Bérenger in the 1830s. François Mazouille, writing in Marseille in 1854, emphasized the impact these and other French songs had in spreading the national language. So national integration, among other things, involved a war of songs. Before educated men turned to collecting popular songs, like butterflies on pins and just as dead, they pursued them with their ire. Songs went with dances, and their goings-on, like those of the Valleys with which both were frequently associated, were steadfastly denounced throughout the century as coarse, improper, bawdy, lewd, spurring immodesty in girls and lust in men. Certainly some of the lyrics that have come down to us must have made respectable ears burn. A rather mild example comes from Châteauneuf, in Saintonge, where they danced a very fast reel called Lebal de Suzanne or Bal de Pete la Veille, Suzanne est encore un enfant qui fait tout ce que mire lui défend. Quand die se poundake, liui repet, Pete. 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 Quand die se poundake, die iui repet, Pete. 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 Pete, Veil, an attendant. 41 Like many of his well-intentioned ilk, Xavier Thiriot, writing about the Vosges in the late 1860s, stressed the vulgar character of native songs as opposed to those coming from big cities and written in our time, which he found well-inspired and true expressions of noble sentiments. 42. Such feelings were the stronger among professional carriers of civilization and literacy. The teachers too. Songs, like other forms of popular culture, were best shed, and the sooner the better. All one hears in our countryside, grumbled one would-be reformer in 1860, were coarse and impure songs, trivial melodies, obscene and demoralizing lyrics. The local youth going to Vale Lees, grumbled a minister in the Pyrenees, made the valleys ring with their powerful discordant voices, entoning warlike and erotic songs, which happily they do not always understand. These could be replaced by edifying hymns to God and nature. Perhaps the schools could wean them from their bad ways. A teacher agreed, the songs that would improve morals, refine feelings, ennoble the spirit, develop intellect, were completely unknown. School teachers had to realize that it was their duty, nay their mission, to propagate such songs. 43. They did. In 1864 a school inspector in the Department of Ode proudly reported that the lewd songs that wounded even the least modest ears have been replaced by the religious and patriotic choirs of numerous orphans' choral societies due to schools and the initiative of teachers. Under the Republic, such virtuous but isolated efforts turned into nationwide campaigns. Jules Simon, Minister of Public Instruction in 1872, had been struck by the vulgar airs and stupid lyrics of the songs workers or peasants sang when they got together. He sought to remedy this, namely by distributing songbooks for use in schools, and making singing lessons an important part of the elementary school curriculum. In these songbooks, which followed German models, were concentrated songs that were plainly designed to inculcate a sense of the fatherland, of civilization, and of moral ideals. So effective was this program that by the mid-1880s we begin to hear the hills echoing no longer with lewd ditties but with the songs of Paul Déroulde yelled out by enthusiastic schoolboys. Songs learned at school, noted a gratified Félix Picot in 1894, were beginning to replace among adult youth the bad songs that have been too current in France. 44. The schools had an important collaborator, the orphron, which was often in fact conducted by the teacher. To Amédée Rouxel, one of the great apostles of the singing creed, there was no more socially useful profession than that of choirmaster. Singing together had great moral and intellectual value, provided popular singing can be raised from mere musical stuttering to a level of artistic expression that reflects the refinements and the progress of musical taste. 45. Orphans and more typically working-class singing societies began to appear in Paris and in Nord during the Restoration and spread through the rest of France after the 1850s. About 1,000 such groups were founded during the 19th century, but few proved really lasting, and fewer still got close to the rural level. Rouxel found only 58 orphans that were founded before 1880, 11 going in 1906. Is of these were in the north, 8 in Paris or the Paris suburbs, 5 in Lyon, 3 in Toulouse, 17 in other departmental capitals, and the remaining 10 in fairly important provincial towns. 46. A similar impression is left by an examination of the association's file of Pyrenees Orientals, which shows that every choir in the department was in either a cantonal or a district town. Most, moreover, dated from the 1890s, the earliest listed was founded in 1886. Such singing groups were instruments of the official culture. Even in Enlèves, Marseille, and Montpellier, where choirs sang fragments from operas and comic operas, and original songs in French by local composers. 47. Cultural snobbery, or refusal to play an exotic role. The result was the same. In the countryside, however, all this took much longer. Not that resistance was deliberate, it hung on communications, facilities, and restricted means. Traditional songs went with poverty and isolation, and depended heavily on the survival of traditional carriers of song. As the activities of these carriers declined, country songs, like Country Vale gave way. In 1873 we hear that beggars had become few in Forez and Villers, and that they no longer sang while begging. In Britain, why in the 1880s minstrels and bards were being pressed back by the civilization attendant on roads and railways, and traditional songs were receding before city ones. Fiddlers and bagpipers added more and more music hall pieces to their repertory. At country weddings, remarked a folklorist in 1881, one seldom heard anything but sentimental love songs that had been fashionable in towns a score of years before. Not all who sang them understood what they said. We hear about a proven Ralph 5-year-old who learned by heart a French ballad, which he sang over and over to his father's pride, and in which he was almost letter perfect, though he did not understand a word of it and could not have said what any of it meant. 48 But the eventual outcome of the new tendency was predictable. In the late 1880s, peddlers, saboteers, and rag and bone men were thinning out fast, and native poetry and song waned with them. Flax and homemade linen gave way to factory-made goods, fewer songs were spun along with flax, and by 1905 we hear that the last bastions of Breton songs Tregear, Lannion, Morlaix, Gingamp have fallen to French. In lot local dialect songs were still sung at harvest time and carnival in the I-880s, but were otherwise going out, perhaps as a direct result of greater material comfort. 49 The old conscript songs faded out, too. Many had been in local dialect, others, in French, had referred to conditions of military service that changed after 1889. Around 1900 observers noted the disappearance of these traditional tunes and their replacement by songs on more general themes, such as drinking, with no local flavor or particular character of their own. Albert Dozet considered that patois songs disappear in Auvergne and were replaced by French ones by the end of the century. Julien Tiresot, who worked in the Alps and in Dauphine about that time, could not find a single song in once isolated Bourg d'Oyens that was truly popular. In roughly the same period, Francis Perret noted the rapid disappearance of popular and native melodies in Bourbonnais. 50 Everywhere it seems that itinerant singers and musicians who went from fete to fete had forgotten the old songs and verses. In any case, the young, school-taught, despised them. No one knows old country songs or sees the old local dances. The eternal trumpet repeats the same musical tunes everywhere, and the city slippers of the peasant girls shuffle in the same slow waltz. Fled is that music. 445. Kate concerts, once the preserve of wealthier places, made their appearance in lesser towns. Peasants started attending them, now that they had the means, and brought the new saws home. Greater exposure to this high-class singing, backed up sometimes by a gramophone, began to affect the singing at the feasts. Tillage songs and banquet songs, henceforth in French, reflected the repertory of the café concert. Standards of singing rose, but voices did not improve, so fear of ridicule began to hamstring those who had never hesitated to start up a tune. Specialization took another step, and, in due course, the habit of singing itself declined as professionalism and technology took over. 51 But though I believe singing did truly decline in the general and evolutionary sense, and especially with the advent of radio between the wars, the process was surely a slow and patchy one. Allegations that people were singing less than of yore go back at least to the beginning of the 19th century, and seem simply a way of saying that things were not what they used to be in the speaker's youth. France differed in its many corners, as we know. Where songs and singing were anchored in local ways, they endured along to me as in Brittany. When President Carnot was murdered in 1894, a ballad appeared, the Gwertz AR President Carnot, to mark the event. Another, in 1896, detailed a drunken murder at Lochinol. As late as 1961 an anonymous Breton composed a Gwertz called M'gan Montrolez to tell the story of the Great Artichoke War, in which the peasants clashed with the sub-prefect L52, as the report of a song-gathering mission intimated. As early as 1883, the Breton bards were getting old and dying OUL, but Francis Gostling still encountered them in Finistère in 1906, at the Pardon on Trinity Sunday. The ragged bards assemble at Rumengel from far and near. I recall one of them sitting with his wife behind a stall piled high with leaflet songs. The couple were singing with all their might to a group of young peasants who, having bought the words, were thus learning the tunes traditionally, as they had probably been handed down for many a generation. The young folks wanted tunes, to sing to those songs with which the pockets of their sky-blue jackets were already bulging. Here are the familiar figures peddling their own songs wherever crowds assembled, often by way of printed broadsheets prepared at their dictation, and it is true that they are old. Yet Jan Breekelian quotes a number of younger songmakers who were active at the turn of the century and before the First World War. 53. The school that taught the Bretons French also taught them how to read and write. Thereafter, the song-making tradition could bear fruit on paper, the singing public could actually read the words. What changed was less the bent to singing than the subject of the songs, hence their cultural baggage. There is no evidence that other parts of France still produced songs spontaneously to mark the exploits of political encounters or the appointment of new prime ministers. But the very use of such themes suggests that a once isolated land had joined the community of other Frenchmen. A similar development, in which national forms and themes penetrated native ones, seems to have occurred in dancing. Simple to learn, rhythmic sometimes to the point of binding participants in a common spell, traditional dancing was a fundamentally collective enterprise. Every dancer attended on every other one, did what everyone did in a jogging communion where all were part of the same mass and lived the same experience. In traditional dances, every dancer carried by the joint enterprise is freed of personal initiative, responsibility, even self-consciousness, released into the sort of physical and psychic euphoria that makes dancing such a special pleasure. A dancing that here tends and thrills and stimulates, fascinates and inspirits, can serve multiple functions: magic, as at carnival to ensure a good crop of flax, or on May Eve to placate the fairies; religious, to honor saints and their feasts; ceremonial, as at marriages; utilitarian, as a way of pounding the loam of a threshing floor; above all, perhaps, recreational one. 6.4. Hard physical work demands relief, not, it appears, in relaxation but in contrasting agitation, and dancing throughout the 19th century had the reputation of providing such relief. Dancing broke weariness, la fatigue, and most backbreaking toil tended to strike a balance with the dance. Industrial workers relaxed by dancing tirelessly on Sundays and, sometimes, immediately after their work. This was even more striking in the countryside, partly perhaps because of the sensible tendency to combine the useful and the pleasant whenever possible. Harvesting, threshing, and pulling up or trampling crops, all gave rise to dances and to fêtes. These have been studied most thoroughly in Brittany by Jean-Michel Gilcher, and I have drawn most of my instances from his work. But though Brittany is richer in traditional dances than most regions, the examples to be found there seem fairly representative of a world where hard work and hard play went together. In those parts of Brittany where several villages got together come September to pull each other's beats, there would be dancing at night 2 or 3 times a week. These autumn arachages, now gone, are still remembered as the season of night feasts. Perhaps the simple gathering of unwontedly large numbers produced a festive mood comparable to that of a fair or feast. This was most obvious during the grain harvest, which saw the hardest and most prolonged labor of the year. This enterprise also brought together untoward numbers of workers. Not only did it culminate in harvest feasts, but the gangs of itinerant harvesters seem to have followed each day's toil with boisterous dancing. We even hear of troops of women laborers who came down from Flanders to work around Dunkirk at harvest time toward the end of the Second Empire, and who, their labor ended, every evening give themselves over to almost fantastic and prolonged dances. Despite the fatigues of the day, they rigorously exclude any man from their sport. This last was indeed a peculiar trait, as J. A. Barrell has put it, and suggests the therapeutic aspect of such play. 1I1. Most of the time, dancing was an integral part of the courting ritual. Witness the many places where engaged or married couples simply did not join in the dance. At most Vale-Lees the elders watched while the young danced. Breton yarn and spinning parties seem to have been reserved for the single young. In a Languedoc village we hear that the village feast was largely viewed as an opportunity to bring out marriageable lads and lasses, and was the function where most of the older villagers had found their spouse. Those engaged and the young married couples do not dance. They have already found 56. Yet dancing was also fun, and Bretons found ingenious ways of linking fun and labor. Threshing the grain was followed by dancing, but the winnowing process was itself a collective dance, the ambulante deg, in which participants, barefoot or wearing unstudded sabots, trampled the sarrasin to free it of the last bits of rind still clinging to the kernel. So were the lest à leur neve, in which a new threshing floor was pounded down, and similar dances held to level out an earthen floor for a new house. This sort of thing was hard work, and the expression poenia des ansel to toil at dancing reflects it. But it had its uses, and it would endure as long as buckwheat was the principal grain and bare earth the only flooring. 57 people with limited means who danced a good deal, and often spontaneously, had to provide their own cadence. One Pyrenean mayor in 1838 complained that he could not hold a dance on the anniversary of the July Revolution because he could not find musicians. Most people seem to have done without musicians for a good while longer. At Ligards the dancing song was replaced by instruments during the July monarchy, first fife and tambourine, then hurdy-gurdy or violin. But Ligards, though hardly urban, was the chief bourg of a canton, and smaller places presumably waited longer. 58. In Vendée the violin was beginning to be heard in the little town of Beauvoir-sur-Mer in 1868, but in the surrounding areas the peasants remained true to their ancient habit of dancing rondes while singing. In the Basque country village lads learned their dance steps on the threshing floor of evenings, with one youth singing or whistling appropriate songs while the dancing master put his students through their paces. This only waned in the 20th century. In any case 1, 2, or 3 itinerant musicians served a fairly large area and were sometimes unavailable because several functions coincided. Some regions Traeger, Leon appear to have had no instruments until the appearance of the accordion. In others the owners of such instruments as there were bagpipes, fifes, fiddles, or oboe-type woodwinds like the bombarde of Morbihan performed only for a fee. Feasts with musicians had greater prestige, but a good many weddings relied on invited or hired singers, and people had no less fun. It is hard to tell, but I am inclined to think that vocal accompaniment, ranging upward from a simple tra-ia-ia, was pretty much the rule for peasant dances other than substantial marriages and important feasts until quite late in the century. Sonneurs and menetriers continued to be rare until the 1890s, and their passing through a village still an event that gathered crowds. 59. Dancing was simple and simple to learn. Complex traditional forms, like those of some Basque dances, called for special training. But most local repertory was limited, and the same movements recurred over and over. Children saw the local dances endlessly repeated, assimilated them, copied and imitated the steps, and were gradually permitted to join in. Initiation was easy, and novices did not stand out much, since the traditional dances were collective, danced in the round or in two facing lines. The dancers held hands or clasped their neighbor's shoulder or waist, repeating the same moves and steps, which soon became an almost automatic motion. Gilcher has noted the predominance of the use of the closed circle, facing inward, capable of admitting an unlimited number of dancers and also of excluding the rest of the world. The steps and rhythms used in the circle were generally simple, the common gesture of one local group reinforcing its unity as much as or more than church attendance, and also differentiating it from other groups. Like a circle, a chain was capable of taking any number of dancers, even up to 1,000, as sometimes happened in those Breton marriages in which every guest but the destitute paid for his share, and the dance became practically one with the community. 60 All this persisted through most of the 19th century. When, in the late 1880s and the early 1890s, Trèbeux scoured the Vendée, mounted on his swift bicycle, he still found lads and lasses dancing jigs in the round, singing and gesticulating with irresistible animation. About the same time, an English wayfarer described the loud, stomping Boris he watched at a Lazara village inn, danced to the accompaniment of singing and whistling *, but the traditional c. 449. Collective jigs and shuffies encountered growing competition from the modern style of dancing in pairs. At Lille and Nancy under the Second Empire, young people were still joining hands in collective song dances in the streets. But gradually adults were leaving these to adolescents, and they in turn began to leave them to children. In Gers, the beaten earth that had been good enough for the old hops had to give way to parquet flooring and to the relative constraints of dancing indoors. Local roundelays were being overborne by wanton waltzes, polkas, and schottisches. The dancers had learned the steps from soldiers who returned from military service under the July monarchy, and nearly all the young people would have thought to lose face if they had not followed their lessons. In Morvan it was young men returning from Paris in the 1870s who introduced new dances that in due course replaced the square dance and the jig. In Lot by 1880 all that one knew was ballroom dances, especially quadrilles. In Due by 1889 even pretty quadrilles were going out, replaced by waltzes, polkas, and mazurkas. In Curaz in 1893 the beret had almost been forgotten, and the montagnard was far less popular than it used to be. People preferred quadrilles, polkas, waltzes, and schottisches. In Lorraine the dances of city people took over in the 1880s. Children were being taught to perform traditional local dances for their quaintness, but if at some wedding or feast a group began to perform a traditional dance, people would crowd around and watch as if it were a curiosity. 61 In Laura Guise, too, by 1891 old dances disappear progressively and most already survive only as memories. In the Upper Limousin Bourries survived as oddities, everyone was said to dance waltzes and polkas. In the villages of the Creuse Valley even the waltz declined. At the conscript dances of 1913 couples danced polkas and schottisches to the pumping of accordions. In Basque villages dance companies declined after the turn of the century. The young were losing interest in traditional dances, and there was less prestige in performing them. As a result, the old Basque masquerades decayed. Portions were dropped or abridged, and poor dancers or even non-dancers were enrolled for lack of any choice in a vicious circle that inevitably led to withering. 62. As people began to travel about more, strangers from the outside were more and more likely to be found at what had once been closed communal dances, and this too affected the repertory. In Dauphine the traditional rigadoon, danced either to a fiddle or to a simple song, began to share the honors at local dances with more cityfied forms toward the end of the century, partly, we are told, so strangers could also dance and join in local affairs. Old instruments, bagpipes, or fife, and drum gave way to louder brasses, which helped to eliminate old dancing songs as well. In Auvergne and the Limousin in the 1890s fiddles and brass supplant the bagpipe and the simple song. By the end of the century, the hurdy-gurdy had been displaced by the accordion, henceforth the obligatory accompaniment at feasts and dances. 63. The musical repertory necessarily changed, the door to urban influences was opened wider still. Those influences led to the founding of numerous rural musical societies in the 1880s and thereafter, which gave regular concerts and family dances where young people met, courted, and danced as they once had at Vale-Lys. For a smallish village like Changy in Rhône-Nice, without many alternatives, the musical society, which was founded in 1891 and lasted into the I-930s, provided an indispensable service. The more indispensable because as Vale-Lys declined so did the conv, one and custom of lads and lasses courting in fields and pastures, which were increasingly enclosed by 1900. Concurrently, the number of dances rose. The formal, organized balls for marriages or feasts could not alone provide adequate social opportunities once Vale-Lys disappeared. Young people began to organize informal dances in some barn or in the back room of a bistro. They also organized dancing societies, which if one can judge by the case of Pyrenees Orientals were a major preoccupation of the young people for miles around. There they played such an essential role that even traditional feuds gave way before them. In 1896 the mayor of Bixas expressed his delight that youth groups, reconciled around a dancing society, had given up the brawls that turned public places into battlegrounds. In I-900 the youth groups of Siret signed what amounted to a formal treaty, regulating the operations of the dancing society and specifying when different bands would be allowed to play. Siret is a district town, Bixas, THIRD, and Bompas are large market towns and administrative centers of their canton. But the bicycle made them accessible to country lads, and in the decade before 1914 more and more farm boys came to own bicycles. 64 At the same time, the rise of the new dances helped widen the gulf between generations. On the eve of the First World War a Limousin folklorist noted that the beret was danced only by mature persons, the young disdaining it. It also helped widen the gulf between the traditional and urbanized elements in the countryside. Peasants who had danced a great deal at local veilles and feasts found themselves embarrassed and often ill at ease before the newfangled urban dances. They danced them. 45-1. Badly, if at all, and they perceived more strongly than ever their inferiority to urban standards, even those adhered to by their more affluent neighbors. 65. In any case, much of the original point of dancing had by the turn of the century drained away. Once upon a time dancing had reconciled the public and private, right and relief, the affirmation of group unity and the expression of individual personality. Now all the public ritual aspects of dancing began to lose their force, the collective character disappeared, and the sport became simply a form of personal gratification taken in company. Most important, perhaps, the functional aspects of dancing had been seeping away. People had danced on certain pilgrimages, in certain processions, in or outside the church as David once danced before the Ark of the Covenant. The tripettes of Provence, a sort of jig designed to drive out the falling sickness, were still being danced around Manosque in the 1890s. One danced around the bread oven, around the hearth, between the vines. Participants and observers understood the homeopathic virtues of leaps and bounds designed to make the crops grow high, of mimicry that simulated work gestures, sowing or reaping or pressing the grapes. At Saint Marcel d'Ardèche, on the patron saint's day, in barren mid-January, the villagers put up a mast topped with a bunch of evergreen and danced around it, singing. 66. Plantaran la frigolo et jamai, blanbi l'arabara. Faran la farandula et la montagni flowerera. Sympathetic magic or exorcism, dancing had a powerful share in it. Then fertilizer came in, and rat poison, agronomy, medicine and schools, of course, and this sort of dancing lost its practical sense, it became simply a show, for fun. The local dances no longer had a function to perform, and so they could be abandoned more easily, since they compared badly with their modern competitors. What had been an accessory, mere dancing, took over from the original purpose, which was gradually forgotten. And at that stage city dances were clearly better. They always had been better and more desirable, but they had also been relatively inaccessible. When all could find access to the instruments that played their music and to the parquet floors that facilitated their steps, all could agree that this was progress, especially the girls. With the suspension of most festivities for 4 and often 5 years during the War of 1914, the young ceased to learn such traditional dances as were still to be found. Veterans returned to their village bringing new American dances, and these soon became the new crazes of the young. Traditional dances survived fitfully among the aged, but they were old, just as polkas and mazurkas were now. 67. No longer a social rite, dancing turned into simple amusement. Chapter 27. Le papier qui parle. I love a ballad in print, a life, for then we are sure they are true. Shakespeare. We come now to an obvious question affecting popular culture, and one of the most difficult, despite the attention it has received, when and how reading matter affected the common man. The printing press stands at the entrance of the modern world as dragons guard the gateway of a temple. But who, in 19th century France, had access to the temple of the printing press? The answer is, surprisingly many people, for one need not read to enjoy its products. Yet printing was an urban art par excellence. It disseminated texts, images, ideas, that had been formulated by urban minds. Like printed songs, these often became popular in terms of their acceptance. They were not necessarily so by birth. Books are the obvious representatives of printed culture, and the most obvious inhabitants of the town. By the Restoration, books could be bought in general stores, at the grocers, or from old clothes merchants and second-hand furniture men, all of whom often sold primers, calendars, almanacs, and prayer books, and some of whom also lent them. There were few public libraries and they were little used. When, under the Restoration, the prefect of Nevers borrowed the keys to the library at Nevers, he kept them for a year and even then was asked to return them only because a second inquirer had appeared. When and where libraries began to be frequented, as at Lille, they remained the preserve of cultivated men and local scholars, a kind of sanctuary where blouses and sabots would have been looked on askance. 2. Reading rooms run for profit were even more inaccessible, not only in terms of cost, but also in purely physical terms, since like the bookshops, they were all located in better parts of town. Beginning in the 1820s, various initiatives were launched to produce good books, Christian, moralizing, frequently saccharine, and these works were widely distributed by philanthropists and by the clergy. Serious efforts were made to get them into the hands of men, and sometimes even women, of the working class. But the scanty evidence. Le papier qui parle. 453. Suggests that they reached mostly the middle class and those aspiring to join it. The poorer inhabitants of urban centers, assuming that they could read, lacked the privacy in which to read a book, the light by which to read it, and most probably also the time and energy to attempt it. 3. This only really changed with the 1860s, when popular libraries in bigger industrial towns battled for the opportunity to capture the popular mind, when rival lending libraries, some red, some Catholic, clashed in political struggles that reveal the existence of a working-class reading public, and when the authorities in small provincial towns reported the spontaneous founding of savings societies for collective subscriptions to newspapers. But once again, practically all the evidence and all the figures concerning this ill-documented field apply to urban centers. For by 1890 there were 2 popular libraries serving the 758 communes of the Limousin. School libraries, of course, were far more numerous, 333 in 1877 for 396 public schools, but even they lent out only an average of 30 books a year until the 1880s. 5. The Second Empire witnessed a revolution in printing processes that made it possible to produce books on thinner paper and in smaller type, developments that greatly diminished their bulk, hence their cost, and encouraged competition to sell them more cheaply. Even so, novels, children's books, and other respectable works selling at a price equivalent to 1 or 2 days' wages were not aimed at the working class, but at the small bourgeoisie. Charles Nissard, whose History of Popular Books, published in 1854 and read it a decade later, remains our richest source, was impressed by the growing thirst for printed matter, which permitted publishers to get rid of their unsold stocks. In 1853 some 9 million books seem to have been distributed yearly. But when we hear about the go-ahead working men buying books Agricole Pertiguier or Pierre Gilland, what they purchased were the street vendors' products, little booklets at 30 centimes, spread out on walls or on the parapet of bridges, abridgments of Robinson Crusoe, Telemachus, Paul and Virginia, Bayard's Life, or Aesop's Fables. 6. The workers' tastes in reading material presumably lagged behind those of the more widely read bourgeois. They read much the same books that the peasants read, but fewer peasants read any books at all. An imperial prefect of Nevers once remarked that if books were strewn on the roads, no one would pick them up. And at that, he seems to have been thinking not of the peasants, but of the bourgeoisie. 7. Could it have been because peasants not only did not read books, but simply did not read? In 1860–61, as part of a contest set up by the Ministry of Education, thousands of school teachers responded to questions concerning local reading habits. A study of 1,207 of these responses, the cream of those received, reveals that reading was extremely rare, and that the reading of novels was almost non-existent. What evidence of interest there is comes primarily from the north and northeast, the Paris region, Côte d'Or. 454. And Bouches du Rh8na. But a report from Ur-et-Loir gives us a clue: no one reads in the countryside, and bad books get there more than good ones. So perhaps no one read, but there were books. Only they were bad. Bad books swarm in the countryside, immoral serials, almanacs, a collection of tales as absurd as they are insignificant, cheap serials, poison our countryside. Only the almanac, frivolous and pernicious books, almanacs and song books. Those who know how to read own a missal, the almanac, sometimes the tale of the four Imam brothers. 8. And so it goes. Other snippets of evidence are gleaned from routine official sources. Right now, a teacher of SA8NEET reported in 1864, one doesn't read at all in the countryside, neither good books nor bad. The same for the Pas-de-Calais, apart from a little during the winter period of Vale-Lys. In 1866 the mayor of Seney responded to an inquiry on reading tastes in his area: "I have the honor to tell you that one doesn't read in the commune." The prefect of Seine-et-Marne, confronted with the same problem, found the situation perplexing: "The number of our country people who like to read is so small that it is quite difficult to understand their taste. We have already glimpsed this taste, but it was obviously not what it should have been. What the people liked and what they should get were, on the whole, different things. This can be seen in the works housed in school libraries. Practically unused and as good as non-existent when the 1860s opened, school libraries numbered 4,800 by 1866 and 14,395 by 1870. In that same 5-year period their loan rate rose 5-fold. A good deal of that increased use, however, probably most of it, reflected urban readership. In the countryside, as a report from Morbihan explained in 1866, only school children borrowed books. Otherwise, the books lack readers even more than the readers lack books. For one thing, reports from Finistère, Aides du Nord, and Corsica confirm it: most people did not know French, and of those who did, half at least did not know how to read. 9. But then, why should they have bothered? An elementary school inspector, Pheidum Ikes, explained in 1864, the country people who turn to the teacher to obtain these books from school libraries are very alike to children, hence the books that are meant for children suit them perfectly. 10. For children or adults, then, school libraries offered sound knowledge and indoctrination into the New World's ways. The mayor of Seney, when he had reported that no one in his area read, had volunteered the thought that if people did read, they would like books of stories. The prefect of Seine-et-Marne had pointed out the enormous popularity of the little press journal de la Semaine, du Dimanche, du Jeudi, with its tales and news and gory or sentimental serials. But this was too debased. Book lists submitted by teachers or departmental groups for their libraries consisted above all of agricole. Les papiers qui parlent. 455. Tural, scientific, and historical works. Could that kind of fare be why books lacked readers? Why in 1866, 2 years after the school library of Occignano had received a fine collection of books, their pages were still uncut? Why in 1878 the educational inspector reported from Allier that the work of school libraries progressed slowly when the figures he gave showed that readership had actually fallen? L1 The books were of no interest to the local people. We shall see that by this time things were beginning to change, and it is precisely the change that interests us. But change from what? We have already heard what reading matter the peasant liked, and the authorities kept a wary eye on it. At the very beginning of the 19th century, we hear about those small writings, that are the library of the poor and the first books of childhood. Almanacs, calendars, yearbooks, chapbooks, collections of tales and stories, songs, prophecies, canticles, ballads, accounts of recent events and judgments of criminal courts, primers, and the Croix de Dieu. 12. By the July monarchy demagogic books were joining these in being hawked through the countryside, accounts of trials and songs with political overtones, speeches attributed to leaders of the Great Revolution, Republican catechisms, and so on. 13. As for those who distributed them, we have already encountered one of the principal figures, the itinerant peddler with his backpack, sometimes accompanied by a little monkey, displaying his wares at fairs, on the farm threshold, or in the village square. His pack always contained prints, tracts, chapbooks, sometimes in the false bottom of a box. There were, besides, professional ballad singers, sometimes doubling as beggars, with their stock of fly sheets, and rag pickers who took a hand in the same trade. There was a peculiar breed of saint exhibitors, men who trod the roads with their saint in a small cupboard on their backs. Some were Italians, with a wax doll in a glass case dressed in finery and surrounded by artificial flowers, and many were charlatans who represented their figurine to be whatever saint was venerated in the locality where they stopped, and sold color prints and pious objects, chaplets, medals made holy by simple contact with it. There were men from Champagne, the Lorraine village where Claude Guilly the painter had been born. Champagnon families left their village every autumn, the man carrying a small chest on his back that opened into a triptych. The center panel showed the Virgin or the Crucifixion, and one of the flanking panels held a picture of Saint Hubert. The wife and children carried merchandise. In villages the triptych was displayed on a table, and while the man commented on its pictures, the family sold the medals, chaplets, tracts, and images in their stock. Such entrepreneurs were generally known as montreurs. In Burgundy, where the cult of Saint Reine was widespread, there travelled around Le Montreux de Saint Reine, who opened the panels of his Gothic-shaped reliquary after singing a long ballad about the saint. Once he had attracted a crowd, he turned to his real business, peddling small pictures of saints, battles of the Empire, Tom Thumb, Cinderella, and Little Red Riding Hood. 15. In a study of popular imagery we find reproduced the patter used by a montreur of Saint Hubert in 1866, which gives a good idea of the approach. See here the great Saint Philomenar, who was a great saint, that there is no such great miracles that the great Philomenar hasn't done. See here the child Jesus, who was born at Bethsalem, who was the son of the great all-powerful God, who redeemed us of our sins, who died on the cross for us, that there is no such great miracles that the child Jesus hasn't done. See here the great Saint Reine, that the pagans massacred, who was a great saint. See here the great Saint Peter, who has the keys to paradise, hence that our Lord gave to him, that there is no such great miracles that the great Saint Peter hasn't done. See here the good father of Martincourt, in Vosges, who's healed all sorts of ills, that there is no such great miracles that the good father hasn't done. See here the great Saint Hubert, who was the greatest of all hunters. He was hunting in Arden Forest when our Lord appeared to him a great day of Good Friday, hence that each and every one must evoke against plague, accident, thunder, and mad dogs. Hence that each and every one shall be kept safe forever and will go straight to heaven if he wears on him the medal of the great Saint Hubert, that there is no such great miracles that the great Saint Hubert hasn't done. 16. We may laugh at the level of this approach, but it sold the crowd, and especially, it appears, when the pictures being peddled portrayed saints or biblical scenes. 3/4 of the pictures that survive today are religious. This may be because they were treated with more respect than others. Many were pinned or pasted inside a chest lid or cupboard door to become the centerpiece of a small, personal altar. Others were attached under the lids of boxes containing money or something else considered rare and precious, like letters. Yet such pictures were also commonly pinned or sewn to hat or clothes, or nailed to a wall, a bedboard, or the mantelpiece, or put up in the stable. The saints provided personalized protection for self, for home, for precious objects, for the cattle. Guardian images, images de preservation, were everywhere, and so was the crucifixion, reminder that the peasant's difficult life was nothing when compared with the Passion of Christ. L1 There was even a Saint Napoleon, printed in 1842 and reprinted in 1869, representing under a rather unexpected aspect, as an official commented, the image of Napoleon surrounded by flowers and by female saints playing the harp. Asterisk. 457. So popular were religious images that in popular parlance all printed pictures became saints or saint sheets. A child got a centime to go and buy a saint even if the picture he bought represented a war scene or a fable. "What saint do you want?" asked the peddler. "I want animals," answered the child. He could have asked for battles, or for the soldiers' uniforms that help recruit volunteers for the army, or for the wandering Jew, or for Lustakru, the legendary blacksmith who cut off women's heads and forged them new ones, or for Saint Faineant, which was supposed to warn against the evils of idleness but actually publicized its pleasures. Ls other hot-selling items were Goodman Misery, who had trapped death itself in his magic pear tree, the great devil Money, patron of financiers, the world turned upside down, the art of dying well, with demons thronging around a deathbed, lusting for one more soul, and Credit is Dead, with droll illustrations of all those who killed him. Taste was eclectic and the image-decorated house appears in many prints, as in contemporary novels. Balzac, with his usual eye for truth, tells us of the darkened walls whose only ornament consisted of those illuminated images in blue, red, and green that show the death of Credit, the Passion of Jesus Christ, the Grenadiers of the Imperial Guard. 19 That was just on the eve of the great tide of cheap, popular images about to sweep over France during the July Monarchy and the Second Empire, and generally associated with Epinal in the Vosges, where by 1842 the firm of J.C. Pellerin alone turned out 875,000 prints a year. Pellerin and another Epinal firm between them are estimated to have produced 17 million such pictures under the Second Empire. Some 40 other printers were active during that time, and pieces of their work were still to be found on the market at the beginning of the 20th century. 20 But printers and engravers were urban professionals, their models and themes were taken from the towns, even figures of peasants and their accessories of life, when they appear, seem to have derived from urban models. 2 This had always been so, and most of the traditional depictions that issued from a press reflected urban attitudes of one sort or another. But images of earlier days had grown familiar, had had the time to percolate into the rural world and be accepted by it. Contemporary differences in speech or garb or values were another matter. Like Mrs. Miniver projected before an audience of Afghans, such pictures could add the spice of exoticism, but the distance between two very different ways of life limited the appeal of many of the images in the countryside. Some of these prints were inspired by melodramas or operettas. One favorite depicted La Fille de Madame Angot. Others dwelt on exemplary themes, with sinners meeting a deserved punishment at the end. 2 in this class were The Catastrophes and Tragic End of the Child Who Touches Everything and Pellerin's Two Apprentices, which was inspired by Hogarth's Industry and Idleness, a secular version of Saint Idle's story. Like certain other series of the late 1860s, all rather reminiscent in costume and scenery of the Countess of Segar's children's novels, these were above all destined for children of the middling and petty bourgeoisie. Other prints of a political nature, like those concerning the grotesque hunchback Monsieur Mayer, were very popular even among the workers, especially those of Paris, but never caught on in rural areas. The peasants clung to their traditional images and moralities as long as both lasted. Even in 1874 Epinal turned out two different prints to show virtue rewarded. One, urban, had the abandoned bride making her family rich by trade. The other, on the theme of the grasshopper and the ant, showed careful, hard-working Martha being repaid with a proposal of marriage. Miss Martha, my name is Bigereau. I have my mill that brings me 1,000 acres a year. I offer you my hand and my mill. Virtue deserved and brought reward, but the aspirations, values, and possibilities of town and countryside continued to differ into the first decade of the Third Republic. 22. Whatever the message or presentation, there is little question of the popularity and impact of the form itself. These pictures were the great Bibles of the little people. Studied long and attentively by men, women, and especially wondering children who had little else to distract or appeal to them, they left a powerful imprint on people's minds. Anatole France has testified how much he owed to the images d'Épinal. Charles P. Guy's work is interwoven with it. The Great Devil Money shows what he describes in L'Argent as the capitalist bourgeoisie infecting the people, every class, especially commoners, groveling to gather gold coins distributed by the devil. The Burial of Marlborough sets off a long discussion of historical analyses in Clio 1I. The images of Saint Joan, so popular in Orleans, inspired P. Guy's worship. He even, in an optimistic moment, compared his life to an image d'Épinal. He was little, he worked well, he went to school, and rose in the world. 23. If this was the effect these pictures had on P. Guy, what of the semi-literate people who were their major public? They reinforced the common man's hatred of money power, made known the figure of the Jew, unknown in the flesh in most parts of France, reflected the hopeless hopes of misery, stressed the accepted morality of work, and preached traditional virtues, usually along with traditional resignation. Then came the images of the modern world. Current events and propaganda of every kind began to take over. Even as early as 1848 the government distributed General Cavenac's picture by the tens of thousands. The following regime did as much for Napoleon III and his family. Pretenders under the Third Republic, Prince Victor Bonaparte, the Comte de Paris, General Boulanger followed suit. Battles, catastrophes, or notorious figures like Gary. Le papier qui parle. 459. Baldi were all illustrated in color plates, and in 1899 a print entitled True and Authentic History of Panama, Jr. was circulating in Haute-Vienne, a satire of President Émile Loubet under attack as a supporter of Dreyfus. Too often such occasional prints came accompanied by a ballad that explained the sensational or terrifying event depicted. At this point, traditional and current sensationalism merged in a popular literature especially partial to bloody crimes, fabulous stories, and other daunting things that made the flesh creep like today's horror films. The canard. Canards and occasionels, the former folio sheets, the latter smaller page been dated back to the 15th century and the invention of printing. How the canard came by its name is uncertain, perhaps from the imperial eagle on Napoleon's battle bulletins. At any rate the term soon came to designate an absurd story addressed to a credulous public. That may be why Balzac in the 1840s wrongly supposed that the newspaper had killed canards. Partially right for Paris, he was quite wrong so far as concerned the rural areas, where they circulated by the tens of thousands to the end of the century and sometimes beyond. Not necessarily sensationalist, canards illustrated and discussed news items, carried useful tips, and provided calendars. Yet they are best remembered for their accounts of curious events and strange beasts, real or imaginary, pirates abducting maidens, the ravages of the great African Tenerife on Monomotapas shores, the arrival of an orangutan at the Jardin des Plantes, assassination attempts against the throne, the raising of the obelisk on the Place de la Concorde, wars in distant parts, great fires or mine disasters, the birth or death of princes, wolves devouring children, dogs loyal to their masters too. The death, floods, miracles, love or madness, or often as not the two combined, with lovers losing their minds and putting a violent end to life, new railways and their unbridled speed, or better still, a railway engine under heavy steam when a corpse is discovered in a passenger's trunk. Progress, sensationalism, and sanctimoniousness went hand in hand as often as they could, quite happily in the case of comets, when broadsheet legends could rejoice that no one still believed all the ancient humbug, and at the same time recite most of it. 25. Above all, the canard carried events into places where nothing ever seemed to happen, asserting the extraordinary where routine reigned. It spoke to the illiterate or barely literate, as can be seen from titles that are not only lurid, but written to be spoken rather than simply read. Its raw material was timeless. Stories and themes were periodically revived, like that of parents who murder their own child without knowing it, a theme that Albert Camus was to use in his Malentendu, and that canards never exhausted through several centuries. Canards did not seek to be up-to-date, but were satisfied to be thrilling, wrote not of the actual but of the sensational. They did attempt to invest news items with some plausibility by giving lots of circumstantial evidence, details of weapons, blows, and wounds. Horrible murder committed Monday, July 16, in the Rue Traversine upon 2 persons, one of whom was pierced by 11 blows from a paring knife, while the other had the artery of his right arm cut with a knife. Yet detail can drown out fact. As Jean-Pierre Escouen, a devoted student of the art, has pointed out, canards give the month and even the hour of some event, but seldom the year it happened. By way of illustration, he presents one undated canard that reads: Arrest of the priest, La Collange, vicar of Sainte Marie, near Beaune, department of Côte d'Or, accused of having murdered his mistress, who had mothered several of his children, of having cut her into pieces, and of having thrown them into the parish pond, where women found them while doing their laundry. Under this, a large woodcut shows 2 gendarmes arresting a cheery-looking cleric standing beside a body of water in which one can see a woman's head and hair afloat and, a little farther back, one of her legs. Details and ballad follow. 26. Priests of course provided particularly succulent morsels, but an attentive reading of canards reveals many of the problems, resentments, and prejudices of their readers, greed for the money that middle-class victims of crime have carried or concealed, the suspicion of all strangers and of travelers, who have good cause to fear for their lives themselves, the reluctance to get involved in other people's business, the venting of collective fury on some victim, the murder of children by parents, and of parents by children, gang rapes, innocents condemned and sometimes saved, the unexpectedness of soldiers actually returning home from service, the terror of mad dogs, foxes, or wolves from whose bite until 1885 there was no cure except for the intervention of Saint Hubert, the danger of lonely places. Most country crimes took place in the mountains and woods, but from these accounts the roads and inns were no safer. Above all, fear, fear, fear. Of brigands, thieves, rape, fire, hail, floods, rabies, epidemics, violence of all sorts. Were canards foils for the regular course of existence, the welcomed contrast of the extraordinary, or do we read a different note in a discussion of Halley's Comet in a canard of 1835? It would be pretty ridiculous for men who live quietly in the midst of so many ills constantly menacing them to worry about events as improbable as the destruction of the earth by a comet. Worry or no, the incredible tales of canards were accepted, skeptically perhaps, but in a context of general ignorance. As a canard of 1843 remarked, "What they say in Paris is nothing to what they say in the provinces." There, the huckster's rod pointed out the deliciously lurid details, the ballad was sung, the broadsheet was bought and nailed to the wall at home, and this simple 5-centime sheet terrified all who read it. 27. But the peddler's pack contained other reading matter, religious works, canticles, psalters, lives of the saints, real books of history or practical advice. Les papiers qui parlent collections of model letters, and, of course, the poisonous writings that we have heard denounced, the language of flowers, the lady's oracle, the lover's catechism, the key of dreams, and other suggestive publications. Above all, it carried the small volumes of what was generally described as the Bibliothèque Bleue, smallish, badly printed and barely legible on coarse paper, often unpaginated, and roughly bound in the same bluish paper that was used to wrap sugar loaves. At mid-century these little booklets, with their fables, legends, tales of knightly valor, and, most of all, almanacs, sold at a rate of about 9 million a year. Fairy stories, often taken from folklore and recast in print, were served up in new forms with familiar aspects. Knightly tales had an eager and devoted public. 28 Between 1818 and 1850 some 10,000 copies of the Breton language version of the Lay of the Aymon Brothers, 527 pages long, were sold in the countryside of Lower Brittany *, but the core of a book collection, particularly if the collection numbered only one, was the almanac. Joseph Cressot has enumerated his peasant grandfather's books, gathered in the decades that ran from Louis Philippe to Sidi Carnot. Most of them are almanacs, big ones: Almanach de Familles, du Pèlerin, Le Massagerboitlux, Le Bon Laboureur; small ones: Almanach du Paysan, du Vénérin, de la Maison Rustique, and the Bavard and Mathieu de la Drôme, with their calendars, zodiacs, phases of the moon, tasks for the month, collections of proverbs and jokes, recipes, and occasional pictures. 29 Molière's Monsieur Jourdain asks his master to teach him how to read, but he does not want to read just anything. He wants to read the almanac so he will know when there is a moon and when there is none. Behind the satire lurks the reality: the almanac is the simple man's treasury of knowledge. Almanacs were for the poor, for those who had little time, for those with empty purses, for the most modest class that read little, remarks Genevieve Ballame. But in fact one did not need to read in order to tap the secrets of such books. One could still gaze at them, consult them for their signs, whose code was more easily learned than the alphabet, and saved troubling with the latter. No wonder that the men of Plazavette walked to Quimper and back, a 50 kilometers hike in all, just to buy an almanac, that in some places the word came to be used as a synonym for a book or in revealing locutions. Liars in Saintonge were mentes comme in Armanat, while Auvergnats ridiculed a loquacious prattler as bugger d' almanach 30. The jest, however, cannot conceal a sire. Tain upperclat ion. Books had an intrinsic power. They were magic objects passed from father to son for generations as a treasured possession. Their rarity added to their prestige. Books have an incredible authority in the peasant's eyes, reported a teacher from Haute-Rhin in R861. They are infallible and the book par excellence was the almanac. In the mid-19th century 15 million Frenchmen learned the history of their country and its laws, the world's great events, the progress of their sciences, their duties and their rights only through the almanac. Émile de Girardin exaggerated a little, but as a great press magnate he was in a position to know. So were Jules Michelet, Edgar Quinet, and Émile Littre, all of whom sought to reach the people through little almanacs of their own, but without success. The traditional almanacs had won the peasants' hearts. They bought them the moment they appeared, even if they had to borrow the money. They exchanged them among themselves or hired them at a sou ago from an enterprising peddler, and so might have read up to 10 a year. These little books, reported a teacher from the relatively enlightened Vosges, are so often exchanged, read and reread that one can no longer make out the title on the cover. 81. The teacher added that they were no longer read for their predictions. The Peasants did not believe these anymore in R86. That is as it may be. For me, part of their attraction may be found in a story from the Second World War about the fate of an old copy of the New York Herald Tribune in Nazi Germany. Someone had bought it for 3 bottles of cognac from a Swedish sailor whose ship had berthed in Kiel. The paper made its way through at least 100 or more pairs of hands who could neither read nor write, and hardly spoke English. Yet in their hearts they knew that this language ultimately contained a secret and powerful weapon. 32. Almanacs had their practical uses, but also a talismanic quality. They opened the door to knowledge, traditionally the preserve of the privileged, the urban, the rich. Deprived of books as they were deprived of other material goods, and hence of knowledge, the poor seek off the most modest class that reads little were isolated, cut off from useful things. The almanac provided this. How far was it perceived as a bridge to culture? At first, the jumble of information it provided must have made as much sense as a beachcomber's trove. The character of the older popular culture was confusion, the categories were not distinct, chronology was irrelevant, fact and fancy, wonders, and fables mixed together on an equal footing. But gradually urban values took hold. Modern science was first of all about categories. Modern life affirmed that categories were meaningful. Bolomé's study of almanacs shows how in the 19th century the qualifying terms used in their titles came to emphasize veracity, truth, and genuineness, also size and quantity. As in the official world, fact mattered, at least in the affirmation, and quantity was seen as an aspect of quality. Terms like French and national also gained ground, and homage to a new sense of modernity and fashion. A number of almanac titles imitated newspapers, with names like Le National, Le Temps, Le Nautilist, and Le Courrier. Time was trickling into the domain of the timeless. Official knowledge came in with a rush through schools. Schools, books, the spreading skill of reading, were making knowledge accessible, less of a mystery and less rare. The almanac continued to exist, but divested of magic power and prestige. Furthermore, like the Veli, it had combined use and pleasure. The former ebbed as science and its more reliable advice took over. Pleasure remained for some, but separate from use, as in modern life where leisure and work, play and gainful employ became distinct categories. Defunctionalized, desanctified, the almanac would become a book like any other. The images and printed matter of the countryside had been the same as those of city folk. A gap had grown between the two as the fare offered the latter became less naive and more up-to-date. This is what marked country reading through much of the 19th century, until the gap narrowed and finally, in the 20th century, vanished. Only a few years after the 19th century passed the halfway mark, Nisard, noting the survival of legend, dairy tales in the countryside, was already pronouncing their death sentence. And official inquiries of the 1860s bore him out, showing that they were beginning to disappear, along with those who had hawked them. Le Figaro carried an article in its June 28, 1884, issue on Chinese news sheets, which it identified as curious specimens of primitive information. S4, an instance and clear proof of how little the urban literate classes knew about what went on beyond their ken. Not only in small towns and in rural areas, but in Paris itself, many Frenchmen knew no other source of information than news sheets similar to those of the Chinese. But they were becoming hard to find. A file from Vosges in the 1870s shows a notable change of material in the peddler's pack. He still hawks such things as lives of the saints and accounts of bandits' exploits, but the traditional canards had turned to news nouvelles interessantes of alleged recent crimes. One tract, though still with a portrait of an astrologer on the cover, turns out to offer family readings, providing a truly edifying collection in commendation of bravery, honor, and devotion to duty. And finally, there was War Stories, the French campaign, detailing some battles of 1870. Traditional fantasy was giving way to contemporary news and to an urban standard of morality. By the 1880s Offici Wundeldom, which heretofore had interfered mostly for political reasons, began to ban false or exaggerated news reports, and headlines screaming of an explosion in Parliament, the suicide of Sarah Bernhardt or of Louise Michel, a catastrophe in some mine. 35 Morality now included greater accuracy. By then, newspapers were taking over the sensationalist functions of canards. The Petit Journal, splendid value for 1 sou, was a sort of news of the W-Orid, birth of quadruplets, bride gives birth a few hours after wedding, American abandons his bride and goes off with her dowry, sub-prefect falls off his horse. There was easy to understand coverage of happenings in Paris and the provinces that lent itself to comment and discussion around the kitchen table, news from abroad, court chronicles, accounts of shows, debts, bankruptcies, current market prices. One could not ask for more. Yet after 1890 the Petit Journal's illustrated supplement offered vast front and back page illustrations in most glorious color, each with long explanations in print, a much better value than a canard or saint sheet. But the supplement's debt to these is reflected in the subjects that it illustrated: current events and sometimes public figures, but especially catastrophes, shipwrecks, mining disasters, an automobile attacked by wolves, bloody riots, children defending a shop against Apaches, a farmer's wife attacked by gypsies, a gamekeeper buried alive by poachers, the gamut of popular taste brought up to date. No wonder the image industry, declining for some time, fell off irremediably in the 1890s. Though as late as the 1880s numbers of women in Bourbonnais were still buying these pictures, after the turn of the century no one bothered, in any case shops handed them out free as an advertising gimmick. Broadsheets were going out. One of their last heroes would be the mass murderer Truman, executed in January 1870. In 1888 Paul Sébillot noted that images and canards survived in Lower Brittany. But in Upper Brittany they were scarce. The broadsheets once found everywhere in Finistère or Côtes du Nord were now almost non-existent. When a notorious woman prisoner, Hien G. Gaeta, was tried at Rennes and a local printer sought to cash in with a broadsheet, he knew his public well enough to cut costs by using the plate of an advertisement for toothache to portray her. In Bourbonnais the last local criminal to elicit a broadsheet was Madame Aquette, at Chantel's, near Moulins in 1891. Truman and the assassinated magistrate Antoine Fualdès went on selling. A photograph taken between 1900 and 1914 shows a marchand de complaints singing such wares before his unfolded canvas. Free cleric Le Gaillard assures us that in 1914 the type remained a fixture of the Breton fairs, where images also continued to be sold. Yet when in 1901 we are told that these items had become objects of interest for artists and amateurs, we know that their survival was anachronistic and except Iona 1. 36. Like noble shepherd essays at Versailles, the intellectuals took up canards and the Bibliothèque Bleuie as sources of inspiration. The people, now pretty well all the people, preferred the papers and their color supplements. The contents of the peddler's pack changed, then vanished like the peddler himself. It is hard to tell if these wares preceded him into oblivion, but as a general pattern the improved roads and means of transportation that encouraged the growth of peddling activities soon also resulted in more numerous stores, including bookstores, and in the penetration of Paris print into hitherto printless regions. Already in 1866 a report on the subject concluded that the peddler book trade was disappearing bit by bit under the impact of the facilities the book trade manages to set up in the smallest localities. 37. That seems premature. A map drawn up by Alain Corbin shows that the number of bookstores in his three Limousin departments increased as follows between 1851 and 1879, Creuse, from 15 to 36, Haute-Vienne, from 20 to 47, and Corrèze, from 13 to 19. Either way, this is not many outlets for departments whose population in 1863 ran between 270,000 and 320,000. Since, as we might expect, bookstores were heavily concentrated in the prefectures, the other parts of the departments had few indeed. Corrèze has 289 communes and 30 cantons. Half its booksellers were concentrated in Brive and Toul, and all the rest were divided among only 5 other localities. In Haute-Vienne, with 205 communes and 29 cantons, 12 of the 20 bookstores in 1851 were in Limoges, and 21 of 47 in 1879, the number of other places served rose from 5 to 7 in 28 years. Creuse, home of numerous migrants, improved the most. In 1851 6 localities were served outside the prefecture at Garut, by 1879 the number had risen to 14. This was still only slightly better than one chef-lieu de canton in 2, but better by a good piece than Corrèze and Haute-Vienne, where only about 1 in every 4 could boast a book. Seller. 3s We have to bear this sort of situation in mind when reading about the impact of settled booksellers on peddlers and peddlers' wares in rural areas, for we have seen that many parts of France lived in conditions not very different from those of the Limousin. 11, yet all the evidence indicates that book peddling was a dying trade. The prefect's replies to the inquiries of the Ministry of the Interior in 1866 make this clear. In Gers 27 permits were delivered to hawkers from outside the department in 1865, but only 9 in the first 6 months of 1866. Dordogne, Landis, Cantal, Isère, Allier, Loire, Puy-de-Dôme, Manche, Orne, the Alps, Seine-et-Ferrure, Indre, Saône-et-Loire, Creuse, Vosges, and Côtes du Nord show the same pattern. We find a clue to this phenomenon in the response from Côtes du Nord, quoting the report of the police superintendent of Saint-Brook to the effect that almost no novels had been sold in the past years, something the peddlers blamed on the great number of little newspapers publishing serials. The peddlers sold a good part of their wares in little towns. With the appearance of the Petit Journal in 1863, they began to lose their public. In Loire-et-Cher we hear of the disastrous competition of cheap illustrated papers. In Loiret the peasants read almanacs, the city readership illustrated publications at 5 and 10 centimes 39. The country public for printed matter had always been limited. Now, with no urban sales to make their enterprise worthwhile, fewer and fewer peddlers would bother to exploit that market. Significantly, in Cantal, the lists of books authorized for peddling shrank concurrently with the inquiry of 1866. Book peddlers were being driven out of the towns into a countryside. THA did not provide an adequate market except for almanacs. This may well be why those who trafficked in the traditional wares lost interest in their surviving clientele and instead of attempting to compete with the new, more attractive forms, preferred to dispose of their existing stocks and turn entirely to proven profitable lines, almanacs, school books, and books for prize giving. It was a vicious circle. Those buying books from peddlers, reported the prefect of Eure-et-Loire in 1866, belong to the less enlightened and poorest classes. Not infrequently they are illiterate or nearly so. They got what they could afford. When they could afford better, they would turn elsewhere. Consider the collection held by a Catholic farmer Daniel Halévy visited in Bourg Bonnat in the early 1900s. On his bookshelf there stood the Lay of the Aymon Brothers, a work by Edouard Drumont, the Bible, and a small pile of tracts of the liberal Catholic Ceylon. He was, to be sure, a man of property and of some social standing, and even then, very much above the average of his sort. Still, even the average had been inspired to new tastes by modern and attractive school books and by the wares of towns. 40. Of course, all this affected only the peddler's sales of printed matter, and even that relative to the continued isolation of his customers. Around the 1880s and 1890s peddling as such declined, not only because the development of the local trade and shops made it unprofitable, but because fewer men needed a subsidiary source of income. Most could buy land, many found steady jobs or sources of income near home, some set up as shopkeepers, others as small farmers. There were still peddlers on the roads, but they were fewer, and by the 1890s we find them with their backpacks and their uncertain trade only where isolation still obstinately persisted, in the Causes, in Aude, Ariège and other parts of the Pyrenees, in the Landes, in the Loire Valley. 41 By then, the press had fully assumed its role of conducting social electricity to the whole of the nation. This was a change not only from the day of Chateaubriand, who coined the phrase, but from mid-century when, in the words of the public prosecutor at Aix, the people of the countryside and even those of the towns read papers little. When they read them, they don't understand them. Opinions and evidence tend to be contradictory, but I am inclined to agree. Certainly printed matter trickled or flowed through the countryside, but the spoken word was what made an impact. We hear about agitators trying to drive their speeches home by leaving pamphlets behind in taverns or scattered on the roads, an enterprise that returned them nothing, for the men who would willingly enough listen to arguments carried viva voce could not read and thus had no idea what was in the subversive tracts. 42 By the 1860s literacy had improved, but in the countryside newspapers continued to be scarce. In all of Ariège, with a population of 252,000 in 1865, the total circulation of daily newspapers was 1,200, in Kuraz in 186J there are no newspapers in the villages. Official or unofficial comments and reports refer largely to the public of little towns. Village notables may have received a paper by mail or perhaps brought one home from town, like the mayor of Poldergat in 1864, who returned from Campere with a paper that all the municipal councilmen discussed. The newspaper was still, like the white bread brought home from fairs, a rare urban delicacy, preserve of the privileged few. 43 When the Petit Journal appeared in 1863, there were a great many places where no one quite knew what a newspaper was or had any idea that this might be purchased like any other item on the open market. Its sales soon soared, especially since the government looked on it with favor, as a welcome diversion from political concerns. In well-off farm households the Petit Journal might be read aloud on the doorstep in summer, or around the table on wintry nights by the light of a lamp or cheleu. But it appears that the popular masses were scarcely touched by it. In all of Kuraz, Cruz, and Haute-Vienne apparently only 171 copies were sold during the entire first quarter of 1876. As Felix Picot remarked in 1879, the people learn to read, they do not read as yet, even in the departments that statistics call enlightened. But newspapers were beginning to seek out the common man, even in his village 45. Only a trickle still. In the Limousin the number of copies of newspapers in circulation rose from 6,154 in 1869 to 8,185 in 1876. The rise was due to the appearance of local papers, whose circulation tripled after the Prussian War and would increase further after 1880. They were read largely for their local news and only came to life at election time. As the low circulation figures readily show, newspapers continued to be read mainly by the artisans and shopkeepers of small towns and the notables and municipal councilmen in villages. 6. What happened later is reflected in two reports that date 10 years apart. In 1878 the police superintendent at Rivesaltes declared that the press had no influence on local people's minds. In 1888 the chronicler of a Kuraz village noted that the peasants were buying newspapers at the fair and bringing them back to be read aloud by the best reader at the Vallée. The author was concerned about the effect this had on peasants' minds. He was not alone. The police began to take notice, as is indicated by hitherto unheard of comments in their reports. Much read by the peasant, remarked the police superintendent of Aurillac in 1896 about L'Avenir du Cantal, which with a circulation of 2,303 times a week sold more copies than all the Cantal press in 1877. He could have said as much about the 4,300 copies of La Croix du Cantal that priests and sextons distributed through the countryside each week. 41. By 1903 in a country bourg in Upper Brittany Gipel, in Ille-et-Vilaine with a population of about 1,500, 15 persons were buying a daily paper, and there were a great many more who, on Sunday, bought one of 4 local newspapers or the Petit Journal or the Petit Parisien. In Hérault by 1907 almost every commune received newspapers. In some communes it was still only the priest, the notables, and the public employees who read them, and in most the peasants read them only irregularly. But the habit spread rapidly between 1907 and 191 plus thus at Perals, a village of about 1,000 in the coastal plain of Hérault, 120 persons read newspapers in 1907, 214 in 1914. In rural Puy-de-Dôme newspapers had barely existed in the 1890s, by 1906 or so they wielded considerable influence. News of current events penetrated to the far les papiers qui parlent corners of the mountains, to be discussed and wondered at, the explosion that killed so many on the battleship Una, a Paris strike of electricians and the menace of a strike by food workers, the death of Marcellin Berthelot, the chemist, and the revelations of the private papers of the papal nuncio. 48 Sensational news no doubt, and likely to catch the eye. But note that now the eye was there, ready to be caught, and that the print, which it now deciphered fairly readily, made it familiar with events on a national scale. Such novelties help drive out traditional topics of conversation. There was no more need for the news spreaders who went from farm to farm carrying the gossip of a region and snippets from the outside world. There was less room for folk tales. At Geipel, in 1903, the taste for newspapers creates serious competition for legends and traditional stories. It expels them from thought and from conversation. In Gascony, peasant conversations used to turn on local events, gossip, and news. To be sure, peasants now talked about the weather and crops as they always had, but they also discussed politics and prices. What interested them now was the news newspapers brought them from afar: events in Morocco, trials and scandals, Apaches and crime, flying machines. The village chronicle seemed petty compared with that of Paris. The storytellers who had livened the Valais had disappeared. Old stories now had to be sought in books. When this sort of literature disappeared, added Labat, the very fact of its disappearance undoubtedly meant something. 49. An insipid remark, apparently, and yet not without sense. What could it mean, when content in some ways remained unchanged? At same sensationalism, a very similar superficial logic, many familiar themes. Yet the scale had changed, the locus of the action had broadened or else been clearly sighted in the town, and the very accessibility of the new urban culture, now easier to reach and to comprehend, made it more seductive. This meant in part that from concrete local concerns the peasant mind was turning to ones it shared with other Frenchmen. Newspapers established a unanimity of readership in which regional peculiarities no longer counted. As with the schools, as with politics, the press advanced both the process of homogenization and the level of abstract thought. The cultural tradition reflected in the press leaned to generalities, favored national or universal themes over local, specific ones. This in due course rubbed off on the reader's thinking. It rubbed off on the reader's language, too. Not only did the papers hasten the spread of French, they brought a whole vocabulary that reinforced but also supplemented the one learned in the schools. On the whole, the French vocabulary of the lower classes in the 1880s was too limited for any really sensible discussion of current affairs or current politics. In 1883 even socialist propaganda written in a very clear style recommended the use of a dictionary. As for the people in agricultural areas, the number of words they can understand is very restricted: 50. 47. Newspaper style was simple enough to be accessible. As with almanacs, one could at need make out words one did not understand by reference to their context or to illustrations. Gradually, the newspaper reader's vocabulary grew, and by the mid-1890s Cote, who 15 years before had grumbled that even when people knew how to read they did not, was now troubled that they were reading the wrong things. New and strange educators competed with the schools, but actually represented the same party, that of modernity. Le Petit Parisien is the holy scripture of the countryside, declared a Catholic in 1913.111. We know that the King James Version molded the English language. Here were unauthorized versions, rude by church and school, that played an unstudied part in molding the speech of the French, and their minds as well. Chapter 28. Ring out the old. Ring out the old. Ring in the new. Ring happy bells, across the snow. The year is going, let him go. Ring out the false, ring in the true. Tennyson. You are old, Father William, the young man said, and your hair has become very white, and yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think, at your age, it is right? Louis Caillill. Continuity has broken down, wrote Jules Méline about the changing world around him. No longer an evolution, it is a true revolution that is taking place and that pursues its way. Looking back at those years, the folklorist André Varignac claimed that France in the last quarter of the 19th century underwent a veritable crisis de civilisation. 1 Traditional attitudes and traditional practices crumbled, but they had done so before. What mattered after 1880 was that they were not replaced by new ones spun out of the experience of local community. The decay and abandonment of words, ceremonies, and patterns of behavior were scarcely new. What was new and startling, said Varignac, was the absence of homemade replacements, the death of tradition itself. Varignac was right. Some French peasants even today sow at the new moon and prune trees at the waning moon, but a general statement need be right only in a general way. The end of the century saw the wholesale destruction of traditional ways. It is no coincidence, surely, that this period saw a great spurt of interest in folklore studies. Serious folklore research began only in 1870, and one of France's great folklorists, Paul Delarue, has called 1879 to 1914 its golden age. Most of the great journals devoted to such research were founded in that period, the Revue Celtique and the Revue de Langues Romaines in 1870, Romania in 1802, Melusine in 1877. Others of importance lived only within its span, La Tradition, the Revue du Traditionnisme Français et étranger, and Paul Sébillot's Revue de Traditions Populaires, which lived and died with him. The 1880s also saw the founding of the special folklore collections that in due course led to the Musée d'Ethnographie and the Musée d'Arts et Traditions Populaires. The research carried out by Sébillot revealed the possibilities of a whole new field. In 1895 the Society for National Ethnography and Popular Arts began to study not just the literary folklore that had been the sole interest of the Romantics, but popular art, objects, and techniques as well. Peasants were studied as a vanishing breed, their culture was dissected and their sentimental value grew. From George Sand to Maurice Barré ceased as fewer and fewer girls went out to tend sheep or cattle, and especially when fields began to be enclosed. The ritual of hiding the bride to be searched out by the groom and his friends, abducted, and forced prettily off to church, was abandoned at Noailles when a girl stifled to death in a cupboard in 1885, but the custom had long since ended at Saint-Germain-l'Espinasse, a larger and less isolated village nearby, where it seems to have been dropped as early as 1870. Exactly the same was true of Farades. They were discontinued at Saint-Germain weddings in 1870, but lasted another 15 years at Noailles. In both Noailles and Saint-Germain a simpler, less socially objectionable wedding custom lasted longer. The bride was presented with a broom, a distaff, or some seed to sow as a reminder of her duty to work. This practice survived into the early 20th century, when brides began to find it debasing. In Beaussy, where brides were presented with a distaff rite in church, a southern girl who married into a family of Aïeux in 1896 was the first to refuse to accept it. Some fairly crude customs lasted surprisingly long in Ring Out the Old. 473. Stances of Kavod, for example, in which fathers take to their beds on the morrow of childbirth, being reported in Morvan as late as 1905, but they were increasingly seen as grotesque. Changing crops, tools, and conditions also affected customs. Veil-lys, as we know, died out in part because people could afford to light and heat their own homes. Cash and machines put an end to customary payments in kind like the 11th bale of every harvest worker. After about 1900 we hear that employers actually preferred to pay to have work done. In Alsace, Aube, and other parts of France, where a newly married couple had been yoked to a plough in a ritual of fertility and of labor, the custom disappeared as new style, heavier ploughs were introduced. As in Maconnies, where before the phylloxera every possible bit of land had been planted to grapes, dead leaves and heather were gathered by groups of peasants in the winter to be used for stable litter and bedding. This custom, la fourrière, was given up at the turn of the century as more balanced farming and better transportation made more suitable materials available. Patent medicines and chemists' wares replaced traditional herbs and remedies. Old people in Vaucluse told Laurence Wiley in 1957 that they had known the old remedies, but now when we are ill we go to the doctor. 9. As flax and hemp ceased to be cultivated on any scale, the songs connected with them ceased to be sung, and other work songs followed them into oblivion. The singing, drinking, and dancing that had accompanied the threshing of grain survived the advent of mechanical threshing machines turned by oxen or horses, but died out when power-driven threshing machines spread in the late 1890s. 10 Harvest feasts, once universal, disappeared. When everything was done, it was a relief and people celebrated. Today it is all done fast and with less fatigue. Hence no more feasts accompanying the return of the last loaded cart, no more rejoicings around the last sheaf of wheat, no celebratory bouquet presented to the farmer's wife, no more pears die, parsoi, gerbad, rabul. The skills involved with such practices were lost with them, how to tie a wheat sheaf, how to plait the straw dolls that were presented to the farm wife or the straw torches used in some ceremonies, how to build in dry stone or adobe, how to thatch a roof. Men had learned immemorial, customary, repetitive gestures. Digging, sowing, cutting with sickle or scythe, sharpening, carrying, stacking, threshing, work as instinctive and skilled in its way as the artisan's tour's domain. They had to learn new gestures appropriate to new ways and new instruments, and to unlearn old ones now deemed uncouth, like spitting and chewing tobacco. New gestures, new conventions, took their place, riding a bicycle, rolling cigarettes, winding a watch or consulting it. Dressing and undressing with. 474. Any frequency are very recent habits. 12. Looking into a mirror is another one. So is washing, especially washing one's hair. The art of skiing was learned by mountain folk in the 1890s and early 1900s. In 1899 an officer of the Alpine Corps presented the priest of Val d'Isere with a pair of skis. Soon the people of the surrounding hamlets learned to make their own in local wood, larch, birch, ash. By 1913 every family attending Sunday Mass had a particular part of the church wall where it stacked its skis. 13. Practices changed, traditions changed with them. National ceremonies appeared whose recurrence made them traditional. Some, like the Emperor's Feast, did not have time to become established, others, like the 14th of July, are vigorous still. Within less than a century after 1870 all civic ceremonies in France had a national, not a local, character. At a more private level, festive practices evolved in the same way, white dresses at marriage, gifts at Easter time, Christmas trees, became very quickly immemorial ways, though dating in most places less than a century back. The traditions of the 20th century are newer than most people think. The best known instance of the birth of a new tradition is found in conscription ceremonies. Beginning probably with the draft lotteries for militia service in the 18th century, conscription grew in importance during the Revolutionary and Imperial Wars and settled into custom along with long-term service during the 19th century. The term conscript was used from infancy to indicate men born in the same year, hence bound together in a special fellowship. Ceremonies developed, first, as we have seen, efforts to secure good numbers by divination, talismans, and village sorcery, then processions, parades, and battles against gangs from other villages. 15. When the draft lottery ended, the ceremonies went on. Conscripts continued to make their rounds for gifts and toasts, continued to hold their dances and their banquets. Their parades now took them to the medical examination at the induction center or to the railway station. Induction became less of a burden, a good number less of a blessing, but the rites of conscription were well established. Indeed, instead of dying with universal military service, they put out new shoots, they incorporated conscripts, girlfriends of the same age group. In the past, military service lasted so long that no one thought of marriage, remarked a lawyer villager toward the end of the century. Now the conscripts go to see their conscripts. In the old days, explained another, the day of the draft lottery, the conscripts chose a tavern and made good cheer with their fathers, the mayor and the rural constable. No one paid attention to conscripts. Since 1893, they've been inviting their conscripts to dances. In the old days conscripts presented brioches to municipal councilmen, or to the priest or the mayor. By 1895, 1897, 1898, depending on the locality, they were presenting their brioches to their. Ring out the old 475 conscripts. 16. It took a few years for people's minds to change or for ideas to travel, but a shorter period of military service, by allowing young men to make marriage plans, made the new custom seem more natural than the old. A changed attitude to symbols led to still other changes. Traditionally, conscripts' last days of freedom included a visit to the town brothel. They arrived there as a group, with the village flag in the van, and no one saw any harm in a ceremony appropriate to induction into the ranks of adult men. In 1891, however, the conscripts of Bray-sur-Seine were stopped at the brothel door by the village constable, who threatened to confiscate the flag rather than allow it to be carried into such a place. The constable won the ensuing argument. Despite the conscripts' strong resentment at having, as it were, to strike their colors, the flag and its bearer had to wait outside. 17. National symbolism by now was stronger than any other. Should the persistence of conscription ceremonies, and especially the invention of conscrites, lead us to qualify Varignac's assertion that traditions were dying? Scarcely, for these ceremonies dated back no further than the early part of the century, and had been perpetuated largely as convenient occasions for conviviality. Their persistence should remind us, rather, that rites are functional. They serve particular interests. When such interests disappear or fade, or when men see a better way of serving them, the rites may persist as long as they are no bother, especially if they provide some fun. But they are no longer taken seriously as ritual, and thus give way easily before even modest opposition or disappear forever when a crisis leads to their seemingly temporary suspension. Leaving personal experience aside, the role of wars in dealing the coup d'etat to lingering customs is quite remarkable. Contemporary observers noted this development without comment or simply attributed it directly to the catastrophe. But war was less a cause of change than a precipitant of changes already under way.is. Edgar Morin makes precisely this point when he writes that in the parish of Ploemit the War of 1914 accelerated and amplified most of the processes set off in 1880-19°. Like the Great Revolution in peasant parlance, the Great War became a symbolic dividing line between what once was and what is, so that informants in a survey used terms like jadis and avant-la-guerre interchangeably. Yet wars are not watersheds for customs, but difficult times in which people are forced to focus on essential matters and come to see things differently. Many festive customs were necessarily suspended by the Great War. In the countryside, mourning was almost as universal as hardship, 2 years for parents, 1 for siblings. There were few pigs to slaughter, no festive family meals, no public festivities. And after the war there was the great influenza epidemic. By 1919 the old customs were no longer part of people's lives. Some were restored to their pre-war prominence, but many were quietly forgotten. 19. Even the War of 1870-71, we have already seen, made significant inroads into the old way of life. Campaigns were relatively short by 20th century standards, and casualties much lighter, but an important area of the northeast from Belfort to the Doubs and the Jura, and west from Haute-Saône to Aube and all parts north of the Ardennes remained under German occupation until at least the end of 1872 and in some cases until August 1873. This scarcely made for a festive mood. At any rate, many folklorists see here the 1789 of our popular traditions, and there is some evidence to bear them out. 20. In the wine country of Marne the Fête du Cachelet, in which the grape pickers brought the last bunch of grapes to the vineyard owner, ended with the war. At Delle, near Belfort, midsummer fires did not survive 3 years of German occupation. 21. In Orne, occupied till the spring of 1871, certain villages never resumed their traditional bonfires. At Saint-Germain-l'Espinasse, as we have seen, some of the more boisterous marriage customs were given up in 1870. Along the Oise Valley, in Aisne, hemp and flax production fell disastrously under the occupation and never recovered, neither did the festive activities connected with it, which died out in 1890. We have heard how the Prussian War brought an end to an ancient fertility rite at Le Mesnil, in Marne. Most of these instances occurred where the war made its impact felt. In any case they are not particularly numerous. The War of 1914-18 was different. As Father Garneret described it for Franche-Comté, it was the bloody break that struck our villages such a blow, 20 dead for 300 inhabitants and all the customs shattered 22. Precisely those isolated regions where customs had resisted longest bear out Garneret's words. In Vivarais the Great War was a true break in the warp of history. In Loire a long list of customs ended with 1914, chivalries in a number of places, Vale-Lys, the fir trees that were raised to flank the threshold of the newly married. Even dowries allegedly lost some of their importance. In Aveyron after 1918 only children lit small midsummer fires, the same or none at all in Gard, Périgord, Sarlat-Aïs, Diois, Corcy, and, rather expectably, Argonne. In Ain and the Pas-de-Calais harvest customs ended with the war. More surprisingly, the same thing happened in Puy-de-Dôme. In Marne many practices lapsed, for de Brandans, the November hiring of servants for the year, various marketing and dietary customs, many midsummer fires. But much the same practices lapsed in the Puy area and in Bourbonnais. The bands of harvesters were now in uniform. The seasonal hirings out were suspended, and with them the festivities, the songs, the dances. In Forez there were no able-bodied men to carry the saints' statues in processions, they were never carried again. The disguises worn at Mardi Gras disappeared. The custom of ringing the bells all through All Hallows' Eve was abandoned. 23. The map of extinct fires runs from the Ardennes to the Landes and Cantal. Carnival died where it had survived in Forez, Auvergne, the Limousin. Old. Ring out the old 477 rites like the election of an abbot of youth or a king of clerks, which had lingered in Provence, disappeared. So did the chambrettes, bled of their membership. We need not continue. The quake was terrifying, and the old one-horse-shay collapsed in all its parts. Now fates are finished, declared the people of Land 10, we shall see no more fates. They would. Fates were in fact held again there after some years, but they were different, they were all for fun. 24. The ritual had been dying and now it was gone. For national integration, the war was an immense step forward. Destructive to lingering anachronisms, it at the same time hastened the advent of all the transmutations we have seen taking shape. Ways of speaking, eating, and thinking, which had been changing rapidly in any event, were thrown into a blender and made to change faster still. Time had something to do with this. The effects would have been more superficial if the war had been as short as the War of 1870-71. The refugees from German-invaded regions, parked in villages inland, began by living apart but ultimately were obliged by circumstances to interact with the villagers. Language difficulties alone must have been severe. A northern miner, in his recent memoirs, tells how he had to relearn French when he was sent for a lung operation to an Aveyron clinic where no one could understand the Ch'timi he spoke. 25. Evacuees of urban or industrial background were particularly alien, but even farming families were foreigners outside their pays. Still, farmers were short-handed, the displaced were in need of means and services, the war went on and on. Whatever people felt about each other, cultural integration forged ahead. All this was even truer of the soldiers. The hazards of war carried them all over a country they had recently learned about from books, forced them to relearn French in order to communicate with comrades and civilians, opened a door on unknown worlds, milieus, ways of life. Along with the hard life of the front there was an unfamiliar abundance. Wine, coffee, and meat at every meal taught the survivors habits they would not easily unlearn. 11. Est reste union pauvre homme, wrote Michel Auchleribe about the average peasant, until the 1914 war lui a fait voir du pays 26. Basic economic conditions kept him in their grip even when the war was over, and only another war really put paid to stubborn survivals*, but the French peasant was never again the pauvre homme that he had been before. For him, as Joseph Pasquier has said of Morvan, today began in 1914.27. Many grieved over the death of yesterday, but few who grieved were peasants. Thatched cottages and log cabins are picturesque from the outside, living in them is another matter. Old folk in the Breton commune investigated by Morin had no fond remembrance of the old days. For them, as for the Republican reformers of the Third Republic, the past was a time of misery and barbarism, the present a time of unexampled comfort and security, of machines and schooling and services, of all the wonders that are translated as civilization. Morin quotes a 70-year-old man, 100 years ago, this place, yes, it was really wild, full of savages. People were not civilized. They fought and a lot were thieves. People tried to sleep with their neighbors' wives. We weren't educated people, we didn't know how to read, we didn't know how to write, there was no school. Now we are civilized, people know at least how to read and write, all of them. Before there was misery, now we are well off. Roger Thibault says much the same thing about the people of Mézières in 1914, all, even the poorest, had a lively sense, of immense material progress. They had an equally lively sense of great social progress, of limitless evolution toward more liberty and more equality, thanks to the vote 28. This helps explain the extraordinary difference between the intellectual despair and decadence of the fin de siècle elite and the optimism, hope, and sense of progress so evident among the masses. To be sure, elite intellectuals and reformers had seen that the new panacea's democracy, education did not bring the betterment they had once seemed to promise. But the elite classes were also affected by breakdowns in the old system that they saw or sensed, and that they sought desperately to avert against the will of those directly involved. The world we have lost was no loss to those who had lived in it, or so at least the evidence suggests. Indeed, was what had gone truly lost, or had it been discarded? Store-bought goods, city styles, baker's bread, were considered superior and probably were. The music, songs, and dances of the city were preferred. To be sure, there was a good deal of coming and going about the process, so that idealized medieval pastorales could turn into more or less popular shepherd songs that would be taken up in a later period by aristocrats playing at what they took to be vulgar ways, and folk tales done over by Charles Perrault or the Comtesse d'Aulnoy could be borrowed back, as we have seen, for use in some valley * nurses and maids from the countryside brought rural ballads into town kitchens and nurseries, where the young of the upper classes learned them. 29 But most of the current flowed outward from the city. The codes and ways of the upper classes were seen as better and deliberately imitated by the rest. Servants and artisans imitated the bourgeois, peasants imitated servants and artisans. The crux was not contact but opportunity. Why had contact alone not carried things further? Even secluded communities, after all, had contacts with the world around them, including the urban world, throughout our period and long before. Apparently isolated bastions, the Pyrenees, the Limousin, Auvergne, even Brittany, were crossed by travelers and touched by all sorts of influences. Peasants in those regions knew about events, techniques, languages, social changes, but viewed them naturally in terms of their own interests, that is, in terms of a particular economic base and social form. It was not that the world passed them by, but rather that they accepted only what they could recognize as suitable until such time as economic and social development made a wholesale acceptance seem sensible. Since for a long time they recognized few changes indeed as suitable, the peasant masses were widely regarded as passive, stubborn, and stupid, yet we can see now that their narrow vision was the vision of frightened men in desperate circumstances, that the village was a lifeboat striving to keep afloat in heavy seas, its culture a combination of discipline and reassurance designed to keep its occupants alive. Insecurity was the rule, existence consistently marginal. Tradition, routine, vigorous adherence to the family and the community and to their rules alone made existence possible. The village was an association for mutual aid. So lands, pastures, and ovens were generally ruled in common, dates for sowing and harvesting were set for one and all. Since all had to pull together, no deviance could be tolerated. In such circumstances, innovation was almost inconceivable. Routine ruled, the structural balance attained by a long process of trial and error, reinforced by isolation and physical circumstances. At Tarascon in 1852, the agricultural population thinks present agricultural methods have reached their peak of development and must not be set aside, being the fruit of long experience. Wisdom was doing things the way they always had been done, the way they were supposed to be done. If you do as your neighbor does, you do neither ill nor well, advises a proverb of Franche-Comté. To the peasant, routine connoted not mindless labor but precious experience, what had worked and hence would work again, the accumulated wisdom without which life could not be maintained. For the Landais farmer, wrote Jean Ricard in 1901, the past was a guarantee of the present, in freeing himself from it he would fear to compromise the future. 31. Ricard and other modernizers found this incomprehensible. Bent under the yoke of habit, read in 1831 report, the peasant wants to live as his father lived, less out of respect for the ancients than from a blind suspicion of anything new. 32. Yet the suspicion was not necessarily blind. Practices and techniques that peasants fought to preserve may have hampered general progress, but were of vital importance to themselves. The conflict was not between changing techniques and backward minds, let alone between progress and obstinate reaction, it was between two kinds of interests, the peasants being no more inherently blind than the capitalists. In the short run, which was all most peasants could afford, there is no reason why they should have welcomed innovations that harmed their interests. Self-sacrifice would have been the greater blindness. This short-run rationale was often explicit. Our alimentary needs, read a report from Cabanes in 1852 about a proposed improvement in cattle-raising methods, prevent us from attempting anything of this sort, let alone turning the fields to pasture. Economic interests suggested one thing, want and reality opposed it. The narrower the margin, the less the chance of experiment. Only the rich took chances or the irresponsible. Few understood this. Thus a prefect of the Second Empire could write of the poor peasant without instruction, without reserves, without the necessary forethought to apply the great improving ideas and to await their results. 33. Peasants knew better. Their forethought told them that without reserves they would not live to see the results of the most wonderful innovations. If they wanted to stay alive, they had to work with what they had. A book published in 1865 by a woman landowner in central France cavilled against petite culture, the smallish farms that encourage the peasant's love of routine and repugnance to progress. 34. But what options did they have? Within a few lines it becomes clear that they lacked the capital to make improvements or take risks. Parcelization had its drawbacks, but for the peasants it was parcels or nothing. And of course they had no access to credit, bar usury. They were not mindless, let alone idle, they were realistic, and their reality was the lack of money. Where capital was lacking, innovations made little progress. To the French peasant a new technique could prove itself only by experience, and experiments were necessarily left to outsiders with the time, the means, and modern views of the virtues of novelty. There might have been more agricultural improvements if more land had been in the hands of owners with adequate capital, but then France would have been quite a different country. In any case, would the peasants have fared better? Christian Marcel quotes a teacher in Zola's Earth apostrophizing the peasants of Beaussy, "You hope to fight with your 2-cent tools, you who know nothing, who want nothing, who stew in your routine." 35. But as Marcel shows, many a big tenant farmer came to grief when his improvements failed to pay off, and peasant routine often survived where modern initiative went under. Many peasants, says the Comte de Neufbarg in a book full of good sense and quite ignored, live from day to day, and routine foresees things for them. We should not mock or destroy this routine, it would be missed, it is their wisdom. Subsistence farming, raising a bit of everything and making one's own bread and clothing, was a matter not of blind routine but of calculated necessity. When one buys one's bread there is never any money left. Routine, concludes Daniel Faucher, is the precious fruit of experience, a treasury of wisdom. The peasant abandons it only when assured that he can do so without damage. 36. And that, as we have seen, is what happened. Traditional communities continued to operate in the traditional manner as long as conditions retained their traditional shape: low productivity, market fluctuations beyond the producer's control, a IOW rate of savings, little surplus. What surplus the peasant could accumulate was taken from him in taxes or usurious interest, spent on church buildings and feasts, or invested in land. But land did not increase total production until capital investment in improvements became both possible and thinkable. And this did not happen until the market became an accessible reality, that is, until the expanding communications network brought it within reach. Economic growth could then proceed at a faster pace, and producers could literally change their minds about what they were doing and to what end. Road and rail were the decisive factors in this change. Schools shaped and accelerated it. The very rhythm of life and work changed. People's bodies had operated at a pace set by the heart and lungs. Working songs, walking songs, after working songs had imitated the rhythm of the work. Plowmen had worked to the rhythm of horses or oxen. Hoers would take a bite out of a hunk of bread, throw it ahead of them, hoe their way up to it, and bite and throw again. Threshers' songs reproduced the rhythm of the flails. 37. Pa par pa, oat, has, laus flagels s arrest down pa. Machines, by divorcing labor and rhythm, cut popular songs off from lived experience, opening the way to urban tunes unrelated to the rhythms of labor. Along with the rhythm of work, the whole rhythm of life changed. Labor became steadier, casual interruptions for rest fewer. Even the land got less rest. The French word for fallow, jacera, derives from the Latin iacere, to rest, and peasant logic accorded this right to the land as to themselves. 38. Old practice bore out the sense of such reasoning, new practice made it out of date. The very use of terms like out of date reflects a viewpoint alien to the traditional order. In a world highly dependent on natural conditions, seasonal and liturgical rhythms governed people's sense of time. Every situation had its earlier precedent, equivalent, or analogy. It was in the past that people sought lessons for the present, not new lessons but old ones that were never out of date. Past and present were not two but one, a continuum of time lived, not a series of units measured by the clock. A feast or a fire, a harvest good or bad, a family event, lived on in memory and served as a more natural point of reference than the calendar. Songs and tales about events a century old evoked powerful emotions. 39. Proximity in time was relative, almost unimportant. Traditional time had no fixed units of measure, there was not even a break between work and leisure. Even the loss of time passed largely unnoticed because integrated in routine and unquestioned. We have seen, for example, that land was often counted in the units of man or animal time it took to work it, not a fixed measure but one relative to conditions. Conditions also determined the value of time. It was cheap, very cheap, when everything else was scarce. A woman would walk from her village to the market, 3 km each way, to sell her dozen eggs at 14 sous rather than 12, would wait the day out in any kind of weather to sell her butter at 20 sous rather than 19. 40. A late 19th century postcard showing a peasant off to the market in a two-wheeled donkey cart sums things up. 41. Ring out the old. 2 pretty good leagues away. Won't take but half a day. I'll sell the butter whatever they utter. Today, tomorrow, or the next day's okay. A few peasants had watches and displayed them with pride. But even to them a watch was a horse in the stable, useless when one could refer to cock crows, to the stars, to the sun's touching this or that rock or tree, or to one's own shadow. As with watches, so with the calendar. The calendar year meant nothing, the rhythm of seasons everything. In Auvergne the basic division was between winter, from All Souls to St. George's Day, and summer, when beasts could sleep out of doors. In Franche-Comté, summer was divided not into months but into times, the time for going outdoors, essentially spring, the times for haying and for harvesting. In the late autumn and winter, there were times for sowing and for viand. 42 In the French language, temps refers to both weather and duration, two concepts to us but not to the peasant whose longer hours of work came in the fair weather of the summer. To the farmer, time is work, life is work, work brings subsistence and independence. In the city, time and work have another meaning: productivity, surplus, profit, comfort, leisure. In late 19th century France these two notions of time clashed, and one disappeared. No other outcome was possible. The new world of markets and of schools worked only on its kind of time, and the difference was fundamental. Old skills based on watching and imitating what one's elders did, old forms of intuition learned from the wise or simply discovered in oneself, gave way before the new techniques and practices of rationality. Success was achieved not by harder work, greater strength, or inspired guessing, but by superior reasoning. The new process was rational, quantitative, abstract. Internalized rhythms of labor were replaced by learned skills and norms. A man who thinks his work is no worse, certainly, than one who does not, but he is certainly different. Just as the schools and the skills they taught created a new breed of children, so the machines when they came introduced a different relationship between man and nature. The earth lost its sacredness, the gods their divinity, magic its power. Machines were not a bad thing, they replaced animals or men doing the work of animals. But they destroyed men's harmony with their world by rendering their hard-won skills and movements useless. The peasant's skilled hand was as little needed in the new world as his patois. Marx relates workers' alienation fundamentally to the question of who actually owned the means of production, but the alienation of the rural worker, where it occurred, lay less in being deprived of property than in the discontinuity between his body and his work. The results of work done by machine could be observed, but the sense of control and the pleasures of craftsmanship were gone. Traditionally, work was a way of life, not just a way of earning a living. Man at work was almost the whole of man. The man with a machine was only half a working unit, and in productivity terms the less important half. 43 Peasants did not keep accounts. What they did with their time was determined not by the market but by family needs, and working any harder than most people did was probably impossible anyway. The universal view was that of an old wine grower in Maconize: when a man works as hard as he can, he must earn enough to feed himself and keep his family alive. That is justice. Only around 1900 to 1905, wrote an Aveyron observer, did peasants there begin to grasp the notions of productivity and the use of time. 44. Only about then did many see at last that subsistence farming, far from the road to a glorious autonomy, was the essence of futility and self-exploitation. Like the 19th century factory worker before him, the 20th century peasant came to see work in a new light, no longer for subsistence but for pay. The logic of a money economy took over. One result was that since all work was expected to produce cash revenue in proportion to the effort involved, a lot of work was seen as no longer worth doing. 5 Where work had once encompassed a multitude of undertakings: weeding, mending enclosures or buildings or tools, pruning or cutting trees, protecting young shoots against cattle, splitting firewood, making rope or baskets, it was now judged by the norms of salaried labor. Tasks that did not yield ready returns in cash were considered not work but pottering, like going around the fields to look them over. Modern people paid others to do them or let them go undone. Most of all this is neither good nor bad. It is. It happened. It is the essence of what happened in France between 1870 and 1914. Cultures and civilization. Every countryman who has learned to read renounces the countryside in his heart. Joseph Roux. The colonist only ends his work of breaking in the native when the latter admits loud and clear the supremacy of the white man's values. Frantz Fanon. THEFAM0 US hexagon can itself be seen as a colonial empire shaped over the centuries, a complex of territories conquered, annexed, and integrated in a political and administrative whole, many of them with strongly developed national or regional personalities, some of them with traditions that were specifically un- or anti-French. A partial roll call serves as a reminder: in the 13th century, Languedoc and parts of the centre; in the 15th, Aquitaine and Provence; in the 16th, Brittany; in the 17th, Navarre, Béarn, Pays Basque, Roussillon and Cerdagne, parts of Alsace and French Flanders, Franche-Comté; in the 18th, the Duchy of Lorraine, Corsica, the Papal Comtat Venaissin; in the 19th, Savoy and Nice. By 1870 this had produced a political entity called France, kingdom or empire or republican entity formed by conquest and by political or administrative decisions formulated in Paris. The modern view of the nation as a body of people united according to their own will and having certain attributes in common was at best dubiously applicable to the France of 1870. Just after the First World War, Marcel Mauss pondered the difference between peoples or empires and nations. A people or an empire he saw as loosely integrated and governed by an extrinsic central power. A nation, by contrast, was a materially and morally integrated society characterized by the relative moral, mental, and cultural unity of its inhabitants, who consciously support the state and its laws. It is clear that France around 1870 did not conform to Mauss's model of a nation. It was neither morally nor materially integrated; what unity it had was less cultural than administrative. Many of its inhabitants, moreover, were indifferent to the state and its laws, and many others rejected them altogether. A country, says Karl Deutsch, is as large as the interdependence it perceives too. By that standard the hexagon shrivels away. The question here is not political. Political conflict about the nature of the state and who shall rule it reflects a higher degree of integration than our outlying populations had attained. The question turns rather on the wide complementarity of social communication that for Deutsch makes a people one. Outside the urban centers, over much of France there was no common history to be experienced as common, no community of complementary habits, little interdependency furthered by the division of labor in the production of goods and services, and only limited channels of social communication and economic intercourse. If by society we mean a group of people who have learned to work together, French society was limited indeed. Despite evidence to the contrary, inhabitants of the hexagon in 1870 generally knew themselves to be French subjects, but to many the status was no more than an abstraction. The people of whole regions felt little identity with the state or with people of other regions. Before this changed, before the inhabitants of France could come to feel a significant community, they had to share significant experiences with each other. Roads, railroads, schools, markets, military service, and the circulation of money, goods, and printed matter provided those experiences, swept away old commitments, instilled a national view of things in regional minds, and confirmed the power of that view by offering advancement to those who adopted it. The national ideology was still diffuse and amorphous around the middle of the 19th century. French culture became truly national only in the last years of the century. We are talking about the process of acculturation, the civilization of the French by urban France, the disintegration of local cultures by modernity and their absorption into the dominant civilization of Paris and the schools. Left largely to their own devices until their promotion to citizenship, the unassimilated rural masses had to be integrated into the dominant culture as they had been integrated into an administrative entity. What happened was akin to colonization, and may be easier to understand if one bears that in mind. Conquest is a necessary stage on the road to nationalism, wrote a student of the subject in 1901. A nation cannot or should not conquer major peoples, but to bring into a larger unity groups without a clear cultural identity, to draw in, to enrich, to enlighten the uninstructed tribal mind. This is the civilizing mission we cannot renounce. Many of the themes of national integration, and of colonialism too, are to be found in this brief statement: conquered peoples are not peoples, have no culture of their own, they can only benefit from the enrichment and enlightenment the civilizer brings. We must ask now whether this colonial image can be applied to France. The simplest answer comes from French sources. In Franche-Comté in the 20th century, it was remembered that people had for many years had themselves buried face down as a protest against that region's annexation by France. 5. The fact need not be true, the memory and the claim are significant. Current references to French conquest are found mainly in the South and in the West, where they are confused by present-day political issues. Yet, ambiguous as they are, the hearing they find suggests the reality behind them. The strain must have been intense when the forces of order, army, gendarmes, judges, and police came from outside, and when the normal friction between police and natives was rendered more acute by linguistic differences. Order imposed by men of different code and speech, somebody else's order, is not easily distinguished from foreign conquest. In the Southwest, wrote M.F. Paraset in 1867, union with France was suffered, not accepted. The fusion was accomplished slowly and against the WI 11-6. 40 years later, when Ernest Ferrault, the socialist mayor of Narbonne, charged that the barons of the north were invading the Midi as in the olden days of the Albigeois, Le Figaro warned its readers, make no mistake, this is a country to be reconquered, as in the days of Simon de Montfort I. Education by politics as by schools was inculcating a new elusiveness. Together with such symbolic literary figures as Tartarin and, later, Bécassine, historical allusions like these reinforced a view of the provincial population as childlike, backward, garrulous, unenterprising natives of underdeveloped lands. 8. Throughout the century the overseas colonies provided comparisons for certain parts of France. In 1843 Adolphe Blanqui compared the people of France's Alpine provinces to those of Kabylia and the Marquesas, and the comparison was several times repeated in official reports and in print. 1853, 1857, 1865.9 The natives and the customs of rural France, their superstitions and their oddities, were studied and described only too often with uncomprehending condescension. Their ways seemed shallow and devoid of reason, their reasonings were ignored. Native communities were despoiled of their rights in the name of progress, of freedom, of productivity, and of a common good that made no ends to those in whose name it was proclaimed. Because the forces of order ignored and scorned the logic of the societies they administered, because this ignorance and contempt were the very essence of their action, the men responsible for this policy could not estimate its disastrous consequences. These words of Pierre Bourdieu and Abdul Malik Sayed, writing about colonial administration, apply quite well to rural France through the 19th century. In the forests of the Pyrenees, and notably in Ariège, people took up arms against police and administrators who were newcomers to the region and ignorant of our rights, our needs, and the local situation, alleging that they were crushing the local people with their corrupt exactions. Native rebellions kept flaring up. As late as 1900 all the mountain resounded to the din of horns and savage calls LL. In Corsica, an utterly foreign land whose inhabitants did not aspire to independence but prized their autonomy in matters close to home, the locals would have nothing to do with continentals. By the First World War the island was no better assimilated to France than Gévaudan had been a century before. A despairing report of November 1917 tells us that bandits, deserters, and defaulting recruits were more numerous than gendarmes. The only people one can count on, more or less 12. If Corsica provides too easy an argument, take the Landes, which in 1826 was called our African Sahara, a desert where the Gallic cock could only sharpen his spurs. A Restoration writer described the Landes as a trackless desert where one needs a compass to find one's way, inhabited by a people alien to civilization. A writer of the 1830s compared the region to the wastes of Kamchatka and Libya, and even Michelet wrote about the idiots of the Landes. Travelers, army officers, and officials all used the same language: vast solitudes, immense solitudes. The natives, if mentioned at all, were a subject of pity. Settlements were colonies, isolated and sparse. The empty wastes were waiting to be claimed for civilization, i.e. developed for economic exploitation. 13. and developed they were by engineers like Francois Hilaire Chamberlain, who undertook drainage and planting of pines at his own expense in 1849-55 before the law of 1857 forced communes to follow his example. Since parishes were poor, the law permitted them to raise funds for the improvements they had to make by selling off portions of their commons, a perfect instance of a colonial law that forced the natives either to use their lands productively or to cede them to those who would. The results proved advantageous not just to outside capitalists but to the landais, who had long suffered grievously from pellagra and debilitating fevers in this poorest corner of France. The developers' intentions were good, even if they were also profitable to some of those who formulated them. Profit in any case was part of good intentions, as was the good conscience of men who in the way of men ignored values other than their own. Balzac had deplored the waste of land in unprofitable commons. Many of these lands could produce immensely, enough to feed whole villages. But they belonged to mulish communities that refused to sell them to speculators, preferring to keep them as pasture for a few score cows. 14. That those few score cows were the very essence of a functioning economy and an established way of life made no difference to Balzac or the speculators. History, as usual, was written by the victors. Ardouin du Maizet, visiting the Landes at the turn of the century, claimed that the new generations appreciated the change, better nutrition, better cultures and civilization, health, longer life expectancy. But he admitted that the old remained hostile to the developers. Nor did the colonial references cease with the improvement of the region's economy. As late as 1910 or 1911 Jean Ricard could describe the settlements of resin tappers established by turpentine companies north of Arcachon as resembling in some African land, a gathering of huts grouped in the shadow of the Republic's flag. And yet, surprisingly, we are in France. 15. To be in France meant to be ruled by French officials. In Savoy, where friction between the French administration and the natives was intense, it was said that French officials arrived there as for a tour of duty in the colonies. In 1864 a writer in the Revue des Deux Mondes compared Savoy to Ireland. 16 people in other regions made even more explicit comparisons. They are sending colonists to faraway lands to cultivate the desert, complained a Breton, and the desert is here. They are building railway lines in Africa, wrote the Revue du Limousin in 1862. If only they would treat us like Arabs. An agricultural review took up the cry, there is in the heart of France a region to be colonized that asks only to be accorded the same working conditions, as the colonies. 17. Equally explicit references were made to the development of Sologny. Here it is clearly a question of colonization, wrote Ardouin du Maizet in 1890, Sologny's developers were as enthusiastic about their work as Algeria's. A little later, at Salbris, there is an interesting parallel between the present colonization of Tunisia and the development work going on in Sologny. In Tunisia, as in Sologny, the capitalists have played an important part. Still, everything considered, the colonization of Sologny is the more marvelous. 18. The greatest colonial opportunities, of course, were offered by Brittany. After its forced union with France in the 16th century, Brittany's towns were invaded by Frenchmen who overbore or replaced the native merchants and Frenchified the people they employed or otherwise influenced. Royal ports like Lorient and Brest were garrison towns in foreign territory, and the term colony was frequently employed to describe them. 19. As we have seen, things in Brittany had changed only slightly by the 1880s. In 1891 France's Inspector General of Education, Care, published an article in the Revue Pédagogique on teaching the first elements of French to the natives of our colonies and the countries subject to our protectorate. The article advocated the method maternal, no more translation, but direct learning of French as in the Berlitz schools today. More interesting, it was a recasting of an article published 3 years earlier in the same journal on teaching the first elements of French in the schools of Lower Brittany. The method was reasonable, the problems were identical. Another educator, in a speech delivered at Algiers in 1891, praised Care's method for being as Applicable to Little Flemings, Little Basques, Little Bretons, as to Little Arabs and Little Berbers. By 1894 Care's method was being used in primary schools in Lower Brittany, Flanders, Corsica, and the Basque Country. Attacked that year as unsuitable for teaching French to natives of Algeria and Tunisia, it was defended by one of Care's students, Abel Poitrino, then inspector at Rennes, on the basis of his experience in Brittany. 20 The debate was logical, the logic inescapable. But the similarity between Brittany and French colonies overseas went deeper still. Between 1840 and 1938, 600,000 hectares, 1/5 of the peninsula's territory, was converted from waste to ploughland. In a 1946 study, Jean Combert de Lowy described this effort as a true colonizing enterprise. 21 And a glance at one of its heroes, Jules Riefel, bears him out. Born in Alsace in 1806, Riefel went to Lorraine to study agriculture under the great agronomist Mathieu de Dombasle. Graduated in 1828, he decided to seek an agronomist's fortune in Egypt, but before taking off he visited his master's family in Brittany. During his visit there, Riefel met an Nance shipowner named Hentgens who had just bought a domain called Grand Joan. Riefel was persuaded to shift his sights, and under his direction Grand Joan became first a model farm, then a distinguished agricultural school. In short, two central performers in the agricultural development of Brittany were an ambitious Alsatian for whom a Breton domain appeared an acceptable alternative to Egypt, and a Flemish shipmaster turned estate owner who provided capital of urban and international origin. What could be more typical of a colonizing enterprise? Combert de Lowy put it in a nutshell. The clearing of the moors was made possible by an abundance of labor, the availability of capital, the initiative of a team of agronomists, and the discovery of new techniques. All but the first were foreign. In a book of 1914, Camille Le Mercier DERM compared Brittany to such other oppressed and vanquished nations as Ireland, Bohemia, Finland, and Poland. Le Mercier DERM and his friends represented mostly themselves. Far more Bretons would have preferred full membership in the French Commonwealth. 22. But each aspiration in its own way reflects a sense of incomplete integration, and that is what concerns us here. Let us now try another tack and see how well France fanons the wretched. 49.1. Of the earth. One of the great denunciations of colonialism applies to the conditions we have described. The following passages, some of them conflated rather than uninterrupted quotations, are representative: underdeveloped regions, absence of infrastructure, a world without doctors, without engineers, without administrators. Cultural alienation, as colonialism tries to force the natives to give up their unenlightened ways, to believe that it was colonialism that came to lighten their darkness. Colonial domination disrupts the cultural life of a conquered people. New legal relations are introduced by the occupying power. Intellectuals seek to acquire the occupying power's culture. The customs of the colonized people, their traditions, their myths, above all, their myths are the very sign of their poverty of spirit and of their constitutional depravity. Colonialism turns to the past of the oppressed people, and distorts, disfigures, and destroys it, devaluing pre-colonial history. It is the colonist who makes history. This land, it is we who made it. The more brutal aspects of the occupying power's presence may perfectly well disappear, bartered for a less blatant but more complete enslavement. The native bourgeoisie, which has wholeheartedly adopted the ways of thinking characteristic of the occupying country, becomes a spokesman for the colonial culture, as does the intellectual, who soaks it up greedily. 23. The violence so prominent in Fanon's pages was rare in 19th century France, perhaps because risings capable of seriously threatening the state were a thing of the past. Given time and skins of the same color, assimilation worked. But otherwise Fanon's account of the colonial experience is an apt description of what happened in the Landes and Curas. In France as in Algeria, the destruction of what Fanon called national culture, and what I would call local or regional culture, was systematically pursued. Insofar as it persisted, it was plagued by inertia and growing isolation. there is a shriveling around an ever more shrunken core, ever more inert, ever more hollow. After a while, says Fanon, native creativity ebbs and what is left is rigid, sedimentary, petrified. 24. Local reality and local culture wane together. So it was in 19th century France. And yet, taken as generalizations, such accounts as Fanon seem to me to underrate the choice and the autonomy of the colonized. Neither Bourdieu and Sayad, nor Fanon, nor our own observations suggest that the traditional societies were inert to start with. It seems to follow that they gave way to force, were vanquished by superior powers and colonized against their will. Is this what really happened? Not in France. There, as we have seen, traditional culture was itself a mass of assimilations, the traditional way of life a series of adjustments to physical circumstance. Change is always awkward, but the changes modernity brought were often emancipations, and were frequently recognized as such. Old ways died unlamented. New goods created new needs, but even deprivation was measured at a higher level. And the old remembered. New ways that had once seemed objectionable were now deliberately pursued and assimilated, not by a fawning bourgeoisie or self-indulgent intellectuals, as in Fanon's account, but by people of all sorts who had been exposed to such ways and acquired a taste for them. Perhaps this should make us think twice about colonialism in underdeveloped countries, which also reflects regional inequalities in development. It certainly qualifies the meaning of colonization as an internal process. Development is not an equivocal term. It means only one thing: greater production of material goods and greater accessibility of material advantages to all. And that is what development brings, whatever disillusions may follow in its wake. The notion of underdevelopment has been criticized because it takes as its norm for underdeveloped societies the economy and culture of quite different societies. 25 Yet few underdeveloped societies live so isolated from developed societies as to be ignorant of their advantages. By the 19th century, the broadening scope of social and economic relations could well allow development and underdevelopment to be perceived objectively as rungs on the same ladder. Thus, when we describe a given society as underdeveloped, we say not what the society is but what it is not. We describe what it is lacking: means of production, levels of productivity, forms of culture, lifestyles, attitudes. In the present study, we have examined what may be called underdevelopment in 19th century France. We have seen that the positive aspects and institutions of the underdeveloped regions were ways of coming to terms with want and insecurity. Custom and inertia made for their survival, opportunity for their abandonment. Perhaps the currently accepted views of colonialism need some qualification in this light, perhaps the unfashionable fin de siècle views of progress deserve another look. Or is the colonization of underdeveloped regions acceptable internally but unacceptable beyond the colonizer's homeland? What is a homeland? Something that time, accident, and opportunity, cultures and civilization, 493, have allowed to be hammered into shape and be accepted as a political entity. India, China, Mexico, the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom. Let us now return to France and stay there. Conquest and colonization created it, as they did other realms, and the process was completed in the 19th century. What was the critical period? I have argued for the 20 years on either side of 1900. Other arguments have been made, sometimes quite forcefully, for other periods. The more or less accepted view of the Great Revolution as a watershed cannot be ignored, bolstered as it has been by recent work on the profound changes affecting French family and sexual behavior long before 1870. Lawrence Wiley and other sociologists have dwelt on the 1950s, when tractors, cars, and television sets hastened the cultural homogenization of slow-changing villages. One can make a similar case for the mid-19th century, revolving around 1848 and the coming of the railways. Every such argument, including mine, is plausible, none is overwhelming. Nor need one be. History, says Fernand Braudel, is the sum of all possible histories. The question to ask is not whether an argument is right enough to exclude all others, but how right it is, how much it tells us that we did not know. In these pages we have seen profound changes in productivity and diet shift portions of rural France away from the verge of catastrophe, from primitive want to needs that are more familiar. 26 We have seen national unity painfully forged at a later date than is generally supposed. We have seen cultural homogenization following economic integration, itself achieved after much effort and pain. We have seen that certain parts of France impressed their values and techniques on other parts, altering their way of life. We have seen that this process proceeded slowly and unevenly, far more so than most accounts of the 19th century suggest. We have seen, in short, the nation not as a given reality but as a work in progress, a model of something at once to be built and to be treated for political reasons as already in existence. My argument has not been that the early years of the Third Republic were the time of transition from the traditional to the modern world in great portions of rural France, but rather that they were one such time as important as any other, more important than most. To make this point, I have tried to show not only that many things changed during the period, but that they changed faster or more significantly than they had done before that period or would do after it. I submit that this has been shown. Between 1880 and 1910 fundamental changes took place on at least three fronts. Roads and railroads brought hitherto remote and inaccessible regions into easy contact with the markets and life ways of the modern world. Schooling taught hitherto indifferent mill. 494. Lions the language of the dominant culture, and its values as well, among them patriotism. And military service drove these lessons home. The forces of modernization affected different areas different ways at different times too, but after the changes described in this book had taken place, variations in language and behavior were significantly less and the ascendancy of modernity was significantly greater. The regions of France were vastly more alike in 1910 than they had been before Jules Ferry, before Charles Freycinet, before Jules Rieffel. In 1836 Adolphe d'Angeville concluded the of his pioneer statistical essay with the observation, anticipating Disraeli, that there were two nations in France, divided by the now familiar imaginary line running from Saint-Malo to Geneva. North of that line peasants were fewer but taller, better fed, better schooled, and housed in homes lit by more windows. Their vices tended to be those of the new society, their crimes to be against property rather than persons. They were relatively easy to recruit for army service and relatively quick to pay their taxes, as befits citizens of a modern nation. In the South people were shorter, worse fed, and worse housed. They were violent in both crime and politics, hostile to taxes, and slow to accept conscription. Roads in the South were thinner on the ground. Land was less productive, and the tools and methods of working it were less developed. 27. This geographical division was in effect the division between urban and rural France, better still, between the poor, backward countryside and the areas of France, rural or not, that were to some degree permeated by the values of the modern world. As a Toul newspaper put it in 1849, the peasants of Nord were like bourgeois, the peasants of Corrèze like beggars. That was the distinction that had to end if the real France was to be the France of political rhetoric. And we have seen it ending. In the event, more and more peasants of Corrèze became like bourgeois, too, in exactly the sense that the writer of 1849 had meant. But something even more important than that was happening, something that did not happen in 1789 or 1848 or 1950, a change that represents in retrospect the great cultural event of the time, the end of a profound division of the mind. From the Middle Ages to the 17th century, high and low cultures agreed on the fundamental interpretation of the world and of life. Literacy or illiteracy made little difference to people's understanding of the condition of man, his purpose, and his means. Knowledge varied in degree but not in kind. In the 17th century things changed. Natural science and rationalism with its particular logic created a separate culture of the literate, while the illiterate clung to the old ways. The relative cultural unity of Western society was dissolved, and people henceforth lived in two different worlds of the mind. Coherent religious theories of life that had been accepted by most educated members of the community became survival superstitions no longer compatible with the scientific principles of the time. Correspondences and analogies that made sense in one system seemed childish and futile to the other. What had been common sense was forsaken by those who pursued higher wisdom, and became the province of those who regulated their existence by the seasons and the stars. Deprived of the support of elite thought, popular belief broke into 1,000 subsystems unintegrated into a comprehensive view of the world. Popular wisdom was a collection of recipes, ceremonies, rituals, and popular religion was little more. Yet both were crucial, providing believers with things people badly need: explanations, a sense of control, reassurance, a framework for individual and social activities. From the cultivated point of view, popular culture was a morass of deprivation and ignorance. So was it from the point of view of its own most gifted spirits, those who yearned in vain for truths this culture could not teach them. Much popular magic and religion and some rejection of both reflected a persistent quest for just such truths. After about 1650, then, the culture of the elite and that of the rural masses went their separate ways. When, after about 1800, the gap began to narrow, it was thanks in large part to the rural world's increasing intercourse with the urban world. But material circumstances were crucial. Increasingly effective control of the environment opened the door to urban views suggested by like experience. The more sophisticated people of the city believed, and in time demonstrated to the satisfaction of more and more peasants, that the world could be explained without evoking magic or supernatural intervention. The rural convert to rationalism could throw away his ragbag of traditional contrivances, dodges in an unequal battle just to stay alive, with the heady conviction that, far from being a helpless witness of natural processes, he was himself an agent of change. At best, most people approached change hesitantly and experienced its effects with great ambivalence. But once they had drunk of its fountain, there was no turning back. The pattern of 19th-century belief continued to be, as Jacob Burckhardt said, rationalism for the few and magic for the many. 28. Yet, by the end of the century, the nature of the magic, and the authority on which it was accepted, had profoundly changed. People still took their cultural norms and assumptions from others, but popular and elite culture had come together again.